Chen Xuan, a remarkable individual endowed with an immortal physique, possesses a profoundly unique pattern of slumber and awakening. Sleeps for 60 years and awakens for a mere 3. This cyclical passage of time renders the world transformed, with the sands of time shifting inexorably, altering all that once was. Upon his reawakening in the 13th year of the Republic of China, he steps into the bustling yet strangely alien city of Changsha, where the bonds of yesteryear have long since faded, leaving only the weight of profound nostalgia. To his astonishment, Chen Xuan finds himself drawn into the clandestine world of tomb raiding. Intriguingly, the tomb owners he encounters are none other than his juniors in his eyes. Beneath the surface of these youthful tomb owners lies a labyrinth of intricate familial grievances and secrets of a bygone era. Is this a capricious twist of fate, or is there a deeper intrigue at play? Amidst the tumultuous landscape of the Republican era, Chen Xuan, with his immortal essence, traverses the ancient graves, engaging in frequent encounters with the histories of these youthful tomb owners. Each descent into the tomb becomes not only a test of his inner resolve, but also an opportunity to unveil the veiled narratives of history. How will he confront these unique tomb owners within the realm of tomb raiding? Will he discover his true home amidst this perilous and enigmatic journey? Thus begins a legendary saga of tomb raiding that transcends life and time. Chapter 1. A Changed World. In the 13th year of the Republic of China, the deep autumn sun resembles an egg of immense proportions, casting a crimson hue across half the sky. The evening glow, akin to a painting, reflects upon the banks of Orange Isle. Boats come and go, accompanied by the melodic calls of the boatmen, drifting languidly through the air. A cicada emerges from the earth, its wings vibrating as it transforms into specks of shimmering light that disperse into the ether. Moments later, the radiant white light coalesced, forming a silhouette. It was a young man, around 20 years of age, his visage marked by an unhealthy pallor. Dressed in a cerulean robe, he exuded an air of scholarly elegance. His eyes shone with an extraordinary brightness, as if they contained the brilliance of countless stars. His name was Chen Xuan, an unremarkable immortal. Stretching languidly, Chen Xuan's gaze swept over the banks of the Orange Isle, his lips murmuring softly. 60 years have passed. Though he was immortal, each awakening was followed by 3 years of slumber, during which he would transform into a cicada, resting beneath the earth. He would sleep for 60 years at a time. The only memory he retained was from his last awakening, during the Xianfeng era. At that time, in the bustling city of Changsha, there was a Miss Hua who happened upon the extraordinary sight of Chen Xuan emerging from the depths. While an ordinary person might have fainted at the sight of Chen Xuan's transformation from cicada to man, Miss Hua was different. Chen Xuan still remembered her first words, expressing a desire to become his apprentice. 60 years have passed. I wonder if that girl Shang Yun is still around. With a slight sigh, Chen Xuan's gaze drifted past the Orange Isle toward the distant Changsha. A span of 60 years may not equate to the vast changes of time, yet it can alter many lives and events. For him, this uncontrollable cycle of awakening and slumber felt less like the coveted gift of immortality and more like an endless torment. Having awakened with great difficulty, it is time to embrace a new way of life. With determination, Chen Xuan strode toward the city of Changsha. Beneath the towering city walls, the common folk moved in a bustling throng, their bodies brushing against one another. Before his eyes lay a vivid tableau. Vendors selling fresh produce at the city gates, women carrying baskets filled with fragrant night blooms, and the occasional vintage car traversing the cobblestone streets. Everything was so vibrant that Chen Xuan found himself pausing, gazing almost greedily at the scene unfolding before him. He had slumbered for far too long and was reluctant to miss even the slightest detail of this moment. To an ordinary observer, these mundane glimpses of daily life were trivial, yet for Chen Xuan, they heralded a reunion after 60 years. Separation is but a prelude to a more splendid reunion. A warm smile graced Chen Xuan's face as he took another step into the crowd, akin to a drop of ink merging seamlessly into a pool of water, causing nary a ripple. Sugar paintings, sweet and delightful sugar paintings. Buns, steaming hot buns. Sharpening scissors, sharpening kitchen knives. The streets resonated with a cacophony of vendors' calls, intertwining with a lively clamor to create a vivid portrait of urban life. As Chen Xuan wandered through this vibrant market, he occasionally halted to linger at various stalls, not out of hunger, but rather a desire to immerse himself in the essence of life itself. In truth, he possessed an immortal body, rendering the sensation of hunger non-existent. Even if he were to abstain from food, water, or even breath for an entire year, he would remain untouched by death. In the hazy recesses of his memory, perhaps a millennium ago, or perhaps two, he had been discovered by the authorities for his secret of immortality, leading to his capture and interrogation. Yet, no matter the lengths to which they went, they could not extinguish his life. As time passes, one transforms into a cicada of 1,000 autumns, slumbering beneath the earth. When awakened once more, those in power have often turned to dust. The vendor of sugar paintings beamed upon seeing Chen Xuan. "Sir, would you care for sugar painting? They're all made with my own syrup." Chen Xuan waved his hand, revealing his empty pockets. "No, thank you. I have no money on me." It is rather disheartening. He has lived countless years, yet each awakening leaves him a pauper. The vendor, undeterred, picked up a string of sugar paintings shaped like rabbits and offered it to Chen Xuan. "Not to worry, sir. Take it and enjoy. You can pay me next time when you have the means." You do not even know me, yet you trust me?" Chen Xuan inquired, slightly astonished, as he gazed at the vendor. The vendor's face bore the marks of time, and his hands, callous from days spent boiling and crafting sugar. Tales of labor. He rubbed his hands together and said, "A string of sugar paintings is hardly worth much. Besides, you strike me as a learned gentleman." Chen Xuan chuckled softly, shaking his head. "Indeed, I have read many books, but I would not dare claim to be knowledgeable." Throughout his long life, many have benefited from Chen Xuan's kindness. Yet he has never accepted favors from others, for the debts of gratitude in this world are the hardest to pay. After a moment's contemplation, Chen Xuan's gaze wandered until it settled on a nearby stall offering letter-writing services. "Sir, please hold on a moment." With that, Chen Xuan approached the letter-writing stall, exchanged a few words with the vendor, and then picked up a pen to inscribe upon a blank sheet of paper. The proprietor of the letter-writing stall was once a downcast scholar, but that was in the past. In the present era of the Republic, the title of scholar has become obsolete. Upon witnessing the few strokes penned by Chen Xuan, the old scholar was instantly captivated, as if he had encountered a celestial being. Chen Xuan dried the ink on the pristine paper and gazed with satisfaction at the 4 bold characters proclaiming letter writing. "May I exchange these 4 characters for some ink?" he inquired. The old scholar's gaze remained affixed to Chen Xuan's calligraphy, unable to tear himself away. He could not help but exclaim in awe, as though he were witnessing the spirits of the great calligraphers of history manifesting before him. After a prolonged moment of astonishment, he, still somewhat incredulous and with a tremor in his voice, asked, "Are you truly willing to trade these characters?" To those who are discerning, these 4 characters embody the essence of the masters of calligraphy, rivaling the likes of Yin, Lu, O, and Zhao. To claim they are worth their weight in gold would not be an exaggeration. The old scholar had practiced calligraphy for many years and believed himself to have crossed the threshold of this art. Yet, it was only today that he grasped the meaning of a mere mayfly witnessing the vast sky. A smile graced Chen Xuan's face as he nodded at the stall owner. "Is it permissible?" Before his words could fully resonate, the old scholar, overwhelmed with joy, hastily thrust a stack of white paper into Chen Xuan's hands. He then cradled the ink masterpiece as if it were a treasured relic. Take it. Take it once exchanged, there shall be no regrets." "I have no regrets." The old scholar was curious about what Chen Xuan intended to write and did not wish to miss the opportunity to observe a master calligrapher at work, so he positioned himself nearby. To watch, Chen Xuan retrieved a sheet of white paper and laid it out on the table with deliberate care. He held the brush, pondering for a moment before he began to write. Chen Xuan wrote with an excruciating slowness, as though each stroke demanded an immense expenditure of energy. Yet, to the astonishment of the old scholar, the character was remarkably simple, simple. In fact, that it consisted solely of a single stroke and a dot, forming the character for person. Person? The old scholar gazed at Chen Xuan in bewilderment, unable to comprehend the significance of this character. It has been quite some time since I last put pen to paper, and my hand has grown somewhat clumsy. Nevertheless, it suffices, Chen Xuan silently mused, offering no further explanation. Chapter 2. The Hua Family. At the sugar painting stall, Chen Xuan folded the completed paper into small squares and handed them to the vendor across from him. Boss, I want to take your sugar paintings for free. I shall exchange these for them. What is this? The vendor furrowed his brow, looking perplexedly at the white paper in his hand. Chen Xuan clarified, it's something you can carry with you. It will surely prove useful. Well, if you insist. But truly, as a scholar, it's no trouble if we don't exchange. That's not the point. Shaking his head, Chen Xuan picked up the string of rabbit-shaped sugar paintings and stepped back into the throng of people, his figure quickly swallowed by the bustling crowd. However, after much hesitation, he ultimately chose not to discard the white paper he held. Within Changsha City, several prominent families dominated the trade of antiques and cultural relics. This included not only conventional antiques, but also the clandestine dealings of Ming Dynasty artifacts. Among them, the Hua family conducted the most extensive business, their influence spanning numerous provinces in the south, a legacy that has persisted since the Qing Dynasty. Yet, today, a peculiar man stood before the grand entrance of the Hua residence. Dressed in a cerulean long gown, he stood calmly before the gates of the Hua residence, admiring the two stone lions that flanked the entrance. Occasionally, he would indulge in a lick of the rabbit-shaped candy he held in his hand. In front of the grand estate, common folk would instinctively slow their pace, wary of incurring the displeasure of the esteemed household. Yet, this man in blue seemed to possess a familiarity that was quite astonishing, as if he were at home. Before long, the doorman of the Hua family emerged to shoo him away. With a composed expression, Chen Xuan spoke in a gentle tone. Might you kindly announce my presence? I am an old acquaintance, Chen Xuan, here to visit Miss Hua Shangyun. The doorman paused, taken aback by Chen Xuan's distinguished demeanor, and pondered for a moment. However, regardless of his contemplation, he could not recall any Miss Shangyun associated with the Hua family. The doorman's expression shifted to one of impatience as he retorted, "Begone. If you seek to cause a disturbance, find another place. There is no Miss Hua Shangyun here." None? Chen Xuan hesitated briefly, then recollected that a decade had passed since their last encounter. The little girl of yesteryears had now transformed into an elderly woman in her 70s or 80s if she were still alive. Upon this realization, Chen Xuan altered his approach. May I inquire as to who currently heads the Hua family? You must be from out of town. Who in Changsha City does not know that the Hua family is now under the stewardship of the third matron, Hua Sanyang? After a moment of contemplation, Chen Xuan reiterated, then I kindly request that you announce my presence as an old acquaintance, Chen Xuan, here to visit the head of the Hua family. Why? The doorman, upon hearing this, grew increasingly impatient. Make haste, for the gates of the Hua family are not for just anyone to enter. Chen Xuan gazed at the tightly shut door of the Hua residence, feeling somewhat awkward as he scratched his head. This grand mansion was a place he had chosen long ago, with Hua Shangyun overseeing its construction. In a sense, it could be considered half his home. After a moment of silence, Chen Xuan pondered, then walked to a small alley opposite the Hua family's entrance and picked up 6 small pebbles from the ground. He held the pebbles in his palm before casting them down. Observing the arrangement and shape formed by the falling stones, he murmured, 6 Ren divination, where the earth is thick. At the end of the U hour, it is highly advantageous to the southwest. The manner in which he cast the stones was an application of the 6 Run divination method. 6 Run, along with Qi Min Dun Jia and Tai numerology, are collectively known as the 3 arts, representing the most orthodox techniques for divining fortunes and misfortunes. Chen Xuan lifted his gaze to the sky, noting that the sun was nearing the horizon, casting the world into deeper shades of twilight. It should be close to the end of a U hour. He muttered to himself before turning to head southwest. After walking around 50 steps, a rickshaw brushed past him. Seated within was none other than the current head of the Hua family, Hua Sanyang. Stop! Hua Sanyang called out urgently, then disembarked and beckoned to the figure in the green robe in the distance. Are you calling for me? Hua Sanyang looked at the individual, a surge of indescribable excitement welling up within her. Yet, upon truly encountering the descendant of the heartless man, her enthusiasm waned somewhat. After a prolonged silence, Huasanyang took a deep breath and approached. Is your surname Chen? Indeed. Are you seeking Hua family? Indeed. For the final words? What final words? Chen Xuan was somewhat taken aback. He had indeed entrusted some belongings to Hua Shangyun and had candidly informed her that he would return to retrieve them in 60 years. Yet the term final words. Hua Sanyang let out a cold snort and said with a hint of melancholy, no need to feign ignorance. Your ancestors wronged my Hua family's aunt, leaving her to live a life unwed, and she passed away with regrets. Do you dare to claim you were unaware? Upon hearing the word passed away, Chen Xuan found himself momentarily frozen. In his memories, Hua Shangyun was a woman of passionate love and fierce hatred. She had pursued him for 3 months solely to study under him. Under the great locust tree in Bailey Lane, she had declared that she would marry no one but him in this lifetime. However, he could not hold on to such tender sentiments, just as he could not seize the fleeting moments of awakening. Despite having endured countless farewells, Chen Xuan still felt a pang of bitterness. After a long silence, he finally managed to speak. May I go see her? I was going to take you anyway, even if you hadn't asked. I want my aunt to see for herself just how heartless the man she adored truly is. She pined away for him, passing from this world over a decade ago, while that ungrateful wretch is living merrily elsewhere, marrying and raising children. You must be his descendant, correct? Chen Xuan opened his mouth, but ultimately fell silent. The person had already departed. The truth mattered little now. Before long, Chen Xuan and Hua Sanyang entered the gates of the Hua residence. The doorman gazed at Chen Xuan in astonishment, but at that moment, Chen Xuan was enveloped in sorrow, completely oblivious to the doorman's stare. In the rear garden, there stood a small shrine, housing the portrait of Hua Shangyun, the aunt who had remained unmarried throughout her life, as recounted by Hua San. As Chen Xuan entered the shrine, his gaze was immediately drawn to the photograph of a youthful girl clad in a lake green dress, elegantly displayed above the incense table. Though the vintage black and white photograph could not convey color, the image of Hua Shangyun's every smile and frown vividly lingered in Chen Xuan's memory. The photographs of my aunt during her lifetime were all burned, leaving only this solitary image from her youth. She expressed her desire not to let the heartless man witness her aging visage before her passing. Hua San declared with a solemn expression, stepping forward to retrieve a painting and a purple sandalwood box from the innermost recesses of the altar. Moreover, this painting was created by my aunt. Throughout her life, she spent countless hours lost in contemplation before her own portrait. She continued. Chen Xuan accepted the scroll and, upon unrolling it, found that the figure depicted was none other than himself. The subtle hue of his blue garment exuded an indescribable sense of solitude. What other words did your aunt leave behind? He inquired. Hua San's fury stemmed from the fact that she had been raised by Hua Shangyun herself. Their bond, though not of blood, resembled that of a grandparent and grandchild. Were it possible, she would have issued a decree to hunt down the ungrateful man who had wronged her. Aunt, alas, the last words of Hua Shangyun before her demise were to admonish her to respect the descendants of the unfaithful. Should the figure from the painting appear, she was bound to unconditionally present the purple sandalwood box to him. Furthermore, if he sought assistance, she was compelled to offer her utmost support. With this in mind, Hua San pushed the purple sandalwood box toward Chen Xuan, gritting her teeth as she proclaimed, "There is nothing more."
Chapter 3. Bailey Alley. Chen Xuan nodded slightly, casting a final glance at the portrait of Hua Shangyun. He was not devoid of emotions. Rather, over the years, he had grown accustomed to the anguish of parting and loss. Indeed, he had often contemplated the possibility of altering the course of fate, of extending the lives of those once dear to him, friends and beloved alike. Yet, each time he awakened, he found himself allotted a mere 3 years. In such a fleeting span, there was but little that could be accomplished. Cradling the Zeton brocade box, Chen Xuan inclined his head respectfully towards Hua Sanyang. "Thank you, Sanyang. I take my leave now." "Wait," Hua Sanyang, without lifting her gaze, busied herself with 3 sticks of incense, igniting them and placing them in the incense burner. The air filled with a delicate wisp of smoke, and the temple fell into a serene hush. After a brief pause, she turned to him with utmost seriousness and inquired, "Is your grandfather still among the living?" Chen Xuan's expression faltered momentarily before he replied, "Perhaps. He has passed on. Even if he were still alive, he would be in his 80s or 90s with little time left." The only regret lingered in the fact that he could not personally seek forgiveness before the portrait of his aunt. Hua Sanyang waved her hand dismissively, her attention shifting back to Hua Shangyun's image. Perhaps it was the bitterness accumulated over the years towards the so-called unfaithful that colored her demeanor towards Chen Xuan as well. Fortunately, he remained indifferent to her attitude. With a courteous bow, he clutched the Zeton brocade box and slowly exited the temple. As he had previously articulated, debts of gratitude are the most challenging to repay. Chen Xuan had never been one to incur such debts, nor would he ever stoop to being a traitor. 60 years prior, when the Hua family faced dire straits, it was Chen Xuan who intervened, revitalizing their fortunes. Even when Hua Shangyun expressed her heartfelt intentions beneath the great locust tree in Bailey Alley, proclaiming that she would marry no one but him, Chen Xuan merely conveyed the stark reality of his fate, revealing that he could only live for 3 more years, and thus declined the young maiden's affections. However, despite his ability to divine the winds and interrogate the mysteries of yin and yang, he remained powerless to govern the intricacies of the human heart. Departing from the Hua residence, Chen Xuan strolled slowly towards Bailey Alley. Located in the northern part of the city, Bailey Alley had been nothing but desolate wilderness 60 years prior. It was he who first erected a Western-style mansion there, subsequently attracting a semblance of vitality to the area. He recalled those days when he would sit beneath the great locust tree at the alley's entrance, engrossed in his books, while the mischievous Hua Shangyun would playfully tease him from the tree's canopy. The past, like a wisp of smoke, had whisked away the once-cherished girl from the Hua family and the memories of Bailey Alley that lingered in Chen Xuan's mind. Upon reaching the mouth of Bailey Alley, he discovered that what once appeared dilapidated and desolate had transformed, now graced with numerous mansions and Western-style buildings. The only constant was the grand locust tree at the entrance. This venerable tree, a rare specimen aged over 3 centuries, was so vast that it could scarcely be embraced by 3 or 5 adults. Its canopy, like a cloud, sheltered the ground below from the sun. At this moment, the sky had completely darkened, and the surroundings were enveloped in silence, save for the faint glow of lights from the homes within the alley. Chen Xuan approached the tree, placing his hand against its weathered trunk, feeling the myriad scars etched upon its bark. He whispered softly, "Old friend, I have come to see you." It was because he sensed a lingering remnant of a soul entwined with this ancient tree. Chen Xuan fell into contemplation, his lips pressed tightly together. After a lengthy hesitation, he eventually released his hand, cradling the Zeton brocade box, and quietly made his way towards the nearby Bailey courtyard. The North Lee Villa, established 62 years ago, remains unfamiliar to the youth of Bailey Lane, who only know it as the property of the Hua family, perpetually adorned with a brass lock. Occasionally, someone might enter to tidy up, but it is only the older generation who recalls that a gentleman once resided within its walls, a man whose mere presence could send tremors through the elite of Changsha City. "Young man, you seem unfamiliar. Are you here seeking someone?" An elderly man, seeking respite from the heat, inquired as he noticed Chen Xuan lingering before the North Lee Villa. Turning at the sound of the voice, Chen Xuan was momentarily taken aback by the elder's visage. He recognized the man, recalling him as Hua, a nickname for the proprietor of a noodle shop. The family's culinary legacy had been passed down through 5 generations, reaching his father's time. Chen Xuan often frequented the noodle shop, considering the elder's father a familiar acquaintance. However, the last time he saw Hua, the boy was scarcely 10 years old. Now, he appeared to be nearing the end of his days. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Xuan shook his head and replied, "I am not here to find anyone. My family resides in this area." "Ah!" The old man paused, instinctively narrowing his eyes to scrutinize Chen Xuan more closely. Beneath the dim glow of the streetlight, he could barely discern half of the young man's face. After several breaths, the elder suddenly exclaimed, "Mr. Chen! No, that cannot be right. Mr. Chen is much older than I. If he were alive, he could not possibly appear so youthful." With curiosity piqued, the elder hurriedly approached Chen Xuan, asking, "Are you Mr. Chen's grandson?" The elderly man scrutinized him for a moment and affirmatively remarked, "Indeed, you and Mr. Chen are remarkably alike, as if cast from the same mold." Upon finishing his words, the old man lifted his gaze towards the Bailey Villa. Although this villa was originally constructed by Mr. Chen, it had, over the years, come under the ownership of the Hua family. "I have already procured the land deed from the Hua family." Chen Xuan shook his head and opened the rosewood box, extracting a stack of yellow documents. "Then there is no issue," he declared. "Young man, you are a descendant of Mr. Chen. He adored the noodles from my family's noodle shop. Do visit us whenever you have the time." "Certainly, I shall take the opportunity to drop by," he replied. The shop is located in Bailey Alley, not far from Chen Xuan's villa. As he watched the man retreat, Chen Xuan smiled faintly and redirected his attention to the small villa with its garden before him. Just as the old man had stated, over the past 60 years, the Hua family had preserved the villa quite well. Everything appeared as it had before his departure, including the 2 pear trees in the courtyard and the grapevine trellis in the corner to the left. Apart from the exterior walls of the villa, which had become quite weathered, bearing witness to the passage of time, the remainder was largely unchanged from 60 years ago. "How delightful!" Chen Xuan sighed softly, retrieving the brass key to the villa from the rosewood box. He unlocked the heavy iron gate and pushed it open. A gentle breeze greeted him, the crisp air of late autumn providing a temperate respite. He stepped inside, quickly arriving at the front of the small villa, which had once been a novel site during the Xianfeng era. However, with the onset of the Eight-Nation Alliance campaign, the gates of the nation were flung open, allowing an increasing number of foreign enterprises to infiltrate the domestic sphere. Such quaint foreign-style buildings have become commonplace, losing the allure they once held. To illustrate, take the newly constructed mansions on Bailey Alley, which house several foreign firm headquarters. Not only do they tower higher than Chen Xuan's Bailey North Courtyard, but they also boast a larger expanse of land. Within the Huojia Mansion, 2 even grander foreign buildings have been erected. The interiors of these edifices are adorned with furniture draped in white cloth. With a click, Chen Xuan activated the switch, and the warm glow of the incandescent light instantly illuminated the entire foreign residence. Indeed, after 60 years we have entered the age of electricity. Chapter 4. The seal of the celestial master. Chen Xuan gazed at the incandescent light fixture on the ceiling, a wry smile crossing his lips. Yet, he had but 3 years. Even when he achieved results, they would be eroded by time. They might either be secretly hidden away as treasured heirlooms or, lacking his oversight, devolve into mere curiosities, suppressed by the court. After all, 60 years is an eternity, capable of burying all his aspirations. Shaking his head, he continued onward, ascending the staircase to the second-floor study. This was the place where he had spent the most time 60 years ago. The arrangement of the room remained as it had in those days. It was also the only area untouched by white cloth, every corner meticulously maintained and polished. It was evident that someone frequently came to clean. If all went as expected, it should be the legacy left behind by Huashongyun. The most prominent feature in the study was a grand bookshelf, laden with tomes ranging from the doctrines of Yin and Yang, the 5 elements and Taoist scriptures, to Buddhist texts and even Western literature, encompassing a vast array of knowledge. On the wall beside the bookshelf hangs a piece of calligraphy, inscribed with the simple character void. The strokes are vigorous and powerful, rivaling the works of Yen and Lu, clearly penned by the hand of Chen Xuan himself. To the left, there is a glass window through which one can catch a glimpse of the large locust tree at the mouth of the alley. Chen Xuan gently caresses each inch of the bookshelf and every book within the room, ultimately taking a seat at his desk. He exhales softly and opens a Zeton brocade box. Inside the box, aside from a stack of yellowed land deeds, lie 3 items. Upon awakening, Chen Xuan's first action was to seek out the Hua family for these 3 possessions entrusted to them. The first item is a ring made of mutton fat jade. The second item is somewhat peculiar, a palm-sized, circular compass, intricately engraved with the heavenly stems, earthly branches, the 5 elements, and the 8 trigrams. This compass, though diminutive, is exquisitely crafted and capable of rotation. It was originally fashioned by the renowned Ming Dynasty artisan and ministry official, Wang Zonghai. While few may recognize the name of this craftsman, another name associated with him is universally acknowledged. Whether it be the school of supreme clarity, Zhengyi, or the Complete Perfection sect, all acknowledged the authority of the Dujia seal. Notably, however, Chen Xuan's Dujia seal was not inherited from the celestial master's residence, but rather passed down from himself. Later, Chen Xuan accepted Zhang Daoling as a disciple, bequeathing the Dujia seal to him. As Chen Xuan gazed at the 3 items within the brocade box, he hesitated for a moment before closing the lid. Just then, he felt an inexplicable sensation and lifted his gaze towards the east of the city. At this hour, it was already midnight, and the streets of Changsha were eerily quiet. Zhao Sanxue walked along the street, a hint of a smile gracing his face. This is because his nephew is getting married tonight, and he intends to attend the wedding feast at his nephew's home. He usually makes a living by crafting sugar paintings, operating a modest stall on the street. While he may not have accumulated great wealth over the decades, having never married or had children, he has managed to save a considerable amount. Zhao Sanxue mused that if his nephew could turn over a new leaf and abandon his reckless ways, he would offer him some money to help establish a small shop and engage in modest business endeavors. This would also serve to honor the memory of his deceased sister and brother-in-law. Before long, Zhao Sanxue arrived at his nephew's residence. His nephew, surnamed Hu, originally came from a reasonably well-off family. However, since the passing of Zhao's sister and brother-in-law, the nephew had been left without parental guidance and had fallen into a life of aimlessness. Much of the family's property had been squandered, leaving only this old homestead. Standing before the entrance of the Hu household, Zhao Sanxue adjusted his attire. He then retrieved a cloth bag from within, which contained a banknote amounting to approximately $40. This was intended not only as a congratulatory gift for his nephew's nuptials, but also to assist him and his bride in starting a small business to sustain their lives. However, as Zhao Sanxue was extracting the money, a folded piece of white paper inadvertently slipped from the cloth bag. He paused in surprise, recalling that this white paper had been given to him earlier in the day by a customer, who had insisted he keep it on his person. Having received little formal education in his youth, Zhao Sanxue had always held great admiration for those who were learned. He then tucked the bag away and approached the door, knocking gently. Soon enough, his nephew appeared to open the door. Upon observing his nephew's unsteady gait and vacant gaze, Zhao Sanxue furrowed his brow and instinctively reprimanded. "Have you been to the smokehouse again? How many times must I remind you to refrain from such places? Are you determined to squander the family fortune left by your parents?" Hu, the nephew, shrank back, pleading, "Uncle, I haven't been there. I've been preoccupied with my wedding these past few days and haven't slept well." "Humph, you had better be telling the truth. Where is your new bride? Let her come out for a moment. If your marriage is thriving, the savings I have amassed will surely be for both of you." "Yes, yes." Hu's eyes sparkled as he eagerly ushered Zhao Sanxue into the house. "Uncle, please come and sit. My wife is exceedingly virtuous, and upon learning of your visit, she prepared a grand feast for you." As he spoke, Hu guided Zhao Sanxue to the table, where indeed a sumptuous spread awaited in the main hall. At that moment, a bride adorned in a resplendent red gown, her figure graceful, emerged bearing freshly prepared dishes to adorn the table. Zhao Sanxue raised his gaze and was struck by the bride's extraordinary beauty, a sight that left him perplexed. How could his seemingly unremarkable nephew attract such an exquisite young lady? However, as this thought crossed his mind, Zhao Sanxue nodded in satisfaction and promptly placed a cloth bag he had been holding onto the table. "Dear niece-in-law, this is a wedding gift from your uncle to the both of you. If you lead a happy life together, I shall feel I have honored my sister and brother-in-law." The bride, bowing gracefully, was just about to accept the cloth bag. Chapter 5. The silver-tongued one, the wife of Hu's nephew, Ying, offered a respectful bow, just as she was about to take the cloth bag. Suddenly, the bag erupted with a blinding white light. Almost immediately, a sheet of white paper soared out from within the bag, heading straight for Hu's nephew's wife. "Ah!" she screamed, her face reflecting sheer astonishment. She attempted to flee, but under the radiance of the white light, there was no time to escape. Her form swiftly withered away until she transformed into a paper figure. Paper figure? Zhao Sanxue was left dumbfounded, collapsing in terror. "This is the nephew's wife." Seeing the situation unravel, Hu's nephew had no choice but to kneel down and explain the entire predicament in detail. Cornered, He considered the notion of taking Zhao Sanchue's coffin money. However, Zhao Sanchue resolutely refused to lend him any funds, insisting that he first marry and settle down before he would part with a single coin. Determined to deceive Zhao Sanchue under the cover of night, whose nephew claimed he had indeed secured a bride. With no other option, he complied. Upon hearing his nephew's words, Zhao Sanchue was infuriated, raising his hand to deliver 2 sharp slaps across his nephew's face. "You wasteful scoundrel! As if your past gambling habits weren't enough. Now you've let a ghost lead you astray. Uncle, you might as well kill me. I have no desire to live anymore," whose nephew retorted. Zhao Sanchue, seething with rage, felt his chest heave, but his gaze fell upon the white paper lying at the feet of the paper figure. Taking a deep breath, he steeled himself and picked up the sheet. Upon unfolding it, he noticed the ink had faded considerably, yet it still revealed a simple character, person, whose nephew, shrinking back, whispered, "Uncle, what is this?" Zhao Sanchue cast a piercing glance at his nephew, then sighed softly. "It is fortunate we encountered a wise individual. Otherwise, we would have perished at the hands of that female specter." With this thought in mind, Zhao Sanchue decisively picked up the paper effigy from the ground and carried it to the courtyard, where he set it ablaze until nothing remained. The following day, Chen Xuan rose early. In truth, he could forgo sleep entirely. Even if a year passed without rest, he would suffer no ill effects. This was the only way he could feel human, rather than some monstrous entity. A morning mist enveloped Bailey Alley, and the temperature was rather low. Clad in his green robe, Chen Xuan appeared unchanged from the day before. He pushed open the door and stepped out of Bailey Yuan. The streets were already bustling with townsfolk heading to work or school. Along the right side of Bailey Alley, numerous stalls had been erected, selling breakfast fare. Chen Xuan walked slowly, each step meticulously measured and precise. He passed through the alley and under the grand locust tree. The leaves of the tree rustled melodiously, as if welcoming his presence. Chen Xuan inclined his head slightly, acknowledging the tree with a nod before continuing on his way. After traversing a street, he finally halted before a modest noodle shop named Yangji. The establishment was small, with only 7 or 8 tables visible through the wooden door. As he pushed the door open, a cheerful bell chimed above him. "Welcome. What would you like to order?" A middle-aged woman approached him promptly. "Stir-fried pig liver, lightly seasoned. No green onions, no peppers," he replied. The woman swiftly noted his order and relayed it to the kitchen. Though referred to as a kitchen, it was, in fact, a family-run business. The chef, her husband, was a steady man in his 40s, the father of Hua. In the earlier moments, the responsibility of overseeing affairs and collecting payments fell to the wife. Upon hearing the request, the husband let out a chuckle, remarking, "Ah, a familiar patron." The wife paused for a moment, then shook her head, replying, "Not quite. Their visage seems unfamiliar." "Ah, you fail to comprehend. My grandfather's stir-fried pig liver was renowned in its day, beloved even by the gentlemen of Bailey Yuan. My father often reminisced about it," he continued. The wife responded, "I've heard my father speak of the gentlemen from Bailey Yuan, yet no one has ever laid eyes upon them." "Well, that was 60 years ago. Not only you, but even I had yet to be born then," he replied. As they conversed, the husband's hands were in constant motion. Before long, a steaming bowl of noodles topped with stir-fried pig liver was placed before Chen Xuan. The aroma stirred dormant memories within him, evoking a sense of nostalgia. It had been 60 years since he had tasted such noodles. However, as he retrieved his chopsticks and took a bite, he instinctively furrowed his brow. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Xuan set down his chopsticks and retrieved 3 copper coins from his pocket, placing them on the table. "Madam, I'd like to settle the bill," he called out. The middle-aged woman emerged from behind the counter, her expression slightly astonished as she observed the barely touched bowl of noodles. "Sir, is there something amiss with the noodles?" she inquired. Chen Xuan shook his head gently, responding, "It is not the noodles that are at fault, but rather, it is my own issue." With that, he turned to leave. Just then, the wooden door of the noodle shop swung open once more, the bell jingling merrily. In walked Yang Huai, hands clasped behind his back, and upon spotting Chen Xuan, a look of delight spread across his face. "Ah, I knew Mr. Chen would surely visit our noodle shop. Yanzi, please ask Xue to prepare a bowl of stir-fried pig liver for Mr. Chen to taste. The middle-aged woman's expression froze as her gaze fell upon the bowl of noodles on the table. At that moment, Yang Huai also noticed the bowl and, taken aback, inquired, Mr. Chen, do these noodles not suit your palate? Upon hearing this, Yang Huai's expression darkened, and he hurried into the kitchen, retrieving a bowl of freshly made noodles. He grasped the bowl, undeterred by the heat, and took a taste, instantly grimacing. He then seized his son and began chastising him. You rascal! I instructed you to knead the dough a full 3,300 times. Yet you slacked off. Yang Shui quickly dodged, pleading, Father, I was merely short by a little over 100 times. What difference does it make? The reason Yang's noodles garnered Mr. Chen's favor was due to their unique preparation method, combining flour with eggs to form a dough that was then placed beneath a bamboo pole, pressed precisely 3,300 times. Who says there is no difference? Yang Huai retorted coldly. Mr. Chen could discern the slightest variation. He possesses a golden palate. Among all the delicacies in the city, only those that receive his approval can be deemed truly delicious. With that, he tossed the dough into the waste bucket. Redo it. Remember, 3,300 presses, not one less. Yang Shui's wife, at a loss, saw her father-in-law's anger still simmering and quietly reassured him. Father, please do not be upset. We will remake it right away. Yang Huai ignored his daughter-in-law and turned to Mr. Chen, bowing respectfully. Mr. Xiao Chen, I beg your pardon. As he spoke, he noticed 3 copper coins on the table and quickly added, with this coin, there is no need, for whenever Mr. Xiao Chen visits, it shall be entirely complimentary. Chen Xian waved his hand, insisting that the coin must still be paid. After a brief moment, he sighed and remarked, Mr. Xiao Chen, you and your grandfather are truly alike, never willing to accept kindness from others. Even a single penny must be accounted for meticulously. Yang Huo wished to say more, but upon lifting his head, he found that Chen Xian had already ventured far away. He gazed at Chen Xian's receding figure, murmuring to himself, so similar, indeed. Chapter 6. Memories of Changsha Father. Do you know this Mr. Xiao Chen? Yang Shui inquired curiously, observing Chen Xian's departing silhouette. Humph. Yang Huo shot a glare at his son before slowly responding. Do you recall the Mr. Chen who used to reside in Bailibuan? Yes, you mentioned that Mr. Chen was a prominent figure in Changsha City during the Qing dynasty, whose words held more weight than that of the local magistrate. In truth, there is something I have yet to share with you. During the tumultuous times of the Taiping Rebellion, there were several assaults on Changsha City, and I was captured, taken into the Taiping's death camp. In ancient military contexts, such camps were often mere fodder for sieges, where only a minuscule fraction of the captives survived. At that time, Yang Huo was merely a boy of a little over 10 years, still in his adolescence. Just when he believed he was destined to perish on the battlefield, an individual emerged from Changsha City and ventured alone into the encampment of the Taiping army. The specifics of the event remained an enigma. All that was known was that this person had liberated Yang Huai from the death row camp. The following day, the Taiping army withdrew, never to assault Changsha City again. Father, could this individual you speak of be Mr. Chen? My father, your grandfather, offered all his savings in gratitude to Mr. Chen, yet Mr. Chen declined to accept a single coin, insisting even on settling the cost of a bowl of noodles. At this point, Yang Huai couldn't help but reminisce about Chen Xian. This young Mr. Chen bore an uncanny resemblance to the Mr. Chen of yore. Their tastes were identical, and both shared an aversion to owing anyone a debt of gratitude. As he pondered this, Yang Huai shook his head and turned his gaze back to his son and daughter-in-law. While the young Mr. Chen may not value this favor, we must not forget. Remember, young Mr. Chen is the grandson of our benefactor. Henceforth, we shall show him the utmost respect. If he has any requests, we shall fulfill them, even at the cost of our lives. Father, rest assured, I shall remember this. The Taiping Heavenly Kingdom. Chen Xian meandered through the streets, murmuring these 4 characters. During the Xianfeng era, the Taiping Heavenly Kingdom swept across the south, plunging the populace into despair and leaving corpses strewn about. He was moved by compassion, which compelled him to enter the military camp and persuade the then Heavenly King to spare Changsha City from harm. However, this transpired 60 years ago. The Taiping heavenly kingdom of that time has long since dissipated into the annals of history. Indeed, any notion of a lone savior rescuing an entire city is but a tale of the past. Present, the most pressing concern for Chen Xuan is the scarcity of funds in his pocket. The payment he made for breakfast this morning was drawn from the meager few coins he had scavenged from the corner of Bailey Bun, where the esteemed patriarchs of prominent families, who trembled before Chen Xuan 60 years ago, to learn that the once powerful Mr. Chen could scarcely muster a handful of coins, they would undoubtedly be aghast. However, Chen Xuan remains unperturbed. Wealth can be dissipated and regained, and if it comes to it, one can survive without meals. He returned to the street he had wandered the previous evening, observing the vendors nodding in satisfaction at their wares. Soon after, he found a tree that offered shade from the sun, and casually retrieved a piece of white cloth from his pocket. Inscribed upon it were the characters fortune-telling. 3 divinations a day, rendered in a robust and vigorous hand, clearly the work of an accomplished calligrapher. Setting up his stall, he procured a large stone from the roadside and took a seat before the white cloth, closing his eyes in feigned slumber. Before long, passers-by began to glance curiously at the inscription upon the cloth. Regrettably, most were merely spectators, offering little inquiry. After a considerable wait, an elderly scholar hurriedly approached. "Sir." Chen Xuan opened his eyes and smiled upon recognizing the visitor. "Do you wish to have your fortune told?" The newcomer was none other than the vendor from whom Chen Xuan had borrowed currency the previous day. He shook his head, perplexed, and asked, "Your calligraphy is of such exquisite caliber, it would befit a master of the highest order. Why engage in such trifling pursuits?" Chen Xuan smiled without responding, opting instead to close his eyes once more. The old scholar, unwilling to give up, once more clasped his hands and said, "Sir, I shared your calligraphy with Principal Liu from the city's middle school yesterday. He holds it in high regard and wishes to engage you as a teacher, specifically for the calligraphy class." To be a teacher? Throughout history, teaching has always been a revered profession. In terms of social standing, a teacher is far superior to a fortune-teller. "Oh?" The old scholar paused for a moment, instinctively inquiring, "Have you taught before?" "I have, instructing numerous students." "That is indeed a pity." The old scholar did not press further, but with a hint of embarrassment, he asked, "May I request another piece of your calligraphy? I shall offer 10 silver dollars as remuneration." "That is unnecessary. I do not sell my calligraphy." Upon hearing this, the old scholar's face fell with disappointment, yet he did not insist. The 4 characters he had received the previous day were already a monumental stroke of fortune for him. Principal Liu from Changsha Middle School, upon seeing those 4 characters, was similarly astounded, being a member of the Provincial Calligraphy Association and possessing a deeper understanding of the art than the old scholar. He was even willing to pay 100 silver dollars for those 4 characters, but the old scholar could not bring himself to part with them. To him, those 4 characters were a treasured heirloom. The old scholar adjusted his green long gown, bowed slightly to Chen Xuan, and slowly departed from the stall. Once he had left, Chen Xuan returned to his languid demeanor, closing his eyes in contemplation. For him, whether or not business was successful was of no consequence. He merely intended to find a way to pass the time. This time he preferred to remain an ordinary person, avoiding any entanglements. After a considerable while, another individual approached the stall. The individual donned a pair of round spectacles and wore a traditional long gown. He appeared to be in his late 20s, holding a flag that bore the inscription Ironmouth Oracle. With a sidelong glance at the white cloth before Chen Xuan, he languidly remarked, "A new face has arrived in Changsha City. Sir, might you predict my fortune?" The speaker was none other than Qi Tizui, the current head of one of the prominent families in Changsha City. Qi Tizui was an eccentric character. Despite being a fortune-teller, he himself harbored no belief in fate. Nevertheless, he roamed far and wide, possessing profound knowledge and skill in various contraptions, and shared a close camaraderie with Zhang Qishan, the city's chief of defenses. Chapter 7. A prediction worth 1,000 pieces of silver. Chen Xuan opened his eyes and regarded Qi Tizui. After a brief pause, he replied with an unperturbed expression, "I can indeed make a prediction, but it shall not come cheaply." Qi Tizui chuckled at this. Do you see my sign? A century-old establishment. My reputation in these parts holds weight. You need only focus on the divination. If it proves accurate, Qi shall not flinch at the cost. However, should it lack precision and merely serve as trickery, I shall regretfully ask you to vacate Changsha City. Chen Xuan remained composed, extending a single finger. One prediction will cost 1,000 silver dollars. 1,000? Qi Tizui had anticipated that Chen Xuan's notion of expensive would merely range from 10 to several dozen silver dollars per prediction. He was astonished to discover the price could soar to such heights. A fortune indeed. This revelation only intensified Qi Tizui's desire to expose the man, to unveil the truth that fortune-telling was naught but a ruse. Indeed, although Qi Tizui is indeed a fortune-teller, he harbors no belief in fate, nor does he place any faith in the art of divination. In his eyes, anyone who brands themselves as a fortune-teller, himself included, is merely deceiving others. He particularly targets the affluent, holding a disdain for other fortune-tellers who prey on the pockets of the common folk. Is your divination made of gold? A single reading costs 1,000 taels? Chen Xuan chuckled nonchalantly and replied, No, it's now 2,000. You? 3,000. Qi Tizui interjected hastily, waving his hands as if to halt the rising price, fearing that, with another word, the cost would escalate by yet another 1,000. Yet he remained unfazed. Once he exposed this individual's deceitful charade, he would be inclined to give him a good thrashing and expel him from Changsha City, thus performing a service for the townsfolk. With this thought in mind, Qi Tizui readily conceded, Fine, 3,000 it is. He then rummaged through his clothes, eventually retrieving 3 banknotes from his pocket. The 3,000 taels represented nearly half of his savings, causing him a twinge of regret as he handed the notes to Chen Xuan. Chen Xuan, indifferent to the gesture, simply accepted the money and tucked it away. Reflecting on this transaction, Qi Tizui pondered aloud, Then tell me about my romantic fate. You are the celestial isolated star. Qi Tizui was immediately taken aback, for the last words his father uttered before his passing were precisely those. Celestial isolated star. In truth, anyone involved in the realm of feng shui inevitably carries a fate marked by isolation. This so-called isolation refers to a destiny characterized by a singular aspect of loneliness. Loneliness that encompasses widowhood, solitude, and isolation. The fate of Qi Tizui is more tragic than that of the lonely and desolate. He is a veritable star of calamity, destined to live a life devoid of a wife and children. Qi Tizui was momentarily stunned, but upon regaining his composure, he waved his hands dismissively, saying, That doesn't count. Doesn't count. Many in the city are aware of the calamity star. You must have heard it somewhere. Tell me about my fortune. How is it looking lately? Chen Xuan glanced at Qi Tizui and replied, You will encounter a calamity involving blood within 3 days. The phrase calamity involving blood struck a familiar chord with Qi Tizui, as it was a phrase he often employed to deceive the wealthy in town. Realizing this, he burst into laughter, exclaiming, Ha! This time you have certainly erred. Chen Xuan merely smiled in silence and continued, Initially, you were to go west of the city to consult for a wealthy family regarding their feng shui and grave relocation. However, upon seeing my stall, your competitive spirit ignited, prompting you to stir up trouble. Little did you know, this delay has cost you. The wealthy family in the west has sought the services of another feng shui master. Soon, an acquaintance will come seeking your assistance, and you will find it difficult to refuse. This calamity involving blood is indeed set to occur in 3 days. With that, Chen Xuan rose and gathered the white cloth. He cast one last glance at the dazed Qi Tizui and delivered his final words. I leave you with this warning. This journey is fraught with peril. If you wish to avoid disaster, it is best to dissuade your friends from going as well. Otherwise, it will be too late for regrets. Long after Chen Xuan departed, Qi Tizui remained rooted in place, stunned. It was not until some time later that he finally turned to look at the receding figure of Chen Xuan in the distance. He was momentarily taken aback, for Chen Xuan had astutely deduced the events of his day. Indeed, he was to go to the western part of the city to oversee a feng shui consultation and grave relocation for the affluent Ren family. However, at that moment, a hurried youth, approximately 13 or 14 years of age, rushed towards him. He approached Qi Tizui and relayed, 8th Master, Lord Ren has engaged another feng shui master. Moreover, 5th Master requests your presence. He is currently waiting for you at home. 5th Master referred to the head of the Wu family in Changsha City, known as Old Smoky. Old Smoky was once recognized as the foremost leader among southern geomancers, enjoying considerable renown. In Changsha City, his family stood among the elite, alongside the Hua and Xie families. Furthermore, due to the Wu family's long-standing involvement in underground enterprises, their subordinates were known for their audacity and prowess in combat. While 3,000 taels of silver was no small sum, the matters concerning 5th Master bore greater significance. Moreover, as long as the individual remained within Changsha City, evasion from the oversight of the 9 gates was impossible. Old Smoky, in his 60s, bore a visage marked by numerous wrinkles and wielded a lengthy smoking pipe, appearing less like the head of the 9 gates and more akin to a rustic farmer. However, those who underestimated this elder would do so at their peril. In his youth, Old Smoky had been affiliated with the Unloading Ridge, a notorious bandit. Although he had since distanced himself from that life, the Wu family, under his command, still ranked 6th among the 9 gates of Changsha, revered by countless geomancers. With a single command, he could summon at least 1,000 geomancers and their subordinates to heed his call. Upon sighting Old Smoky, Chi Tizui, from a distance, clasped his hands in greeting and smiled. 5th Master, what brings you here? Please have a seat. Upon taking their seats, the old smoker proceeded to elucidate the circumstances. He resolved to take matters into his own hands. However, despite his extensive experience, he acknowledged that when it came to mechanisms and traps, he could not rival the expertise of Chi Tizui from the Chi family. Thus, he sought to invite Chi Tizui to excavate the ancient Warring States tomb together. Upon hearing the old smoker's words, Chi Tizui felt a sudden jolt in his heart. Instinctively recalling a foreboding he had encountered before, "You shall encounter a calamity in 3 days."
Chapitre 8, Biaozi Ridge Impossible.
Chi Tizui instinctively shook his head. Although he prided himself on his unerring judgment, he did not believe in fate. Perhaps it was merely a coincidence. Dismissing his thoughts, Chi Tizui raised his gaze towards the 3 generations of the Wu family. "Old Master, when shall we depart?" The old smoker's son replied with a smile. "Initially, we planned to set off if you were not at home. If Ba Yi has no other matters to attend to, we shall embark today." Although Chi Tizui indeed had prior engagements, now that the old master had sought out another feng shui expert for the relocation of the tomb, he found himself free. Contemplating this, Chi Tizui nodded in agreement. Changsha is home to several prominent families, among which the Wu, Hua, Xie, Qi, and Hong families boast centuries of history, intermarrying and mutually supporting one another. For instance, the youngest grandson of the Wu family, who would later earn the nickname Old Dog Wu, wed a cousin from the Hua family. Additionally, the younger generation of the Xie family, Xie Yuchen, was sent from a young age to learn the Changsha flower drum opera from Eriwang. The other 4 families, Zhang Dafa, Chun Pai Si, Ban Jieli, and Hebei Lao Lu, either remain solitary, have taken up new paths, or have only recently risen to prominence. They may appear formidable but lack deep-rooted foundations in Changsha. Soon, Chi Tiezhua instructed the household staff at home and departed the city alongside several members of the Wu family. The old smoker summoned an ox cart, which carried them northward towards Changsha. Biaozi Ridge, situated over 100 miles north of Changsha, is a secluded mountain forest. It is said that even the most seasoned local hunters would not venture deep into Biaozi Ridge. As the ox cart passed through the city gate, a Qi family servant suddenly chased after them. This individual was the one whom Chi Tiezhua had previously instructed to follow Chen Xuan. Breathless, the servant recounted his observations. 8th Master, that person resides in Bailey Biyuan. Bailey Biyuan? Upon hearing these 4 words, Chi Tiezhua furrowed his brow, displaying a hint of astonishment. Although decades had passed since its peak fame, a time when Chi Tiezhua had yet to be born, he had nonetheless heard the elders of his family speak of it. They recounted tales from the Xianfeng era, when Mr. Chan emerged from Changsha, earning the admiration of the city's nobility, who regarded it as an honor to meet him. At that time, the Hua family was not as affluent as it is now and faced the brink of extinction, nearly being ousted by several prominent families. However, due to Mr. Chan's intervention, the Hua family not only averted disaster but also ascended to become the largest family in Changsha, commanding the respect of the local governor. Today, the Hua family's business spans across 8 provinces in the south, a foundation laid during that time. Yet all of this occurred 60 years ago. Mr. Chen, as radiant as a comet, was also as fleeting. Merely a year later, this omnipotent and enigmatic figure vanished from public view, never to be seen again. Only the North Li Biyuan, where he resided, has been preserved, and the Hua family has consistently dispatched individuals for its maintenance and repair. In his youth, Qi Tizui had even ventured inside secretly to pay his respects. It is indeed peculiar to reside in North Li Biyuan. Qi Tizui pressed his lips together, contemplating that, regardless of any connection to Mr. Chen, that individual was undoubtedly linked to the Hua family. The land deed for North Li Biyuan remains in the possession of the Hua family. Without their consent, who could possibly enter? Upon hearing Qi Tizui muttering to himself, the young Wu Laogo expressed curiosity and inquired, "Eighth Master, what has transpired?" Qi Tizui shook his head and, treating it as an amusing incident, recounted his encounter with Chen Xuan. When the old smoker learned that the other party resided in North Li Biyuan, he was momentarily taken aback, a look of surprise crossing his face. Noticing this, Qi Tizui promptly asked, "Old Master, you are a veteran of Changsha City. You must have met Mr. Chen in the past, right?" This year, the old smoker is nearing 70. Although he was not the head of the family 60 years ago, he belonged to one of the prominent clans in Changsha, undoubtedly possessing more knowledge of these past events than Qi Tizui. However, the old smoker did not respond immediately. Instead, he picked up his pipe and took several deep puffs. After exhaling a cloud of smoke, he finally began to recount with a sorrowful expression. Indeed, he had the fortune to meet Mr. Chen, an encounter that took place 60 years ago. Back then, Changsha City was far from the harmonious place it is today. The major families were embroiled in fierce struggles over sand and territory, to the point of violence. Ultimately, it was Mr. Chen who stepped forward to delineate the boundaries among the families. Upon hearing these words, Qi Tizui was momentarily taken aback, expressing his astonishment. So this is how the territories of the various prominent families came to be? Within Changsha City, each of the major families possesses its own domain. For instance, to the north of Changsha, an expanse of 300 to 400 miles belongs to the Wu family, while to the west, in the direction of the mines, lies the territory of the Hua family. Furthermore, when faced with particularly troublesome grand tombs, these families often collaborate with one another. As for territories in other provinces, they are claimed by whoever manages to seize them. The young Wu Laogo, ever curious, inquired of his grandfather, "Grandfather, since each family is so competitive, would they heed the instructions of an outsider?" In truth, it was not only Wu Laogo who harbored such doubts. His brother, father, and second uncle shared the same perplexity. All of them were individuals who earned their livelihoods from the land, accustomed to the fierce competition for territory and the acquisition of artifacts. Among those present, only Qi Tizui had participated less in such bloodshed, possessing comparatively less blood on his hands. The rest, including their companions, were all seasoned individuals who had witnessed violence. Given the nature of these families, how could they possibly heed the commands of an outsider? Old Yen Tu let out a soft huff, remarking in a somber tone, "You are simply unaware of the influence of Mr. Chen. Those who dared to oppose him have all met their demise, without exception. Years ago in Changsha City, there existed another family, the Chen family, whose influence surpassed that of the current Zhang family. At that time, even the governor bore the surname Chen. This family opposed the division of territories, and what do you suppose happened? That very night, not a single person from the Chen family remained. Every last one, including the governor, lost their lives. In the aftermath, the imperial court did not pursue the matter. The newly appointed governor, upon entering the city, did not even visit the yamen but instead proceeded directly to the northern lodge to pay his respects to Mr. Chen. Regardless, Qi Tizui and his companions departed from Changsha City, embarking on an ox cart towards the distant Baiaziling. Simultaneously, in the afternoon, Chen Xuan visited the yellow paper shop to procure yellow talisman paper, followed by the acquisition of cinnabar and a wolf hairbrush. Ultimately, he ventured to the market to purchase a large rooster. He first bled the rooster, obtaining a bowl of fresh blood. Next, he blended the cinnabar ink with the chicken blood, creating a vial of cinnabar chicken blood ink. He then proceeded to inscribe and illustrate on the yellow talisman paper, crafting a dozen or so talismans. With his personal seal, he stamped the Tianshi mark upon them. Thus, the talismans were deemed complete. These talismans were authentic Tianshi talismans, each possessing distinct effects, some for exorcising evil and others for soul gathering. Observing the flawless talismans in his hands, Chen Xuan nodded in satisfaction. He allowed the ink on the talisman paper to dry before collecting them. Subsequently, he gazed through the study window at the encroaching twilight. It was nearly dark. That lad from the Qi family was indeed headstrong, having been forewarned of impending calamity yet daring to court danger. Chapter 9. Medicinal Catalyst. 2 days later, in the stillness of the night, Chen Xuan stepped out of the gate of Bailey Buen, his gaze resting upon the grand locust tree at the alley's end. This tree, steeped in a century of history, cast a vast canopy that shielded the sun. Upon noticing Chen Xuan's exit, the branches and leaves of the locust tree stirred, as if greeting him. Chen Xuan smiled gently, approaching the tree and lightly placing his hand upon its rugged trunk. Feeling the coarse texture of the bark, he murmured, "Do not fret. I still require some medicinal catalysts to restore you." The tree harbored a lingering remnant of soul, that of the late Miss Huangdi of the Hua family. 60 years ago, she was in the bloom of her youth, spirited and playful, delighting in hiding among the branches of the locust tree while playing hide and seek with Chen Xuan. Perhaps after her passing, a fragment of her soul lingered, bound to the earthly realm, residing within this very tree. It seemed to comprehend Chen Xuan's words, as the branches and leaves began to tremble once more, producing a rustling sound. Chen Xuan smiled again, nodding towards the locust tree before striding away from Bailey Alley. Upon leaving Bailey Alley, he oriented himself and set forth towards the outskirts of the city. The night was dark as ink, rendering visibility nearly impossible. Yet, Chen Xuan possessed the ability to see in the dark, navigating the mountainous terrain with ease. His pace quickened, each step covering 2 or 3 yards effortlessly. The journey of several dozen miles was completed in less than an hour. As he raised his gaze, he found himself amidst a range of mountains. In the night, the undulating ridges resembled a colossal dragon lying on its side. This was Biaozi Ridge, the very place where Chen Xuan sought medicinal herbs. Along the way, he could check on whether that rascal Qi Tiezu had met his demise. Chen Xuan halted, retrieving a small, exquisite compass from his pocket. The needle spun before finally settling on true north. It appeared that the corpse-toad king lay directly ahead. Indeed, to restore Huangdi's fragmented soul, the corpse-toad king was essential. Through his calculations, Chen Xuan deduced that the nearest corpse-toad king was at Biaozi Ridge, where Qi Tiezu and his companions had gone to pan for gold. However, the ancient tomb they were sifting through was fraught with peril. Aside from the corpse-toad king, it harbored a millennia-old blood corpse. With the compass stowed away, Chen Xuan continued his advance towards the north. After traversing several dozen miles through the rugged mountains, he finally caught sight of a faint flicker of light in a secluded valley. As he approached, Chen Xuan discerned the presence of a camp. The glow emanated from a bonfire that had long since extinguished, leaving only a few embers of unburned charcoal, emitting a dim sparkle. At that moment, a piercing scream suddenly echoed from a distant earth slope, followed by Chen Xuan witnessing Qi Tizui dragging a young boy, both tumbling down the slope in a chaotic manner. The pair, one large and one small, rolled to a stop near Chen Xuan, rising in disarray. Qi Tizui had encountered the most bizarre incident of his life that day. What he had anticipated as an ordinary tomb exploration had turned into a nightmare, with several members of the Wu family meeting their demise, and he himself nearly falling victim to a blood corpse. Had it not been for the selfless sacrifice of the Wu family patriarch at a critical moment, he would likely have perished within the confines of the Warring States tomb that very night. With no time to ponder further, Qi Tizui hastily rose to his feet, urging the Wu descendant to flee the area. However, just as he stood up, he spotted a figure in a green robe standing not far away. Startled, Qi Tizui quickly raised his flashlight. Illuminated by its beam, he recognized that the man before him was none other than the fortune-teller he had encountered a few days prior. "You are the fortune-teller from Changsha City?" Qi Tizui's countenance grew pale as he involuntarily recalled Chen Xuan's previous warnings. Regret washed over him for not heeding Chen Xuan's counsel and failing to dissuade the Wu family from their ill-fated descent into the tomb. Sir, this is not the time for such discussions. We must flee. The blood corpse is about to emerge. As he spoke, Qi Tizui grasped the terrified Wu Xiaogo, who was rendered speechless by fear, and was about to flee when he heard Chen Xuandao's voice. He froze momentarily at the sound, turning to glance behind him. In the distance, a towering figure emerged from the earthen embankment, a blood corpse far more imposing than an average human, standing over 10 feet tall. Its body appeared as though it had been flayed, drenched in vivid crimson. The face hung limply, obscuring its features, while the hands were extraordinarily elongated, measuring more than double that of an adult male's. Qi Tizui's heart raced with trepidation as he hastily pulled Wu Xiaogo behind him. It was over. They were doomed. Despair washed over his countenance, and he could not suppress a mournful sigh. Yet, as he beheld the last scion of the Wu family, a sense of regret enveloped him. The Qi clan still had collateral branches to rely upon, sparing them the anxiety of extinction. The Wu family, however, faced a dire fate. This sand-digging incident had nearly obliterated 3 generations, leaving only Wu Xiaogo as the solitary survivor. After a brief moment of hesitation, perhaps recalling how the elder Wu had once saved his life, Qi Tizui's thoughts shifted toward the notion of sacrificing himself to protect Wu Xiaogo. He cast a profound glance at Chen Xuan before clasping his hands together in a gesture of respect. Sir, Qi Tizui, was blind to your greatness, yet it is too late for words now. You must flee. The blood corpse is formidable beyond measure. Better for one to perish than for us all to meet our end here. With that, Qi Tizui resolutely charged towards the blood corpse. However, just as he took a few strides forward, he felt a hand clamp onto his shoulder. Sir, you? Qi Tizui exclaimed in utter astonishment, turning to gaze at Chen Xuan. With a gentle shake of his head, Chen Xuan replied nonchalantly, No need for concern. Leave it to me. Having uttered these words, he stepped forward to confront the blood corpse. The blood corpse, devoid of any rational thought, advanced towards Chen Xuan with a ferocious roar, its arms nearly dragging along the ground, flailing wildly in his direction. Unbeknownst to Wen, a yellow talisman had materialized in Chen Xuan's hand. He deftly formed a spell with his fingers, causing the talisman to gracefully orbit around the blood corpse. Moments later, the blood corpse fell silent, the talisman adhering perfectly to its forehead, instilling a sense of tranquility. Witnessing this scene, Qi Tizui's jaw dropped in disbelief, his heart brimming with shock. Was the blood corpse truly subdued? If one were to inquire what the earthbound scholars of Taosha feared most, it would undoubtedly be the blood corpse tomb and the whistle coffin. The blood corpse tomb harbors terrifying blood corpses, entities far more dreadful than Zongzi, impervious to any black donkey hoofs. The peril associated with the whistle coffin is equally formidable, signifying the presence of demonic corpses within the tomb. Each and every corpse classified as a demonic entity poses a significant threat. Even the most skilled practitioners from the Zhang family would hesitate to claim they could emerge unscathed from a whistle coffin encounter. Yet now, this formidable blood corpse was effortlessly subdued by nothing more than a single yellow talisman. Qi Tizui stood frozen in place, unable to suppress his curiosity about Chen Xuan's true identity. Meanwhile, after immobilizing the blood corpse, Chen Xuan displayed no other emotion on his face. However, as he approached the blood corpse and sensed the remnants of its soul, he couldn't help but emit a soft exclamation of surprise. Surprisingly, it was an acquaintance. Chapter 10. The Sinister Healer. Glancing at the bloodied corpse, Chen Xuan shook his head in resignation. The downside of longevity is that, regardless of where one goes or whether one encounters the living or the deceased, it is all too easy to run into familiar faces. However, he paid little heed to this and turned to instruct Qi Tizui and the younger members of the Wu family. You two wait here. I shall venture into the tomb to investigate. Qi Tizui was taken aback and instinctively exclaimed, Sir, there are bloodied corpses inside. It is far too perilous. Yet, halfway through his sentence, he recalled Chen Xuan's extraordinary display of controlling the bloodied corpse with a yellow talisman just moments ago, and promptly closed his mouth. At this point, Qi Tizui grasped the situation. This fortune-teller was not merely adept at divination but was also a Taoist master, skilled in talismanic arts, defying conventional reasoning. With this realization, Qi Tizui hastily amended his statement. Very well, the thief's tunnel lies just behind the earthen embankment, but there should be several bloodied corpses within the tomb, and the elder members of the Wu family may have already succumbed to this fate as well. When Qi Tizui had narrowly escaped from the tomb, Wu Xiaogo's father and his second uncle had already been bitten by the corpse king, their skin decaying and gradually transforming into bloodied corpses. Had it not been for Qi Tizui's vigilance in retreating at the first sign of danger, he too would have faced a similar fate. Chen Xuan nodded in understanding and, with hands clasped behind him, strolled leisurely towards the earthen slope. As Qi Tizui had indicated, there indeed was a thief's tunnel excavated behind the slope. The tunnel was quite deep, approximately 10 meters in depth. Even before approaching the entrance, a strong stench of blood assailed his senses. Chen Xuan was unperturbed, leaping down with a graceful motion. The wind whistled past his ears, and in the blink of an eye, he arrived at the crypt. This was a grand tomb from the Warring States period, remarkably well preserved. Niches, the main coffin, eternal lamps. Scattered iron picks, shovels, and several backpacks lay about. These were likely the belongings left behind by the Wu family. As Chen Xuan surveyed the scene, he noticed that the coffin lid had already been removed. However, within the coffin lay not a corpse, but a wooden carving of a goddess. What set this carving apart were its eyes, fashioned from two amber-colored gemstones. One of the gems was shattered, while the other remained relatively intact, housing a writhing insect egg. With a single glance, Chen Xuan surmised the sequence of events that had transpired during the sand-digging escapade of Qi Tizui and his companions. Upon opening the coffin, they must have believed the goddess's eyes to be two priceless gems. Little did they know, these were not gems at all, but rather the eggs of a corpse bug, which would hatch upon the slightest touch. The shattering of the gem triggered the hatching of the eggs, awakening the blood corpses within the tomb, which ultimately brought about calamity for the Wu family. As Chen Xuan pondered this, from the shadowy corners of the crypt, for blood corpses, barely retaining any semblance of human form, howled as they approached from all directions. These 4 blood corpses were none other than the Wu family members, including the current head of the Wu family, Old Yen Tu. Observing this, Chen Xuan remained calm and collected, retrieving 4 yellow talismans from his pocket and casting them one by one. In no time, the 4 blood corpses were immobilized. Having completed this, he finally turned his gaze to the well-preserved corpse bug eggs. Taking a deep breath, Chen Xuan extended 2 fingers, deftly pinching the insect eggs nestled within the wooden sculpture's eye sockets. With a gentle application of force, he pried them loose. Once the eggs were successfully extracted intact, a satisfied smile graced Chen Xuan's face. Although he possessed the capability to deal with the hatchlings, utilizing unhatched eggs as medicinal catalysts would undoubtedly yield superior results. Subsequently, he conducted a thorough search of the tomb chamber but found no sign of another hatched corpse king. He surmised that the creature must have already taken flight and hence chose not to pursue it further. Employing a Yin gathering talisman, he completely enveloped the corpse king's eggs and placed them in his pocket. Having completed these tasks, he glanced at the 4 immobilized members of the Wu family and approached the exit of the tunnel. With a swift stride, he ascended to the surface. Upon returning above ground, Chen Xuan observed Qi Tizui, who was nervously mustering his courage to inspect the blood corpse before him. Chen Xuan smiled lightly and called out, "Mr. Qi." Startled, Qi Tizui focused his gaze and, upon realizing it was Chen Xuan who had emerged, he exhaled in relief. He hastily inquired, "Sir, there are indeed several blood corpses in the tomb, presumably all members of the Wu family. I have immobilized them. You may proceed to extract the bodies." "What? Me?" Qi Tizui exclaimed, his complexion paling slightly. "Otherwise, who?" Upon hearing this, Qi Tizui's eyes widened in shock. "Sir, can you really cure them?" Gazing at the millennium-old blood corpse, he pondered for a moment before retrieving a soul-gathering talisman from his bosom. The corpse had undergone decomposition for far too long, and its soul was irreparably shattered. To restore its consciousness, he must first locate the remnants of its spirit. Chen Xuan retrieved several soul-collecting talismans, arranging them in a circular formation around the blood corpse. Subsequently, he began to chant an incantation, reciting a Taoist spell of his own creation. This spell, inspired by the celestial master Zhang Daoling, is one of the 3 great incantations that he perfected, known as the soul-binding spell. The 3 incantations include the soul-binding, soul-refining, and the underworld needle spell, each serving a distinct purpose: to bind souls, to refine souls, and to heal and restore souls, respectively. However, the arts involving the soul are exceedingly profound, and despite his 1,000 years of research, Chen Xuan has only managed to perfect these 3 spells. As for the communication with the underworld and the more advanced incantations, he remains at a loss. After a brief moment, Chen Xuan concluded his recitation. The soul-collecting talismans surrounding the blood corpse ignited spontaneously. Soon after, a chilling wind began to swirl around the blood corpse, gradually seeping into its form. In the next instant, the blood corpse's eyes shot open, revealing pitch-black pupils devoid of any white, exuding an essence that lacked humanity, akin to a malevolent spirit that had escaped from the depths of hell. Not far away, Wu Xiaogo, witnessing the awakening of the blood corpse, let out a terrified scream and fainted shortly thereafter. Meanwhile, Chen Xuan maintained a calm demeanor, stepping forward to gently tap the blood corpse's forehead. "Awaken," he commanded, and as his voice resonated, a flicker of human confusion appeared on the blood corpse's face.
Moments later.
It turned its gaze towards Chen Xuan, as if finally recognizing the figure before it. Without a moment's hesitation, the blood corpse knelt down, uttering in a hoarse, deep voice, "I am Bai Ji, paying respects to the great general." The general, after a prolonged silence, finally shook his head and sighed. "Times have changed, and several millennia have elapsed. From now on, you may simply address me as Sir. In my heart, the general shall eternally remain my sovereign." Chen Xuan shook his head, posing a counterquery. "Bai Ji, why have you transformed into a blood corpse? And what compels you to guard the royal insect eggs?" Bai Ji, the commander of the leopard camp in the state of Chu, was one of Chen Xuan's esteemed generals during the Warring States period. In a mere 3 months, under Chen Xuan's leadership, the Chu army swept across the land, unifying the entire state and earning the epithet God of Death among the Chu, as countless armies trembled at the sight of his azure attire. However, as time passed, he became a chrysalis, resting in the depths of the earth. His knowledge of the subsequent history of the state of Chu and the destinies of his fellow generals was scant. When he awoke once more, it was long after the rise of the Qin dynasty. In that lifetime, he had established a private academy in Peixian, imparting wisdom to a handful of disciples. A contemplative expression graced Bai Ji's countenance. Yet after a considerable pause, he shook his head in bewilderment. He could not recall. Observing this, Chen Xuan refrained from further inquiries and merely sighed. "Your time as a corpse has been prolonged. Restoration will require patience. You should remain in the mountains for a few days." "I shall obey." Chapter 11. The prescription before the echoes of his words faded. Qi Tizui, ever diligent and uncomplaining, finally managed to extract the 4 immobilized blood corpses of the Wu family from the tomb. Exhausted, Qi Tizui collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. At that moment, he sought nothing more than a moment of respite. "My goodness!" Qi Tizui was startled, leaping to his feet in alarm. He looked at the gruesome sight before him with terror etched across his face, exclaiming in a panic, "Sir, it." Little did he know that what left Qi Tizui utterly speechless was yet to come from behind. To his astonishment, the bloodied corpse turned and bowed respectfully to Chen Xuan, articulating coherent words. After speaking, the corpse proceeded to the thief's hole and leapt straight down. This scene completely shattered Qi Tizui's worldview, leaving him feeling unwell. Did I just hallucinate? As realization dawned upon him, he nodded vigorously, as if trying to convince himself. At that moment, Qi Tizui began to comprehend the true nature of the fortune-teller before him. He was no mere seer, but rather a celestial being among mortals. The fact that he could subdue even a bloodied corpse, commanding it to obey, was nothing short of miraculous. With this thought, Qi Tizui quickly turned his gaze to the 4 members of the Wu family, his face brimming with anticipation as he inquired, "Sir, You mentioned you could heal the Wu family members? Indeed, Chen Xuan replied succinctly. In truth, it is akin to being bitten by a zongzi. Both cases involve being afflicted by corpse poison. Once the poison is extracted, recovery is possible. However, due to the severe decay of their skin, even if healed, their appearance may not be pleasing. Upon hearing this, Qi Tizui contemplated briefly and beckoned the now conscious Wu Xiaogo. Sanner, quickly bow to the sir. Wu Xiaogo, grasping the situation, realized that this man clad in a blue robe possessed the ability to save his grandfather, uncle, and father. Without a moment's hesitation, he dropped to his knees, repeatedly bowing in reverence. After several bows, he implored, "Sir, I beseech you, please save my grandfather and the others." Qi Tizui hastily interjected, "Sir, the Wu family, the Qi family, as well as the Hua and Jie families are all interconnected. If you are willing to lend your expertise, we shall ensure a generous fee for your services, and you shall forever be esteemed as our honored guest." Chen Xuan, unfazed by the proposition, waved his hand dismissively. "It is no trouble, merely a matter of convenience." His intention was to save Baiji, and the concerns of the Wu family were merely ancillary to his mission. The following day, Qi Tizui promptly arrived at Bailey Bun, bearing an array of gifts. He adjusted his attire and respectfully knocked on the door. Upon seeing him, Chen Xuan shook his head and said, "The door is not locked. Please enter." As Qi Tizui stepped inside, he noted that Bailey Bun remained unchanged from years past. A smile spread across his face as he directed his attendants to bring in the offerings. "Sir, you saved my life. I have no means to repay you, but I hope this modest gift conveys my gratitude." After expressing his thanks, Qi Tizui shifted to more pertinent matters. "By the way, may I inquire your name, sir? And should you require any medicinal herbs, do not hesitate to ask. If the Qi family lacks them, the Hua or Jie families surely possess them." Chen Xuan nodded and casually replied, "My surname is Chen, with the given name Xian." He explained that extracting the corpse poison would require certain herbs, some of which would indeed pose a challenge to procure. Upon hearing Chen Xian's surname, Qi Tizui thought to himself, "Indeed, he must be a descendant of the esteemed Master Chen from years ago. Otherwise, the Hua family would not have returned this estate to him." This realization bolstered Qi Tizui's confidence in curing the 4 members of the Wu family, and he promptly declared, "Please, Mr. Chen, do not hesitate to specify your needs. The first essential herb is indeed the coffin dew." The so-called coffin dew is, in fact, a highly toxic substance formed by the amalgamation of cadaveric fluids and various bacteria. A single drop of coffin dew is sufficient to fatally poison an adult elephant. Qi Tizui, being a seasoned insider, is certainly familiar with coffin dew. "This is manageable. I am aware of an ancient tomb complex located 100 miles to the north of the city, Only Mountain, which contains coffin dew. I shall instruct my assistants to procure some." With that, Qi Tizui nodded to a nearby assistant, who promptly rallied a team to head to Li Mountain for the collection. The second primary ingredient required is the ghostly flower. The ghostly flower? What is that? It is common knowledge that the night-blooming cereus or ephemeral flower blossoms only at night. The ghostly flower, however, is a bloom from the realm of the underworld. The specifics of its location will necessitate your search. Before Qi Tizui could interject, Chen Xuan continued to divulge the third principal ingredient. The final essential component is the powdered tusk of a millennium-old rice dumpling. You, as villagers, must be aware of where such ancient dumplings can be found. Upon hearing this, Qi Tizui nodded. The millennium-old rice dumpling is not to be trifled with. Typically, the members of their esteemed families would avoid encounters with it whenever possible. Yet this time, for the Wu family, their clans could only muster the courage to confront the ancient dumpling. With this thought, Qi Tizui clasped his hands and promptly departed from the North Li courtyard with his assistants. At midday, the heads of the 4 great families convened at a tavern run by the Hua family. Qi Tizui rose to greet the 4 family heads and, once everyone was seated, he addressed the matter directly, recounting the incident of the 4 members of the Wu family transforming into blood corpses. The head of the Hua family, Hua Sanyang, sighed and said, "Eighth Master, we have all heard about the Wu family's situation. Old Master Wu is our senior, and in the past, I have greatly benefited from his kindness. Such an incident is something no one wishes to witness. However, the matter of the blood corpse. Before Huasanyang could finish her words, the head of the Jie family, Jie Wenlong, interjected, "The blood corpse is a bane. If we do not incinerate it, trouble will surely ensue." Eighth Master, what are your thoughts on this matter? Er Yuehong remained silent. For many years, he had been managing the Flower Drum Opera Troupe and had distanced himself from the affairs of treasure hunting. Nevertheless, he held a deep respect for the venerable old Yentu, the head of the Wu family. Upon hearing that such a respected elder had encountered misfortune, Er Yuehong felt a profound sense of sorrow, realizing that the soil diggers ultimately faced grim fates. He resolved to guide his family towards a transformation. Once everyone had expressed their opinions, Qi Tiezu finally spoke with a hint of mystery in his voice. "The purpose of gathering you all here is that I have encountered a remarkable individual who possesses a method to cure the blood corpse." At this proclamation, the private room of the tavern erupted in astonishment. "What? Eighth Master, you cannot be jesting. A blood corpse can be cured?" Indeed, over 20 years ago our Hua, Jie, and Wu families united to pan for gold in Shaanxi, only to encounter blood corpses, resulting in severe losses for all three families. If there were truly a cure, so many lives would not have been lost. Once bitten by a blood corpse, one would inevitably become a corpse themselves. Aside from incineration, there had been no alternative means of treatment. This had long been the consensus among the families. They could hardly believe that a remedy for corpse transformation could indeed exist in this world. Do not say you do not believe. Had I not witnessed it with my own eyes, I too would have been incredulous. Qi Tizui, aware that mere words hold little weight, decided to personally visit the Wu family with a few companions. Among them, including the old smoker, lay 4 individuals from the Wu family, their bodies transformed into blood corpses, all confined within a cellar, reinforced with a heavy iron door, lest the 4 suddenly awaken and unleash carnage. However, upon entering the cellar, the family heads discovered that each of the 4 had a yellow talisman affixed to their foreheads, rendering them as motionless as sculptures. Witnessing this scene, the head of the Jie family, Jie Yuanlong, exclaimed in astonishment, "Is this a talisman?" Indeed, this is the talisman crafted by that eminent individual to subdue the blood corpses. He also possesses a method to extract the corpse poison, allowing the elder and the others to regain their senses. However, we are lacking several primary ingredients, and we must collaborate to procure them. After a moment of hesitation, it was the ever-assertive Er Yuehong who spoke first. "We are all venerable families of Changsha City, with decades, even centuries, of camaraderie among us. Eighth Master, there is no need for further pretense. Simply state the primary ingredients you require, and if they are within the possession of my Hong family, they shall be provided to aid the recovery of Elder Wu and the others. The same goes for my Hua family. I shall also contribute from the Jie family." Chapter 12. The identity of Chen Xuan Qi Tizui beamed with joy upon hearing the willingness of everyone to assist and promptly listed the 3 essential ingredients needed. Upon hearing these names, the family heads, including Er Yuehong, were all taken aback. Coffin dew, ghostly flower, and the powdered teeth of a millennium zongzi? What sort of medicinal materials are these? Can they truly cure ailments? The head of the Jie family, Jie Yuanlong, wore an expression of skepticism, evidently unconvinced that these remedies could cure their ailments. Qi Tiezhua, with a sense of resignation, remarked, "Do not think that you are the only ones who doubt. I harbor my own doubts as well. Yet, at this juncture, the only recourse we have is to treat a dead horse as if it were alive. We cannot simply stand by and watch as Lord Wu and his companions succumb to decay. Can we?" At that moment, Huasanyang, the matriarch of the Hua family, interjected, "Fortune-teller, you have spoken at length. Pray tell, who exactly is this esteemed individual capable of halting the process of decay? Perhaps we should first meet this person before making any further plans. Indeed, if the individual truly possesses extraordinary abilities, we shall proceed as he suggests. However, should he prove to be a charlatan?" Jie Yuanlong's unspoken thoughts lingered in the air, yet the implication was clear. Should he be a fraud, he would swiftly meet his demise. The prominent families of Changsha City would suffer great embarrassment should they be deceived by a trickster. Surprisingly, upon hearing the heads of the families speak, Qi Tiezhua turned to Huasanyang with astonishment and countered, Sanyang, are you unaware? That esteemed individual resides in the Bailey Bun and is a descendant of the illustrious Mr. Chen from years past. Are you not acquainted with his capabilities? At the mention of Mr. Chen, the expressions of those present shifted dramatically, especially Huasanyang, whose countenance transformed repeatedly. After a prolonged silence, she finally inquired, Are you referring to Chen Xuan? Indeed, Qi Tiezhua affirmed. Young Master Chen possesses profound and unfathomable skills. Just last night at Biaozi Ridge, I witnessed him subdue a blood corpse with my own eyes. Huasanyang fell silent upon hearing this. She was indeed unaware of Chen Xian's capabilities. Her initial encounter with him had merely been an attempt to fulfill her late aunt Huashangyun's final wish, without delving deeper into the matter. However, upon deeper reflection, it is hardly surprising that the descendants of the Chen family possess remarkable abilities. After all, the esteemed Mr. Chen of yore was revered as a figure akin to a demigod. Moreover, in comparison to other factions, the Hua family shares a particularly close relationship with Mr. Chen, granting them insight into numerous secrets. For instance, Huasanyang's great-aunt, Huashangyun, once disclosed to her that Mr. Chen wielded extraordinary medical skills, capable of reviving the deceased and mending broken bodies. Thus, it is not at all astonishing that Chen Xian, as a scion of the Chen lineage, can treat corpse poison. Listening intently to the exchange between Huasanyang and Qi Tiezhua, Jie Yuanlong interjected eagerly, Bailey Bun? Are you referring to the Mr. Chen from 60 years ago? Not only Jie Yuanlong, but also Er Yuehong, whose eyes sparkled with surprise, remarked, If it is indeed Mr. Chen, then it is certainly worth a try. Er Yuehong recalled that in his childhood, elders in his family had spoken of a Chen half-immortal who graced Changsha City 60 years prior, a man whose predictions were unfailingly accurate and whose skills were unmatched, earning the admiration of all prominent families in the city. It was said that the head of the Qi family at that time knelt for 7 days and nights at Bailey Bun, beseeching to be accepted as a disciple, yet was ultimately turned away. Qi Tiezhua nodded in agreement before returning to the matter at hand. I have dispatched an assistant to retrieve the coffin due. As for the Millennium Zongzi tooth powder, I currently have leads. However, I have scoured ancient texts and found no trace of the Yutan flower. Jie Yuanlong then added, I have encountered references to the Yutan flower in an ancient manuscript, but locating it will require a journey into the mountains of Shaanxi, which may take several additional days. No problem, having leads is better than having none. For the next few days we shall act separately. Once Mr. Xiao Chun has gathered the necessary primary ingredients, we will head to Bailey Bun together. After concluding the discussion, the heads of various families set off in haste. Some sought medicine while others ventured into the tombs. In no time, the entire Changsha city was in a flurry, bustling with activity. This commotion caught the attention of the remaining families, particularly the newly risen Zhang family and the notoriously fierce Banqi Li. The Zhang family. Master Zhang listened intently to the report from his subordinate. His brow furrowed. You mean the second master has emerged? Indeed. Our men witnessed the second master leading a team out of the city, armed and ready. They must be heading to Pan for gold. At this, the subordinate Zhang Rishan chuckled softly and remarked, Master, in my opinion, the second master's talk of retiring from this trade is merely a jest. Those entrenched in this profession seldom escape unscathed. The Hong family, led by Er Yuehong, had always masqueraded as a theater troupe, performing by day and engaging in clandestine pursuits by night. In recent years, Er Yuehong had grown increasingly weary of the underworld and had rarely taken the lead in their endeavors, even hinting at the desire to retire. However, upon hearing his subordinate's words, Zhang Qishan shook his head in disagreement. No, I understand the second master. If he expresses a desire to retire, he must genuinely intend to do so. You must investigate what has transpired in the city recently. Yes, master. After Zhang Rishan departed, Zhang Qishan rubbed his temples, his mind pondering the establishment of the Juman. In Changsha, several prominent families have long dominated the underground trade of sand and antiques. However, these factions can be likened to a scattered heap of sand, lacking any real cohesion. Zhang Qishan possesses ambition, skill, and the backing of official power. Thus, He intends to consolidate these forces and establish the Nine Gates organization to better confront the impending chaos of future turmoil. Meanwhile, the other parties remain cautious, biding their time without taking direct action. On the following morning, Chen Xuan pushed open the door to the courtyard and observed two figures standing at the entrance. It was already late autumn and the dew was heavy. Both individuals were soaked through with moisture, yet they stood rigidly upright, showing no sign of sloth. As Chen Xuan approached, the older of the two men quickly broke into a smile and bowed deeply. "Mr. Chen, we have finally awaited your presence," he exclaimed. "You are the owner of the sugar painting stall?" Chen Xuan inquired, regarding the honest and earnest middle-aged man before him, feeling little surprise. Previously, he had discerned the man's ashen complexion, foreseeing a calamity destined to befall him, and thus had bestowed upon him a talisman, knowing he would inevitably seek him out. What astonished Chen Xuan, however, was the speed with which the sugar painting vendor had come to find him. Zhao Sanshui nodded repeatedly, then gestured to his nephew, Hu Guohua, whispering, "You should quickly kneel and pay your respects to our benefactor." Startled, Hu Guohua immediately dropped to his knees, bowing fervently. At this moment, Zhao Sanshui solemnly retrieved a cloth bag from his bosom and cautiously said, "Sir, the amount is modest, but please accept it as a token of my appreciation." Upon seeing this, Chen Xuan swiftly waved his hand in refusal. "There is no need for excessive formality. We had already reached an understanding last time. That charm is merely a token of gratitude, akin to the sugar paintings. Sir, if you refuse to accept it, my conscience will be troubled. In comparison to the lives of myself and my nephew, this sum of several dollars truly pales in significance." Had Zhao Sanshui possessed more than this modest amount, he would have gladly offered a more substantial gift. In Chapter 13, titled The Grey Immortal, within the northern courtyard of the Biwen, whose nephew recounted the entire sequence of events in meticulous detail. It turned out that the reason he had been tormented by the paper figure ghost was due to a deeper, concealed matter. Who could have foreseen that upon excavating the grave, instead of uncovering the expected ceremonial items, they would instead unearth a large gray rat? To whose nephew's astonishment, this rat was capable of human speech. Initially skeptical, he ventured outside the city the following day and indeed managed to dig up a jar filled with silver coins. However, the amount was insufficient to settle his debts. Consequently, whose nephew inquired of the rat whether there were any further means to acquire wealth. Subsequently, he found himself coerced into inviting his uncle, intending to deceive him regarding his savings for burial expenses. Upon hearing this, Chen Xuan expressed mild astonishment, inquiring, "Are you suggesting that all of this was orchestrated by that large gray rat?" Whose nephew nodded, somewhat apprehensively. Yet his uncle, the proprietor of the sugar painting stall, had not abandoned hope for his nephew. He bowed and pleaded, "Sir, I am aware of your remarkable abilities. I beseech you to save my nephew, for he is the sole heir of the Hu family." Chen Xuan hesitated momentarily before explaining, "Your nephew appears to have encountered the Grey Immortal. The Grey Immortal, as it is commonly referred to in the north, is one of the 5 immortals, which include the gray, white, willow, yellow, and fox. In this case, the Grey Immortal refers specifically to the large gray rat. However, the 5 immortals are predominantly found in the northern regions, while their southern counterparts are rather rare. Conversely, the Grey Immortal encountered by whose nephew is quite intriguing. What course of action shall we take? The large gray rat is expected to arrive tonight." After pondering for a moment, Chen Xuan reassured him, "No worries, I shall personally pay a visit this evening." Upon hearing this, the candy painting stall owner was overjoyed, hurriedly expressing his gratitude while pressing his nephew's head down to bow in thanks. Once the two had exchanged countless expressions of gratitude and departed, Chen Xuan shifted his focus to the sheet of white paper left behind by the stall owner. This paper, inscribed with his personal seal, had once served to shield the owner from calamity. The ink upon it had now faded significantly, rendering the characters nearly illegible. Chen Xuan glanced at the white paper, sensing the chill emanating from it, and slightly shook his head. It appeared that the paper figure of the female ghost had not yet fully vanished. Time swiftly passed, and before long evening had arrived. Around 7 or 8 o'clock, Chen Xuan arrived at whose nephew's residence as promised. Both whose nephew and his uncle had been waiting at the door for quite some time, and upon seeing Chen Xuan approach, they hurriedly welcomed him. Mr. Chen, whose nephew greeted him respectfully, leading Chen Xuan inside while recounting the situation at home. The large gray rat would visit every 3 or 4 days, and it had mentioned that it would come tonight. As Chen Xuan stepped through the threshold of whose nephew's home, he was immediately enveloped by a wave of icy air. Clearly, the visitation of both the gray immortal and the paper figure of the female ghost had infused the household with a palpable chill. Chen Xuan glanced at the 2 withered pear trees in the courtyard and turned to advise, "Tomorrow, let us transplant some camphor or phoenix trees here." The camphor tree? Whose nephews were momentarily taken aback, unsure of Chen Xuan's intentions behind such a suggestion. Chen Xuan patiently elucidated. The camphor tree serves as a natural pest repellent and can infuse vitality into the home. Your courtyard appears exceedingly dilapidated, which inevitably attracts snakes, insects, and vermin, unseemly creatures. The nephews, enlightened, promptly assured that they would transplant some camphor trees the following day. As they traversed the courtyard and entered the main room, Chen Xuan was struck by the starkness of the interior, which could aptly be described as bare as a prison cell. Astonishingly, there was not a single chair to be found. The candy painting stall owner sheepishly confessed that his nephew had squandered their possessions over the years through gambling, leaving little of value unpawned. Chen Xuan refrained from expressing his opinion. Had it not been for the stall owner's reputation, he would hardly have concerned himself with the fate of a gambler. In the midst of their conversation, the nephews retrieved 2 chairs from the bedroom for their uncle and Chen Xuan to sit upon. Noticing that the gray fairy had yet to arrive, Chen Xuan seized the moment to inquire about the paper effigy of the female ghost. "Nephew, do you recall which tomb we visited last time?" Upon hearing this, whose nephew promptly replied, "I remember. It was the tomb of the wealthy Lu family in the city. Miss Lu passed away a few years ago, and it is said that a considerable number of valuable items were buried with her. Additionally, a friend from the gambling den had mentioned this to me several times and even invited me to join him in the excavation as a digger. So upon hearing this, Chen Xuan's keen intuition sensed something amiss, prompting him to ask urgently, "Are you saying that someone informed you there are burial goods within Miss Lu's tomb?" "Indeed, it was the scoundrel Zhao who told me," he affirmed. He also mentioned that within the tomb lies a pair of exquisite pearl necklaces, which could fetch no less than 1,000 silver coins if unearthed. Otherwise, I would not have been foolish enough to venture into grave robbing. The sugar painting stall owner's expression shifted, and he hurriedly inquired, "Mr. Chen, is there something amiss here?" Chen Xuan shook his head lightly and replied, "It remains uncertain for now. We shall wait for the gray immortal to arrive for clarification." No sooner had he spoken than a series of knocks echoed from outside. "Hod, hod, 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 hod," whose nephew was startled and quickly turned to Chen Xuan. With a subtle gesture from Chen Xuan, he gathered his courage and called out, "Who is it?" A hoarse voice responded from beyond the door, seemingly belonging to a man in his 50s or 60s. "It's me. Whose lad? Have you married the paper figure yet?" Upon hearing this, whose nephew was momentarily at a loss and could only again look to Chen Xuan for guidance. "Let him in," Chen Xuan whispered, taking a deep breath. Whose nephew mustered his resolve and said, "Grandfather Mouse Immortal, yes, I have married. Do come in and take a look." Hearing this, the gray immortal outside burst into joyous laughter. "Splendid. As long as you are married, it is good. Fear not, young lad. I am aware of numerous places where wealth is buried. As long as you remain close to Miss Lu, prosperity and honor will surely follow you." As he spoke, the door swung open, revealing a gray mouse, slightly larger than an ordinary cat, entering the room. However, upon seeing the sugar painting stall owner and Chen Xuan standing behind whose nephew, the gray mouse paused in surprise. Yet it remained unperturbed, glancing left and right before inquiring with a hint of skepticism, "Where is the Lu family's young lady?" Who? Chapter 14. The Lu family's young lady who, the nephew, dared not meet the gaze of the gray rat, stammering and at a loss for words. Chen Xuan, however, focused intently on the large gray rat, retrieving a piece of yellow talisman paper from his sleeve. With a gentle flick of his wrist, the talisman soared towards the rodent. Startled, the gray rat initially hesitated, but upon recognizing the object approaching, it let out a shrill cry and attempted to flee. Alas, while its speed was remarkable, Chen Xuan's talisman was swifter. In the blink of an eye, the talisman caught up with the gray rat, landing squarely atop its head. In an instant, the creature was rendered immobile, as if ensnared by a spell of paralysis. Having completed this feat, Chen Xuan leisurely approached the gray rat, surveying it before remarking, "TSK, TSK. What a domesticated gray spirit you are." The gray rat's eyes widened in astonishment, displaying a flicker of human-like surprise. In a deep, rumbling voice, it retorted, "I never anticipated encountering such a formidable being. However, I advise you to release me swiftly. My master is not one to be trifled with. Your master must be Lord Lu, correct?" Upon hearing the name Lu, the gray rat paused momentarily, then quickly regained its composure, huffing, "If you are aware of this, then why do you not hasten to liberate this esteemed being?" Before Chen Xuan could pose any further inquiries, it began to spill the narrative like a torrent, revealing the origins and circumstances. It turned out that Lord Lu was indeed a curious figure, albeit one whose misdeeds had accumulated, leading to the inevitable retribution that awaited him. A few years ago, the sole daughter of Lord Lu fell gravely ill and soon passed away. Heartbroken and unwilling to accept that his daughter, so young and unwed, had departed this life, he resorted to sinister arts to nurture her soul. Simultaneously, he sought a suitable match for her in the city. After 2 years of searching, he finally set his eyes upon his nephew, whose destiny aligned perfectly with that of his daughter. Thus, Lord Lu employed the rogue Zhao to intentionally lure Hu into disturbing his daughter's grave. Had it not been for Chen Xuan's intervention, it is likely that Hu would have been wed to the young lady of the Lu family. Upon hearing this, Chen Xuan shook his head and remarked, "The paths of the living and the dead are distinct. Forcing Hu to unite with the young lady of the Lu family will only bring him harm. Within a few months, he shall exhaust his lifespan and perish." "Isn't that preferable?" retorted the gray mouse. "He would then transform into a spirit, perfectly suited to accompany my young lady." Despite being captured, the gray mouse remained unperturbed, dismissing Chen Xuan entirely. To it, Chen Xuan, despite possessing some knowledge of the arcane, was no match for its master. Glancing around, it murmured, "Where is my lady? Hurry and summon her. If you expedite the union of the young lad and my lady, I shall overlook this transgression." Hearing this, the owner of the sugar painting stall seethed. "Your lady's soul has been shattered." "What?" The gray mouse was taken aback, its fury igniting. "If you have harmed my lady, you shall all meet your demise." No sooner had it spoken than a chilling wind swept through the doorway, causing it to bang ominously. In the next moment, the oil lamp in the main room extinguished, and 2 small spirits emerged from the wall. These 2 apparitions appeared to be around 5 or 6 years old, yet they bore no resemblance to ordinary children. Instead, they possessed green faces and sharp teeth, their entire forms emanating a thick, ominous darkness. Their eyes were devoid of whites, entirely shrouded in blackness. The sight of these ghastly figures startled the sugar painting vendor and his nephew, prompting them to hurriedly seek refuge behind Chen Xuan. However, Chen Xuan remained unperturbed, casually casting out 2 talismans. Instantly, the paper ignited spontaneously, making contact with the 2 spirits, which elicited a cry of pain from them. Simultaneously, a muffled groan echoed from the courtyard outside. Chen Xuan's expression shifted slightly as he quickly advanced, lifting a gray mouse and striding out of the room. In the corner of the courtyard stood a middle-aged man clad in a long coat, his countenance shrouded in shadows, glaring at Chen Xuan with venomous intent. "You are the Lu family master spoken of by the Gray Fairy? You wretched brat, you have thwarted my grand scheme, and you shall pay dearly." As Lu, the master, realized that neither the Gray Fairy nor the spirits could contend with Chen Xuan, he drew a box gun from his sleeve. Upon witnessing this, Chen Xuan merely shook his head slightly, and, with a gentle push of his foot, he shot forth like an arrow released from its bow. Before Lu could even pull the trigger, Chen had seized the barrel of his weapon. With a surge of strength, he twisted the barrel into a contorted shape. Astonished at the mangled gun, Lu's expression was one of sheer disbelief just as he was about to speak. Chen Xuan, with a casual flick, summoned the 2 spirits, now liberated from their restraints, as they lunged menacingly towards Lu. Raising spirits was merely one manifestation of witchcraft, with methods varying widely across different regions. The only commonality lies in the fact that these little spirits are not willingly subjected to control. Once their master is harmed or the restraints on the spirits are lifted, the first to retaliate is invariably the master. In no time, Lord Lu's soul was devoured by the spirits, rendering him a mere vegetative state, motionless upon the ground. Yet, the spirits, having feasted on Lord Lu's soul, were not satiated. They turned their attention towards Chen Xuan, eager to consume his soul as well. Gradually, the movements of the two spirits slowed, their dark aura and grotesque features dissipating into nothingness. Moments later, they reverted to their original, plump, childlike forms. Aware that their restoration was solely due to Chen Xuan, the two spirits simultaneously bowed and clasped their hands, emitting hissing sounds that were not akin to human language. This was the language of spirits, akin to the tongue of the dead, both belonging to realms beyond the mortal plane. Naturally, Chen Xuan comprehended their speech and waved his hand dismissively, saying, "No need for gratitude. You may now reincarnate." Upon hearing this, the two spirits bowed once more before taking each other as hands, their figures gradually fading from sight. At that moment, the gray mouse beneath Chen Xuan's palm, witnessing this spectacle, finally grasped the extent of Chen Xuan's prowess and implored, "Great One, spare my life." Observing the gray mouse, Chen Xuan hesitated momentarily. It was evident that this mouse had been artificially nurtured. After a brief contemplation, he remarked, "Though your cultivation is hard-earned, you have also aided Lord Lu in harming others over the years." With that, Chen Xuan gently tapped the mouse on the head. In the next instant, a wisp of green smoke emerged from the mouse's head, a manifestation of the incense essence accumulated from years of Lord Lu's offerings. With the incense dissipated, the gray mouse instantly lost its wits, ceasing to articulate human language, and merely squeaked chaotically in Chen Xuan's hands. Unfazed, Chen Xuan casually discarded the mouse, allowing it to vanish from the courtyard in the blink of an eye. However, after completing this act, Chen Xuan suddenly turned his gaze towards a withered pear tree within the courtyard, and spoke softly, "Miss Lu, shall I invite you out?" Chapter 15. The ghostly physician, upon hearing Chen Xuan's words, Zhao Sanshui and whose nephew were momentarily taken aback, a sense of unease creeping over them as they inquired, "Mr. Chen, what do you mean?" Chen Xuan pointed towards the completely dead pear tree not far away and explained calmly, "The talisman I provided you previously did not entirely resolve the situation with Miss Lu. She still retains a fragment of her soul, hiding within this pear tree." Upon uttering these words, Chen Xuan noted the palpable fear in Zhao Sanshui and whose nephew, and he chuckled reassuringly. "Yet, there is no need for excessive concern. She is currently in a residual soul state. Not only is she incapable of causing harm, but she could not even possess a paper figure. Spirits are classified into tiers. For instance, the two minor ghosts previously nurtured by Old Master Lu, having absorbed the incense and sacrificial offerings from the Lu family, are indeed formidable, able to possess and inflict harm upon the living, rendering them quite difficult to confront. Conversely, Miss Lu, having been affected by my talisman, is now in a semi-fragmented state, rendered powerless." Indeed, not long after Chen Xuan finished speaking, a figure gradually emerged from the withered pear tree. It was none other than Miss Lu, the very spirit inadvertently provoked by Zhao Sanshui and whose nephew. However, to Chen Xuan's slight surprise, the young lady of the Lu family did not harbor any animosity towards him. Instead, a hint of relief graced her countenance. She spoke softly, "My father has been obsessed with witchcraft and has committed numerous evils over the years. Even if it weren't for Mr. Chen today, calamity would eventually befall us." After saying this, she turned to her cousin who, letting out a gentle sigh, "Though I possess countless flaws, my feelings for you are indeed sincere." Yet, at this moment, who was so terrified that he dared not even glance at the young lady, desperately avoiding her gaze. Observing this, the young lady sighed in sorrow and turned back to Chen Xuan. "Mr. Chen, I willingly accept my fate." Chen Xuan shook his head in response, saying, "In life and death, you two are worlds apart. If you truly love Hu, you should not bind him in a ghostly union, as this would only bring him harm." Before long, flames erupted from the young lady, consuming her entirely and transforming her into wisps of green smoke that dispersed into the ether. Chen Xuan, however, did not act with cruelty. He merely assisted the young lady in her reincarnation. Upon hearing this, Hu quickly vowed to refrain from gambling and to honor his uncle Zhao Sanshui. Zhao Sanshui breathed a sigh of relief and promptly expressed his gratitude to Hu. Chen Xuan waved his hand dismissively, declining any thanks from Zhao Sanshui, and gracefully departed from the Hu household. The following day, shortly after rising, Chen Xuan was visited by Qi Tai Zue. He was not alone. He was accompanied by Huasan Yang, heir Yu Hong, and the head of the Xie family, Xie Yuan Long. Sir, we have gathered the main ingredients you requested. So soon? With a radiant expression, Qi Tizui explained, "It is indeed a stroke of luck. Originally, my esteemed colleagues and I were troubled about where to procure the elusive Yuten flower. To our astonishment, the city's chief defense officer, known affectionately as Zhang Defoy, happened to possess one. Upon learning of Master Wu's predicament, he selflessly presented the Yuten flower without hesitation." Hearing this, Chen Xuan nodded slightly. At that moment, Huasan Yang and the others produced the 3 essential herbs that Chen Xuan required. Simultaneously, Wu Xiaogo, accompanied by the Wu family's servants, brought forth the elderly Master Wu, who was swathed in layers of binding cloth. Chen Xuan received the primary herbs gathered by the group and examined them meticulously. First, he scrutinized the fong of the Millennium rice dumpling, which exceeded an inch in length and emanated a foul odor. Next, he inspected the coffin dew, housed within a porcelain vial, which he refrained from opening due to its extreme toxicity. As for the Yuten flower, it was a marvel in itself, blooming solely at the boundary of yin and yang. At present, it appeared as nothing more than a mere bud, unremarkable at first glance, yet gazing upon it for an extended period could involuntarily draw one into the enchanting illusions of the Yuten flower. After thoroughly evaluating the primary herbs procured by the various families, Chen Xuan nodded in approval, stating, "Quite satisfactory. These can serve as the principal ingredients. Mr. Chen, shall we hasten to commence the alchemical process?" After a moment of contemplation, Chen Xuan instructed Qi Tizui to prepare 4 large wooden barrels. In the courtyard of the villa, he set up 4 large cauldrons, directing the servants to continuously boil water and pour it into the barrels. Subsequently, they placed the deceased individuals from the Wu family into the barrels, repeatedly adding and changing the water. During this period, he poured the powdered fangs of a millennia-old zongzi and the essence of the coffin into the wooden barrel. Noticing the puzzled gazes of the prominent families, he took the opportunity to elucidate the rationale behind his actions. To expel the toxins of the corpse, one must employ poison against poison. The fong powder from the ancient zongzi and the coffin essence are both profoundly yin and toxic substances, perfectly capable of neutralizing the corpse toxins within their bodies. As he spoke, the onlookers observed the 4 members of the Wu family as dark, viscous blood seeped continuously from their bodies. In no time, the entire barrel of hot water was stained a deep crimson. "Continue to add water," Chen Xuan commanded with unwavering diligence, pouring the coffin essence and zongzi fong powder into the barrel. Instantly, the hot water within began to boil. The 4 individuals, including the elder of the Wu family, appeared as though they had been steamed, their skin turning an astonishingly vibrant red, shedding a layer in the process. This was the expulsion of the corpse toxins, a transformative shedding akin to molting. Yet, at this juncture, Chen Xuan's treatment was far from complete. Although the corpse toxins had been eradicated from their bodies, their damaged souls had not yet fully restored. To say repair would be an imprecise characterization. Several millennia ago, Chen Xuan had made the acquaintance of the Queen Mother of the West, and their relationship had been rather amicable. He possessed a deeper understanding of the longevity secrets that she had researched, particularly those associated with the resurrection of the Corpse Frog King. The so-called Corpse Frog Elixir essentially encapsulated fragments of memory and soul within its essence. Thus, by transferring these memories and souls into a youthful new vessel, one could achieve a form of alternative immortality. However, after countless experiments, the Queen Mother of the West discovered that this method proved ineffective or at best only partially successful. Regardless of whether one has been bitten by the Corpse Toad King or ingested the improved version of the Corpse Toad Pill, they will swiftly succumb to the process of corpse transformation. This may result in becoming a ghastly figure, neither fully human nor fully ghostly, or transforming into a blood corpse. The only means to counteract this cadaverous metamorphosis is through the use of meteorite jade or jade figurines crafted from it. In essence, the 4 members of the Wu family, after being bitten by the corpse Toad King, have acquired memories and souls that do not belong to them. Their rapid transformation into corpses is a consequence of the tumultuous struggle between these foreign memories and souls within them, leading to the collapse of their physical forms. Chapter 16. Master Chen Xuan. Once the corpse poison within the Wu family members has been entirely purged and their skins have successfully shed, restoring their human semblance, Chen Xuan retrieves the final Yutin flower, placing its bud before the 4 individuals in their wooden tubs. He then scans the surroundings and addresses the family heads with a calm demeanor. Please maintain your distance, preferably at least 3 zhang away. When the Yutin flower blooms, its fragrance is most potent, and its hallucinatory effects can ensnare one unexpectedly, rendering them unable to extricate themselves from the illusion. The Yutin flower only blossoms at the boundary between yin and yang. Under normal circumstances, it remains in a bud state, never fully flowering. Furthermore, it is currently midday, with the sun blazing fiercely in the sky. Upon hearing this, February Hong instinctively looks up at the sky, surprised to inquire, will the Yutin flower actually bloom in broad daylight? Although skeptical, the remarkable abilities displayed by Chen Xuan have garnered the trust of the prominent family heads. Following Chen Xuan's warning, they obediently retreat to a distance of several zhang. Among these family heads, none harbor more complex emotions than Huasan Yang, the matriarch of the Hua family. Compared to others, the Hua family possesses the deepest understanding of Mr. Chen, a remarkable figure from 60 years ago, who was renowned for his mastery of feng shui and various esoteric arts. He was not merely a prominent individual in Changsha City, but rather a paragon among the elite of the entire nation. This is precisely why the Qing court held him in such high regard. Even the death of a governor did not compel them to seek retribution, treating the incident as if it had never occurred. Naturally, even the esteemed Huasan Yang had only occasionally heard her aunt, Huashangyun, mention that the governor had brought his fate upon himself. Unlike other celestial masters who required elaborate rituals and extensive preparations, Chen Xuan merely held the talisman of a celestial master and gently pressed it against the void before him, softly proclaiming, "I am Chen Xuan, the celestial master. Manifest yourself, king of the underworld." As soon as the words left his lips, a dark cloud materialized in the distant sky, enveloping the heavens and casting an ominous shadow over the entire expanse. The heads of the prominent families, witnessing this spectacle, could only stare in astonishment, their eyes wide with disbelief. Though they had witnessed Taoist rituals before, none had ever encountered a practitioner capable of altering the very fabric of nature in such an instant. As Yuehong observed the sky darkening overhead, he scrutinized the phenomenon and confirmed that it was no mere illusion, deepening his admiration for Chen Xuan. Meanwhile, Qi Tiezu felt an involuntary tremor coursing through him. His family had a rich heritage in feng shui and esoteric practices, granting him insights far surpassing those of his contemporaries. In that very moment, he sensed an overwhelming presence of yin energy within the garden, as if the realm of the underworld had truly descended upon them. It is worth noting that Qi Tiezu had always been skeptical of fate and the existence of an underworld, but now he found himself confronted with undeniable evidence. However, at this moment, the conviction within him wavered slightly, and he could not help but ponder whether the ancestors at home had indeed deceived him. Just as the heads of the families were in a state of trepidation, holding their breaths and refraining from exhaling too deeply, the ethereal flower before Chen Xuan began to slowly unfurl. As the petals blossomed, a multitude of restless souls and malevolent spirits emerged above the flower, drifting ominously. These spirits, some with ghastly visages and others drenched in blood, bore a striking resemblance to the malevolent entities depicted in tales of the 18 layers of hell. Yet, amidst the throng of these demons, Chen Xuan remained remarkably composed. He formed a hand gesture and gently pointed at the ethereal flower. In the next moment, wisps of dark vapor began to escape from the bodies of the Wu family members contained within 4 wooden barrels, gradually wafting into the ethereal flower. Once all the dark vapors had been absorbed, Chen Xuan retracted his hand gesture. At the very instant he did so, the flower buds of the ethereal flower began to close. Concurrently, the myriad spectral figures of the malevolent spirits began to dissipate. In the blink of an eye, even the ominous clouds in the sky dispersed, restoring the heavens to their normal state. Qi Tizui could not resist rubbing his eyes and looked once more in Chen Xuan's direction. He discovered that the ethereal flower remained in bud form, and all traces of the spectral demons and the horrific scenes of the 18 layers of hell had vanished, as if everything he had just witnessed was merely an illusion. Qi Tizui hesitated for a moment before turning to his companion, Er Yuehong, and whispered, "Second Master, did you just see the underworld of ghosts? Indeed, I nearly believed myself to be hallucinating." It was not just Qi Tizui who felt this way. Everyone present shared the same sentiment. After all, they had encountered numerous charlatans and fraudulent sorcerers, and the sudden appearance of someone genuinely capable, one who could communicate with the spirit realm, was met with skepticism. After a considerable pause, Er Yuehong shook his head and solemnly stated, "Regardless of whether this is real or merely an illusion, Mr. Chen is undoubtedly a person of great prowess. Even if we cannot cultivate a friendship, it is wise not to offend him." Upon hearing this, Jie Yuanlong eagerly nodded in agreement. Their families, accustomed to delving into the mysteries of the supernatural, had witnessed countless bizarre occurrences, including malevolent spirits and ghastly entities. For instance, in Changsha City, there was the infamous He Bei Lao Lu, who once encountered a vengeful ghost while sifting through sand, resulting in a ghostly handprint upon his back. However, witnessing a controlled realm of the afterlife was indeed a first for them. More alarming was what Chen Xuan had mentioned earlier, the celestial master Chen Xuan. Jie Yuanlong's family, well-connected and with business ventures spanning several provinces in the south, was aware that the title of celestial master was not one that could be claimed by just anyone. To be able to bear such a title and to manipulate the spirit world was undoubtedly extraordinary. After the heads of the families concluded their discussion, Qi Tizui observed that Chen Xuan had stored away the ghostly flower and hastily inquired, "Mr. Chen, what of old Master Wu and the others?" Upon hearing this, Wu Xiaogo among them was filled with elation, immediately kneeling before Chen Xuan, repeatedly bowing in reverence. After all, the 4 individuals within the wooden tub were his closest kin. His grandfather, father, uncle, and elder brother. Chen Xuan single-handedly rescued the 3 generations of the Wu family, forcefully pulling them back from the gates of the netherworld. This act of kindness is of immeasurable magnitude. Wu Xiaogo promptly agreed, hastily directing the family servants to extract the 4 elders from the wooden barrel. At this moment, the 4 elders of the Wu family indeed appeared to have regained their human forms, no longer resembling the bloodied corpses they once were. However, once the Wu family departed, Qi Tizui felt a surge of enthusiasm and wished to flatter them with a few compliments, only to be met with a merciless eviction order. "If there is nothing else, please take your leave. I have matters to attend to." Upon hearing Chen Xuan's words, Er Yuehong was the first to respond, bowing respectfully. "Young Master Chen, you have saved the elder Wu. From now on, you shall be a distinguished guest of our families. Should you require any assistance from Er Yuehong in the future, do not hesitate to ask. I shall not refuse." Having said this, he promptly led the other families away from the villa, thoughtfully closing the door behind them. Chapter 17. The end of the warring states after the departure of the family heads. Chen Xuan gathered the remaining main ingredients and exited the city. As darkness enveloped the land, he arrived at the desolate outskirts of Biaozi Ridge. Standing before the recently excavated tunnel created by the Wu family, he had yet to utter a word when a terrifying blood corpse emerged from within. However, this blood corpse possessed a clear gaze. Upon seeing Chen Xuan, it did not attack but instead knelt respectfully, uttering the language of the dead. "White Stop pays homage to the master." Chen Xuan extended his hand in a gesture of support and said softly, "Several millennia have passed. I am no longer the general of the Chu state. In Baiji's heart, the sovereign would forever remain the sovereign." Chen Xuan shook his head in silence. Over 2,000 years ago, during the Warring States period, he had ascended to the position of General of Chu within a mere 3 years, expanding the territory by 1,000 miles. The formation of the Fox Camp had instilled fear in other nations. However, with his prolonged slumber, the command of the Fox Camp had been entrusted to his deputy. By the time he awakened, the tumultuous era of the Warring States had long since faded, giving way to the Qin dynasty. "This is the primary medicine to cure the corpse poison within you," Simply ingest it, he instructed. Bai Ji accepted the 3 doses of medicine without a moment's hesitation and raised his head to swallow them. His unwavering trust in Chen Xuan stemmed from the past when he was merely a condemned slave awaiting execution. It was Chen Xuan who, against all odds, rescued him from the death row and restored his identity as a normal man. Moreover, Chen Xuan had financed the burial of his parents and kin and had aided him in avenging his noble enemies with his own hands. From that moment on, Bai Ji pledged his unwavering loyalty to Chen Xuan. Even if commanded to face death, he would not flinch. Furthermore, Bai Ji was not the only slave of his kind within the fox camp. Because of this, when Chen Xuan granted these slaves dignity and the chance to live, the soldiers of the fox camp unleashed an unparalleled force, becoming nearly invincible in battle. Naturally, Bai Ji did not disappoint Chen Xuan's expectations. Under Chen Xuan's tutelage, he mastered the art of swordsmanship in just 3 months, undergoing a remarkable transformation. After enduring the baptism of numerous battles, both great and small, he emerged as one of the foremost generals of the fox camp in those years. Bai Ji, upon ingesting the 3 essential medicinal herbs, experienced a swift transformation in his physique. His skin gradually expanded, and moments later, a layer of necrotic skin shed away, revealing that Bai Ji had begun to resemble a normal human being, in stark contrast to his previous state as a blood corpse. Having existed as a blood corpse for millennia, the quantity of corpse poison within him was immense, far beyond what a few ordinary members of the Wu family could contend with. Chen Xuan, however, remained unfazed and simply instructed Bai Ji to enter the tomb and shed his old skin in peace. He then settled cross-legged beside the excavation, awaiting Bai Ji's rebirth. Thus, he waited for a full 3 days and nights. When Bai Ji re-emerged, he had completely restored his human appearance. Nevertheless, unlike the Bai Ji from the Warring States period, the Bai Ji before Chen Xuan now bore a significantly aged visage, appearing to be in his 40s. More importantly, Chen Xuan could sense that Bai Ji's strength had greatly intensified, nearly on par with his own prowess during his tenure as the commander of the fox camp. To clarify, during the Warring States period, if Chen Xuan were to fully unleash his capabilities, likening his strength to that of 1,000 foes would not be an exaggeration. Contemplating this, Chen Xuan could not help but inquire, "Have any memories returned to you?" "Oh, do share." Chen Xuan nodded at the response, intrigued by the fate of the fox camp after his slumber, wondering why the once mighty force that he had single-handedly established, which had once instilled fear across the 7 kingdoms, was later absent from the annals of history. Upon hearing Chen Xuan's words, Bai Ji was immediately filled with righteous indignation. "Your Majesty, you entrusted the fox camp to the deputy general, yet he only spent 3 years in the state of Chu before instigating a rebellion, leading the fox camp to the state of Lu. At that time, along with several generals, I chose not to follow his treacherous path and instead remained behind with a small faction of fox camp soldiers, awaiting your return." Chen Xuan, upon hearing this, displayed little change in his demeanor. The heavens may reign, and a mother may remarry. He succumbed to slumber, remaining absent for an extended period, and the disintegration of the fox camp was indeed to be expected. What followed? I later learned that, under the deputy general's command, the fox camp had transformed into a ghostly battalion in the state of Lu, engaged in the nefarious business of grave robbing to procure military funds for the monarch of Lu. Within a few years, the entire fox camp vanished without a trace. I once traveled to Lu in search of answers but could not uncover any valuable leads. More than a decade later, a woman sought an audience with your Majesty. Upon discovering your absence, she departed. A woman? Chen Xuan was momentarily taken aback. Each time he sank into slumber, it lasted for 60 years. Ample time to erode all memories. Indeed, she claimed to hail from a distant western land, the West. It harkens back to the early Zhou dynasty when the long-lived Emperor Shi Huangdi once met and traversed the realms with him, even journeying to the farthest reaches of the Western Mother Kingdom, where he encountered its princess and formed a bond with her. Shi Huangdi lived nearly a century, and during his youth, he entered the Zhou royal palace to impart knowledge to the then young prince. Later, in the twilight of King Mu of Zhou's life, at the venerable age of over 70, he remained as vigorous as ever, traversing the realms. To return to the main topic, If he were to become acquainted with any Western lady, it could undoubtedly be none other than the princess of the Western Queen Mother's realm. Chen Xuan recollected that when the princess learned of his peculiar cycle, awakening every 3 years only to slumber for 60, she expressed a desire to alter this fate and to share with him the true path to immortality. Of course, Chen Xuan regarded her words as mere fanciful musings. The pursuit of eternal life is fraught with profound difficulty, transcending the capabilities of mere mortals. He had presumed that the princess from the Western Queen Mother's land would, like the many beautiful companions he had once known, be lost to the relentless passage of time. Yet, unexpectedly, Bai Jia's words stirred memories long buried. Did that lady leave behind any words? Chen Xuan pondered for a moment before inquiring. After a brief pause, he continued his tale. In the ensuing years, the state of Qin grew increasingly formidable, leading to the downfall of several kingdoms. I, along with the remaining brothers of the Fox camp, took to the battlefield to resist the Qin forces. Ultimately, however, we were outnumbered and faced defeat. I sustained grave injuries and fell into unconsciousness. When I regained my senses, I found myself amidst a sea of blood, my mind clouded. It was only upon your arrival that I was awakened. After listening to Bai Jia's account, Chen Xuan nodded in acknowledgement. As they spoke, Bai Ji suddenly produced a scroll of silk from his bosom. By the way, Your Majesty, there is this artifact in the tomb. I just glanced at it, and it appears to be a map pointing towards the state of Lu. Chen Xuan accepted the silk scroll Bai Ji offered, studying the map depicted upon it. Long ago, even 4 millennia past during the Shang dynasty, he had traversed every inch of this land on foot. Regarding the topography of the mountains in Huaxia, Chen Xuan could nearly replicate it with his eyes closed. Thus, upon gazing at the topographic map inscribed on the silk scroll, he immediately discerned that it depicted the Jinqiao mountain within the territory of the Lu state. The name Jinqiao mountain triggered a moment of astonishment in Chen Xuan, for he recalled that it was likely the burial site of his disciple, King Mu of Zhou. Chapter 18. The Request of Zhang Dafu Master. Should we undertake a journey to the Lu state? Chen Xuan shook his head and nonchalantly returned the silk scroll to Bai Ji. Everything seemed preordained. Both the tomb and this scroll appeared to be orchestrated by someone who wished for me to visit Jinqiao mountain. However, I have resolved to pursue a different path, deliberately defying the desires of those orchestrating from the shadows. Indeed, sir. Bai Ji bowed in acquiescence, closely following Chen Xuan as they departed from Biaozi Ridge. Chen Xuan observed the populace within and beyond the city, a faint smile gracing his lips. For him, the vibrant essence of the marketplace was an endlessly captivating spectacle. The two, Chen Xuan and Bai Ji, ambled through the throngs of people. The former, clad in a fine azure robe, appeared distinguished yet not overly conspicuous. In contrast, Bai Ji was considerably more eye-catching, dressed in splendid garments reminiscent of the Warring States period, which starkly contrasted with the simple attire of the common folk. Noticing this, Chen Xuan entered a ready-made clothing store and procured a blue gown for Bai Ji, thus alleviating the odd stares from the townspeople. Upon returning to Bailey Biayuan, Chen Xuan had scarcely settled when a knock echoed from the door. Stepping outside, he found it was Qi Tizui. Upon seeing Chen Xuan, Qi Tizui's face instantly brightened, and he eagerly exclaimed, "Mr. Chen, I have sought you out several times during your absence." Chen Xuan chuckled softly and invited him into the courtyard. "What brings you here?" "Ah, it is merely that old Master Wu has awakened and, upon learning of your timely assistance, wishes to express his gratitude. There is no need for thanks. They should focus on recuperating at home now that the poison has been purged," Chen Xuan replied. "How can that be, Mr. Chen? Your noble deed cannot go unacknowledged by our families." As he spoke, Qi Tizui clapped his hands. Moments later, several attendants entered, carrying large chests. Qi Tizui approached and opened one of the chests, revealing it filled with exquisite porcelain, paintings, and various ancient jades. "Mr. Chen, these are the treasured artifacts of the Wu family, valued at no less than 100,000 silver dollars. These items pale in comparison to the lives of old Master Wu and the others. He has promised that once they are able to walk again, they will personally come to thank you." Chen Xuan glanced at the treasures within the chests, acknowledging their considerable worth, which, as Qi Tizui had stated, was likely an understatement. This wealth represented generations of accumulation, nearly half of the Wu family's fortune. Unlike the Hua and Xie families, who engaged in multiple businesses, the Wu family primarily earned their livelihood through labor. However, to Chen Xuan, wealth held no significance. Even without sustenance or rest, he would not perish. Should he require funds, a simple divination would suffice to secure prosperity. Qi Tiezhua was momentarily taken aback, and then with a troubled expression, he said, "Mr. Chen, I cannot possibly explain this to the old master of the Wu family." Chen Xuan pondered for a moment and replied, "If the Wu family truly wishes to express their gratitude, perhaps they could assist me in locating a place that possesses the soul-fixing pearl." The soul-fixing pearl? What kind of treasure is that? Chen Xuan, noticing the confusion, clarified. The soul-fixing pearl, also known as the face-preserving pearl, has the remarkable ability to prevent a corpse from decaying. It is a rare gem crafted by ancient Taoist practitioners. Although this treasure is indeed rare, there are still several scattered throughout the vast world. Whichever family is able to uncover any leads related to the soul-fixing pearl will certainly receive my gratitude in return. Upon hearing this, Qi Tiezhua's eyes brightened with understanding. Indeed, there are tombs wherein the remains of the deceased have not succumbed to decay. The most renowned example is none other than Empress Dowager Cixi, who, at the time of her death, had a luminous pearl clenched between her lips. It is said that when warlords opened Cixi's coffin a few years ago, her body remained uncorrupted until they extracted the pearl from her mouth, at which point her remains rapidly deteriorated. It seems that this luminous pearl was, in fact, the face-preserving pearl that Cixi had prepared for herself. With this thought in mind, Qi Tiezhua hastily declared, "Very well, I shall send someone to investigate immediately, and I will inform you as soon as there is news." However, despite his eagerness to depart, Qi Tiezhua fidgeted and hesitated, appearing somewhat reluctant. Observing this, Chen Xuan encouraged him. "Feel free to speak your mind. Mr. Chen," he began, "I have a friend who serves as the defense officer in Changsha City. He is also the head of the Zhang family, known as Zhang Defoy, and he maintains friendly relations with several prominent families. He is keen to make your acquaintance. Whenever you find the time, the esteemed Buddha will host a banquet for you at the Drunken Moon Pavilion," suggested Qi Tiezhui. Chen Xuan, with a calm demeanor, replied, "There's no time like the present. Let it be tonight." Upon receiving Chen Xuan's affirmation, Qi Tiezhui's face blossomed with joy as he exclaimed, "Excellent! I shall inform the Buddha at once." After Qi Tiezhui departed, Bai Zhi descended from the upper floor, his expression tinged with confusion. He inquired, "Have you forgotten, Bai Zhi, that you were once merely one among the multitude?" These words left Bai Zhi momentarily stunned. In the Warring States period, he was not only an ordinary man but also the most despised slave under the nobility, a being whose life was of no consequence. However, those memories had faded into the mists of time, so distant that even Bai Zhi was on the verge of forgetting them. After a prolonged silence, Bai Zhi shifted the conversation, directing his gaze towards the large locust tree at the entrance of Bailey Alley. "By the way, master, on my way here, I noticed a lingering soul near that locust tree. Should I take care of it?" Now, being half human and half corpse, along with his martial prowess, even the most formidable of vengeful spirits would succumb to his might, let alone a mere remnant of a soul. Nevertheless, Chen Xuan shook his head, elucidating, "That is an old acquaintance with no malice towards me. I am seeking a way to awaken her." "Understood, master." That very evening at the Drunken Moon Pavilion, a renowned establishment owned by the Hua family and celebrated as the finest tavern in the city. It is said that the head chef, procured at great expense by the Hua family from the capital 3 years prior, is a former royal chef, masterfully skilled in all 8 culinary traditions and having taken on numerous disciples. Thus, over the past 3 years, the Ziyula has flourished immensely, with patrons crowding in daily. However, regardless of the throngs of guests, the private room at the highest point on the 3rd floor remains perpetually vacant. This particular chamber has been reserved exclusively for Heir Yuehong by the 3rd daughter of the Hua family. Today, Heir Yuehong arrived at Ziyula early and settled in the room, awaiting the arrival of Zhang Qishan, who soon appeared, hurrying in with his aide. Chapter 19. Is your ancestor Zhang Ruidong? Zhang Qishan, commonly known as Zhang Defoy, serves as the defensive officer of Changsha City and is also the head of the Zhang family. He has trained a cadre of exceptionally skilled youths who scour various regions for gold. In just a few short years, his influence has surpassed that of the prominent families in Changsha. At approximately 27 or 28 years of age, he donned a dark green military uniform. His gaze was sharp, resembling a ferocious tiger descending the mountain, exuding an aura of authority that instilled awe in those who beheld him. Following closely behind Zhang Qishan was a slightly younger aide. Upon spotting Heir Yuehong in the private room, Zhang Qishan greeted him and took a seat at the table. Second Master, have you encountered that individual from Bailey Bun? In your estimation, what manner of person is he? Heir Yuehong poured a cup of tea for Zhang Qishan from the teapot on the table. After a moment of contemplation, Heir Yuehong finally responded, difficult to say. Difficult to say? Heir Yuehong sighed softly, aware that this esteemed Zhang Defoy has long sought to unify the prominent families of Changsha and establish the Juman Association. Consequently, he has been attentively monitoring the various factions within the city, disfavoring the emergence of uncontrollable individuals or forces. However, Master Fo, if you are contemplating subduing the other party, I advise you to extinguish such thoughts. Although Mr. Chen may not possess the same commanding presence as the esteemed Mr. Chen of yore, who believed that those who followed him would prosper while those who opposed him would perish, he appears rather affable. Yet, I can sense an inherent pride within him. It is not merely Changsha. I fear that throughout the entire realm, few would merit his regard. Compared to a few years ago, Heir Yuehong has indeed tempered his demeanor considerably. Nevertheless, Zhang Qishan is aware that the Heir Yuehong of old was equally imbued with an indomitable spirit, never easily bowing to others. When they first became acquainted, their initial encounters were characterized by conflict rather than camaraderie. It was Zhang Qishan's display of strength that ultimately won Heir Yuehong's recognition. At this juncture, the aide, Zhang Rishan, grinned and jested, Second Master, you are somewhat elevating the ambitions of others while diminishing your own prestige. Is our Master Fo not proud in his own right? Heir Yuehong pressed his lips together in silence, shaking his head as he replied, it is fundamentally different. Master Fo's pride is a matter of temperament, while that young Mr. Chen. Pausing mid-sentence, he hesitated before continuing. Mr. Chen embodies a profound arrogance, as if the entire world were merely his juniors, unworthy of his concern. If I were to encapsulate him in a single phrase, it would be aloof from worldly affairs. Upon hearing this, Zhang Qishan and his aide exchanged glances, both astonished by what they perceived on each other's faces. It was indeed the first time they had heard Heir Yuehong extolling another in such a manner. Very well, when this young Mr. Chen arrives, I shall see for myself whether he is as transcendent as you describe. As soon as Zhang Qishan's words fell, footsteps echoed in the corridor outside the private room. Immediately thereafter, the door to the private room was pushed open, and a young man clad in a blue robe entered. This individual, notably younger than both Heir Yuehong and Zhang Qishan, appeared to be merely in his 20s. To Zhang Qishan and his aide's astonishment, the young man possessed strikingly handsome features, exuding an aura of scholarly refinement. He seemed more akin to a university student than the reclusive masters referred to by the heads of families like Heir Yuehong. This thought flitted through Zhang Qishan's mind, while on the other side, Heir Yuehong had already risen to greet the newcomer. Zhang Qishan hesitated briefly but ultimately remained seated, immovable as a mountain. However, his peripheral vision was keenly attuned to Chen Xian's reactions. To his surprise, despite his deliberate aloofness, Chen Xian maintained a serene smile, as if nothing in this world could provoke his ire. Meanwhile, Zhang Rishan observed Chen Xian's gentle demeanor, which starkly contrasted with the lofty descriptions provided by Heir Yuehong, leaving him momentarily taken aback. Master! Zhang Qishan waved his hand, still refusing to rise. He lifted his teacup and said, you must be the esteemed Mr. Chen, who rescued old Master Wu. I, Zhang Qishan, offer you this cup of tea in place of wine. Chen Xian seemed unfazed, offering a faint smile as he took a seat alongside Heir Yuehong. He then raised his gaze to Zhang Qishan, briefly scanning his face before suddenly furrowing his brow. You share the surname Zhang? Zhang Qishan nodded, meeting Chen Xian's gaze with a direct question. Is there an issue? Your brother bears a resemblance to someone I know. May I inquire if your family hails from the northeast, and if you have an ancestor by the name of Zhang Ruidong? Upon hearing the name Zhang Ruidong, not only did Zhang Qishan's expression shift, but even Zhang Rishan, who stood behind him, was rendered speechless in astonishment. This reaction stemmed from the fact that the name Zhang Ruidong represented the previous clan leader of the Zhang family, Zhang Qiling. Zhang Qishan himself was the direct grandson of Zhang Ruidong. However, many years prior, Zhang Qishan's father had contravened the clan statutes by marrying a woman from outside the family, resulting in his expulsion from the Zhang lineage. Following this, Zhang Qishan's branch settled in the southern regions, gradually distancing themselves from their ancestral home. This situation persisted until over a decade ago, during the late Qing and early Republican era. A significant upheaval struck the clan with the passing of Zhang Ruidong, leading to the succession of the clan leadership to the next Zhang Qiling. Consequently, the Zhang family became fragmented due to internal strife. Nonetheless, it is important to note that the Zhang family and the names of its leaders remained shrouded in secrecy. Aside from members of the clan, the number of individuals in contemporary society who could recognize the name Zhang Ruidong was exceedingly limited. Contemplating this, Zhang Qishan abruptly rose to his feet, causing the dishes on the table to clatter as he paid them no heed. He fixed his gaze intently on Chen Xuan, asking each word with deliberate emphasis. How did you come to know of the Northeast Zhang family and the name Zhang Ruidong?
Impossible.
Zhang Rishan was the first to counter this assertion. The previous clan leader, Zhang Ruidong, had passed away over a decade ago. Had it not been for Zhang Ruidong's mysterious demise and the ensuing instability in the succession of leadership, the Zhang family would not have descended into chaos. Furthermore, he would not have been reduced to seeking refuge with the offshoot branch of the Zhang family, Zhang Qishan. Indeed, in comparison, Zhang Qishan was lacking in pure bloodline, devoid of the Qilin heritage. Zhang Rishan, a true scion of the Zhang family, bore the illustrious bloodline of the Qilin, endowed with a lifespan of 3 to 4 centuries. Chen Xuan shrugged, refraining from further debate, and instead turned his gaze towards Zhang Qishan. Consider this a jest on my part. However, as a friend of old, I shall impart a word of caution. Should you venture beyond the city in the near future, be wary of considerable peril. You may remain unscathed, yet he. At this juncture, Chen Xuan gestured towards Yuehong, shaking his head as he continued. He may find himself ensnared by your troubles. Chapter 20. Phoenix Mountain and the Young Lady Indeed. As soon as the words left his lips, Zhang Qishan and his companions stood in stunned silence. For in a few days, both Yuehong and Zhang Qishan were indeed set to travel to Phoenix Mountain in Shaanxi, collaborating to sift through sand and unearth a grand tomb from the Ming dynasty. Yuehong furrowed her brow and promptly inquired, "Do you possess knowledge of fortune-telling, sir?" "Somewhat," came the reply. Before he could finish his sentence, Zhang Rishan interjected with a chuckle, "Second master, you might be unaware, but 8th master has been bested in fortune-telling by Mr. Chen." This revelation rendered Yuehong silent. Qi Tizui, renowned for his accurate predictions, was celebrated as the best fortune-teller in Changsha City. His defeat foretold the extraordinary prowess of Chen Xian's divinations. Nevertheless, Zhang Qishan paid little heed to the matter. Having spent his youth alongside his father in the pursuit of treasure, and commanding a formidable contingent of Zhang family heirs, he firmly believed in the strength of his own abilities rather than in the whims of fate. Thus, Zhang Qishan clasped his hands in gratitude, saying, "Thank you, but I remain steadfast in my faith in the firearm at my side." Chen Xuan nodded, choosing not to elaborate further, and simply remarked, "If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Mr. Chen, take care." Upon hearing this, Yuehong promptly rose to see Chen Xuan off. After their departure, Zhang Rishan turned his attention towards Zhang Qishan. "Master, who exactly is this Mr. Chen? He appears to be no more than 20 years old. How could he possibly know the former clan leader?" Zhang Qishan shook his head in response, countering, "In this world, there exists an abundance of extraordinary individuals and peculiar occurrences. While he may seem to be in his 20s, his true age is likely far greater. Moreover, I harbor suspicions." "Suspicions about what?" Zhang Qishan inhaled deeply before continuing. "I need you to discreetly investigate the appearance of Mr. Chen, who mysteriously vanished 60 years ago. It would be best to have a portrait rendered. Upon hearing this, Zhang Rishan immediately grasped the implication, exclaiming in astonishment, "Master, are you suggesting that this young Mr. Chen is not merely a descendant of Mr. Chen but rather Mr. Chen himself? Ha! The Zhang family is known for its longevity. Does that mean others are not also capable of living for over a century?" Though Zhang Qishan lacked pure lineage to enjoy such a prolonged life, he understood that his aide, whose lineage was indeed pure, could very well live for 300 to 400 years, maintaining an unchanged appearance for the first 2 or 3 centuries. The following day, Zhang Qishan, accompanied by heir Yuehong and various aides, set forth towards Phoenix Mountain in Xiangxi. Although Zhang Qishan did not believe in fate, he took precautions by bringing ample manpower, even including an additional battalion of soldiers armed to the teeth. With several $1,000s in his possession, he found no need to set up a stall, instead choosing to leisurely stroll through the streets with Bai Ji. In just a matter of days, the street vendors became familiar with Chen Xuan. "Mr. Chen, come and try my tofu pudding." Of course. Chen Xuan replied with a smile as he approached the stall and accepted a bowl of tofu pudding from the vendor. Noticing that the vendor was about to serve a bowl for Bai Ji as well, he quickly waved his hand and said, "One bowl is sufficient. My friend does not require any." The vendor scratched his head, instinctively asking, "Is this gentleman not hungry?" Unlike Chen Xuan, who had spent thousands of years studying himself and still harbored uncertainties about his own nature, whether he could still be considered human, Bai Ji was a half-human, half-corpse, and his sustenance consisted of energy and incense. Upon hearing Chen Xuan's words, the vendor reluctantly set down his ladle. Chen Xuan sampled the tofu pudding, which was smooth and sweet, indeed quite delectable. However, at that moment, a commotion erupted in the distance. Chen Xuan turned to observe a gathering of ruffians surrounding a father and daughter at a nearby noodle stall. The other vendors and diners, upon witnessing this, hastily distanced themselves, fearing entanglement with the troublemakers. The owner of the tofu pudding stall let out a soft sigh, muttering a curse under his breath. "Ah, it's that old master son from the east side of the city again, eyeing the young girl and wishing to take her as a concubine. But master son is nearly 70. The girl would surely refuse. Hence, he sends his thugs to create disturbances at the noodle stall every few days. These ruffians do not cause trouble elsewhere. They simply sit at the noodle stall, deterring anyone from daring to eat there. I fear that old Yuan's noodle stall will soon be unable to sustain itself, and inevitably, Master Sun will have his way." After listening to the words of the tofu vendor, Chen Xuan shook his head. After a moment of contemplation, he retrieved several copper coins and handed them to the vendor. He then proceeded with Bai Ji towards the noodle stall. The so-called noodle stall was essentially a makeshift kitchen fashioned from a wooden cart, accompanied by a few tables and chairs. However, most of the furniture was currently occupied by local ruffians. These individuals did not cause any disturbance. They simply took their seats, and if any hungry patrons dared approach, they would merely glare, ensuring that no one would dare to dine there. Faced with this scene, the noodle vendor felt utterly helpless, not daring to confront the thugs, and could only wear a bitter expression while sighing in despair. Chen Xuan glanced around and noticed the vendor's daughter, a young woman of about 17 or 18, possessing a fair degree of beauty. Her gentle and delicate demeanor made it no surprise that she attracted unwanted attention, with some seeking to take her as a concubine. However, Chen Xuan shook his head slightly and sighed. Beauty often meets with misfortune. Bai Ji, taken aback, could not help but inquire, "Sir, do you mean that the noodle vendor's daughter does not have long to live? She is destined for calamity, unlikely to survive past 25. Upon seeing the vendor's daughter, Chen Xuan was involuntarily reminded of a departed acquaintance. As previously mentioned, during the Qin dynasty, Chen Xuan had established a private school in Peixian, where he took in several disciples who later became renowned heroes during the founding of the Western Han dynasty. After awakening once more, he declined the position of national teacher offered by Liu Bang and journeyed westward, traversing the western regions. It was there that he witnessed the splendor of the kingdom of Jingjue and met a young woman from that land. She bore a striking resemblance, her beauty also destined to be short-lived, destined not to surpass the age of 25. Yet she refused to accept her fate, resolutely altering her destiny through her own efforts, ultimately ascending to the throne as the Queen of Jingjue Kingdom. She was the most memorable confidant in Chen Xuan's life, the most passionate and fearless woman he had ever encountered. Unfortunately, success and failure were both tied to the serpent deity. Chen Xuan had intended to settle in Jingjue Kingdom, even if only for 3 years, to share a lifetime with her. Wu Chana. Chen Xuan softly murmured her name, then shook his head and gracefully approached the noodle stall. Sir, I would like a bowl of Yangchun noodles. Seeing someone unafraid enough to sit down and enjoy a meal, the local ruffians widened their eyes in astonishment. Chen Xuan remained unfazed, casting a glance at Bai Ji. Just ensure it doesn't escalate to fatal consequences. Bai Ji understood and directly approached the group of ruffians. Before they could react, he swiftly knocked each of them out with a single punch, discarding them like refuse beside a nearby filthy water bucket. Once he completed this task, he dusted off his hands and returned to stand behind Chen Xuan. This sudden turn of events left the noodle stall owner, along with his daughter and the surrounding vendors, utterly speechless for a considerable time. Eventually, someone regained their composure and began to whisper amongst themselves. Chen Xuan paid no mind to the murmurs, focusing instead on the stall owner, Old Man Yuan. Sir, a bowl of Yangchun noodles, please. Old Man Yuan, as if awakening from a dream, hurriedly nodded in agreement. Flustered, he quickly prepared a bowl of Yangchun noodles. His daughter, curious, brought the noodles over while stealing glances at Chen Xuan. After holding back for most of the day, I finally mustered the courage to softly express my gratitude. Thank you, Mr. Chen. Not at all, it is merely a trifling matter, he replied. Upon noticing the distressed old man Yuan not far away, Chen Xuan reflected briefly and said, Boss Yuan, fret not, for someone will resolve the troubles. He was referring, of course, to the Wu and Xie families, whose influence permeated the city and would soon ascertain the occurrences here. With the astuteness of old Master Wu, there was no need for Chen Xuan to intervene. The issue would likely dissipate on its own. As it turned out, Chen Xuan's predictions were indeed accurate. The following day, Wu Xiaogo arrived with several associates from the Wu family, escorting a frail old tycoon of around 70 years. They came to personally apologize to Chen Xuan. He waved his hand dismissively, showing little concern. Instead, he admonished the elderly tycoon, surnamed Sun, to steer clear of any further intentions towards the father and daughter of Old Man Yuan. The old man, having already endured considerable torment from the Wu family's associates, dared not protest and quickly nodded in agreement, eager to resolve the matter. Wu Xiaogo shot a glare at the old tycoon, instructing his men to take him away. Turning his attention back to Chen Xuan, he smiled and said, Mr. Chen, you may leave such trivial matters to me in the future. My grandfather is recovering well and intends to pay you a visit in a few days. There is no need for that. Let the old gentleman focus on his health. Chen Xuan replied. He paused for a moment, gesturing for the Wu family associates to withdraw from the room. Once they had departed, Wu Xiaogo leaned in and whispered, By the way, there is one more thing. Last time, you mentioned investigating the lead on Yanzhu. My grandfather happens to know a bit about it. I have come specifically to inform you, sir. Oh? Chen Xuan's eyes brightened at the mention of the so-called Dingyan Pearl, a legendary artifact believed to have the power to resurrect the dead, though in truth, its abilities are far less fantastical. It merely preserves the appearance of a deceased individual. He required the Dingyan Pearl to accommodate the lingering soul of Huashangyun. This young lady, bound by her deep-seated attachment, had not reincarnated. Instead, a fragment of her soul clung to the large locust tree at the entrance of the alley. According to my grandfather, in his youth, he ventured north to join the Near Society, where they unearthed a grand tomb of the Jin dynasty near Changbai Mountain. However, due to the tumult of warlords clashing, the operation was ultimately abandoned. The leader at that time mentioned that within the Jin dynasty tomb lay a companion burial Dingyan Pearl. The value of the Dingyan Pearl is immeasurable. For instance, the one possessed by Empress Dowager Cixi could fetch no less than several 100,000 taels of silver. Though uncertain of the tomb's actual contents, with a lead in hand, Chen Xuan resolved to embark on the journey himself. Although not a professional treasure hunter or a tomb raider, his millennia of existence would make even the forebears of such professions regard him with reverence. Contemplating this, Chen Xuan inquired, Do you know the precise location? Indeed, It is situated in a place called Baihe Town in Changbai Mountain. However, that area falls within the jurisdiction of the Near Society. Should Mr. Chen wish to proceed, my grandfather has suggested drafting a letter to the Near Society and has also advised you to select a few of your most skilled companions to accompany you. No need. Chen Xuan waved his hand, preferring to undertake the journey with minimal encumbrance. With his formidable prowess, there exists no tomb in this world that he cannot penetrate. At most, he would bring Bai Ji along, half human and half corpse. Bai Ji's martial prowess surpasses that of any millennium-old Zongzi, making the act of entering a tomb as effortless as eating and drinking. Indeed, given Bai Ji's age, many tomb owners within would likely address him as ancestor. After Wu Xiaogo reported the lead, he took his leave. Once he departed, Chen Xuan contemplated for a moment and instructed Bai Ji to procure 2 tickets to the north from the train station. He planned to embark on a journey to Baihe Town at the foot of Changbai Mountain in 3 days, with the intention of retrieving Yanju. To be precise, he sought 2 familiar faces, both battered and in a state of disarray. Chen Xuan gazed at Zhang Qishan and his aide, who bore significant injuries, and shook his head, remarking, "It seems you have yet to heed my words." Upon hearing this, Zhang Qishan's face was etched with bitterness. At the crack of dawn yesterday, he had set off with his subordinate Zhang and a battalion of soldiers, joined by Heir Yuehong, to Phoenix Mountain. The reason Zhang Qishan endeavored to excavate the Ming Dynasty tomb at Phoenix Mountain was rooted in a deeper tale. 50 years prior, the head of the Hong family, known as Hong Jinxiu, much like Heir Yuehong, operated a flower drum opera troupe. They traveled far and wide, performing by day and seizing opportunities to plunder tombs by night, living as grave robbers. However, during one such expedition to a Miao village at the base of Phoenix Mountain to perform, their sights were set on a grand Ming Dynasty tomb nestled within the mountain. Little did they know that their attempt to excavate the tomb would lead to the demise of the entire opera troupe. From that moment on, the Ming Dynasty tomb at Phoenix Mountain became a taboo for the Hong family. Zhang Qishan aspired to recommence the excavation of the Phoenix Mountain tomb, motivated both by a desire to assist Heir Yuehong in uncovering the truth and, at the very least, to recover his grandfather's remains. Additionally, he sought to utilize the excavation as a means to showcase the Zhang family's prowess, thereby consolidating the underground forces of Changsha and establishing the Nine Gates Association. However, he did not anticipate that upon entering the tomb, his party would encounter the formidable giant millipede. The millipede, also known as the thousand-legged worm, possessed a sleek body, resembling a cross between an earthworm and a centipede, with a mild venom that could be used medicinally. Typically, millipedes measure only a couple of inches in length. Yet those encountered within the tomb were as long as several feet, and their venomous spray could swiftly corrode human flesh. Within just an hour of entering the tomb, Zhang Qishan's associates suffered significant losses. Subsequently, he summoned soldiers and unleashed firearms and artillery. While they managed to eliminate numerous millipedes, this action also provoked the emergence of a more terrifying tide of corpses. The onslaught of the undead was overwhelming, compelling Zhang Qishan and his companions to fight and retreat simultaneously. To their dismay, the walls of the tomb began to exhibit strange transformations. Heir Yuehong, merely leaning against the wall, was suddenly engulfed by it. Zhang Qishan, taking a perilous plunge into the depths in search of her, encountered numerous traps and mechanisms, sustaining considerable injuries in the process. Upon hearing Chen Xuan's words, Zhang Qishan inhaled deeply and nodded, affirming, "I, Zhang Qishan, never regret my actions." However, this time, the disappearance of the second master weighs heavily upon my conscience. With that declaration, Zhang Qishan abruptly rose and knelt before Chen Xuan. Before Chen Xuan could utter a word, Zhang Qishan clapped his hands. In the next moment, a group of soldiers entered, carrying several large boxes, followed by many of his subordinates from the Zhang family, who bore trays. The soldiers opened the wooden chest, revealing a meticulously arranged collection of countless silver ingots. Meanwhile, the tray held by the attendant was laden with exceedingly precious medicinal herbs, including the buds of the elusive ghost flower. Chen Xuan's gaze swept across the tray and fell upon a copper talisman. The talisman, fashioned like a pendant, was intricately carved with an ornate design, featuring a leaping fish. At the head of the fish, the characters fish talisman were inscribed in large seal script. Upon seeing this copper talisman, Chen Xuan furrowed his brow. He stepped forward, retrieved the talisman from the tray, and in a grave tone inquired, "From where did you obtain this fish talisman?" In Chapter 22, The Literary or the Martial, Zhang Qishan cast a glance at the copper talisman, his curiosity piqued by Chen Xuan's interest. However, the talisman possessed no extraordinary abilities, nor did it have any historical documentation. Even its material was rather ordinary. Zhang Qishan remained oblivious, but Chen Xuan was acutely aware of the talisman's origins. During the Zhou dynasty, the kingdom of Hentian had once presented 4 talismans and a cauldron to King Mu of Zhou, among which the 4 talismans represented the dragon, fish, human, and ghost. Possessing these 4 copper talismans would grant dominion over the subjects of Hentian, including the merfolk, the silver ancient dragon, and the souls of Hentian's citizens who descended into the abyss after death. The fish talisman, currently in Chen Xuan's hand, was the means to command the merfolk. His knowledge of its significance stemmed from his presence during the offering of the 4 talismans. Subsequently, when King Mu of Zhou passed away, the 4 copper talismans were entombed alongside him. The mere sight of this talisman indicated that the tomb of King Mu had been breached. "Ah, old man, O old man King Mu of Zhou, surnamed Ji." Given the name man, Chen Xuan tucked away the fish talisman and turned to Zhang Qishan. "Very well, I shall accept this commission. As for the remuneration, this copper talisman will suffice." Upon hearing this, Zhang Qishan was elated and promptly inquired, "Mr. Chen, shall we set off at once?" "Indeed, as swiftly as possible. I must journey north in 3 days," Chen Xuan replied, refraining from disclosing the purpose of his trip, and Zhang Qishan, discerning his intent, chose not to press further. The group departed from the North Li Bi Yuan and boarded Zhang Qishan's military truck, heading straight for Phoenix Mountain in Shaanxi. The journey was unhindered, courtesy of the military escort, and within half a day, they arrived at Phoenix Mountain, 300 miles away. At this juncture, tents had been set up at the foot of the mountain, though many bore injuries. The majority had suffered from the corrosive venom of the giant centipedes, leaving the camp bustling with military medics amidst the anguished cries of soldiers and staff. However, the pressing concern remained the entrapment of Heir Yuehong within the tomb. After a brief respite at the camp, Chen Xuan and his companions ventured once more into the mountains. This time, devoid of the truck, they navigated the rugged terrain on foot. Fortunately, Zhang Qishan had chosen not to bring any aids, resulting in just 4 of them. Himself, Zhang Rishan, Chen Xuan, and Bai Ji. They moved with remarkable speed, covering the 2-hour trek in less than an hour, finally arriving at the site of the Ming Dynasty tomb. This grand tomb was situated halfway up the mountain, with the entrance already excavated, leading into the depths of the burial chamber. However, Zhang Qishan, eager to enter, was halted by Chen Xuan. "Mr. Chen, is something amiss?" he asked. Chen Xuan shook his head and replied, "Do not be hasty. Allow me to conduct a divination first." "Calculating fortunes?" "No, I merely wish to ascertain if any acquaintances of mine reside within." "Ah!" Upon hearing these words, Zhang Rishan was momentarily taken aback, his face a mask of skepticism. Within this tomb, apart from the missing February Hong, only the tomb's owner remained. "Could it be that you are familiar with the tomb's master?" Not only was Zhang Rishan filled with doubts, but Zhang Qishan also found himself perplexed and could not refrain from inquiring, "Sir, what significance does this hold?" Chen Xuan, unperturbed, produced a palm-sized divination disc from his sleeve. Noticing the confusion etched on the faces of Zhang Qishan and his companion, he elaborated, "If I recognize the individual, then a more literary approach must be taken. If not, the matter can be resolved with a more martial method." Having lived for millennia, Chen Xuan had encountered countless individuals, especially among the ancient nobility and dignitaries. Many had once been his disciples or followers. Should he encounter such a tomb owner, it would be only fitting to extend a measure of courtesy. As he spoke, Chen Xuan began to manipulate the divination disc, which soon spun rapidly in his hands. After a brief moment, it came to a halt, while Chen Xuan muttered incantations under his breath. Lonely star, solitary residence, yin and yang intertwined. Upon observing the divinatory symbols upon the disc, Chen Xuan furrowed his brow slightly, revealing a hint of surprise. It is unexpectedly him. Him? Let us proceed. With that, Chen Xuan strode confidently towards the depths of the tomb. Observing this, Zhang Rishan hurriedly cautioned, Mr. Chen, be wary. There are colossal millipedes within. Yet, before his words could fully escape his lips, he noticed that in the wake of Chen Xuan's passage, not a single creature remained, not even an ant. In truth, the situation is not solely attributed to Chen Xuan, but rather to Bai Ji who stands beside him. Bai Ji is, in fact, a half-blood corpse, imbued with a formidable aura of malevolence that, while perhaps not unparalleled in the world, certainly commands the respect of myriad beasts and instills trepidation in countless insects. It is no wonder that even the colossal millipedes and the corpse scorpion king would choose to circumvent Bai Ji, for the toxic essence of the corpse scorpion holds little sway over him. The tomb passage, measuring less than 2 meters in height, is flanked by walls adorned with murals. However, centuries of erosion have stripped these paintings of their pigment, leaving only faint traces of what appear to be depictions of maidens and similar themes. Additionally, at intervals of several paces, there are alcoves housing oil lamps, though the oil within has long since evaporated, leaving behind only withered wicks. After traversing several hundred steps, the group encounters a tomb door directly ahead. This long stone door, exceeding 2 meters in height, is embellished with common guardian beasts and intricately carved motifs of flora and fauna. The door has been forcefully opened, and Chen Xuan can still detect the lingering scent of gunpowder. Upon passing through the tomb door, a spacious courtyard comes into view, complete with a stone bridge and a stream, albeit the stream has long run dry. As Chen Xuan steps onto the white marble bridge, he inspects it closely and notices that its design closely resembles the stone bridges found within the Forbidden City. It appears that Wang Zonghai modeled his tomb after the imperial palace. No wonder it is hidden deep within the mountains. Had it been discovered by the emperor of that era, it would have undoubtedly merited a punishment of annihilation for his entire clan. Chen Xuan chuckles quietly to himself, only to turn around and find Zhang Qishan and his companion wearing expressions of vigilance. Mr. Chen, exercise caution. This city wall conceals numerous mechanisms and traps. Chen Xuan nodded and elucidated. Wang Zonghai was a master craftsman of his era, and his tomb is undoubtedly intricate. However, there is no need for concern. I happen to be well versed in the art of mechanisms as penned by him. Wang Zonghai? Upon hearing this name, Zhang Rishan was taken aback and promptly inquired, Mr. Chen, are you saying that the master of this tomb is Wang Zonghai? Indeed, Wang Zonghai was a figure from the early Ming dynasty, a minister under the Yongle Emperor Shi Huangdi, who oversaw the construction of the Forbidden City. Naturally, compared to those illustrious historical figures, a mere minister would likely remain unknown unless one took the effort to investigate. The Wang Zonghai known to Chen Xuan was a meticulous individual, unremarkable among Shi Huangdi's multitude of civil and military officials, yet diligently fulfilling his duties as a master craftsman. Originally a minor clerk, he rose to the rank of an official in the Ministry of Works due to his contributions to the construction of the Forbidden City, albeit as a low-ranking official. Chen Xuan's acquaintance with Wang Zonghai was facilitated by Yao Guangxiao. At the time, having achieved mastery in the 6th divination, Chen Xuan found himself in need of an appropriate divination board. Upon learning of this, Yao Guangxiao introduced him to Wang Zonghai. True to expectation, Wang Zonghai crafted for Chen Xuan a remarkable divination board, a testament to the pinnacle of ancient craftsmanship, despite the rudimentary techniques of the period. This seemingly modest divination board, no larger than a palm, housed thousands of mechanical structures intricately coupled to facilitate its rotation. Were such a board to enter the marketplace, it would be an understatement to claim it was worth its weight in gold. Chapter 23. The Kirin treading on ghosts. Chen Xuan was perplexed as to why Wang Zonghai had chosen to construct his tomb deep within the secluded mountains. Furthermore, the grandeur of the burial site far exceeded his status, a blatant transgression of ancient propriety and a grave act of disrespect. As Chen Xuan pondered this, a rustling sound suddenly echoed around the Urn City. Zhang Qishan's expression turned grave as he intoned, "They are coming. They?" Zhang Rishan drew his pistol from his waist and explained, "A few days ago, we encountered not only gigantic millipedes but also a multitude of demon corpses. Otherwise, mere traps and mechanisms would not have been sufficient to injure the Buddha. There are 3 malevolent entities associated with tombs: the Zongzi, the blood corpse, and the exceedingly rare demon corpse. In ancient times, if a soil worker encountered a coffin containing a demon corpse, he would seal it with molten iron to warn future generations of the peril within, advising against opening the coffin lightly. However, in a bid to leave a glimmer of hope, they would deliberately create a small opening above the coffin, allowing descendants to reach in and touch the gold. Such coffins are collectively known as whistle coffins. Wherever there are whistle coffins, demon corpses are sure to follow. Each demon corpse is a formidable existence, rivaling even the blood corpse. No sooner had Zhang Rishan finished speaking than a horde of grotesque creatures emerged from the shadowy corners of the dimly lit underground urn city. These creatures, approximately 2 meters in length, bore the lower half of a millipede, adorned with countless legs, while their upper halves resembled humans. Yet, having dwelled in an environment devoid of light for an extended period, their faces had undergone a transformation. Their features had faded, their eyes devoid of any whites, appearing as mere voids of darkness. Even more alarming, sharp teeth had sprouted within their mouths. Chen Xuan scrutinized the corpses of the demons with keen interest. His long lifespan had afforded him the opportunity to encounter countless mythical creatures that were said to exist only in legends. For instance, the silver ancient dragon bred by the kingdom of Hate Sky, and the serpent deity residing in the abyssal cave of Mount Zagalama. In comparison, these mere dozen or so demon corpses were hardly worth mentioning. As the menacing figures drew closer, emitting threatening hissing sounds, Zhang Rishan could not help but swallow nervously. Given his strength, dealing with 1 or 2 demon corpses was already quite taxing, let alone the 17 or 18 surrounding him. Mr. Chen, what shall we do? Utilizing the flickering light of the oil lamp, Chen Xuan observed the demon corpses for a moment before thoughtfully stating, "This is peculiar. These demon corpses were not transformed into demons, but rather were artificially grafted." Artificially grafted? Zhang Qishan and his companion exchanged puzzled glances. Their curiosity piqued as they turned to Chen Xuan. Indeed, Chen Xuan nodded, gesturing towards the demon corpses and the upper halves of normal humans. Take note of their bodies. There are signs of stitching. The sight of these demon corpses stirred a memory within Chen Xuan. Over a century ago, when he first met Zhang Ruidong, he had heard the latter speak of a nation called the 10,000 Slaves in the Changbai Mountains, whose ruler, in pursuit of immortality, had fused himself with an ancient millipede. Although he gained an extended lifespan, this ruler of the 10,000 slaves became a grotesque being, neither human nor ghost, gradually losing his self-awareness and devolving into a monster. The demon corpses before him bore a striking resemblance to the ruler of the 10,000 slaves as described by Zhang Ruidong. The difference lay in the fact that while the ruler had merged with a millipede, these demon corpses had fused with a centipede. Upon hearing Chen Xuan's words, Zhang Rishan hurriedly turned his gaze towards the corpses of the demons. Indeed, he noticed distinct sutures at the junctures where the human and centipede forms were fused. Zhang Rishan could not help but gasp in astonishment, pondering whether these demon corpses were crafted by the tomb's master, perhaps to deter theft. However, he quickly dismissed this hypothesis. No, the effort required to fabricate such demon corpses would be immense. As he contemplated, the dozen or so demon corpses had already encircled them from all directions. Seeing no signs of retreat from Zhang Qishan and the others, they could no longer restrain themselves and charged forward with a ferocious roar. Chen Xuan waved his hand, instructing, "Bai Ji, assist them on their journey. These individuals are likely unfortunate souls captured for experiments." Bai Ji remained silent, dutifully executing Chen Xuan's command. He stepped forward, gradually lifting his gaze. In the next moment, a powerful wave of corpse energy erupted, causing Chen Xuan's azure robe to flutter violently. The demon corpses, sensing the nearly perverse aura emanating from Bai Ji, were instantly struck with terror, trembling uncontrollably and collapsing to their knees, immobilized by fear. Only then did Bai Ji advance, methodically snapping the necks of the demon corpses one by one. Behind Chen Xuan, Zhang Qishan and Zhang Rishan were swept by a tide of astonishment at this spectacle. They exchanged glances and recognized the shock in each other's eyes. They had long been aware of Chen Xuan's extraordinary identity, yet they had not anticipated that even a mere attendant by his side would possess such enigma. Merely casting a glance, these formidable corpses of demons knelt in submission. Who, pray tell, is this attendant named by Ji, accompanying Chen Xuan? Not long after, a dozen demon corpses met their demise as their necks were viciously twisted, ceasing to exist. Yet, upon the completion of his incantation, no soul emerged. Witnessing this scene, Chen Xuan sighed deeply and murmured, "It appears these individuals had already lost their spirits during their coexistence. It seems these demon corpses are the unfortunate results of Wang Songhai's failed experiments. Otherwise, they would not be so easily ensnared within this tomb." Having dealt with the demon corpses, the group pressed onward into the depths. Crossing the gates of the city, they arrived at the true underground palace. The architecture within this tomb's subterranean chamber was nothing short of opulent, boasting 3 halls, 6 palaces, and 9 stories, alongside numerous bronze figures of men and horses, each weighing several hundred pounds. It is worth noting that during the Ming dynasty, currency was cast in bronze, which signifies a staggering extravagance in the crafting of burial artifacts. Chen Xuan cast a fleeting glance at the bronze statues before averting his gaze. A lengthy existence has not only afforded him the opportunity to witness countless wonders and tales, but also to behold innumerable treasures of gold and silver. He had once encountered a bronze divine tree buried over 1,000 meters beneath the Qinling Mountains. Thus, these bronze statues could hardly stir his emotions. Beyond the 3 halls, 6 palaces, and 9 stories lies the innermost chamber, the main tomb. Chen Xuan came to a halt before the entrance of the main tomb, which consisted of 2 stone doors that opened outward, adorned with a carved relief. However, upon observing the content of the relief, a look of skepticism crossed Chen Xuan's face. It was not only him. Both Zhang Qishan and Zhang Rishan, following closely behind, wore expressions of even greater astonishment. As they approached the tomb entrance, they beheld a striking image of a Qilin treading upon a demon. How could this be? Zhang Rishan furrowed his brow, utterly perplexed. The emblem of the Zhang family was indeed the Qilin treading upon a demon. Chen Xuan stroked his chin, pondering for a moment before stating, "This tomb was undoubtedly constructed by Wang Songhai, yet it does not necessarily contain his remains." "What do you mean, Mr. Chen?" Zhang Rishan inquired, to which Chen Xuan responded with a nod. "Precisely. I suspect that within this main burial chamber lie the remains of your ancestors from the Zhang family. After their passing, members of the Zhang family were customarily taken to the ancestral Zhang family tower. However, considering the lineage that has endured for thousands of years and spans over 10 generations, it is not surprising that among the thousands of clan members, a few may not have been interred in the ancestral tower." Upon hearing Chen Xuan's assertion that the burial chamber likely contained the remains of Zhang ancestors, Zhang Rishan's expression turned grave. Observing his reaction, Chen Xuan jested, "Since it may very well be your kin, perhaps you should be the one to open the tomb door." Zhang Rishan nodded and stepped forward, gently pushing open the stone door. With a creak, the 2 stone doors swung open effortlessly. In stark contrast to the myriad of traps and mechanisms within the city of urns, the main burial chamber was remarkably simple, consisting of a square room with an ordinary coffin positioned at its center. The material of the coffin was unremarkable as well. Zhang Qishan glanced around, still unable to spot any sign of Heir Yuehong, and anxiously inquired, "Mr. Chen, where is second master?" However, before he could finish his sentence, Chen Xuan raised a hand to interrupt him. "Open the coffin. I can hear a heartbeat." "A heartbeat?" A single remark from Chen Xuan immediately rendered Zhang Rishan anxious. The coffin was covered with a thick layer of dust, and the wooden nails securing the lid remained intact. If there were a heartbeat emanating from within, would it not imply that the occupant was still alive? Although the Zhang family was known for their longevity, they were not immortal. They too required sustenance and hydration. Who could possibly lie in a coffin for centuries without food or drink? With this perplexity in mind, Zhang Rishan volunteered to retrieve a crowbar from his backpack and pried off the wooden nails securing the coffin's lid. He then exerted all his strength to gradually push the lid open. Zhang Qishan, holding an oil lamp, leaned closer. Upon discerning the figure within, astonishment washed over his face. Second master? Indeed, the individual lying inside was none other than the missing Heir Yuehong, who had vanished 2 days prior. Zhang Rishan gasped and hastily replaced the coffin lid before shaking Heir Yuehong's garments. "Second master, Please awaken. In a short while Emperor Yuehong stirred, glancing around at the others before furrowing his brow at Zhang Qishan, inquiring with confusion, Buddha, how? How did I end up in this coffin? What about the centipedes? Are my men safe? Seeing that Emperor Yuehong was unharmed, Zhang Qishan finally breathed a sigh of relief and recounted the events of the last 2 days in detail. Your men are fine. I have arranged for military doctors to attend to the injured, and their lives are certainly secure. As for you, second master, how did you find yourself in this coffin after being absorbed by the tomb wall? As February Huang vigorously rubbed his head, he expressed his bewilderment, stating, I cannot fathom it. I only recall having a protracted dream, wandering endlessly within a labyrinth. Upon awakening, I found myself in your presence. Hearing his words, Zhang Qishan chuckled. No matter, it is sufficient that you are unharmed. Our ability to locate you owes much to Mr. Chen. Zhang Qishan realized that, had it not been for Chen Xuan, he would have had to expend the lives of his subordinates to deal with the over a dozen demon corpses, resulting in an excessive loss of comrades. Upon hearing this, February Huang promptly bowed to the side where Chen Xuan stood, expressing his gratitude. I am deeply thankful to Mr. Chen for saving my life. Chen Xuan smiled and replied, There is no need for thanks. However, do you intend to remain here, continuing your intimate encounter with your companion beneath you? At this remark, February Huang was taken aback, instinctively lowering his gaze. It was then that he discovered there was indeed another person beneath him. He froze momentarily before hastily leaping out of the coffin. As the others looked closer, they realized that the figure within the coffin, or rather the corpse, had remarkably remained uncorrupted after centuries. It was a young man, appearing to be in his 20s, adorned in ancient attire. His countenance suggested that he had merely succumbed to slumber rather than death. This preservation was not due to the effect of the Danyanzu, but rather because he possessed the bloodline of the Qilin, allowing his body to evade decay post-mortem. Most of the Zhang clan members interred within the ancient Zhang family tower shared this trait. Zhang Rishan, upon observing the visage of the man and sensing the Qilin blood coursing through him as well, turned to Zhang Qishan and nodded, affirming, Master, indeed, this is an ancestor of the Zhang family. Why were the ancestors of the Zhang family buried in this place? Zhang Qishan revealed a look of perplexity, his peripheral vision falling upon the wrist of the ancient corpse. There, he beheld a double-ringed silver bracelet adorning the wrist. This is. Chen Xuan also noticed the bracelet on the ancient corpse's wrist, and upon seeing it, his expression momentarily froze, only to be followed by a long sigh after a pause. This is the double-sound bracelet. With this artifact, even those not of the Zhang lineage can transcend the boundaries of life and death to enter the ancestral home of the Zhang family. Although Zhang Rishan is an official member of the Zhang family, he occupies a peripheral position within the clan. Unlike Zhang Qiling, who is the current clan leader and privy to the ancestral memories and secrets, or Zhang Haike, who has the capability to lead a faction of the clan overseas to establish branches. Zhang Rishan felt a surge of curiosity upon hearing Chen Xuan's familiarity with the Zhang family's secrets, prompting him to ask, Mr. Chen, how do you know so much about the Zhang family? The Zhang family is distinguished by its ancestral residence and ancient burial tower. The ancestral residence serves as the dwelling for the living, while the ancient tower is designated for the interment of the deceased. Moreover, the ancient tower is removable and transportable. During the late Ming to early Qing dynasty, the Zhang family's ancient tower was relocated to Banai. As for the ancestral residence, it has remained in the northeast, where the Zhang lineage has lived since childhood. However, even though the ancestral residence harbors fewer secrets than the ancient tower, it remains an exceedingly clandestine place. In addition to being protected by numerous mechanisms, it is further safeguarded by the boundary of life and death. This boundary can discern the Qilin bloodline. Those lacking this lineage face grave peril when attempting to enter. The sole means of circumventing the boundary of life and death is through this double-sound ring bracelet. Chen Xuan's familiarity stems from a relationship he once shared with a woman from the Zhang family, approximately a millennium ago during the twilight of the Tang dynasty. In her devotion to him, she dared to defy her clan's regulations, crafting for him a pair of sound rings, known as the Huan, which could transcend the boundaries of life and death, granting access to the ancestral home of the Zhang family. These rings became her sole relic, passed down through generations within her lineage. As Chen Xuan emerged from the tomb passage, he felt the long-forgotten warmth of sunlight upon his face, yet his heart bore no trace of joy. Such is the burden of longevity. No matter where one roams, memories inevitably stir emotions. This is especially true for someone like Chen Xuan, a creature who has traversed countless millennia. Master. Bai Ji keenly sensed Chen Xuan's mood and could not help but softly inquire. Rest assured, I am fine. Merely lost in reflection, Chen Xuan replied, shaking his head. Life seldom unfolds as one wishes. Despite possessing an almost eternal lifespan, he remains powerless against the inevitable aging and demise of friends and family. According to Zhang Rishan, they had discovered the remains of Heir Yuehong's grandfather wedged within a crevice of the tomb wall. The fate that befell Heir Yuehong's grandfather, much like that of Heir Yuehong himself, was to be ensnared by the tomb wall. However, Heir Yuehong was fortunate enough to have been drawn into a coffin. Otherwise, had he been trapped within the wall, he would likely have succumbed to asphyxiation within mere minutes. Zhang Qishan sighed softly and remarked, thus, it seems that ancestor from the Zhang family inadvertently saved the second master's life. Chapter 25. Journey to the northeast. In this era, trains traveled at an approximate speed of 40 kilometers per hour, a pace even slower than the electric vehicles of future generations. From the southern reaches to the northern expanse, traversing thousands of kilometers is a commonplace endeavor, often requiring several days and nights of travel. Occasionally, one may encounter numerous stops along the way or delays due to inclement weather, resulting in journeys that can stretch to over 10 days by train. Thus, despite the advent of trains as a remarkably efficient mode of transportation, embarking on a long-distance voyage remains a formidable challenge. Fortunately, Chen Xuan's train journey was devoid of complications, and he arrived in the capital with ease and swiftness. The reason for disembarking in the capital was that although Changsha offered direct train routes to the city, further travel to the northeast necessitated a transfer. Upon stepping off the train, Chen Xuan gazed at the bustling throngs of travelers within the station, a smile gracing his face. The name Forbidden City was one he knew all too well. During the time when Zhu Di had yet to rise in revolt and was still known as the Prince of Yan, he had once resided in the capital. Chen Xuan, accompanied by Bai Ji, chose not to rush to make a connection, but instead meandered through the streets of the city. In the 13th year of the Republic, having shed the shackles of the decaying Qing dynasty, the streets were alive with progressive youth, and one could even witness the latest Western automobiles. Additionally, the thoroughfares were populated with rickshaw pullers, traditional horse-drawn carriages, and sedan chairs. The once scholarly figures of the previous era had now adopted short hair and donned zhongshan suits, embodying the spirit of progress. The interplay of the old and the new, the clash of antiquity with modernity, and even the fusion of Eastern and Western cultures were all palpable in the capital during the Republican era. A nostalgic soul, Chen Xuan's first inclination upon arriving in the capital was to revisit the Sweetwater Alley, a place of his former residence. Returning to familiar grounds, he found that while the scenery remained unchanged, the people had transformed. After spending a leisurely day wandering, he indulged in local delicacies such as doji, fermented mung bean juice, with fried dough rings and hot pot. Chen Xuan and Bai Ji then continued their journey aboard the train heading to northeast China. After 2 days and nights of travel, they finally arrived in Shenyang. The reason they did not head directly to Baihe town was that the town, nestled at the foot of Changbai Mountain, lacked a railway connection. The remaining several hundred kilometers would require an alternative means of transport. Before long, Bai Ji procured 2 horses within the city of Shenyang. Without delay, they mounted their steeds and set off towards Baihe town. After 2 days of relentless travel, as snowflakes began to drift from the sky, Chen Xuan and Bai Ji finally reached the outskirts of Baihe town. This quaint settlement, located at the base of Changbai Mountain, was originally formed by gold prospectors from the north during the gold rush era. The town was modest in size, spanning no more than a kilometer from north to south. However, it bustled with activity and boasted a diverse array of shops. Taking advantage of their stay at an inn, Chen Xuan engaged in conversation with the innkeeper, who revealed that a local warlord was mining for gold in the area and had stationed 2 battalions for protection. With a growing population, business thrived, and Baihe town naturally became lively. The innkeeper, a man in his 40s adorned with a fur hat, was busy tallying accounts behind the counter when he glanced at Chen Xuan and Bai Ji and remarked with a smile, "You gentlemen do not appear to be from the north. Could you be from the south?" Intrigued by this observation, Chen Xuan, with a hint of surprise, inquired, "How did you deduce that we are not northerners?" The innkeeper responded, "As winter approaches, it is unusual for someone from the north to dress so lightly." He gestured towards Chen Xuan's thin garment and shook his head, advising, "You should dress more warmly. It has begun to snow, and the temperatures will soon drop." Chen Xuan nodded, smiling as he expressed his gratitude with a cupped fist gesture. He then received the room key from the innkeeper and proceeded to his chamber to rest. In truth, Chen Xuan was impervious to both heat and cold. Whether it was a frigid -10 degrees or scorching temperatures, it held no sway over him. As for Bai Ji, having already departed from the realm of the living, he had little concern for the weather's chill. Once in his room, Chen Xuan contemplated aloud. Based on the clues provided by the Wu family, the Liao dynasty tomb should be situated several miles northeast of the town, near the mining mountain. Given that time is of the essence, we shall embark upon our journey tomorrow. Indeed, my lord, Bai Ji replied. After a brief respite, as dusk approached, Chen Xuan and Bai Ji descended to the dining area. Though the inn in Baihe town was modest in size, it was well equipped, providing both lodging and meals. While the cuisine could not rival that of the grand restaurants in the city, a warm meal in such a remote locale was a considerable luxury, and the patrons were not particularly discerning. As Chen Xuan and Bai Ji made their way downstairs, they found the dining hall bustling with travelers seated at 7 or 8 occupied tables. Observing the situation, the innkeeper promptly apologized. "Esteemed guests, I regret to inform you that we have no available seating. Would you consider sharing a table with other patrons?" Chen Xuan, unperturbed, nodded with a smile. Shortly thereafter, the innkeeper guided the two to a table nestled in the corner of the hall. Seated at this table were 3 travelers clad in Taoist robes, 2 men and a woman. The female Taoist, appearing to be around 17 or 18 years of age, had a basket resting on the floor beside her, filled with freshly harvested herbs. The remaining 2 Taoists were of similar age, one possessing striking blue pupils, indicative of a mixed heritage. Another individual appeared to be somewhat older, around the age of 27 or 28, with a tall and slender physique. Notably, his pair of eyes was captivating, harboring an imperceptible glint of ferocity. The innkeeper initially greeted with a smile and performed a respectful bow, cautiously inquiring whether it would be permissible to share a table. The leading Taoist priest nodded slightly and remarked, "It is not easy to travel outside. If the 2 brothers do not mind, please take a seat." Chen Xuan smiled lightly, unfazed by the subtle scent of blood emanating from the Taoist, and simply clasped his hands together, saying, "Taoist priest, I am Chen Xuan. It is a pleasure to meet you." He sensed that, apart from the 3 of them, the others in the inn were ordinary people, yet the middle-aged man before him, who remained stern and wooden-like, inexplicably stirred a sense of trepidation within him. With this thought, he turned to Chen Xuan and feigned casualness in his inquiry, "Brother, who might this friend of yours be?" "Oh, he is Bai Ji. He is not fond of conversation. Please do not take offense, Taoist priest." "Bai Shi." The Taoist murmured the name softly, his mind racing through the notable figures of the martial world, but he could not recall anyone by the name Bai Ji. Contemplating this, the Taoist cast a penetrating glance at Bai Ji before shifting his focus back to Chen Xuan. In truth, this Taoist was no ordinary individual. His reputation within the martial realm was quite illustrious. He was known as Zhigu Shao, the leader of the Chen Xuan sect. Chapter 26. An Unexpected Encounter. In addition to his identity as a Taoist, Zhigu Shao bore another lineage, that of the Zaglamar tribe from the western regions. Millennia ago, the Zaglamar tribe had ventured into the bottomless pit and consequently fell victim to the curse of the serpent god. Among the members of the Zagalama clan, regardless of gender, none survive beyond the age of 40. To lift this curse, one must seek out the elusive dust-dispersing pearl and conduct a sacrificial rite. Thus, for millennia, the Zagalama clan has scoured the central plains in pursuit of clues leading to the pearl. Initially, in order to remain inconspicuous, They disguised themselves as Taoist priests and refrained from engaging with the regional powers. Consequently, the mountain-moving Taoists have always been the most enigmatic sect among tomb-raiding factions. It was not until the Republican era that, upon assuming leadership, the Partridge Whistle, feeling the weight of their isolation, altered their strategy to actively integrate into the Green Forest, forging alliances with various local strongmen to leverage their power in the search for the pearl. For instance, he became friends with Chan Yulo, the leader of the Unloading Ridge, and acquainted himself with numerous captains and hall masters within that faction. This time, Partridge Whistle, accompanied by his junior disciple Old Foreigner and his junior sister Flower Spirit, ventured to Baihe town due to a lead indicating the presence of a Grand Liao dynasty tomb nearby. Decades prior, the local Meyer Society had attempted excavation, but due to unforeseen circumstances, their efforts were thwarted. Today, the Meyer Society has disbanded, and the Liao tomb near Baihe town has been all but forgotten. Of course, the act of tomb raiding has never been regarded as virtuous throughout history. Thus, Partridge Whistle chose not to disclose any details to Chen Xuan, merely stating that the three of them were wandering the world. Chen Xuan, having lived for countless years and witnessed innumerable events and individuals, including the mountain-moving Taoists, was not particularly concerned. In fact, upon entering the hall, he had already discerned the aura of the ghost hole curse emanating from the trio, recognizing Partridge Whistle's identity as a mountain-moving Taoist. This trace of history harkens back to 2 millennia ago during the tumultuous Qin and Han dynasties, a time of chaos and the struggle for supremacy between Chu and Han. Chen Xuan grew weary of bloodshed and no longer wished to be a mere instrument in the hands of kings. Thus, he shouldered his pack and journeyed westward from Xianyang, ultimately arriving in the western regions. Although turmoil still afflicted these lands, they were considerably more peaceful than the Central Plains. Among these territories, the kingdom of Jingjue stood as the mightiest, nearly the largest in the west. In Jingjue, Chen Xuan encountered the reigning queen, and the two shared a blissful time together for more than half a year. He even confided in her about his immortal nature, albeit one that required him to endure cycles of deep slumber. The queen, eager to assist, led him to the bottomless ghost cave in hopes of seeking a remedy from the serpent god for his relentless sleeping. However, to their dismay, the serpent god remained elusive. It was at that moment that fragments of ancient memories resurfaced in Chen Xuan's mind, revealing that his lifespan far exceeded what he had previously imagined, potentially rivaling that of the serpent god. Unfortunately, due to unknown circumstances, his memories of the ancient and primeval eras were fragmented, with his most coherent recollections commencing from the Shang dynasty. Nevertheless, even beginning from this period, the vast memories he harbored, despite the necessity of sleeping for 60 years every 3 years, amounted to nearly 3 to 4 millennia. Soon, the innkeeper brought forth their evening meal. During their repast, Zhigu Xiao attempted several indirect approaches to extract the identity of Baiji from Chen Xuan. Yet, his tactics seemed overly naïve to Chen Xuan, who found it far easier to elicit information from the innocent Hua Ling with just a few casual remarks. For instance, she revealed that they had visited the mines outside the town during the day and encountered the guarding troops. Additionally, they had discovered numerous rare herbs in a nearby forest adjacent to the mines. Upon mentioning medicinal herbs, Hua Ling noticeably became more animated. "Brother Chen, these are the astragalus I gathered, which can be used to create a wound-healing potion." Chen Xuan smiled gently and nodded. "I observed that the other herbs in your basket would significantly diminish the efficacy of the healing potion." Hua Ling was momentarily taken aback, exclaiming, "Brother Chen, do you possess knowledge of pharmacology?" "I have a modest understanding," he replied. However, Chen Xuan's expertise extended beyond mere knowledge. He had once resided beside the esteemed physician Hua Tuo and counted the king of medicine among his friends. Yet, his true prowess lay not in healing the living, but in remedying the deceased. The ailments of the departed were often far more intricate and challenging than those of the living. As he spoke, Chen Xuan meticulously recounted a long-lost formula for the wound-healing potion to Hua Ling. After absorbing the information, her eyes gleamed with excitement. "This formula is remarkable. With a combination of over a dozen herbs, the primary and supplementary ingredients work in perfect harmony to maximize the medicinal properties." With enthusiasm, Hua Ling turned to Chen Xuan and eagerly inquired, "Brother Chen, from where did you acquire this formula?" I once perused a fragment of Hua Tuo's medical scriptures and recalled this particular formula for wound healing. In truth, Chen Xuan had not merely seen a fragment but the complete work of Hua Tuo. He had lived next door to the legendary physician and spent countless days engrossed in discussions about medical practices. In fact, he had even contributed to Hua Tuo's writings, assisting in refining the text. It was during that time that Chen Xuan's interest in healing the living waned, leading him to delve into the art of treating the deceased. Upon hearing this, Hualing's excitement intensified, and she quickly asked, "Brother Chen, may I record this formula?" "Certainly, the art of medicine is intended for healing and saving lives." Upon hearing this, Hualing hastily extracted a pen from her satchel, meticulously recording the formula for the golden wound medicine that Chen Xuan had just mentioned. For a healer, nothing elicits greater excitement than the discovery of a new remedy or the revelation of a novel medicinal ingredient. Although Zhigu Xiao lacked expertise in medical matters, he understood that his junior sister had benefited from Chen Xuan's generosity. He quickly clasped his hands and said, "Brother Chen, this prescription is invaluable. Perhaps we should purchase it." "No need," Chen Xuan replied, waving his hand. "I share a special bond with Sister Hualing, and I wish to gift this formula to her." He then turned his gaze towards Zhigu Xiao and his companions. Despite their appearances in Taoist robes, which might suggest a lack of wealth, the Zagralama clan had traversed countless ancient tombs for over a millennium. Although they were bound by clan rules that prevented them from taking too many treasures from the tombs, the wealth they had accumulated over the years was still astronomical. Zhigu Xiao's seemingly impoverished state was merely a reflection of his indifference to worldly pleasures. He knew that his paramount objective was to locate the Emochin pearl and rescue himself and his kin. Everything else was inconsequential. Contemplating this, Chen Xuan shifted his tone, speaking with an air of significance. "Taoist Zhigu Xiao, I possess a modicum of knowledge in physiognomy. It seems to me that your journey may not yield the desired outcome." Taken aback by Chen Xuan's words, Zhigu Xiao was reluctant to delve further into the topic. He merely clasped his hands and fell silent. Chapter 27. The Ding Yen Pearl. The following day, at the break of dawn, Chen Xuan and Bai Ji departed the inn, making their way towards the mines outside the town. As the partridge whistle suggested, soldiers guarded the perimeter of the mine. Fortunately, Chen Xuan's destination was not the mine itself, sparing him considerable effort. The two circumvented the mine and rode their horses to a low hill situated behind it. This hill, devoid of a name, was referred to by the locals as Concubine Hill. It was said to be the tomb of a royal concubine from the Jin dynasty, a favored consort of the dynasty's founding emperor, who had been cherished during her lifetime. Tragically, this young concubine succumbed to illness at an early age. In his deep sorrow, the emperor commanded an elaborate burial for her, even going to great lengths to acquire a facial preservation pearl, hoping that she might retain her beauty in death. He intended to be interred alongside her upon his own demise. Alas, after the emperor's passing, his descendants did not honor his wishes and failed to bury him with the concubine. Thus, her tomb stood isolated, several dozen miles from Baihe town. Of course, legends are merely tales. Over the years, there have been attempts to excavate the concubine's tomb, yet no one has succeeded in locating its entrance. It was only a few decades ago that the local mud association discovered a reference to the tomb in an ancient text, finally uncovering its entrance. However, due to unforeseen circumstances, this expedition was ultimately called off. By the time the situation calmed, the influence of the mud association had already faded into obscurity. Chen Xuan, seated upon his steed, gazed into the distance, where he could indeed see a solitary low hill on the plain ahead. Rising no more than 100 meters and covering a mere 100 meters in area, the hill was overgrown with weeds and wild grass, some of which towered to half his height. Bai Ji, observing the low hill, expressed his confusion, saying, "My lord, this does not appear to be the site of a tomb." Chen Xuan chuckled upon hearing the remark. "What, do you also possess knowledge of feng shui?" he inquired. Feng shui has existed since ancient times. Even during the Warring States period, the principles of feng shui and the concept of dragon veins and earth veins were esteemed. However, prior to the Jin dynasty, the understanding of feng shui was predominantly confined to the nobility, leaving the common folk entirely unaware of its tenets. In fact, the aristocracy had specialists known as earth chi masters whose sole profession was to select burial sites based on feng shui. To the nobility of that era, the common people were akin to livestock, merely requiring a hole to be dug for burial without any consideration for feng shui. It was not until Guopu of the Jin dynasty compiled a burial scripture that the knowledge of feng shui began to permeate the households of ordinary citizens. Baizhi, born a slave and never having encountered feng shui, was initially skeptical of such beliefs. Upon hearing Chen Xuan's jest, he sheepishly scratched his head and explained, "I was once ignorant of these matters, but as I grew older, I met an earth chi master who shared much knowledge in this field." He surveyed the modest mound of earth before them, noting the absence of mountains or water sources, which entirely contradicted feng shui principles. Chen Xuan glanced at a nearby low hill, shaped like a crescent moon, and shook his head. "You are aware of one aspect, yet oblivious to another." He dismounted his horse and gestured towards the distant hill as he began to elucidate. Observing this, Baizhi hastily followed suit and leaped from his steed. The expanse before them indeed lacked mountains or water, and the mine they had traversed was a desolate, barren place, hardly qualifying as a feng shui treasure ground. However, the tomb of the Golden Kingdom's imperial concubine was not situated within that low hill. Rather, the hill was merely an artifice, heaped for the sake of feng shui. An artifice of earth? Baizhi pondered. What does this low hill resemble? Indeed, it is a new moon, with the moon shining above and springs bubbling below. This harmonious feng shui arrangement is known as moon illuminating springs, an exceptionally auspicious site for a woman's tomb. Such sacred grounds are also referred to as concealed abode. As he spoke, Chen Xuan gestured towards the southeast. The moonlight must not shine directly but rather at an angle. Thus, the tomb of this imperial consort of the Jin dynasty should be located 3 miles southeast of the low hill. Upon hearing this, Baizhi's eyes sparkled with excitement as he promptly followed Chen Xuan to a gentle slope 3 miles away. This slope appeared unremarkable, indistinguishable from the vast expanse of plain surrounding it. Chen Xuan dismounted and took a few steps before selecting a spot, calmly stating, "This is the place. Begin digging." At the sound of his words, Baizhi swiftly retrieved a shovel from the pack on his horse's back, having prepared it in advance. With the strength of an ox, he wielded the shovel with remarkable speed, and before long, he had excavated a hole measuring 1/2 meter on each side. Observing the straight tunnel Baizhi had created, Chen Xuan felt somewhat speechless. Typically, a tomb raider's tunnel is not straight. Rather, it is inclined. A straight tunnel suggests that the digger is inexperienced. The reasoning behind avoiding a straight tunnel is steeped in knowledge. Firstly, an inclined tunnel facilitates entry. Should any dangers lurk within, one can escape swiftly. Secondly, in grand tombs, the air is often laden with unknown miasmas. A straight tunnel would allow these toxic gases to escape directly, jeopardizing the tomb raider's health. Even if they do not perish, they would surely fall gravely ill. The slanted tunnel allows the miasma to settle partially upon its walls, thereby mitigating the likelihood of exposure. Of course, these concerns pose no challenges for Baizhi, as he is not human and thus harbors no fear of such noxious vapors. After approximately half an hour of excavation, having delved over 3 meters deep, the two heard a distinct sound, akin to a metallic chime. Baizhi lifted his head and exclaimed, "My lord, we have encountered a burial brick." Chen Xuan glanced down, furrowing his brow as he remarked, "This appears to be the celestial fire glazed roof." The so-called celestial fire glazed roof is, in truth, a specially crafted glazed tile, exceedingly thin and prone to shattering with the slightest mishap. Beneath this glazed roof lies a layer containing a unique incendiary oil that ignites upon contact with air. The potency of this oil far surpasses that of petroleum and cannot be extinguished once ignited. For ordinary grave robbers, encountering such a celestial glazed roof would spell trouble, as shattering the tile would incinerate everything within the tomb. Consequently, most grave robbers would opt to circumvent the glazed roof, seeking alternative means to access the burial chamber. Additionally, there exists the Zhang family's inherited skill known as the Fakue finger, which relies solely on finger strength to extract these meticulously fitted glazed tiles. However, these strategies pertain to common grave robbers, excluding Chen Xuan. If one were to consider lineage, he is akin to the progenitor of all grave robbers across various sections. Should he wish to plunder a tomb, there would be none capable of thwarting his endeavors. With this thought in mind, Chen Xuan instructed Bai Ji to ascend first, then withdrew a piece of yellow talisman paper from his robe. He meticulously folded the talisman for a moment, shaping it into a humanoid form. Immediately after, with a casual toss, the paper figure in his hand swayed and soared to the top of the glazed tile, slipping through the cracks of the tiles. This occurred during the late Yuan and early Ming dynasties, when he traversed the Coffin Mountain and Wuxia Gorge, forging a friendship with the head of the Feng family. Their bond was formed through a mutual understanding, leading to a deep camaraderie. At that time, Chen Xuan had already mastered the art of ghostly medicine, capable of healing both the living and the dead. He imparted the language of the dead to his newfound friend, teaching him the methods to control corpses. In return, the latter bestowed upon Chen Xuan an extraordinary technique for utilizing paper figures in tomb raiding. In less than a quarter of an hour, the paper figure emerged once again from the crevice of the glazed tiles. However, it had transformed from its original yellow hue to a deep, pure black. Bai Ji even heard the paper figure emit a burp as it climbed back up. Upon witnessing this inky figure, Bai Ji exclaimed, "My lord, has it consumed the oil?" "Indeed," Chen Xuan chuckled, casually gesturing towards the distance. The paper figure then scrambled forward, using both hands and feet to traverse over Tenjiang. Suddenly, smoke erupted from its body, and before long, it was engulfed in flames. The fire blazed fiercely, shooting up several meters high, and it took a full quarter of an hour before the flames began to subside. Once the fire was completely extinguished, Chen Xuan turned and declared, "All right, we can descend into the tomb now." With that, he leapt into the burial cavity. With a cracking sound, the glazed tiles shattered rapidly, and both Chen Xuan and Bai Ji followed suit, jumping into the main burial chamber. However, upon their descent, they discovered that they were not alone in the chamber. There were indeed others present. The three companions, Zhigu Xiao and his two siblings, had just emerged from another passageway, unlocking the door to the tomb chamber. In this unexpected moment, the two parties encountered one another. Chapter 28. Three crossbows. Zhigu Xiao was momentarily taken aback, his gaze sharpening with intensity. He never anticipated that Chen Xuan was, like himself, a fellow practitioner in this field. Primarily, it was due to Chen Xuan's profound knowledge, akin to that of a scholar, and the presence of Bai Ji, who exuded an air of aloofness devoid of any hint of the roguish wilderness, that Zhigu Xiao had not considered this possibility. The old foreigner found himself somewhat bewildered. Encountering a rival in tomb raiding was not entirely unprecedented. There had been instances where ruthless individuals engaged in outright confrontations. However, given that their rapport had been amicable just yesterday, the old foreigner felt a sense of dilemma. He discreetly nudged Zhigu Xiao, whispering, "Senior brother, what shall we do?" "Let us observe the situation," Zhigu Xiao replied, taking a deep breath. He then turned towards Chen Xuan and Bai Ji, bowing respectfully. "It appears I have underestimated the situation. I did not realize that Mr. Chen is also a colleague in this field. Allow me to formally introduce myself. I am Zhigu Xiao, the leader of the mountain-moving sect." Chen Xuan greeted him with a smile, responding leisurely, "Brother Zhigu Xiao, why don't we explore together?" Uncertain of Chen Xuan's true intentions, Zhigu Xiao was reluctant to join forces. Nevertheless, having heard of the treasures within the tomb of the Golden Kingdom's imperial consort, he felt compelled to investigate. After a moment's contemplation, he replied, "As a member of the mountain-moving lineage, I traverse renowned mountains and rivers, seeking the elusive Mo Chun Pearl. Aside from the Mo Chun Pearl, any other treasures within the tomb may rightfully belong to Brother Chun." This matter was previously deemed highly confidential. However, since Zhigu Xiao altered his strategy and began enlisting the aid of the Green Forest forces to search for the whereabouts of the elusive Yao Chun Pearl, it is no longer shrouded in secrecy. The entire martial world is now aware that the mountain-moving leader Zhigu Xiao has been scouring the central plains in pursuit of a precious gem known as the Yao Chun Pearl. Numerous valiant heroes of the Green Forest have even taken it upon themselves to assist in uncovering clues. For instance, the lead regarding a pearl hidden within the tomb of a Golden Kingdom princess was relayed to Zhigu Xiao by a friend from a certain mud association. Chen Xuan, unfazed, nodded and remarked, "Very well, but I fear that Brother Zhigu Xiao may be disappointed on this occasion." Upon hearing this, Zhigu Xiao immediately recalled the divination that Chen Xuan had performed for him the previous day. Yet, Zhigu Xiao has never placed his faith in destiny. Even if fate were a reality, he would still strive to resist it. Meanwhile, Hua Ling, who held a favorable impression of Chen Xuan, approached him with a hint of delight and inquired, "Brother Chen, how did you come to know of this tomb's existence? My senior brother possesses a map and has expended considerable effort to locate the burial chamber. We encountered numerous traps and mechanisms along the tomb path. Although the mountain-moving faction has some understanding of feng shui, they are not, strictly speaking, true practitioners of the Central Plains tradition, as they belong to the Zagorama clan, historically associated with the western regions. Moreover, due to their past isolation from the customs of the Central Plains, their explorations of ancient tombs have primarily relied on observation and inquiry rather than the adept skills of tomb raiders who locate dragon veins and auspicious sites. In other words, while the mountain-moving faction excels in mechanisms, precious artifacts, and even rare beasts, they fall short in the art of geomancy and the search for dragon veins. In the annals of the future, the granddaughter of Zhigu Xiao, Shirley Yang, finds an impeccable match in the treasure seeker Hu Ba Yi. One excels in the realm of precious artifacts and mythical beasts, while the other possesses a remarkable aptitude for locating hidden treasures and auspicious sites. The synergy of their talents promises unparalleled success. The concept is rather straightforward. Tombs are influenced by geomancy. The mausoleum of the Golden Kingdom's imperial consort is characterized by the slanting moon illuminating the spring formation, which conceals a unique geomantic configuration. By identifying the slanting moon on the surface and adhering to the specific arrangement of the 9 palaces and 8 trigrams, the main burial chamber can be located. Chen Xuan gestured towards the spring at the foot of the coffin in the main chamber, offering a succinct explanation. Upon hearing this, Zhigu Xiao's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Having traversed the world for over a decade, Zhigu Xiao recognized that the greatest vulnerability of their sect lay in geomancy. Should he be able to recruit Brother Chen into their fold, the quest for the elusive Miaoqin pearl would undoubtedly become exponentially more efficient. However, this fleeting thought quickly dissipated, as their acquaintance was merely serendipitous, and he remained unaware of Chen Xuan's true background. Contemplating this, Zhigu Xiao bestowed a faint smile and clasped his hands, exclaiming, "Brother Chen is indeed a remarkable talent." With the conversation now opened, the atmosphere lightened considerably. The jovial foreigner approached, pointing towards the coffin behind the spring, inquiring, "Is this the coffin of the Golden Kingdom's imperial consort? Let us hasten to open it." He moved forward, preparing to unseal the coffin. Yet, just as he placed his hands upon the coffin, a sudden cacophony of clicking mechanisms erupted from within. Zhigu Xiao's expression shifted dramatically as he urgently cautioned, "Be careful, junior brother." No sooner had he spoken than 3 crossbow bolts shot forth from the depths of the coffin. Upon witnessing the unfolding scene, Zhigu Xiao hastily drew his mirrored box gun from his waist and discharged 3 shots at the crossbow arrows. The mirrored box gun, also known as a Mauser pistol, is a firearm originating from Germany. This handgun made its debut in the 1890s and later entered China during the early years of the Republic, where it was replicated by various arsenals and became a common sight on battlefields. It was not until after the liberation that it was completely phased out. Zhigu Xiao's marksmanship was remarkably precise. 2 out of the 3 shots struck the arrows with accuracy, yet the final arrow evaded his aim. As he watched helplessly, his junior brother on the verge of being pierced by the arrow, Zhigu Xiao's heart raced in desperation. In that moment, a large hand unexpectedly reached out before the old foreigner, firmly grasping the swiftly approaching arrow. The arrowhead was a mere half-inch from the foreigner's heart, tantalizingly close to penetrating it. The old foreigner felt his heart pounding fiercely. He inhaled deeply, taking a considerable time to regain his composure, and promptly expressed his gratitude to the individual before him. "Thank you, Brother Bai." Witnessing this, Zhigu Xiao's eyes narrowed in astonishment. The 3 arrows had been triggered by a mechanism within the coffin, traveling at an astonishing speed. An ordinary person would have been unable to react in time. Even Zhigu Xiao, upon introspection, acknowledged that he could at best have managed to avoid a vital spot, but he certainly could not have seized the arrows with such ease as Bai Ji had done. Moreover, the expression on Bai Ji's face indicated that he still possessed strength to spare. In that instant, Zhigu Xiao could not help but feel a profound admiration for Bai Ji, marveling at his extraordinary skill. Upon reflecting on this, Zhigu Xiao hurriedly approached, first offering words of comfort to his junior, the old foreigner. Subsequently, with a face full of gratitude, he turned to Bai Ji and said, "Brother Bai, your immense kindness cannot be adequately expressed. I am profoundly grateful for your saving my disciple's life." Chen Xuan chuckled softly and replied, "It is nothing, merely a trivial matter. Bai Ji, please proceed to open the coffin." Hearing this, Bai Ji stepped forward to the sarcophagus, disregarding the wooden nails atop the lid, and grasped both sides of the cover with force, effortlessly lifting it open. The sight left the three disciples of Zhigu Xiao utterly astounded, for the coffin was crafted from a rare type of wood known as Yinshan, which, while not exceedingly rare, possesses the remarkable characteristic of being exceptionally heavy. Although it may not rival a bronze coffin, the weight of the lid would certainly not be less than 100 or 200 pounds, not to mention the added weight of the wooden nails. Yet, in Bai Ji's hands, the seemingly insurmountable lid was as light as a feather, lifted with ease. The old foreigner, secretly astonished, couldn't help but raise his thumb in admiration, exclaiming, "Brother Bai possesses remarkable strength." As the coffin opened, the group quickly gathered around to peer inside. To their astonishment, a female corpse lay within, remarkably preserved. Even after a millennium, her visage appeared strikingly lifelike. Her face was so delicate it seemed as though it could be easily touched, as if she had merely fallen into a deep slumber. Chapter 29. The Acquisition of the Dingyan Pearl. The old foreigner mused, and then, as if struck by an epiphany, remarked with a smile, "Brother, do you suppose this imperial consort of the Jin kingdom was perhaps harmed by the empress? Otherwise, how could she be buried in this desolate place?" "Stop your nonsense." The partridge whistle shot a glare at the old foreigner before redirecting his attention to the imperial consort of the Jin dynasty lying within the coffin. He noticed that something seemed to be concealed within her throat, stirring his curiosity. He quickly beckoned to the old foreigner. "Junior brother, fetch the rope." Right away, the two brothers worked in perfect harmony, binding the rope around the body of the Jin consort, one on the left and one on the right. Subsequently, the partridge whistle gracefully leapt onto the edge of the coffin, gently pressing his finger against the corpse's throat. In the next moment, the lips of the corpse parted slightly, and from within emerged a dark pearl. The partridge whistle examined the pearl in his hand, a look of disappointment emerging on his face. "It is not the immortal pearl." He shook his head at his junior brother and sister, then turned to Chen Xuan. "Did you come for this Dingyan pearl?" Having traversed the martial world for many years and plundered countless ancient tombs, the partridge whistle was certainly familiar with the Dingyan pearl. While rare, it was not unique. However, its sole purpose was to prevent the decay of a corpse, offering little utility to their sect, the Moving Mountain School. Chen Xuan did not hesitate to respond candidly, stating, "Indeed, I came specifically for the Dingyan pearl." He was a man of honesty with no need for deceit, for to him, there was nothing in this world worth lying about. Upon hearing this, the partridge whistle nodded and generously handed the Dingyan pearl to Chen Xuan. "As previously agreed, the three of us shall only take the immortal pearl. Since it is not present in this tomb, this Dingyan pearl shall be given to you, Brother Chen." Upon receiving it, Chen Xuan showed no disdain and casually tucked it into his pocket. At that moment, Hua Ling's expression abruptly shifted, her voice stammering with urgency. "Senior, brother, you must look." The others turned in response, and what they beheld was a horrifying sight. The imperial consort of the Jin kingdom, her face rapidly decaying due to the removal of the essence-stabilizing pearl. Within moments, she had transformed into a grotesquely rotting corpse, the putrefaction of her features eliciting a wave of nausea. Yet the horror did not cease there. Perhaps the essence-stabilizing pearl had suppressed the corpse's malevolent energy. Upon its removal, the imperial consort's hand began to tremble, hinting at the ominous possibility of reanimation. Although they had previously heard numerous tales from Zhigu Xiao regarding spectral entities, millennial zongzi, and even blood corpses, the reality of encountering a reanimated corpse instilled a profound trepidation. Fortunately, Zhigu Xiao remained unfazed, his countenance steady as he reassured, "Junior sister, do not fear. Step back while my junior brother and I prepare a formation." The old foreigner complied promptly, hastily throwing the other end of the rope to Zhigu Shao, ready to assist in subduing the resurrected imperial consort. Just as their gaze lingered, the imperial consort abruptly sprang forth from the coffin, a chilling aura instantly enveloping the chamber. Zhigu Shao's expression darkened. He sensed that the degree of the female corpse's transformation surpassed his expectations, nearing that of a millennia-old Zongzi. However, he found solace in the fact that this corpse was neither a golden-armored nor a blood corpse. Otherwise, even he might struggle to secure victory. With that thought, Zhigu Shao called out, "Brother Chen, Brother Bai, retreat behind me. Let me handle this female corpse first." Chen Xuan smiled and waved his hand, saying, "There's no need for such trouble. With Bai Ji here, everything will be fine." As if to validate Chen Xuan's assurance, the imperial consort of the Jin kingdom suddenly sprang forth from her coffin and leapt into the air. In the astonished gaze of the three disciples of Zhigu Shao, she knelt directly before Bai Ji. To their utter amazement, the already transformed corpse of the Jin imperial consort bowed repeatedly to Bai Ji. Zhigu Shao's face was filled with disbelief. The old foreigner could not contain his astonishment and exclaimed, "Goodness, Brother Bai, why is even the Jin imperial consort bowing to you? You wouldn't happen to be the founder of the Jin dynasty, would you?" Corpse language. Zhigu Shao gasped, unable to suppress his surprise. Having traveled extensively, he had heard tales of extraordinary beings and remarkable occurrences, such as an old Taoist during the late Qing dynasty who could understand the language of corpses and converse with Zongzi. However, he had always considered this secret art to be mere legend. Witnessing this scene deepened Zhigu Shao's bewilderment. Initially, he thought Chen Xuan and his companion were merely teachers from somewhere, but he later discovered their true identities were far from ordinary. Now, Bai Ji's breathtaking display left Zhigu Shao utterly stunned. With mastery over feng shui, coupled with the ability to communicate with the dead, not to mention Bai Ji's remarkable skills that made Zhigu Shao feel inadequate, he could not help but reflect that these two individuals must possess an astonishing background, particularly with Chen Xuan, whose warm demeanor and perpetual smile gave Zhigu Shao the impression that, despite Chen Xuan's insistence that Bai Ji was his friend, the respect Bai Ji exhibited towards Chen Xuan resembled that of a retainer rather than a companion. To have a companion who possesses skills equal to or even surpassing one's own, and who is well versed in the arcane art of corpse language, renders Chen Xuan's identity shrouded in profound mystery. Although curiosity swirled within him, Zhigu Shao refrained from probing further. Instead, he clasped his hands in a gesture of respect and remarked, "I had not anticipated that Brother Chen and his companion would possess such remarkable abilities. Merely a trivial skill." Chen Xuan replied modestly. Zhigu Shao let out a deep sigh, stating softly, "This is no trivial matter. Brother Bai's mastery of corpse language is among the most esteemed techniques in the realm." As he spoke, Zhigu Shao felt a surge of emotion. If the Banshan sect were to grasp the secrets of corpse language, their quest for the elusive Miao Chun pearl would undoubtedly yield greater results. However, recognizing that their paths had merely crossed, he could not bring himself to request such esoteric knowledge. After a moment of contemplation, Zhigu Shao proposed, "Brother Chen, given your extraordinary talents, why not join me on a journey to Shaanxi?" "Shaanxi?" Zhigu Shao nodded, his eyes sparkling with excitement. He spoke truthfully. He had indeed received a letter from a friend in the Green Forest, which contained clues regarding the ancient tomb of Old Bear Ridge, suggesting that it might hold the coveted Miaochen pearl. Thus, he intended to venture to Shaanxi. The reason for seeking the assistance of Chen Xuan and his companion was the hope that Bai Ji's expertise in corpse language would provide invaluable support. Even if the pearl were not found within the tomb, they might uncover significant leads. To Zhigu Shao's surprise, however, Chen Xuan did not acquiesce. "No, I am not interested in fame. As for you, Brother Zhigu Shao." Chen Xuan's words trailed off as he suddenly turned to face Hua Ling, his expression growing increasingly grave. Chapter 30. Soul-gathering Zhigu Shao noticed that Chen Xuan's expression was amiss and promptly said, "Brother Chen, if you have something to say, please speak candidly." Chen Xuan nodded and replied, "Then I shall be forthright. Your journey may indeed be uneventful, yet I perceive that your junior disciples bear a dark omen upon their foreheads. This venture may well invite calamity." Such words from Chen Xuan resembled the typical banter of a charlatan. Had this been before today, Zhigu Xiao would have dismissed them outright, perhaps even chastising the indiscreet Chen Xuan. However, having witnessed the prowess of Chen Xuan and his companion, he refrained from such thoughts. After a moment of contemplation, Zhigu Xiao solemnly clasped his hands and expressed, "Thank you for the warning, Brother Chen. I comprehend your concern." Thereafter, the trio from the Ban Mountain sect took their leave. The disciples of Ban Mountain, in pursuit of the elusive Miaochen pearl, had long since cast aside any regard for life or death, leaving no stone unturned in their quest for leads on the pearl. Thus, regardless of the dangers lurking in the journey to Nuqing County, Zhigu Xiao felt compelled to proceed. Chen Xuan hurriedly assisted the elder, his demeanor warm as he inquired, "Old Yuan, what brings you here?" In truth, even without the elder's explanation, Chen Xuan surmised that it was primarily to express gratitude for past assistance, particularly after Chen Xuan had intervened against the wealthy suitor seeking to forcibly marry his daughter. Old Yuan felt it necessary to personally convey his thanks, rather than retreating to the countryside with his daughter. As they conversed, Chen Xuan welcomed Old Yuan and his daughter into the quaint villa, where he gleaned the full account of their circumstances. It was revealed that the elder's new wife possessed a fiery temperament and harbored a disdain for her stepdaughter. Previously, the wealthy master intended to take a young maid as a concubine, and his aging spouse readily consented, desiring to sell the maid for financial gain. Although old man Yuan lacked assertiveness, he was unwilling to push his daughter into a perilous situation. After much contemplation, he resolved to entrust his daughter to Chen Xuan. Even if she could not become a legitimate wife, serving as a concubine to a learned and youthful gentleman was far preferable to being a concubine to a man in his twilight years. If she could not even achieve that status, being a maid would suffice, as it was certainly better than accompanying him to the countryside and enduring the wrath of a stepmother. Upon hearing old man Yuan's words, Chen Xuan turned his gaze toward the maid. At that moment, she lowered her head, her face flushed with embarrassment, unable to meet his eyes. After a moment of reflection, Chen Xuan gently shook his head and replied, "Old man Yuan, it is acceptable for the maid to stay, but there is no need for her to serve as a maid. I shall consider her my sister instead." Chen Xuan was not being pretentious. Rather, having lived many years, he had experienced numerous wives and beloved companions. Yet beauty fades and time slips away. Even if love once existed, it would inevitably wane with the passage of time. Furthermore, he was aware that he would only awaken for 3 years. After the Ming dynasty, he had refrained from pursuing young women, remaining largely indifferent even when affection was expressed. For instance, during his last awakening, he encountered Huashangyun, who was vibrant and open-hearted. Yet even after she bared her feelings beneath the locust tree, he still chose to decline. His sentiments toward the maid mirrored this. He had no intention of acquiescing. After 3 years, when he vanished, her life could return to its rightful course. Upon hearing this, old man Yuan was both astonished and elated, hastily bowing and exclaiming, "Maid, quickly thank Mr. Chen." Upon hearing Chen Xuan's words, the girl felt a tinge of disappointment. Naturally, she yearned to marry Chen Xuan rather than her younger sister. After a moment's hesitation, prompted by old man Yuan's words, she shyly called out, "Brother Chen." Chen Xuan smiled and arranged for her to stay at his home. Once settled, she proved to be quite industrious, eagerly taking on every task. In the evening, noticing Chen Xuan still occupied in his study, she prepared a pot of tea and brought it to him. As she placed the steaming tea on the desk, her gaze was inadvertently drawn to a jewel resting atop it. She discovered it was a jade bead, roughly the size of an egg, entirely black, smooth and lustrous, exuding an air of considerable value. Gazing at it, the girl couldn't help but exclaim, "Brother Chen, what is this?" Chen Xuan smiled gently, setting down his brush, and replied, "This is a defining facial pearl, capable of preserving a corpse from decay after death and gathering souls." "Gathering souls?" she echoed, intrigued. Indeed, humans possess 7 souls and 6 spirits. Upon death, these souls return to the underworld. However, in the event of an unforeseen circumstance, they may become scattered. With the defining facial pearl, it is possible to gather the lingering souls and nurture their essence. Though the girl struggled to comprehend Chen Xuan's explanation, she had long since fallen for him, her heart secretly pledging itself to him. At that moment, she couldn't help but smile brightly, nodding in admiration. Brother Chen is truly remarkable. Chen Xuan chuckled softly before inquiring, "By the way, do you only go by girl? Do you have no other name?" The girl shook her head, explaining, "My mother passed away when I was young, and my father, unable to read, was often busy with his stall, so he has always called me girl." Upon hearing these words, Chen Xuan did not abruptly suggest naming the girl. To him, a name was merely a designation. Reflecting on this, he shifted the topic and inquired, "Are you afraid of ghosts?" "What?" The girl, upon hearing this, felt a surge of fear and nervously replied, "Brother Chen, please do not frighten me. I have been afraid of such things since childhood. Do not worry. In truth, ghosts are merely the souls of the deceased and are not as terrifying as they seem." Chen Xuan reassured her, while gathering the now dried yellow talismans. He casually picked up the jade orb from the table and continued, "Come, I shall introduce you to an old friend." "An old friend?" The girl was perplexed, yet trusting in Chen Xuan. She followed him to the large locust tree at the alley's entrance. It was now deep into the night, and the streets were devoid of any human presence, save for a few homes that still emitted a warm glow. The old locust tree at the alley's mouth towered above, its canopy casting a vast shadow. As soon as Chen Xuan and the girl arrived, the leaves rustled as if welcoming them. The girl glanced around curiously and asked, "Brother Chen, where's your friend?" Chen Xuan gazed at the ancient tree and spoke softly, "Old friend, it has been a long time." After uttering these words, he affixed the yellow talisman from his sleeve onto the tree trunk. He then placed the jade orb he held before the great locust tree. Chapter 31. The invitation. After approximately a quarter of an hour, the rustling of the leaves subsided. Only then did Chen Xuan turn to the girl and say, "Please, pick up the jade orb from the ground." Sensing the solemnity in Chen Xuan's words, the girl promptly adopted a serious demeanor, hurrying over to bend down and pick up the dinging pearl from the ground. To her surprise, despite its mere egg-sized form, the gemstone bore an unexpectedly heavy weight. She could not lift it with one hand alone and had to exert herself with both to hold it aloft. The girl, somewhat astonished, inquired, "Brother Chen, why is it so heavy?" "Because the soul also possesses weight," he replied. "The 3 souls and 7 spirits weigh precisely 7 pounds and 8 ounces. The girl was momentarily speechless, unable to comprehend Chen Xuan's meaning. However, she understood one thing clearly. Chen Xuan was her benefactor. Were it not for his assistance, she would likely have been coerced into marrying a wealthy lord as a concubine. Upon returning to the study, Chen Xuan refrained from touching the dinging pearl. Being a man, he exuded yang energy, which could easily disperse the yin spirits the pearl was meant to gather. The girl, being female and imbued with a heavier yin presence, was more suited to handle the pearl. Confused, she could not fathom why a gemstone needed to absorb moonlight. Yet she did not refuse. Following Chen Xuan's instructions, she placed the pearl upon the windowsill of the room. As the night deepened, with the outside world enveloped in tranquility and the moon shining brightly amidst sparse stars, the moonlight cascaded onto the dinging pearl, instigating a peculiar transformation. The frost-like moonlight was gradually absorbed by the gemstone. Meanwhile, as the girl tidied the bedding, she mused that although she did not achieve her desire of marrying Mr. Chen, she had at least become his sister. Lost in thought, she gradually succumbed to slumber. In the following days, she resided in the secondary courtyard, growing increasingly familiar with both Chen Xuan and Bai Ji. She observed that Chen Xuan was always cheerful, never displaying any signs of anger. In contrast, Mr. Bai Ji maintained a perpetually stoic expression, never having been seen to smile. However, as time passed, the girl gradually discerned that beneath Mr. Bai Ji's cold exterior lay a warm heart. He simply did not smile often, yet possessed a remarkably kind disposition. One evening, as was her custom, she opened the window and placed the Dingyan pearl on the windowsill. She then perched herself at her desk, sitting upright, and began to grind ink and practice her calligraphy. The girl had never received any formal education and could not read. Initially, she felt a twinge of anxiety, but Chen Xuan gently reassured her that understanding and recognizing characters was indeed beneficial. From that day forward, the girl transitioned from her initial ignorance to a clearer ambition. She aspired to be knowledgeable like Chen Xuan. Over the past few days, her diligence had increased, and she had learned dozens of characters. Yet, the name she had mastered the most and could write with considerable skill was none other than Chen Xian's. With great care, she meticulously copied Chen Xian's name dozens of times onto a blank sheet of paper. As she gazed at the strokes on the page, a subtle smile appeared on her youthful face. Her lips pursed in delight. Just then, a melodious female voice suddenly resonated within the room. "Little sister." Startled by the sound, the girl instinctively turned her head to look around. The room was empty, devoid of any presence. Moreover, the voice seemed to emanate from outside the window. With this thought, she hastily set aside the Xian paper and rose to peer outside. However, the view from the window revealed the rear garden of the villa, equally devoid of any figures. Confusion enveloped her. A shiver of fear crept into her heart. Who is speaking?" she asked nervously, her voice trembling slightly. Little sister. Do not be afraid, I mean you no harm." At last, the girl understood that the source of the voice was none other than the exquisite dying beauty pearl resting on the windowsill. Her eyes widened in surprise, and she instinctively covered her mouth in disbelief. You. Little sister, you refer to me as girl. Do you not? How do you know? Are you human or a spirit?" After a moment of initial panic, the girl gradually regained her composure. She recalled that a few days prior, when Chen Xian entrusted her with the dying beauty pearl, he had mentioned that it contained a friend of his. Realizing this, the girl exclaimed, "Are you a friend of Brother Chen?" "Indeed," the voice emanating from the pearl sighed softly. "My name is Huangdi. You may call me Sister Huangdi." Perhaps due to their shared femininity and Chen Xian's previous introduction, the girl finally calmed down, her initial fear dissipating. Yet, once composed, her curiosity surged. "Sister Huangdi, how did you come to reside within this pearl?" It's a long story, little sister. I have a few matters I would like to ask of you." Upon hearing this, the girl hesitated, quickly shaking her head. "But I am quite foolish and lack any abilities. I fear I may not be able to assist you." "Little sister, do not belittle yourself. You are the sister of Mr. Chen. Just this alone places you above 99% of women in the world." For some reason, the girl sensed an undertone of envy in Huangdi's voice. "Very well, sister will be brief. I wish to ask you to visit the Hua family in the city on my behalf." "Is it the Hua family from the north of the city?" The Hua family holds a formidable reputation in Changsha, and the girl has certainly heard of them. However, given her status, she could not even cross the threshold of the Hua residence. She had only heard tales from Old Man Yuan about the Hua family's extravagant lifestyle. "Do not worry, I have a way for you to enter. You will meet someone on my behalf and retrieve an item from him." The girl, not adept at refusal, hesitated for a while before ultimately agreeing. Yet, what surprised her even more was the insistence of Miss Huangdi, who cautioned her repeatedly not to disclose this matter to Chen Xian. "Well then, I shall keep this from Brother Chen." After uttering these words, the girl noticed the silence of the dinging pearl on the windowsill. Had she not vividly recalled the conversation moments ago, she might have believed it was all a mere dream. However, once she regained her composure, her curiosity about Chen Xian's enigmatic nature grew even stronger. Meanwhile, Chen Xian remained oblivious to the happenings in the girl's room, as a guest had just arrived at the secluded courtyard. "Mr. Chen, you must grace us with your presence tomorrow evening." The guest was none other than Zhang Rishan, the aide-de-camp of Zhang Qishan. This evening, Zhang Rishan had come to deliver an invitation, requesting Chen Xian's attendance at the banquet celebrating the establishment of the Nine Gates Association. The so-called Nine Gates Association is essentially a coalition of prominent families or factions in the city that control the antique trade and underground dealings. The reason Zhang Qishan seeks to ally with these individuals and establish such an organization is due to the current turmoil in the Central Plains, where warlords are in conflict, and foreign powers, particularly those from the island nation, are casting covetous eyes, with spies and factions infiltrating continuously. In recent days, the city of Changsha has witnessed the arrival of 8 foreign trading houses and 7 consulates. These entities harbor ulterior motives, each seeking to carve a piece of the frail Chinese state. Particularly, the resplendent 5,000 years of Chinese culture, which has birthed countless treasures and artifacts, are regarded as gems by these forces, eager to claim them as their own. Chen Xuan accepted the invitation and, after casually glancing through it, nodded in agreement, stating, "Very well, I shall attend tomorrow evening." However, this time around, he has adopted a more languid approach, opting to lead a leisurely life without wishing to entangle himself in disputes. Chapter 32. The Nine Gates Association half-cut Li the following day, in the evening. After leaving the villa with Bai Ji, the young girl hesitated for a while but ultimately decided to follow Hua Shangyun's guidance and ventured to the Hua family estate. She did not seek out the current head of the Hua family directly but instead sought an elderly woman in her 70s or 80s. This grandmother resided on the outskirts of the city and, according to the girl's inquiries, was once a maid who had served the Hua family. Summoning her courage, the girl approached the modest residence in the suburbs and knocked on the door. Shortly thereafter, a rather sprightly old woman answered the door. The girl blinked and cautiously inquired, "Are you Granny Li?" Few remember Granny Li's true name. Locals only know that she never married and, after retiring from the Hua family, purchased a home in the outskirts, living alone. The residents nearby dare not bully Granny Li, and over time, she has gained a certain renown in the community. Whenever neighbors encounter unsolvable issues, they often seek her counsel. With a gentle tone, Grandma Li scrutinized the girl before her and inquired, "My dear, what brings you to me?" Upon hearing her words, the girl's face brightened with delight as she hurriedly replied, "Grandma Li, it is Sister Shangyun who sent me to find you. She said that if I presented you with this, you would understand." After speaking, the girl swiftly retrieved a piece of rice paper from her sleeve and handed it to Grandma Li. It had been nearly a decade and a half since she had heard that name. Indeed, she had once been a maid in the Hua family, specifically serving the former head of the household, Hua Shangyun. They had grown up together, and although they were bound by the roles of mistress and servant, their bond was akin to that of sisters. She had even believed that, regardless of Hua Shangyun's marriage, she would accompany her as part of the dowry. Yet, who could have foreseen that everything would change upon the arrival of a man named Chen Xuan? As memories flooded back, particularly the sorrowful recollection of Hua Shangyun's untimely demise over a decade ago, Grandma Li felt her eyes becoming misty. Taking a deep breath, she unfolded the rice paper in her hands. The paper bore a single line of poetry. "As the ages linger, our fates intertwine. Through 100 tribulations, this night's fragrance remains." For a moment, Grandma Li stood frozen, her mind involuntarily drifting back to 20 years prior, when Hua Shangyun had solemnly entrusted her with a secret and handed her a wooden box, insisting that it must never be surrendered unless these 2 lines of poetry were recited. At the time, Grandma Li had not grasped Hua Shangyun's intentions. However, upon reading the poem in her hands and hearing the girl refer to her as Sister Shangyun, Grandma Li instinctively clasped the girl's hands and, filled with emotion, asked, "My dear, have you seen Miss Shangyun? Where is she? Is my young lady still alive?" The girl felt a twinge of fear and quickly withdrew her hand. After a moment of agitation, Granny Li finally reacted. She composed herself, gazed deeply at the girl and said, "My dear, please wait a moment. I will fetch it for you. This is something Miss Shangyun has entrusted to me." "Thank you, Granny," the girl nodded, accepting the wooden box from Granny Li. However, at that moment, Granny Li's voice trembled with unease as she grasped the girl's hand and asked, "My dear, if you happen to see Miss Shangyun, could you kindly convey my regards? Just tell her that I wish to see her again." Upon hearing this, the girl silently thought to herself that Sister Shangyun was still residing within the Pearl and that it was impossible to meet her. However, she kept this thought to herself, for before coming, Hua Shangyun had instructed her not to disclose her presence within the Pearl. Yet, seeing the redness in Granny Li's eyes softened her heart, and she said, "Granny, I will make sure to ask for you." Good child." Upon hearing this, Granny Li finally felt a sense of contentment. Meanwhile, at the Hu family restaurant, Chen Xuan arrived with Bai Ji to attend the banquet. The sky had completely darkened, yet the restaurant's entrance was ablaze with light, with several vintage cars parked outside. These vintage cars, also known as Ford automobiles, had been introduced to China during the late Qing dynasty. Over the past decade or two, although many vintage cars had been imported from various regions, they remained the exclusive possession of the affluent and powerful. For instance, in Changsha City, with a population of 1 million, there were less than 100 vintage cars in total. Excluding the vintage vehicles procured by government departments, the number of privately owned cars is significantly diminished. It is evident that those who are attending the banquet at the Hua family restaurant tonight represent the wealthiest and most influential individuals in Changsha City. Remarkably, amidst this affluent crowd, Chen Xuan and Bai Ji stand out conspicuously. Neither possesses a vehicle nor an entourage of bodyguards. They traverse the streets unencumbered. Curiously, every member of the venerable families of Changsha they encounter shows them utmost reverence. This spectacle astonishes Ban Jieli, who has just arrived at the restaurant in his luxurious vehicle. He turns to his subordinate beside him and inquires, "Who is this person?" Bang Yili, whose true name remains a mystery, is widely recognized in Changsha as a ruthless figure within the underworld. It is rumored that, in his youth, he accompanied grave robbers but was betrayed by his comrades, resulting in the loss of a leg and entrapment in a tomb. Remarkably, he survived for over a fortnight by consuming the water from corpses until he could excavate his way to freedom. After preserving his life, he bided his time for several months before exacting his vengeance. Those responsible for his plight, along with their entire families, were annihilated by Ban Jieli. Since that day, he has gained notoriety in the underworld. No one dares to provoke him. Leveraging his fearsome reputation, he monopolized the antique trade in half the city, amassing power and wealth that even eclipsed that of the Wu, Xie, and Hua families. However, this influence is merely ephemeral, for the Wu, Xie, and Hua families boast a lineage that extends over a century, rendering Ban Jieli's foundation considerably weaker by comparison. Consequently, he remains an outsider, perpetually at odds with the local aristocracy of Changsha. After listening to his subordinate, Ban Jieli remained silent, his hand gliding contemplatively over the cane he held. Moments later, he nodded slightly and spoke in a measured tone. "Disembark." The enforcer, taken aback, instinctively inquired, "Master, are we truly going to submit to Zhang Qishan? In my opinion, with your current prowess, you could easily bypass Zhang Qishan and establish the Nine Gates Association as its president, rather than trailing behind others." Before the enforcer could finish his sentence, Ban Jieli suddenly raised his hand and delivered a sharp slap. Chapter 33. The origins of Ban Jieli. The enforcer's cheeks swelled rapidly, and he trembled in fear, bowing his head in submission. Ban Jieli let out a cold snort, his gaze darkening as it drifted toward the distant Hua family tavern. "Fool! If I hear such words again, it will not merely be a single slap." Unlike his subordinate, Ban Jieli possessed a clearer understanding of Zhang Qishan's formidable strength. He not only held a prominent position in the government but also had the clandestine support of Zhang's associates. Furthermore, Zhang Qishan maintained close ties with influential figures such as Heir Yuehong, the patriarch of the Wu family, and the head of the Hua family. With such a formidable coalition, even Ban Jieli had to tread carefully. He was fierce, but not foolish. He understood that without the backing of several established families within Changsha City, the Nine Gates Association would never come to fruition. Moreover, Ban Jieli's perspective diverged from that of ordinary individuals. He had no desire for the limelight. The title of president of the Nine Gates Association held no significance for him. What truly mattered was having Zhang Qishan stand at the forefront, drawing all attention, while he quietly worked behind the scenes to gradually expand his own power. Over a decade ago, the elder brother of Banqi Li incurred the wrath of a local landlord in his hometown, ultimately leading to his brutal demise at the hands of the landlord's henchmen. The landlord sought to further intimidate Banqi Li's brother and sister-in-law, who, left with no choice, took the young Banqi Li and left their hometown for Changsha City in search of a better life. It was his sister-in-law, through her meager earnings from washing clothes and sewing, who nurtured him to adulthood. Having endured a life of hardship, Banqi Li vowed to rise above his circumstances and provide a better life for his sister-in-law. Thus, disregarding her cautions, he resolutely became a laborer. However, fate was unkind. He was betrayed by his companions, resulting in a broken leg and entrapment within a tomb. Fortuitously, Banqi Li's indomitable will to survive compelled him to drink the water of the deceased and painstakingly excavate the collapsed passage, ultimately escaping to the surface. Following this harrowing experience, Banqi Li's temperament underwent a profound transformation, rendering him volatile and ruthless. With one leg permanently impaired, he now walked with a noticeable limp, relying on a cane, which led to his moniker, Banqi Li. In recent years, his business flourished, and his influence expanded, hinting at a potential ascendancy over several established families. Yet, Banqi Li was acutely aware that, in terms of heritage, he could never rival the venerable families. Thus, while he appeared fierce and unyielding, his true intention was to amass power, avoiding any overt displays of ambition. After imparting lessons to his subordinates, Banqi Li turned to glance at the approaching Chen Xuan and his companion, stating in a measured tone, "Let us go and witness the grandeur of Zhang Qishan." With that, Banqi Li descended from the luxurious vehicle, leaning on his cane as he limped towards the Huajia restaurant. As Zhang Rishan waited at the entrance, he promptly approached. "Master Li, please come in." Half-Cut Li was about to respond when he noticed Zhang Rishan's expression shift dramatically. He abruptly abandoned him to greet Mr. Chen Xuan and his companion in the distance. "Mr. Chen, thank you for your presence. My master originally intended to visit you, but the military district commander had pressing matters a few days ago and was unable to leave." Chen Xuan waved dismissively. "No need for concern. The important matters take precedence. Please come inside." Half-Cut Li, feeling sidelined, narrowed his eyes slightly, yet his expression remained unchanged. In previous circumstances, he might have seized the opportunity to assert his dominance, making it clear that he was not to be trifled with. However, this time, he deviated from his usual demeanor and approached with a smile. "Deputy Zhang, may I inquire who this esteemed gentleman is? Would you be so kind as to introduce us?" Zhang Rishan paused momentarily, but he understood that Chen Xuan's stature and prowess were respected even by Zhang Qishan, far beyond the reach of the city's more brutish wealthy families. Considering this, Zhang Rishan shook his head and replied solemnly, "Master Li, Mr. Chen is not affiliated with the underworld. It would be best for you to enter. Madame Hua and Boss Jie are waiting for you upstairs." Upon hearing this, Half-Cut Li's countenance darkened. Nevertheless, recalling that several prominent families, including Zhang Qishan, were present tonight, he stifled his rising ire. He resolutely bypassed Zhang Rishan and turned his gaze toward Chen Xuan and Bai Ji in the distance. "Esteemed gentlemen, I am Li Sanhai." Chen Xuan looked up and met Half-Cut Li's gaze. The individual known as Half-Cut Li is of diminutive stature, likely in his late 20s. Despite having achieved considerable success, he remains committed to rigorous training. His movements are extraordinarily nimble. Even with a limp, he outpaces the average person. The cane he wields serves as his personal weapon. Crafted from fine iron, the cane is not only substantial in weight but possesses striking power comparable to that of a heavy mace. This pointed tip can pierce flesh, creating a gaping wound with a mere thrust. However, Chen Xuan's interest in Half-Cut Li extends beyond his physical prowess. He scrutinizes his facial features. After a few glances, Chen Xuan slightly shook his head and, alongside Bai Ji, departed from the entrance of the tavern. Observing this scene, Half-Cut Li was momentarily taken aback, while his subordinates seethed with indignation. "Sir, this fellow is exceedingly arrogant." Half-Cut Li waved his hand, narrowing his eyes as he regarded Chen Xuan's retreating figure, unusually refraining from further comment. He was no fool. Seeing Zhang Rishan's profound respect for the young man indicated that the latter's status was far from ordinary. In the chaotic environment of Changsha City, one could be as ruthless as a demon or as benevolent as a Buddha, but never should one be foolish. For the foolish, the dawn of tomorrow will forever remain elusive. With this thought, Half-Cut Li casually snapped his fingers, summoning one of his subordinates. "Go investigate the identities of these two individuals. Leave no stone unturned. Miss not a single detail." "Yes, Sir Li." After instructing his subordinate, Half-Cut Li adjusted his attire and entered the Huajia Tavern. In truth, this evening, aside from the two outsiders, Chen Xianbai and Zhang Qishan had also invited numerous affluent individuals from Changsha City, including merchants from foreign trading houses and representatives of warlords, to witness the establishment of the Nine Gates Association. Zhang Qishan, brimming with vigor, stood upon the stage of the tavern, proclaiming the formation of the Nine Gates Association. The city's most formidable powerhouses, the 9 prominent families, governed the flow and trade of all cultural relics and antiques in Changsha, as well as the clandestine dealings that could not be publicly discussed. This night, the local defense officer Zhang Qishan reached the pinnacle of his renown, becoming the undisputed underground emperor of Changsha. Many of the elder members of the Nine Gates even subtly drew parallels between him and the esteemed Mr. Chen, whose word was law 60 years prior. Chapter 34. United in sand dredging within the Huojia Tavern, Zhang Qishan and Heir Yuehong were graciously hosting the various influential factions gathered for the banquet. Among the long-established families in Changsha City, undoubtedly the Hong family, to which Heir Yuehong belonged, stood as the most powerful. With the backing of such a venerable family and Zhang Qishan's own esteemed position as the local defense officer, the establishment of the Nine Gates Association was a foregone conclusion, met with no opposition. The tavern resounded with thunderous applause as members of the Nine Gates and the heads of several prominent families took to the stage in succession. Except for the elderly patriarch of the Wu family, who was unable to attend due to injury and sent Wu Xiaogo in his stead, all other family heads were present at the Huojia Tavern. Leading the gathering was Zhang Qishan, flanked on his left by Heir Yuehong and Hua Sanyang, and on his right by Ban Jieli, Xie Yuanlong, Wu Xiaogo, and Qi Tizui. In addition, one individual within the Nine Gates Association caught Chen Xuan's attention. The individual appeared to be in his 30s, with disheveled shoulder-length hair and an air of despondency. Yet, he was never without his weapon. Even in this setting, he bore a uniquely crafted guanshan knife upon his back. The term guanshan knife refers specifically to the long blades forged in the Tongguan and Guanshan town areas, characterized by a slightly narrow spine and a straight blade. These individuals were colloquially known as guanshan swordsmen. Furthermore, due to their adherence to promises and a strong sense of loyalty, the guanshan swordsmen held a notable reputation in the realm of chivalry. However, with the Qing dynasty's crackdown towards its end, the guanshan swordsmen faced relentless pursuit, leading to their near extinction. By the time of the Republic, only a few scattered swordsmen could be found wandering the central plains. Bai Ji noticed the glint in Chen Xuan's eyes as he too cast a glance at the guanshan swordsman on stage. In a hushed tone, he furrowed his brow and remarked, "My lord, this man is heavily imbued with a sinister aura." Chen Xuan nodded subtly, withholding his judgment. The presence of ghostly energy within one's body. Upon uttering these words, Chen Xuan shook his head. Generally, those afflicted by ghostly energy would either suffer lifelong paralysis or perish on the spot. Yet, the guanshan swordsman on stage not only lived but thrived. This suggested either an extraordinary resilience, impervious even to the supernatural, or an exceptional destiny. Intrigued, Chen Xuan casually formed a gesture with his fingers, employing the sixth-ren divination to assess the fate of the individual on stage. "My lord, what did the reading reveal? A celestial calamity, a solitary star, devoid of kin, friends, or descendants." Chen Xuan sighed deeply, feeling a sense of lamentation for the guanshan swordsman before him. In truth, there are many individuals with the fateful destiny of the heavenly severing lone star, such as the performer known as Qi Tiezhua, who is similarly marked by this fate, destined to remain without descendants in this lifetime. However, he is surrounded by friends and family, and even in the absence of biological heirs, he could adopt one. The fate of the guanshan swordsman, on the other hand, is a rare triple calamity within the realm of the heavenly severing lone star, signifying a life devoid of kin, companions, or progeny. Chen Xuan waved his hand dismissively, stating calmly that while the twilight of such fateful individuals may be bleak, they possess a resilient spirit. Even the king of hell would hesitate to claim them before the age of 50. Engaging in the humble pursuit of sand mining might indeed serve as the most fitting refuge for them. At this juncture, Chen Xuan couldn't help but recall a certain tomb, one so grand that even he could not enter. Yet, after a moment of contemplation, he relinquished that thought. This tomb transcended the principles of geomancy. It was the legendary 10 Absolutes tomb, an unparalleled burial site. Not even a guanshan swordsman, let alone a congregation of the Nine Gates or renowned tomb raiders from ancient times, could penetrate its depths. This tomb was also where Chen Xuan had first awakened. He had lost count of the years he had lived, even forgetting the tomb's precise location. Yet he vaguely remembered emerging from a grave and traversing the ancient world. Over the years, he mastered the arts of Tao, becoming a celestial master, delving into the mysteries of life and death, yin and yang, as well as the intricacies of feng shui and the 8 trigrams. Ultimately, his quest was to re-enter that 10 Absolutes tomb. Regrettably, despite thousands of years of study, Chen Xuan had yet to uncover the means to achieve this. Shaking his head to dispel such thoughts, he redirected his focus to the stage. Meanwhile, the Guanshan swordsman had noticed the gazes of Baizhi and Chen Xuan, immediately honing in on Baizhi. He is known as Blackback Lao Lu, a name whose true origin remains a mystery. He earned the moniker simply because he is the 6th in rank, and thus, others refer to him as Lao Lu or Master Lu. Upon arriving in Changsha, his audacity in both combat and resolve, coupled with a cadre of formidable Guanshan swordsmen under his command, allowed Blackback Lao Lu to swiftly establish his presence. However, he is a solitary figure, often keeping his distance even from his own followers. The origin of his nickname traces back to an incident in a tomb. While departing with treasures, he felt a sudden tap on his back, only to find no one upon turning around. After exiting the ancient crypt, a dark handprint was discovered on his back, one that resisted all attempts at removal. Thus, the name Blackback Lao Lu came to be. Of course, this is merely a nickname used in private. In public, few dare to address him with it, opting instead to respectfully call him Master Lu. From a young age, Blackback Lao Lu trained in martial arts, honing a heightened sense of awareness surpassing that of ordinary individuals. A fleeting glance from Baizhi captured his attention, igniting an inexplicable surge of combativeness within him. Noticing his distraction, Qi Tizui, standing beside him, chuckled and remarked, "Master Lu, what captivates your gaze?" The Buddha is about to announce significant news. He sensed that the individual below was a formidable opponent, and had the circumstances been different, he would have eagerly issued a challenge. Meanwhile, Zhang Qishan stood with vibrant confidence, surveying the esteemed officials and dignitaries gathered for the banquet within the restaurant. He raised his hand slightly, stepping forward to take his place at the forefront of the Juman Association, addressing the assembly with conviction. Today marks the official establishment of the Juman Association. The Nine Gates Association, ostensibly a legitimate antique trading society in Changsha, is widely recognized within the industry as a clandestine organization that divides the surrounding territories of Changsha, each engaging in the clandestine activities of sand mining and tomb raiding. Naturally, such undertakings have historically remained shrouded in secrecy. The matters that Zhang Qishan truly intends to announce will not be made public. Thus, after the banquet commenced, he invited the heads of the 9 gates into a private room. Chen Xuan originally planned to leave with Baizhi, only to find that Zhang Rishan had also come to invite him into the chamber for the meeting. "Deputy Zhang, I am not affiliated with the 9 gates. Would it not be inappropriate for me to enter the private room?" Chen inquired. Zhang Rishan, upon hearing this, hurriedly gestured, "Mr. Chen, the Buddha has stated that although you are not a member of the 9 gates, you have rendered great service to us. The 9 gates wishes to appoint you as a special advisor, with a position equivalent to that of the Buddha as president." Fearing that Chen might decline, Zhang Rishan continued, "The Buddha also mentioned that the first major undertaking of the United 9 Gates will be to raid a premier tomb, one where the ethereal yutan flowers flourish." It must be noted that Zhang Qishan had indeed discerned Chen Xuan's character. If it were an ordinary tomb, even an imperial one, Chen would possess little interest, for wealth holds no value to him. However, the mention of the habitat of yutan flowers piqued Chen's curiosity significantly. Chapter 35. The ancient tomb of Yutan. The yutan flower, also known as the life and death flower, is a remarkable blossom that only flourishes at the juncture of yin and yang. Its primary function is to connect the realms of the living and the dead, and it is also one of the medicinal herbs used to heal spirits. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Xuan consented to Zhang Rishan's invitation. The 3 of them entered the private room, where they discovered that Zhang Qishan and others from the 9 gates had already taken their seats. The room was quite spacious, with a large round table at its center, capable of accommodating more than a dozen guests. At this moment, the heads of the 9 gates had arranged themselves according to their ranks and influence. For instance, Zhang Qishan, as the president and initiator of the association, naturally occupied the foremost seat. To his right sat Heir Yuehong. Although Heir Yuehong held no official power, his family, The Hong family was one of the most established clans in Changsha, and his close ties with the Hua and Wu families, as well as the Jie family, secured him the second position. Following him were Ban Jieli, another prominent family in the city, and Wu Xiaogo, Hebei Lao Lu, among others. Upon noticing Chen Xuan's arrival, Zhang Qishan immediately broke into a smile and rose to greet him, exclaiming, "Mr. Chen has arrived." Hearing Zhang Qishan's words, the heads of the 9 gates turned their gazes toward Chen Xuan. The expressions in their eyes varied from curiosity to admiration. However, the gaze of Hua Sanyang, the head of the Hua family, was particularly complex. She was uncertain how to approach Chen Xuan. On one hand, she felt anger towards the perceived betrayal of her aunt, Hua Shangyun, which led her to harbor resentment towards what she believed to be the descendant of Mr. Chen. On the other hand, Hua Sanyang was acutely aware that her aunt's grievances were from 60 years prior and had no bearing on the present Chen Xuan. Moreover, Chen Xuan had saved the elder of the Wu family and Qi Tizui. Even as the head of the Hua family, she knew it would be unwise to offend such a distinguished individual out of personal animosity. Various factions vied to cultivate a favorable relationship with Chen Xuan, yet she chose to distance herself from them, potentially foregoing opportunities for her family's advancement. After much contemplation, Mrs. Hua resolved to alter her approach and enhance her rapport with Chen Xuan. Among the crowd, there were also half-sect Li and Blackback Old Six, who, upon spotting Chen Xuan and Bai Ji, felt a twinge of surprise. Chen Xuan surveyed the assembly and noticed that Blackback Old Six's gaze was steadfastly fixed on Bai Ji. "Sir, do you know my friend?" Chen Xuan inquired. Blackback Old Six shook his head, responding in a low voice, "Your friend is formidable. I wish to challenge him." Upon realizing that Blackback Old Six harbored such intentions, Chen Xuan could not help but chuckle softly. Bai Ji, once a powerful general of the warring states, had transcended mortal limits after a millennium of cultivation. Should he be unshackled in battle, not even Blackback Old Six, an ordinary man, would stand a chance. Even the Zhang family of the Northeast, the Corpse King of Bottle Mountain, the Six-Winged Centipede, or the half-man, half-insect Wan Nu Wang would prove no match for him. According to Chen Xuan's estimation, Bai Ji's prowess was rivaled only by a select few ancient deities. With this in mind, Chen Xuan gently shook his head and declined. "I fear I must disappoint you. My friend has no interest in fighting." Blackback Old Six pursed his lips at this, yet refrained from further comment. For him, the so-called contest was not merely a fight, but a struggle for life and death. When it comes to such a confrontation, the willingness or unwillingness is of little consequence. One simply needs to find the opportune moment to engage, with the living departing and the fallen succumbing to fate. Certainly, Blackback Lao Lu is no fool. He does not act without certainty and possesses little knowledge of Bai Ji. Thus he would refrain from making rash moves. Li Wei furrowed her brow slightly, then smiled faintly, saying, "Buddha Lord, may I inquire about these 2 gentlemen?" Zhang Qishan let out a hearty laugh and personally rose to greet Chen Xuan, arranging for Chen Xuan and Bai Ji to sit beside him. "These 2 gentlemen are Mr. Chen and Mr. Bai. Ba Yi, Zhou Yi, Sanyang, Xiao Wu, and Er Yi have already met them previously. I have decided to appoint Mr. Chen as the honorary advisor to the 9 Gates Association." Upon hearing this, Wu Xiaogo was the first to step forward in agreement. The Wu family consents. He then turned to Chen Xuan and smiled, saying, "Mr. Chen, my grandfather's health has improved significantly. Once he is able to walk again, he will personally come to pay his respects." On the other side, Er Yuehong nodded slightly towards Chen Xuan. "Mr. Chen, it is a pleasure to see you again. The Hong family also agrees to Mr. Chen serving as an advisor. I propose that Mr. Chen's position as honorary advisor be subordinate only to Buddha Lord. In times of crisis, all families, including my Hong family, shall heed Mr. Chen's command, aside from Buddha Lord." Compared to others, Er Yuehong possessed a deeper understanding of Chen Xuan's capabilities. He had even witnessed Chen Xuan perform astonishing Taoist techniques firsthand. He firmly believed that should Chen Xuan choose to intervene, the entire 9 gates, including Zhang Qishan, would be no match for him. However, Chen Xuan's indifferent temperament led him to avoid entanglements in the affairs of the martial world. Moreover, Chen Xuan is a direct descendant of the esteemed Mr. Chen from years past, who had rendered great favors to both the Hua and Hong families. With this identity, February Hong was naturally willing to speak on behalf of Chen Xuan. However, the half-cut Li, who had no connection with Chen Xuan, disagreed vehemently. He cast a cold glance at February Hong and declared with a firm voice, "I do not agree. It is one thing to be subordinate to Buddha and the second master, but what gives him the right to presume to stand above me?" Li. Before half-cut Li could finish, Zhao Sai, standing beside him, immediately echoed his sentiment. Indeed, Zhao Sai, also a local tyrant from Changsha, was not as ruthless as half-cut Li. His influence was middling, relying entirely on half-cut Li's support to join the Nine Gates. During meetings of the prominent families, he often acted as half-cut Li's echo, waving the flag for him. Zhao Si glared fiercely at Chen Xuan, seemingly unsatisfied, and rose to assert, "Buddha, the reason Third Master and I yield to you is because you act with fairness. But what right does this mere child, who lacks the stature of an established family, have to rise above us?" Upon hearing Zhao Si's words, Zhang Qishan's expression darkened instantly. Unexpectedly, the very first endeavor after the establishment was met with resistance. Zhang Qishan was about to speak, suppressing the dissent of half-cut Li and Zhao Si, when he heard Chen Xuan smiling and gesturing for calm. "Ah, everyone, let us not quarrel. I am merely an ordinary person, uninterested in the affairs of the Nine Gates. I appreciate President Zhang's goodwill, but I am accustomed to freedom and prefer not to be constrained. As for the position of advisor, I must decline." Upon hearing this, Zhang Qishan quickly replied, "Mr. Chen." Before Zhang could finish his words, Chen Xuan continued, "President Zhang, I am indeed intrigued by the elusive flower you mentioned. Why not elaborate on it?" Observing the smile at the corner of Chen Xuan's lips, Zhang Qishan realized that the position of advisor was no longer attainable for him, and he could only sigh quietly to himself before shifting his focus to the second matter. Indeed, the establishment of the Nine Gates Association necessitated a grand and earth-shattering endeavor to ensure that our reputation was known among the friends of the Green Forest. I hope that within our Nine Gates Association, we can have both those who contribute their presence and those who lend their strength to unite in our quest for fortune. Our target this time is a Tang Dynasty tomb located in the Niutu mountain of Shaanxi. A Tang tomb. Upon hearing this, the attendees were visibly stirred. Ancient tombs, from the prehistoric era through the Ming and Qing dynasties, are innumerable. However, it is widely acknowledged that Tang tombs are the most likely to yield rare treasures and are easier to handle. With this thought, Zhao Si grew impatient and eagerly inquired, "Master, please elaborate on the nature of this Tang tomb. Does it have a land route or a water route?" Chapter 36. Ant's Third Master. What do you mean by this? Since the master has mentioned a collaboration, will you still withhold your share of the profits? Half-segment Li glanced casually at Zhao Si, who immediately fell silent, refraining from further comment. Zhang Rishan remained unfazed and simply remarked, "I am unclear about the land or water routes, but I assure you, it is filled with jade treasures. As for their value, I believe you all are more aware than I." Upon hearing this, the eyes of the prominent leaders present all brightened with anticipation. In the realm of tomb raiding, a well-known adage succinctly encapsulates the burial artifacts originating from the Tang Dynasty. Tang Buddhas, Song porcelain, Ming paintings. Among the Tang Buddha statues, those crafted from jade are regarded as the most esteemed, often possessing an incalculable value, akin to rare treasures. This reverence stems from the fact that during the Tang Dynasty, the rulers not only venerated Taoism but also held Buddhism in high regard, leading to the construction of numerous temples. From nobility to common folk, both in life and death, countless Buddha statues were interred alongside them. These jade Buddhas, ceramic figures, and even clay sculptures are considered the Crme de la Crme, surpassing the worth of Song Dynasty porcelain. Although Zhang Qishan had forewarned the attendees, each individual present, including the talented Zhu Yuanlong, harbored aspirations to distinguish themselves during this collaborative treasure hunt, seeking to secure benefits for their families. Chen Xuan, however, was less entangled in complexities. He sought the elusive Yudanfua and yearned to explore Niutu Mountain. If he could gather a few Yudanfua, he would deem it a success, and any additional items of supernatural significance would be a delightful surprise. As for Ming Dynasty treasures, Chen Xuan was indifferent. With this in mind, he nodded towards Zhang Qishan and casually inquired, "When do we set off?" In 3 days at noon by the city gate came the response. I shall be there without fail. After speaking, Chen Xuan departed the private room with Bai Ji. He surmised that the next order of business would involve the delineation of territories among the Nine Gates forces. As an outsider, remaining in the room would only create discomfort for the members. Thus he opted to take his leave. However, just as Chen Xuan descended the stairs, he heard Bai Ji beside him remark, "My lord, I shall return shortly." Chen Xuan paused, taken aback, yet chose not to delve further into the matter. In any event, no one in this world can truly harm Bai Ji. His safety is assuredly not a concern. At this moment, within the private room, the Nine Gates Association was embroiled in a fierce dispute over territories and influence. Even the Wu and Xie families, despite their amicable and long-standing relationship, were haggling over every minute detail. After all, while relationships are important, financial matters must be clearly delineated. Often, a few hills or villages could represent a significant tomb, a difference of hundreds of thousands of silver dollars. When Bai Ji pushed open the door and entered the room, the heads of the Nine Gates Association abruptly ceased their clamorous debate, belatedly realizing his presence. This incensed Ban Jieli, who immediately berated him with a sullen expression. "Who allowed you to enter? Get out." Zhao Si, upon witnessing this, promptly chimed in, echoing the sentiment. "Someone, throw out this irrelevant person." Unexpectedly, Bai Ji, with an impassive countenance, merely turned his gaze towards Ban Jieli and Zhao Si, uttering in a detached tone devoid of emotion, "My master does not take it to heart. But I, Bai, cannot stand to see anyone insult my master." As soon as his words faded, before anyone could react, Bai Ji swiftly appeared before Ban Jieli and Zhao Si. Immediately, he seized each of them by the arm. All of this transpired with such rapidity that even the individuals involved were caught off guard. However, Ban Jieli, having risen through the ranks through sheer tenacity, possessed a level of alertness that was second to none within the Nine Gates. The instant Bai Ji grasped his arm, Ban Jieli sensed impending peril. His eyes narrowed sharply, and without hesitation, he lunged with his free hand, attempting to gouge Bai Ji's eyes, hoping to inflict injury upon injury and buy himself some precious time. It was a futile endeavor for Ban Jieli to confront Bai Ji, who possessed inhuman levels of strength. Just as he raised his hand, Bai Ji exerted a slight force. The sound of shattering echoed, sending chills down the spines of all present. They beheld in horror as Bai Ji effortlessly tore off the arms of Ban Jieli and Zhao Si from their bodies. In an instant, blood gushed forth, staining the entire table. The members of the Nine Gates, led by Zhang Qishan, were rendered speechless in astonishment. In a heartbeat, Ban Jieli and Zhao Si erupted in piercing screams. The excruciating agony caused both men to lose consciousness. Despite Ban Jieli's past experiences with severe injuries and his fierce resilience, he could not withstand the torment of having his arm ripped away. Bai Ji discarded the severed limbs as if they were mere refuse, flinging them towards the wall of the private room. To their astonishment, the severed arms flew with the force of arrows, whistling through the air before embedding themselves into the wall. Having completed this gruesome act, Bai Ji turned to face the members of the Nine Gates, led by Zhang Qishan. He declared, "Should anyone dare to disrespect my master in the future, not a soul shall remain unscathed." With that, Bai Ji slowly turned and exited the private room. Inside the lavish confines of the Hua family restaurant's private chamber, a profound silence ensued. Everyone, including Zhang Qishan, found themselves at a loss for words, caught in a web of contemplation. Among them, the one with the most complex emotions was Bei Lao Lu. He gazed at the severed arm, nearly embedded in the wall, unsure whether to laugh or cry. Elated, he realized he had not misjudged. This man named Bai Ji was indeed the most formidable opponent he had ever encountered. Yet, the sorrowful truth remains that no matter how diligently he practices for another 20 years, he shall never attain the prowess that Bai Ji currently possesses. Bei Lao Lu cast a glance at the unconscious Halfli and Zhao Si, ultimately letting out a soft sigh within the confines of his heart. Concurrently, he resolved to abandon any desire to compete with Bai Ji. The members of the Nine Gates might perceive Bai Ji's reaction as overly dramatic, yet in his eyes, he had already exercised considerable restraint. If it were in the days of yore, during the era of the state of Chu, Any individual daring to show disrespect towards Chen Xuan would have faced dire consequences. The 30,000 soldiers would not merely obliterate a single family. Even an entire city would be left desolate. This was due to Chen Xuan's monumental prestige within the military, to the extent that the 30,000 troops recognized only their commander, Chen Xuan, and were oblivious to the ruler of the state of Chu. Fortunately, at that time, Chen Xuan harbored no rebellious intentions. Otherwise, with a mere wave of his hand, he could have ascended to the throne of the state of Chu. Chapter 37. Nyotu Mountain, Phoenix County within the confines of the Ho family tavern. The events that transpired remained shrouded in silence among those present. The townsfolk were only aware that the already lame Halfly had lost an arm that fateful night. Although he managed to retain some semblance of power, his reputation had plummeted drastically. In contrast, Zhao Ci's fate was far more tragic. Not only was his influence completely eroded, but he also met a violent end within his own home. Of course, to the venerable families within Changsha City, such occurrences were merely commonplace shifts in power and hardly noteworthy. Nonetheless, each family head, including Zhang Qishan, grew increasingly reverent in their regard for Chen Xuan. Dear girl, has there been any change in the Dingyan Pearl these past few days? No, it has merely grown a bit heavier. The young girl felt a twinge of anxiety. She did not wish to deceive Chen Xuan. However, after the persistent pleas of Sister Shangyun from within the Dinjianzu, her heart ached with compassion, and she reluctantly complied with Huaxianjian's request, refraining from revealing that Huaxianjian had already regained consciousness. Upon hearing her words, Chen Xuan nodded, casting one last glance at the Dinjianzu on the windowsill, which was absorbing the essence of the sun and moon. All right, Brother Chen. Once Chen Xuan departed from the room, the young girl finally exhaled with relief. After a considerable pause, she murmured towards the Dinjianzu on the windowsill, Sister Shangyun, are you not friends with Brother Chen? Why not let him know that you have awakened? No sooner had she spoken than a soft sigh emanated from within the Dinjianzu. Little sister, you do not understand. The girl fell silent, sensing that the trapped Huaxianjian harbored many secrets. The following day, Chen Xuan and Bai Ji arrived early at the city gate. Yet, the heads of the Nine Gates Association had arrived even earlier, nearly all gathered, save for Li and Zhao Ci. As soon as Chen Xuan made his appearance, the various leaders approached him to extend their greetings. Even Hu Sanyang, who had consistently displayed a frosty demeanor towards Chen Xuan, managed to force a smile and greeted him for the first time, which caught Chen Xuan off guard. He scanned the faces of the gathered leaders and then turned to Zhang Qishan, inquiring, President Zhang, where are Li San and Zhao Ci? Zhang Qishan, taken aback by the question, paused for a moment before responding, they have urgent matters to attend to and will not participate in this joint sandpanning event. Chen Xuan, not oblivious to the unusual glances exchanged among the gathered leaders, sensed that something was amiss. Subsequently, he discreetly formed a hand seal and employed the six-ren divination to inquire about the fates of Ban Jieli and Zhao Ci. The results revealed a dire omen. One would suffer grave injuries, while the other would meet his demise. Upon receiving this portent, Chen Xuan could easily surmise the events of that fateful night. He turned to Bai Ji, refraining from casting blame, and simply remarked, Bai Ji, although you have transcended the currents of fortune and are not swayed by the world's fate, you are not a true corpse immortal. You remain subject to the constraints of your destiny, so endeavor to refrain from such actions in the future. In this world, as long as there are living beings, one cannot escape the grasp of fate. Throughout history, ancient cultivators have sought to transcend their destinies. You, Bai Ji, exist in a state between life and death, detached from fortune, yet still entangled in the laws of fate. To kill indiscriminately may bring momentary satisfaction, but ultimately, one must face the repercussions of their destiny. Bai Ji nodded in understanding, raising his hand and stating, Master, I comprehend. However, comprehension did not equate to inaction. Should he encounter anyone showing disrespect towards Chen Xuan, he would not hesitate to intervene. In Bai Ji's eyes, had it not been for Chen Xuan's intervention years ago, he would have perished under the lash of his enslavers, and thus, there would have been no future for him as a renowned general of the state of Chu. At this moment, the gates of Changsha City had gathered a throng of over 100 individuals. While not an overwhelming number, they comprised the elite of the Nine Gates. excluding the third and fourth members of the Nine Gates, Ban Jieli and Zhao Si, along with the Wu family. The remaining 6 families had all sent their heads of households and dispatched their most skilled associates. Zhang Qishan, observing that most had arrived, waved his hand decisively, instructing his subordinates to bring forth 3 military trucks to transport the gathered individuals to Fenghuang County. Both Fenghuang County and Nuqing County are significant regions in western Hunan, with the former lying more to the northwest, situated at the confluence of plains and plateaus, predominantly inhabited by the Miao and by ethnic groups. Their destination on this journey is Nutushan within Fenghuang County. Spanning several dozen square kilometers, Nutushan is, in fact, a subsidiary peak of the Luoshao mountain range in western Hunan. Despite being merely a branch, Nutushan stands tall, with a considerable elevation and even snow-capped peaks at its summit. The mountain comprises 3 peaks, resembling a riding rack, and is thus locally referred to as Bijia Mountain. 3 military trucks lined up in succession, racing along the road. During the Republic of China era, the roads were arduous. Even with military trucks, the pace of travel was slow. Nonetheless, the journey of 400 miles consumed an entire day. By evening, the 3 trucks finally arrived at Fenghuang County. Zhang Qishan organized the servants of each household and proceeded with a few remaining heads of families, along with Chen Xianbai and Ji Er, to dine at the most opulent restaurant in the county. During the banquet, the local leader of the Zhang family, known as the Bateo, also came to pay his respects. This leader does not bear the surname Zhang. Rather, he is surnamed Sun, in his 50s, and is one of the few external leaders within the Zhang family. In recent years, the Zhang family has risen to prominence in western Hunan, gaining control over substantial territories and influence. The heads of these forces are referred to as Bateo. According to Zhang Rishan, there are a total of 13 Bateo in western Hunan, with Sun and being the sole external leader. His ascension to this role is attributed to his keen insight. It is said that in his youth, he mingled in the underworld before studying the art of feng shui under a geomancer from his home village. He applied his remarkable abilities to the task of sand excavation, achieving unparalleled success, effortlessly discerning the locations of grand tombs and identifying their respective dynasties at a mere glance. A few years prior, upon hearing of Sun An's extraordinary skills, Zhang Qishan personally invited him from seclusion and bestowed upon him the position of headman. It was from that moment that Sun An began his exploration of the Tang tomb in Nutushan of Phoenix County. Alas, despite 3 years of diligent searching, they only uncovered a few burial sites, the most prestigious of which was nearly of the princely caliber. Yet the elusive main tomb remained hidden from sight. Sun An's visage was lined with age, resembling more of a seasoned farmer than a scholar of antiquities. Yet, it is often such individuals who possess true expertise. For those who toil daily in the fields, exposed to the elements, are far more authentic than the delicate, pampered scholars like Qi Tizui and Er Yuehong. Sun An was acutely aware that the visitors today were the esteemed heads of the most prestigious families of earth scholars from Xiang province, each possessing their own unique skills. Thus, he maintained a humble demeanor. He meticulously outlined the progress of the excavation at Nutushan, but then expressed his concerns. Master, heavy rains have recently fallen upon Nutushan, causing landslides in several areas, and the paths may be treacherous. Upon hearing this, Zhang Qishan was momentarily taken aback and, with a furrowed brow, inquired, "Is there no alternative route into the mountain?" "There is one, though it requires traversing waterways," came the response. "No matter." Zhang Qishan waved his hand dismissively, his expression resolute. "This marks the inaugural joint operation of the Nine Gates Society. We shall endeavor to persevere, whether faced with obstacles or not. We cannot allow the neighboring Shuling to look down upon us." Chapter 38. No healing for the living. The main contingent rested in Phoenix County for a night, yet the following day, Zhang Qishan chose to take only a select few with him, accompanied by the heads of various families and a modest number of assistants into the mountains. The remaining few dozen individuals chose to remain in Phoenix County. It is not surprising that he made this decision, as among these heads of families, only Qi Tizui's skills were slightly lacking. The others, such as Hebei Laolu and Er Yuehong, are truly masters of their craft. Even the youngest, Wu Xiaogo, possesses considerable talent, distinguished by his exceptionally keen sense of smell. Hence, he earned the moniker Wu Xiaogo. Under the leadership of Zhang Jiadosun and The group departed from the city of Phoenix County and journeyed to the foot of Nyuto Mountain, located over 30 miles away. This mountain spans over 10 kilometers and, from a distance, resembles a scholar's writing desk with its 3 peaks. The summit is adorned with perennial snow, as if the mountain wears a cap. Recently, heavy rains had caused the paths leading into the mountains to collapse, rendering communication with the workers within the mountain impossible. Upon hearing Sun An's words, Zhang Rishan promptly inquired about the well-being of the workers in the mountain. They're fine. The workers have stockpiled food and water for nearly half a year, so being stranded for 10 to 15 days is of little concern, Sun An replied. The workers he referred to were those tasked with locating the main burial chamber within Nyuto Mountain, who had been searching for several years and had scoured the entire mountain without success. Initially, Zhang Qishan suspected that there might not be a main burial chamber within Nyuto Mountain, believing it to be merely a deceptive grave constructed by the tomb's owner. However, after discovering a burial site that contained a yutan flower and records regarding the main burial chamber, Zhang Qishan was convinced of its existence. Moreover, this principal tomb is of considerable stature, comparable to that of a feudal lord. It might even be of imperial caliber. The funerary objects and treasures interred within are surely abundant. But what captivates Zhang Qishan most is the supreme treasure that might be sequestered within the tomb. The Dragon Bone Heavenly Book. The provenance of the Dragon Bone Heavenly Book, as legend has it, traces back to when King Wen of Zhou serendipitously obtained a dragon bone. He extracted the dragon's spine, fashioning it into the Dragon Bone Heavenly Book. It not only chronicles the lost innate Bagua but also the whereabouts of the Phoenix Gull. Legend proclaims that whoever obtains the Dragon Bone Heavenly Book shall attain immortality. Judging from the epiphyllum flowers in the burial tomb, even if the Dragon Bone Heavenly Book is not present within this concealed main tomb, there must be a plethora of rare and exotic treasures. Of course, Zhang Qishan did not divulge the matter of the Dragon Bone Heavenly Book. Uniting the Nine Gates Association was also to pool their collective wisdom, to see if they could unearth the concealed main burial chamber. As he spoke, Sun An led the group, circumventing the mountain path obstructed by the landslide, and instead detoured along a more circuitous route. After riding for about half an hour, a stream appeared before them. This was a stream approximately 2 meters wide, just wide enough to accommodate 2 bamboo rafts sailing side by side. At this moment, 2 bamboo rafts were already moored beside the stream, with Zhang family servants from Phoenix County responsible for poling the rafts. The group dismounted one after another, preparing to ride horses and board the boats. After boarding the bamboo raft, Chi Tizui, gazing at the towering mountains, quietly sidled up to Chen Xuan, ingratiatingly seeking favor. Mr. Chen, your fortune-telling skills are unparalleled. Could you perhaps cast a divination for this trip of ours? The so-called empty divination, also known as gratuitous divination, refers to the practice where a fortune-teller does not accept payment when someone implores them to divine. Should this occur, the karmic consequences of the divination shall befall the fortune-teller. In the realm of fortune-telling, there exists a saying, to read fate without a fee is to engage in empty divination. To charge without merit is most unjust. Even a mere penny must be accepted as payment for the service rendered. Chi Tizui, being a fortune-teller himself, is acutely aware of the customs of the trade. He promptly retrieved a banknote from his pocket, amounting to 3,000 silver dollars, precisely the same sum he had previously paid for his fortune. Upon observing this, Chen Xuan, after a moment of contemplation, deduced that it was likely not Chi Tizui who sought the divination. With a knowing smile, he turned his attention to Zhang Qishan beside him. If President Zhang desired a reading, he ought to state it directly. Hearing these words, Zhang Qishan, who had been discreetly monitoring the situation, exhaled with relief and then, with a hint of contrition, confessed, indeed, I resorted to this roundabout approach out of fear that Mr. Chen would decline. It was true. The actual seeker of divination was not Chi Tizui, but rather Zhang Qishan himself. Having learned from Chi Tizui that Chen Xuan had previously provided remarkably accurate readings, he was compelled by curiosity to enlist Chen's assistance in another divination. However, ever since the incident at the Hua family tavern, where Bai Ji displayed extraordinary prowess, instilling fear in all the clan leaders present, Zhang Qishan realized that even he could not contend with Bai Ji. Thus, he opted for this elaborate ruse, enlisting Chi Tizui, who maintained a favorable rapport with Chen Xuan, hoping to create an opportunity for a more amicable approach should Chen be unwilling to perform the reading. To his surprise, Chen Xuan proved to be quite accommodating, much to the relief of both Zhang Qishan and the surrounding clan leaders. Their burdens were indeed heavy, as the pressure exerted by Baiji was overwhelmingly daunting. Several clan leaders contemplated whether firearms could be effective against Baiji, yet after much deliberation, they concluded that even the use of guns might prove insufficient. Confronted with a figure as formidable as an ancient beast, their only recourse was to placate him, striving to avoid any offense, as alternative options appeared scarce. Observing the gazes of the clan leaders, Chen Xuan waved his hand dismissively and spoke with a gentle tone. I, Chen, am but an ordinary person earning a modest living in Changsha, devoid of any extraordinary attributes. Should you wish to consult for divination or seek medical assistance, feel free to approach me. However, I must make it clear that my divination services are not inexpensive, often requiring several thousand or even tens of thousands of dollars, and depending on the complexity, it may reach exorbitant sums in the hundreds of thousands. Thus, dear clan leaders, unless it is of utmost importance, it would be prudent not to seek my counsel lightly. As for medical treatment, Chen Xuan added, my skills do not extend to healing the living. His prior statement was reasonable. It is customary for skilled individuals to charge considerable fees. However, the clan leaders, including Zhang Qishan, were left in utter disbelief upon hearing his second proclamation. Not healing the living. What does that imply? Can one even treat the deceased? Once a person has passed, what need is there for your services? Despite their puzzled expressions, the clan leaders struggled to comprehend the implications of Chen Xuan's words. Yet, he showed no intention of clarifying, swiftly diverting the conversation as he retrieved a divination board from his sleeve. Chapter 39. The divine divination of heavenly secrets. Chen Xuan gently manipulated the divination board, watching as the symbols spun before eventually coming to a halt. However, upon seeing the displayed symbols, a frown creased Chen Xuan's brow for the first time. Upon witnessing the scene, Baiji was taken aback and promptly inquired, Sir, is something amiss? Baiji, once a prominent general under Chen Xuan, had accompanied him in numerous campaigns, and among those present, none understood Chen Xuan better than he. He was aware that his master had always remained unperturbed, even in the face of calamity, as if the affairs of the world held no weight in his heart. This furrowed brow and hesitant demeanor was something he had never witnessed on Chen Xuan's countenance before. The others, unaware of Chen Xuan's background, could nonetheless sense the enigmatic master's apparent uncertainty regarding the divination. Qi Tiezu hastily approached to glimpse the divination board, yet the intricate patterns far surpassed his comprehension. Although he was the head of the Qi family, having inherited a lineage of fortune-telling skills, he found himself utterly bewildered by the divination board in Chen Xuan's hands. After a moment of hesitation, Qi Tiezu softly queried, Mr. Chen, is there an issue with this divination? Chen Xuan nodded and solemnly elucidated. This is the heavenly mechanism divine divination. The heavenly mechanism divine divination. Upon hearing this, Qi Tiezu exclaimed in astonishment. Disbelief etched across his features. On the bamboo raft, the heads of the 9 gates, led by Zhang Qishan, fidgeted anxiously, imploring, Qi Laoba, what does the heavenly mechanism divine divination signify? Do not merely shout. Enlighten us on whether the divination is auspicious or ominous. After regaining his composure, Qi Tiezu surveyed the heads gathered on the bamboo raft and shook his head, stating, neither good nor bad. At this pronouncement, the heads were momentarily taken aback, left in a state of confusion. What does neither good nor bad mean? Asked Yuehong, furrowing his brow. Qi Tiezu contemplated for a moment before elucidating to the assembly. Regardless of whether it pertains to fortune-telling or physiognomy, be it the 8 trigrams or the 9 palaces, or even the esoteric art of Qimen Dunjia, all schools of divination share a singular, enigmatic symbol known as the celestial mechanism divine hexagram. The emergence of this hexagram signifies that the matter at hand has transcended the mundane, eluding human comprehension and calculation. Zhang Qishan pondered briefly before gravely articulating, are you suggesting that the master of the Tang tomb within Yuto Mountain is not human? Rather, is he akin to a Zongzi or a corpse demon? Qi Tiezu shook his head, offering a wry smile. If it were merely a zongzi, that would be manageable. With the extraordinary skills possessed by our group, there is no zongzi we cannot subdue. This time, in our united excavation, the 9 gates have nearly mobilized their entire force.
Hai Bai Lao Liu, Yu Hong, Zhang Kishan.
Xie Yuanlong, Huasan Yang. These individuals are the epitome of Earth scholars, each possessing remarkable talents. With such a formidable lineup, even in the face of a blood corpse, we could certainly engage in confrontation. However, the rarity of the celestial mechanism divine hexagram stems from its chaotic nature, rendering it inscrutable. Qi Tiezhua mused further, then continued, while there may be uncertainties within the tomb, it undoubtedly transcends the ordinary, very likely pertaining to celestial beings or divine entities. Celestial beings? Qi Laoba, you cannot be serious. Are there truly any deities in this world? Xie Yuanlong scoffed, clearly skeptical of Qi Tiezhua's assertions. Qi Tiezhua refrained from arguing, chuckling lightly as he remarked, the divination texts state precisely this. Those capable of manifesting the celestial mechanism divine hexagram are either immortals or deities. Yet, in all my years, this is the first time I have encountered a genuine celestial mechanism divine hexagram. As the conversation unfolded, Qi Tiezhua casually utilized his divination board, attempting to discern the omens. However, upon his first attempt, he realized that he was even less capable than Chen Xuan, as he could not derive any signs from the board whatsoever. At this moment, Qi Tiezhua was thoroughly humbled, recognizing the vast chasm separating his divination skills from those of Chen Xuan. Zhang Qishan took a deep breath, his gaze sweeping over the assembled heads of families, and resolutely declared, "We have come this far. Whether divine or immortal, we must behold the truth." His determination stemmed from the fact that this was the inaugural joint operation of the 9 Gates Association. If they were to retreat in fear due to a mere divinatory sign without even glimpsing the tomb gates, how could the 9 Gates command respect? Therefore, even if the Tang tomb proved to be a perilous lair, he was resolved to venture forth and explore. Meanwhile, Chen Xuan found himself intrigued by the heavenly mechanism divine omen. This was Qi Tiezhua's first encounter with the heavenly mechanism divine omen, but not for Chen Xuan. During the Yuan dynasty, he had once divined the heavenly mechanism divine omen when he entered a Grand Zhou dynasty tomb and beheld the coffin of King One of Zhou. It was within that tomb that he encountered the primordial 8 trigrams, lost for millennia, which inspired him and led to the mastery of the 6ren divine omen, rendering his predictions infallible. Furthermore, Qi Tiezhua's remarks regarding the heavenly mechanism divine omen were only partially accurate. The so-called heavenly mechanism divine omen signifies that the heavenly secrets are shrouded in obscurity, rendering it impossible to ascertain fortune or misfortune. Additionally, this omen is not exclusive to deities or immortals. Should the tomb's master possess a profound understanding of geomancy and reach a certain level of expertise, they could similarly create an omen akin to the heavenly mechanism divine omen by manipulating the mountainous terrain, thus concealing all celestial secrets. Those well-versed in the art of feng shui and physiognomy have been countless since the time of King Wen of Zhou. Yet, few have managed to etch their names into the annals of history, founding their own schools of thought. Among them are several familiar faces. It is uncertain whether I am acquainted with the owner of this Tang dynasty tomb. The drawback of longevity is the abundance of acquaintances. However, on the flip side, it is indeed a blessing, as familiar faces are often more amenable than strangers. As conversations flowed among the group, 2 bamboo rafts gently swayed and gradually navigated into the heart of the mountains. Recently, a torrential downpour had transformed the stream's current into a swift rush, revealing numerous traces of landslides. Following the stream downstream for approximately 3 to 4 kilometers, the group encountered a cave. This water cave was not long, measuring less than 800 meters, with the other end leading to Nyoto Mountain. As Sun En spoke, he retrieved a torch that had been prepared beforehand from his bundle. Igniting the torch, the bamboo raft ventured into the water cave. Drifting a few meters forward, the flickering flame illuminated the cave walls, revealing numerous bats clinging to them. This was not surprising, as southern caves abound with creatures such as bats and spiders. Perhaps startled by the torchlight in Sun En's hand, the bats flapped their wings and soared above the heads of the group. After several more minutes, the stream's current began to subside. Sun En explained, Ahead lies a tributary that leads to a natural cave with a drop of several dozen meters. Saying this, he turned to remind the crewmen responsible for propelling the bamboo raft, "Stay close, do not veer off course." The crewman chuckled in response, assuring that he had traversed this waterway numerous times and could navigate it with his eyes closed. Indeed, upon encountering a tributary, the two bamboo rafts navigated smoothly and safely. After drifting for another 10 minutes, the group beheld a glimmer of light ahead, and soon the two rafts successfully emerged from the water cave. Chapter 40. Brushrack Peak. As the two rafts sailed out of the water cave, a vast expanse unfolded before them. They had arrived in the valley at the heart of Nyoto Mountain, and above them loomed the previously observed Brushrack Peak. Not far away in the valley, several wooden huts were constructed. A group of Zhang's workers was busily engaged in their tasks within the valley. Upon noticing Sun En and his companions approach, the workers promptly set aside their activities and came forth to greet them. Head. Sun En nodded, his gaze sweeping over the workers in the valley as he inquired in a grave tone. In light of the heavy rains at the foot of Nyoto Mountain these past few days, I trust all is well with you, my brothers? Rest assured, Head. Everyone is safe. Only Shaoli had a minor mishap and fell a couple of days ago, but it is nothing serious. At this juncture, the leading worker shifted the topic, adding, by the way, Head, the excavation of the third accompanying burial site has been completed, but this grave poses some challenges. The brothers are hesitant to proceed and await your guidance. Upon hearing this, Sun En was momentarily taken aback. What was the situation? The leading worker instinctively glanced at the assembly of the 9 prominent family heads nearby, abruptly stifling his words. Observing this, Zhang Qishan waved his hand, saying, "No worries, they are not outsiders." With that, he turned to the other family heads and offered a respectful gesture. If they were to collaborate, it was essential to engage openly and share information. Esteemed family heads, shall we convene in the tent to discuss further? Regardless of the circumstances, Zhang Qishan accorded due respect to the masters of the 9 gates, prompting the others to follow suit as they entered the largest tent in the valley. Upon entering the tent, Zhang Qishan unhesitatingly took the seat of honor and then turned to the Zhang family attendants, inquiring in a deep voice, "What issues have arisen with the burial tomb at Nutushan?" At this utterance, the faces of the masters of the 9 gates shifted noticeably. In the profession of tomb raiding, there exists a well-known adage, "Bronze coffin, whistle coffin. Do not approach if your fate is not auspicious." The term whistle coffin refers to an exceedingly rare coffin design. This coffin is encased in iron sheeting, with an aperture above that is barely large enough for a single arm to pass through. Due to its resemblance to a whistle, it has been aptly named the whistle coffin. The origins of the whistle coffin are shrouded in various theories, but the most widely accepted narrative suggests that it was discovered by ancient tomb raiders who encountered malevolent corpses within, leading them to seal the coffin with molten iron. However, in a bid to afford future generations a slim chance of extracting the treasures within, they left a small opening at the top of the coffin. Upon hearing the term whistle coffin, Yuehong's expression darkened as he cautioned, "Buddha, the whistle coffin is immensely perilous. We must prepare in advance." The other masters also bore serious expressions. As the heads of their respective families within this trade, they understood the grave dangers posed by the whistle coffin more acutely than the average individual. Should they inadvertently open the coffin, it could very well unleash a ferocious malevolent corpse, leading to the demise of all present. Generally, if their attendants encountered a whistle coffin, they would endeavor to avoid it at all costs. Zhang Qishan pondered for a moment and waved his hand, saying, "It is of no matter. Let us first inspect that whistle coffin." Upon hearing this, the Zhang family's assistant promptly replied, "The whistle coffin has already been transported here." With that, he hurriedly led a large group of people to the adjacent tent, where coffins and ritual vessels were stored. As they entered the tent, the first thing that caught their eye was a grand coffin situated in the center. This coffin was entirely black, its surface coated with molten iron that had solidified into a metallic shell. However, above the coffin, there was a fist-sized hole left open. Wu Xiaogo, bold in spirit, took the lead and leapt onto the coffin, peering through the hole to glimpse the interior. Yet, after a prolonged gaze, all he could discern was an impenetrable darkness, revealing nothing of what lay within. This solitary coffin was all that remained. In recent years, the Zhang family had been engaged in excavating the burial sites on Nutushan Mountain, having unearthed 3 accompanying tombs thus far. Within the first and second accompanying tombs, they had discovered Yuten flowers and a collection of Tang Dynasty ritual vessels. The Yuten flowers aside, the value of the ancient ritual vessels was considerable, easily amounting to no less than $100,000. Furthermore, they had uncovered scattered records relating to the main tomb, leading them to believe that a grander, more magnificent burial site lay within Nutushan. Yet, despite years of searching, they had been unable to locate the main tomb. Hence, Zhang Qishan regarded this tomb as the target for the inaugural collaborative endeavor of the Nine Gates Association. This served not only to showcase the Zhang family's generosity but also, since they had yet to find it, collective efforts might yield results. Most importantly, there was another crucial factor at play. Upon receiving the news, Zhang Qishan learned that another formidable faction within the Xiangxi region, the Chen family's lineage, was mustering its forces to seize the Yuan dynasty tomb at Ping Mountain, gathering resources to provide disaster relief. As they beheld the ominous coffin, the heads of the Nine Gates family wore expressions as dark as the depths of the ocean, yet none dared to voice the suggestion of prying open the coffin. After all, who could ascertain what malevolent entities lay within? Should a formidable corpse of a fierce specter be present, it could spell calamity for all assembled. After a moment of contemplative silence, Zhang Qishan resolved to act, turning to his companion Zhang Rishan. The latter, understanding the gravity of the situation, promptly commanded, "Prepare for the excavation." The excavation referred to by Zhang Rishan bore a special title known as the double-finger excavation. This was a secret technique passed down through the Zhang family. The so-called double-finger excavation involved the Zhang family's attendants practicing a skill called fhouji from a tender age. Through prolonged training, the middle and index fingers of these attendants would grow slightly longer than those of an ordinary person, endowing them with extraordinary dexterity capable of executing intricate movements. Thus, when confronted with the ominous coffin or other mechanisms, the Zhang family could deftly navigate the challenges with their agile fingers. As soon as the order was given, the Zhang family's attendants sprang into action, swiftly preparing a gong, horses, and a pair of oversized scissors that towered over a person. They secured the scissors above the opening of the coffin and tied a rope to the horse's tail. One attendant, holding the drum and gong, positioned himself beside the horse. At that moment, a young attendant of the Zhang family, no more than 15 or 16 years of age, without hesitation, leaped atop the coffin and slowly extended his right arm into the opening of the ominous coffin. Upon witnessing this scene, the heads of the 9 prominent families were taken aback, casting dubious glances at one another. Qi Tizui could not suppress his curiosity and inquired, "Buddha, what of the scissors?" In response, Zhang Rishan elucidated, "The scissors are a precautionary measure, intended to sever an arm for the sake of survival." Upon hearing this, the assembly quickly grasped the rationale. Indeed, when weighed against the prospect of losing one's life, the loss of an arm seemed a more palatable alternative. Chapter 41. The corpse child. After absorbing Zhang Rishan's explanation, the heads of the families expressed their astonishment with murmurs of intrigue. The technique of probing with fingers into the cavity was a long-lost art, one that the local scholars of Changsha would scarcely possess. Previously, they had doubted Zhang's capability to shoulder the responsibilities of the association's presidency, yet this modest display of skill had successfully commanded the respect of many family heads. It was likely that the local scholars, upon encountering the whistle coffin, would instinctively retreat. Meanwhile, Chen Xuan gazed intently at the whistle coffin, a thought stirring within him as he turned to his companion. Bai Ji. Half human, half corpse, Bai Ji was an ancient entity, far surpassing the age of most tomb owners. Furthermore, his non-human nature rendered him significantly more attuned to the presence of yin and corpse energy than Chen Xuan. Noticing Chen Xuan's gaze, Bai Ji inclined his head slightly and spoke in a hushed tone, "Master, there is indeed corpse energy within the coffin," and his words trailed off as a flicker of uncertainty crossed his face, leading him to add, "Moreover, this corpse energy appears to be somewhat peculiar." Peculiar? Could it be that there lies an otherworldly corpse within the whistle coffin? As Chen Xuan pondered this, a young attendant from the Zhang family had already leaped atop the coffin and, under the watchful eyes of the assembly, slowly extended his arm into the opening. This attendant, scarcely more than 15 or 16 years of age, bore an air of youthful audacity. He bore an expression that was a blend of trepidation and exhilaration as he began to sift through the confines of the coffin. Suddenly, the young man from the Zhang family let out a piercing cry, his face contorted in agony. In the next instant, onlookers witnessed him as if ensnared by an unseen force, violently colliding with the lid of the watchman's coffin, persistently tugging inward. Observing this scene, the Zhang family attendant responsible for the gong momentarily lost his composure, neglecting his duty. Zhang Qishan, in a fit of fury, uttered a curse and leaped towards the warhorse, delivering a sharp slap to its hindquarters. The horse, startled by the sudden pain, reared its head and neighed before bolting out of the tent. The rope tethered to the horse's rear tightened abruptly, causing the large scissors affixed to the watchman's coffin to snap shut in an instant. With a resounding crack, the young man's arm was severed at the shoulder, eliciting a heart-wrenching scream. The heads of the 9 Doors families jolted in unison, their gazes drawn to the anguished youth. In that moment, Zhang Qishan lunged towards him, grasping the boy with the severed arm and pulling him away from the coffin. The next second, the watchman's coffin trembled violently, and a solitary, haunting cry emanated from within. Qi Tizui, filled with uncertainty, swiftly took refuge behind Zhang Rishan, peering cautiously at the coffin. Hei Bei Lao Lu remained silent, his expression grave, as he placed his palm on the hilt of the Guanshan knife at his back, bracing for what was to come. Meanwhile, Hua Sanyang, Heir Yuehong, and Jie Yuanlong, among several heads of the 9 Doors, swiftly recognized the gravity of the situation, each taking strategic positions as they fixed their intense gazes upon the watchman's coffin at the center of the tent. The youth from the Zhang family, having lost an arm, ultimately could no longer endure the excruciating pain and fainted. Zhang Qishan's expression was stern as he entrusted the young man to other members of the Zhang household, then rose to gaze at the distant whistle coffin. Master. Zhang Rishan hesitated momentarily before softly inquiring, "Shall we seal the coffin?" His words implied a complete sealing of the whistle coffin with molten iron, to prevent the monstrous corpse within from breaking free. However, Zhang Qishan waved his hand dismissively and declared coldly, "No need. I shall handle it personally." Having said this, he removed his military coat and casually tossed it to Zhang Rishan. This scene left the heads of the 9 gates in a state of uncertainty.
Yuhong hastily urgeht.
Master, it is too perilous. Yet, Zhang Qishan remained unmoved, his resolve unwavering. This joint operation of the 9 gates was not only aimed at locating the Tang tomb, but also at solidifying the Zhang family's standing in Changsha City. Failure was not an option. If they were to be thwarted by this seemingly insignificant whistle coffin, what could be said of the 9 Gates Association or the establishment of authority? Despite his bravado, Zhang Qishan was not reckless. He did not charge in blindly. Instead, he instructed his subordinates to bring forth a basin of charcoal and added a certain spice to it. Instantly, the tent was suffused with a potent and exotic fragrance. Subsequently, in full view of all, Zhang Qishan stripped off his shirt, exposing his bare torso as he approached the fire basin. The smoke from the basin curled upward, accompanied by the alluring scent. Standing before the haze, Zhang Qishan allowed the aromatic smoke to envelop his naked upper body. In just a short while, a peculiar tattoo resembling a cheongqi emerged upon his skin. Upon witnessing this scene, the heads of the 9 prominent families expressed their astonishment, their eyes shimmering with surprise. Among the crowd, only Chen Xuan revealed a faint smile. He turned to Bai Ji beside him and explained, "This is Qilin incense, a rare fragrance crafted from the mixture of 9 distinct types of shadowy coffin dew. It holds little significance for ordinary individuals, yet it proves immensely beneficial for the Zhang family. At a critical moment, igniting it can awaken the latent bloodline power within them, unleashing a formidable strength. For legitimate members of the Zhang lineage, extensive training allows them to harness their bloodline power without the aid of Qilin incense. However, this is not the case for those of mixed heritage. They must rely on Qilin incense to access their bloodline's potential. Zhang Qishan's bloodline is that of Cheongqi, one of the 4 fierce beasts. When the Cheongqi bloodline manifests, even if there were a demonic corpse within that whistle coffin, it would retreat in trepidation. As the Qilin incense ignited, the commotion within the whistle coffin indeed subsided, Even the solitary, haunting sounds ceased. Meanwhile, Zhang Qishan awaited the full emergence of his Chongqi tattoos before nimbly leaping atop the whistle coffin. With the protection of his Chongqi bloodline, he found no need for the large scissors. His expression remained composed, devoid of any hesitation, as he directly reached into the opening of the coffin. After a moment of exploration within, he suddenly withdrew his hand, exclaiming, "Something is amiss." Yuehong furrowed her brow and promptly inquired, "What is inside?" "There is a female corpse, approximately 20 years of age, but she is pregnant." Pregnant? Upon hearing these words, the heads of the 9 gates were all taken aback. In that fleeting moment, each person exchanged incredulous glances, finding it hard to believe the revelation. It must be noted that this was the whistle coffin, reputed to contain not only terrifying corpses but also malevolent entities akin to rice dumplings. Yet now, Zhang Qishan asserted that within it lay not merely an ordinary female corpse, but one that was pregnant. Observing the peculiar expressions on everyone's faces, unsure of how to respond, Zhang Rishan clarified, "My master has honed his skills in exploring caves and determining the ages of corpses since childhood. If he claims it to be a 20-year-old female corpse, then it is undoubtedly true." The elder of the 9 gates, Jie Yuanlong, displayed a look of confusion and hesitantly inquired, "Master, I do not doubt your abilities, but this coffin belongs to a person from the Tang dynasty, correct? How could she possibly be pregnant? Or are you suggesting that the owner of this coffin died after conceiving?" These family heads had traversed many lands and had heard numerous strange tales. Among them were stories of corpses giving birth, which, while bizarre, were not entirely unfathomable. However, the notion of a pregnancy lasting over a millennium was unfathomable, surpassing even the legendary tales of Neza. With this thought, he surveyed the surroundings and, after a moment's hesitation, stated, "To uncover the truth, there is only one course of action. We must open the coffin." Chapter 42. Dragon-horned serpent open the coffin? A hum of buzzing discussion erupted within the tent. The heads of the 9 gates displayed expressions of uncertainty, with Jia particularly furrowing his brow and saying, "Master, the ancestral rule dictates that the whistle coffin must not be opened." Chi Tizui concurred, stating, "Indeed, the rules must not be broken. Once the whistle coffin is opened, no one can predict what may transpire." However, in the face of the crowd's dissent, Zhang Qishan waved his hand with authority. "No need for discussion. I have resolved to open this whistle coffin today." After making this proclamation, he exchanged a knowing glance with Zhang Rishan. The latter understood immediately and beckoned for assistance. Before long, a contingent of Zhang's household staff arrived, armed with various tools to break open the coffin. Realizing they could not prevent this, Jiejiao and Chi Tizui reluctantly fell silent, though they couldn't shake the feeling that encountering such an event, without even locating the main tomb, was indeed ominous. Meanwhile, Chen Xuan gazed thoughtfully at the whistle coffin. Observing this, Chi Tizui stealthily moved closer to Chen Xuan, wearing an expression of eager deference, and whispered, "Mr. Chen, I am but a fragile being. If anything happens, may I follow closely behind you?" "Not a problem," Chen Xuan replied with a smile, showing no discomfort at the flattery. Seeing Chen's response, Chi Tizui's face brightened, and he couldn't help but continue, "Mr. Chen, with your profound knowledge, do you have any insight into what might be contained within this coffin?" Earlier, one of Zhang's staff had been bitten by something within the coffin, leaving him pallid and evidently poisoned. Furthermore, Zhang Qishan had discovered a pregnant female corpse during his exploration of the cave. This reminded Chen Xuan of a specific type of fetal corpse. After a moment of contemplation, he slowly articulated, based on Chairman Zhang's description, "I believe that the pregnant female corpse within the coffin is not genuinely pregnant, but rather has been utilized as a nesting site by a dragon-headed serpent." Dragon-headed serpent? Chi Tizui was momentarily taken aback upon hearing such a mention of the dragon-horned snake, for it was the first time he had encountered such a creature. Chen Xuan nodded in understanding and quietly elucidated the origins of the dragon-horned snake to Chi Tizui. This particular snake was diminutive, measuring merely 3 inches in length, adorned with 2 slender horns atop its head, hence its name. A notable characteristic of this species was its penchant for burrowing into coffins, making the corpses within its nesting ground particularly favoring the abdominal cavities of female corpses, resulting in a grotesque appearance akin to that of a woman in her 8th month of pregnancy. Thus, the dragonhorn snake was also colloquially known as the corpse-born snake. Moreover, it possessed the peculiar ability to mimic sounds. However, this extraordinary serpent had long been extinct since the Song dynasty, rendering it unsurprising that later generations had never laid eyes upon it. In truth, time has the power to obscure all. Numerous rare species from antiquity have vanished from the annals of history without leaving so much as a trace. Perhaps it is only individuals like Chen Xuan, who transcend the currents of time, that can document these rare specimens. As the two conversed, Zhang's subordinate, a member of the Zhang family, employed tools to saw open the iron coffin filled with molten metal. The leading Zhang worker turned to Zhang Qishan and respectfully inquired, "Clan leader, shall we proceed with the opening?" Zhang Qishan's expression was resolute as he waved his hand, instructing the nearby Zhang workers to prepare for battle, and then declared, "Open the coffin." At his command, several Zhang workers gathered around the heavy iron coffin, collectively exerting their strength to gradually lift the lid, which weighed several hundred pounds. As the cover was removed, the true face of this whistle coffin from the Tang dynasty was finally revealed. Although the heads of the 9 gates voiced their dissent against opening the coffin, their curiosity proved too great to resist as the whistle coffin was unveiled. After all, the whistle coffin was a rarity, and an opportunity to behold its contents was indeed unparalleled. The heads of these clans were determined not to let such a moment slip by. However, upon glimpsing the interior of the coffin, each of them could not help but exclaim in astonishment. Chen Xuan and Bai Ji followed suit, approaching the whistle coffin. Inside, they beheld a dazzling array of gold, silver, and jade, epitomizing opulence. Moreover, due to the iron water that sealed the coffin, it remained entirely airtight. After over a millennium, it was remarkably well preserved, with even the painted designs on the coffin walls appearing strikingly vibrant, as though freshly applied. Alas, this brilliance was fleeting, as the pigments quickly oxidized upon exposure to air, dimming into obscurity. Qi Tiezu sighed in regret, only to suddenly cry out, "Look, the abdomen of the female corpse is moving." At his exclamation, the attention of the crowd was instantly captured by the female corpse within the coffin. She appeared to be in her 20s, aligning perfectly with Zhang Qishan's earlier conjecture. To everyone's astonishment, despite having endured the passage of 1,000 years, the female corpse remained remarkably lifelike, resembling someone who had merely fallen into a deep slumber. Even more bizarrely, her abdomen indeed protruded, just as Zhang Qishan had described. Nevertheless, the heads of the clans, seasoned in the ways of the world, were not easily intimidated by the sight of a corpse. What truly astonished and even instilled fear in them was the sight of the female corpse's abdomen, which not only bulged ominously but also writhed as if a living fetus were stirring within. Jieju's countenance darkened significantly, and he spoke with palpable tension. Could it be that whatever is inside is still alive? Upon hearing this, the other clan leaders exhibited expressions of bewilderment. They had not only heard tales of reanimated corpses but had also witnessed the ghastly sight of Zongzi rising from the dead. However, a fetus manifesting in such a manner was indeed unprecedented. Among the gathered leaders, aside from Zhang Qishan and Yuehong, the most composed was the enigmatic He Bei Lao Lu. Emerging from the blood-soaked depths of a corpse-laden realm, he had traversed the treacherous front lines for years, likely encountering more Zongzi than living beings. Even when confronted with the ghostly fetus within the female corpse, he exhibited no trace of fear. Instead, he casually unsheathed his guanshan knife, advancing with the intent to disembowel the corpse. "Lu, what are you planning to do?" Qi Tizui exclaimed in alarm, startled by the actions of He Bei Lao Lu, and hurriedly intervened. The latter cast a cold glance at Qi Tizui, sending a shiver down his spine. "Forget it. Just be cautious," Qi Tizui conceded, realizing he could not dissuade him and merely offered a word of caution. Moments ago, Mr. Chun had mentioned that this ghostly fetus might be some dragon-headed serpent. If those words had originated from Qi Tizui, He Bei Lao Lu would have paid them no mind. However, upon learning they were spoken by Chen Xuan, he surprisingly nodded in acknowledgement, indicating his understanding. Thereafter, under the watchful gazes of the onlookers, he stepped forward and, with a swift stroke of his guanshan knife, sliced open the abdomen of the female corpse. In the next instant, it became apparent that the internal organs of the female corpse had been entirely devoured, yet the abdomen was densely packed with small snakes, each measuring 3 inches in length. These serpents, entangled together, numbered around 30 to 50. They exhibited a milky white hue, though their heads were triangular with small, prominent horns on either side. As the belly of the corpse was freshly sliced open, these horned serpents scattered in all directions. Their movements were extraordinarily swift, almost transforming into streaks of white as they lunged towards the various masters of the 9 gates. The 6th of the Blackback clan narrowed his eyes and swiftly wielded his blade, cleaving several of the horned serpents in half. The remaining masters of the 9 gates quickly grasped their weapons and began to slay the serpents. However, at that very moment, the female corpse within the coffin abruptly sat up, her eyes wide open. Chapter 43. The National Master instantly. A chilling aura enveloped the tent. Except for Chen Xuan and Bai Ji, everyone else felt a sudden shock. The 6th of the Blackback clan tightened his grip on the guanshan knife, casting a wary gaze towards the Tang dynasty corpse in the coffin. As silence fell over the gathering, so profound that a pin drop could be heard, the corpse within the coffin spoke. The National Master commands, "Those who intrude shall meet death." The corpse repeated the same phrase 3 times, after which it fell silent, remaining upright in the coffin, its eyes wide open. Jiejiu and Qi Tiezu exchanged glances, ultimately directing their gaze towards Zhang Qishan. "Buddha, what shall we do now?" Not only were Jiejiu and the others perplexed, but Zhang Qishan himself was equally filled with uncertainty. Zongzi and even the corpses of demons were sights he had encountered before, yet a talking Zongzi was an entirely novel experience. Zhang Qishan hesitated for a moment, then turned to face Yuehong and Huasanyang. Yuehong shook his head, while Huasanyang, furrowing her brows, remarked, "Could it be that we are haunted? Indeed, spirits exist in this world, yet it was broad daylight. What specter would dare to manifest in such illumination? Not to mention the spirits. Even a millennia-old Zongzi would not risk appearing under the midday sun. The noon sun is nearly the nemesis of all malevolent entities." Of course, Zhang Qishan, being somewhat inexperienced, was unaware that Bai Ji was, in fact, a being that was half human, half corpse, a quintessential embodiment of the sinister. Pondering deeply yet arriving at no conclusion, Zhang Qishan had no choice but to place his hopes on Chen Xuan. He turned, his voice grave, and inquired, "Mr. Chen, what is the origin of this female corpse? Could it be that a ghost truly resides within this tent?" Chen Xuan resolutely shook his head and walked straight to the coffin. "Mr. Chen, be careful." Witnessing Chen Xuan's audacity, Qi Tizui could not help but break into a cold sweat and hurriedly voiced his concern. Chen Xuan smiled, merely snapping his fingers towards the female corpse. In the next moment, a dragon-horned serpent, larger than the previous ones, slowly emerged from the corpse's mouth. Before long, the serpent coiled atop the head of the female corpse, lifting its head high and issuing a hissing sound of intimidation. Upon witnessing this spectacle, Qi Tizui was momentarily stunned, then widened his eyes in shock, exclaiming, "Is this the long-lost language of the dead?" Among those present, the most astonished was Zhang Rishan. Although he was born into the Zhang family, and even though the family had already descended into internecine strife by the time he came of age, receiving only a fraction of the Zhang family's legacy, he was still cognizant that the language of corpses was also among the Zhang family's closely guarded secrets. However, he was taken aback that, in this world, apart from the Zhang family's elite, there were others who also grasped this unique skill. Wu Xiaogo, who had been silent all along, was somewhat intrigued and couldn't help but inquire, "Eighth Master, what is the language of corpses?" Qi Tizui responded, "The language of corpses is the language between the deceased, which only the dead can comprehend." Qi Tizui was not wrong in saying this, but with proper training, the language of corpses is not exclusive to the dead. The living can also learn it. Even those dragon-horned snakes that reside in coffins year-round and interact with the dead can, through constant exposure, understand some simple corpse language. The corpse language Chen Xuan spoke to the dragon-horned snake was quite simple, roughly conveying that if it wanted to live, it should reiterate everything it had heard back then. Only then did the dragon-horned snake once again utter human words. "Madam, Do not blame me. The Jinglongju is imbalanced in yin and yang, and must be accompanied in burial by a woman with an extremely yin destiny. Relay my order. Leave not a single living soul within the Jinglongju. The Xuanjia army shall commit suicide on the spot. By order of the Imperial Preceptor, those who enter the Jinglongju without authorization shall die. By order of the Imperial Preceptor, those who enter the Jinglongju without authorization shall die. The title of Imperial Preceptor almost unequivocally identifies the tomb's occupant. Although the Tang dynasty spanned 289 years and saw 21 emperors, there were actually very few imperial preceptors. Among the most renowned were the four great imperial preceptors, Yuan Tiangang, Li Chunfeng, the monk Xinxiu, and the last geomantic master, Yang Yunsong. The first two need no introduction, as they were old acquaintances of Chen Xuan. Even after the passing of both individuals, Chen Xuan visited their respective graves to pay his respects. He was not acquainted with the later figures of Master Xinxiu and Yang Junsong. However, he was well aware of Yang Junsong's esteemed reputation. Yang Junsong is revered as the last master of the Earth Qi, and since his time, no other master of this discipline has emerged in Huaxia. The title of Earth Qi Master pertains to those who were tasked with locating dragon veins and identifying auspicious sites for the imperial family. During his lifetime, Yang Junsong compiled his extensive knowledge into a work known as the Han Long Jing, which has been passed down through generations. Thus, excluding Yuan and Li, the esteemed owner of this Tang dynasty tomb is likely to be either Master Xinxiu or Yang Junsong, with the latter being the more probable candidate. Upon articulating this conjecture, a spark of realization ignited in Qi Tai Zue's mind, prompting him to exclaim, "I just recalled something." The crowd turned their attention towards Qi Tai Zue, who, after gathering his thoughts, slowly elucidated, "I once studied Yang Junsong's Han Long Jing, but only 8 volumes have survived, with the 9th volume being the most significant piece, of which no one has ever laid eyes upon. In my youth, I overheard my grandfather mention that the last volume is rumored to be called Jinglongju, detailing the true treasures of dragon courts and the celestial mountains beyond. Reflecting on this now, could it be possible that the final volume of the Han Long Jing is not titled Jinglongju, but rather Jinglongju?" As he spoke halfway through, Qi Tizui suddenly chuckled and said, "My grandfather used to say that we should seek out Tang tombs whenever possible, in hopes of discovering the 9th volume of the HNL Ing J Ing. Perhaps, just perhaps, his wish might actually come true." Upon hearing Qi Tizui's words, Huasanyang sighed and remarked, "Old Ba, could you possibly share something of significance? Since this is indeed a tomb of Yang Junsong, where exactly is it located?" "How would I know?" Qi Tizui rolled his eyes, and his attention was soon drawn back to the dragon-horned Snake King resting on the coffin. Leaning in for a closer look, he cautiously inquired, "Mr. Chan, is this creature venomous?" "Rest assured it is not toxic." At this, Chen Xuan glanced at the dragon-horned Snake King, which was pitifully gazing up at him from atop the coffin. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to spare its life. The dragon-horned snake, after all, is among the few creatures, aside from parrots, capable of mimicking human speech. It would indeed be a tragedy for such a creature to face extinction. These dragon-horned snakes were evidently nurtured by Yang Junsong and placed in the burial site as part of the funerary offerings. While the snakes may consume the flesh of the deceased, they also serve to prevent decomposition, functioning as a form of preservation. Chapter 44. Fireflies. Once the dragon-horned snake departed, the attendants of the 9 gates rushed to the coffin. Inside, it was brimming with various precious items, collectively worth no less than several tens of thousands of dollars. The other heads of families, confident in their status, naturally refrained from taking action themselves. Thus, the group retreated to Zhang Qishan's tent to deliberate on the plans for the following day. Zhang Qishan sat at the head of the table, his gaze sweeping over the assembly as he spoke in a solemn tone. "We are now quite certain that the master of the tomb is likely to be Yang Yunsong, the eminent geomancer of the Tang dynasty. Even if it is not him, it is undoubtedly a skilled practitioner of feng shui." He paused momentarily, lightly tapping his fingers on the tabletop. "The pressing question remains. What exactly is Jinglongju? Does anyone here possess any knowledge about it?" Upon hearing Zhang Qishan's inquiry, the various clan leaders exchanged glances, all shaking their heads in unison. They were familiar with Jingjue, but the concept of Jinglongju left them utterly perplexed. Consequently, all eyes turned towards Chi Tizui. Among the heads of the 9 gates, apart from Chi Tizui, the others were either rustic scholars or merchants. The true erudition resided with Chi Tizui. Regrettably, he too shrugged his shoulders and replied, "Do not look to me. I am equally in the dark." After uttering this, he turned to Chen Xuan, a broad smile adorning his face. "Mr. Chen is the true scholar. Perhaps he knows of Jinglongju?" Chen Xuan, who had been quietly observing, suddenly found himself the center of attention. He cleared his throat and shared his thoughts. "While I am unfamiliar with Jinglongju, I do know that Longjue refers to the imperial palace. There is a line in a poem by Cixin from the Tang dynasty which states, 'Upon hearing the desire for the morning dragon's residence, one must surely adjust their crown.' Here, Longjue signifies the palace inhabited by the emperor." Upon hearing this, the crowd murmured softly, contemplating the implications of his words. After a moment of reflection, Yuehong spoke up. "Could it be that within this Jinglongju lies the burial place of an emperor?" Jiejiu expressed a differing opinion. "This is the startling dragon's demise, not merely the dragon's demise. In my view, this startling dragon's demise signifies that the emperor has been disturbed and subsequently suppressed here." A multitude of clan leaders expressed a myriad of opinions, yet none could persuade the others. Having not witnessed the true form of the startling dragon's demise, no one could ascertain what lay within. The company rested in the valley camp for a day, and on the following morning, all gathered once more. This time, the main force was to embark towards the genuine Bullhead Mountain, in search of the main Tumes location. This posed considerable challenges for the troops' advance. Fortunately, the companions from the 9 gates were skilled individuals from their respective households, adeptly forging paths through mountains and constructing bridges over water, thus managing to proceed. As evening approached, they officially entered the mountain, arriving at the foot of the first side peak, BG Peak. Observing that time was of the essence, Zhang Qishan promptly gestured for the main force to set up camp on the spot. The members of the 9 gates acted swiftly, and before darkness fully enveloped the land, the tents were erected. As it was a temporary resting place, not many tents were constructed. Aside from the sole woman, Madame Huasan from the Hua family, who had her own independent tent, the remainder, including Zhang Qishan, shared tents with 3 or 4 others. In the tent occupied by Chen Xuan, He Baizhi, and Chi Tizui shared space with Wu Xiaogo. Fortunately, the 4 were well acquainted and did not mind the close quarters. After lying down on their respective beds, Wu Xiaogo, still somewhat excited, found it hard to sleep and engaged Chi Tizui in conversation. Feeling bored, he considered striking up a chat with Chen Xuan but lacked the courage, so he resorted to counting dumplings in his mind, gradually drifting into slumber. After an indeterminate amount of time, Wu Xiaogo felt a pressing urge to relieve himself and groggily opened his eyes, preparing to step outside the tent. Yet, having just risen from his slumber, draped in a garment, Wu Xiaogo caught a glimpse out of the corner of his eye at the leather canopy of the tent, where it appeared something was emitting a luminous glow. Doubting his own perception, he hastily rubbed his eyes. Upon focusing his gaze, he realized it was no mere figment of his imagination. Indeed, there was something atop the tent. Instantly awakened, he rushed to nudge his companion, Chi Tizui. Deep in slumber, Chi Tizui remained unresponsive until Wu Xiaogo persistently prodded him several times, at which point he stirred groggily. "What is it, third young master? I was enjoying a delightful sleep." Chi Tizui yawned, his annoyance palpable. "Shoo," Wu Xiaogo replied. An expression of urgency etched upon his face as he gestured for silence. He then pointed towards the top of the tent. Following the direction of his finger, Chi Tizui's eyes widened in shock. He quickly rubbed his eyes to ensure he wasn't seeing things. After a moment of careful observation, he whispered, "That appears to be a dragon?" Having uttered this, Chi Tizui turned swiftly to awaken Chen Xuan and Baizhi. However, upon glancing over, he discovered that the beds of Chen Xuan and Baizhi were already unoccupied. "Where's Mr. Chen?" Wu Xiaogo asked, shaking his head in confusion. "I don't know. I just woke up and noticed something glowing on the tent," he replied. After a moment's contemplation, Chi Tizui decisively stated, "Put on your clothes. We must venture outside." The two hastily donned their attire and exited the tent. Upon emerging, They were met with the sight of Chen Xuan, Bai Ji, and others, including Zhang Qishan and Er Yuehong, all gathered in the open area outside, leaving only the two of them to arrive belatedly. Moreover, the surrounding tents were continuously filled with comrades gathering. Qi Tizui hurriedly approached and whispered, "Master, what is that thing in the sky?" As he spoke, he glanced upwards at the tent and realized he had not been mistaken. There truly was a dragon hovering above the tent, a luminous dragon at that. This dragon was approximately 20 to 30 zhang long, with its eyes and whiskers remarkably distinct, radiating a warm red glow throughout its body. Zhang Qishan shook his head, explaining, "This phenomenon appeared a quarter of an hour ago, and we currently have no idea what it is." Before his words had fully settled, Huasanyang suddenly extended her hand, exclaiming, "Look, it's snowing." Perhaps to validate her claim, snowflakes indeed began to flutter down from the sky. As the snowflakes landed on Huasanyang's delicate palm, they melted instantly into droplets of water. Although Xiangxi belongs to the southern region, where snow does occasionally fall, it typically only occurs in the depths of winter, rarely gracing the early winter months. Following this, the onlookers noticed the red dragon above the tents gradually dimming, even beginning to dissolve. At that moment, they finally discerned that it was not a dragon at all, but rather a multitude of fireflies. Yet, it remained a mystery as to why the swarm of fireflies had formed a vividly animated giant dragon, hovering above the encampment. However, Chapter 45, the demonic firefly Qi Tizui, observing the descending fireflies, was taken aback, pondering, "Wait a moment, fireflies typically only appear in summer. How can they be present in winter?" As he spoke, a worker from the Jie family, intrigued, bent down to collect the fireflies that had fallen to the ground. Yet, upon merely brushing his hand against the firefly, he suddenly let out a blood-curdling scream, and in an instant, flames erupted around him. The fire engulfing the servant from the Jie family came swiftly and departed just as quickly. Within the brief span of a tea's brewing time, he, along with his garments, was reduced to a mound of white ash. Gazing at the heap of ashes on the ground, the onlookers exchanged glances, each reflecting a shared dread. Upon witnessing the swarm of entities resembling fireflies, particularly after witnessing the Jie servant turn to cinders, Chen Xuan's countenance grew grave. "These are the Mo Luo Guichongs." Mo Luo Guichongs? At the mention of Chen Xuan's words, the crowd exchanged confused looks, as this was their first encounter with such a creature. Qi Tiezu hastily inquired, "Mr. Chen, do you know the origins of this peculiar insect?" Not only did he know, but Chen Xuan had even engaged in battle with the Mo Luo Guichongs himself. He had witnessed tens of thousands of Tang soldiers perishing under the black flames of the Mo Luo Guichongs. This was not long after Emperor Taizong Li Shimin ascended to the throne, during which Chen Xuan became acquainted with Yuan Tiangang and Li Chunfeng, subsequently entering the court. Though he never held an official position, he was revered as the white-robed chancellor and a confidant of the emperor. However, that year, a monstrous insect resembling a golden beetle appeared at the southwestern border, capable of devouring all in its path. No larger than a thumb, it had already consumed the populace of several counties. The legendary General Li Jing received military orders to lead an army of 50,000 to the southwestern frontier to suppress the insect. Yet, facing a creature with almost divine power, even General Li Jing found himself utterly powerless. In a mere encounter, over 10,000 soldiers were swallowed whole. With no other recourse, Li Jing was compelled to seek assistance from the court. After deliberation, Chen Xuan, along with Yuan and Li, led an army of 50,000 to provide assistance. However, the forces were powerless against the Wufang ghost insect. Moreover, after devouring nearly 100,000 civilians, the Wufang ghost insect acquired the ability to summon the Molo ghost insects. Although the strength of these Molo ghost insects was inferior to that of the Wufang ghost insect, they unleashed a devastating dark fire that incinerated everything, including themselves. Yet, their overwhelming numbers proved formidable, almost blotting out the sky. Consequently, nearly 50,000 soldiers perished in the battle against the Molo ghost insects. It was through the sacrifice of these soldiers that Chen Xuan was able to approach the Wufang ghost insect and seal it away using the Tianshi seal. During that encounter, he expended his entire strength, even using a drop of his blood. Since then, he has refrained from recklessly using his blood again. Furthermore, The appearance of these Molo ghost insects differed from those during the Tang dynasty, which is why Chen Xuan failed to recognize them. He had not anticipated that, despite the sealing of the Wufang ghost insect, the Molo ghost insects still existed in the world. With a serious expression, Chen Xuan briefly recounted the origins of the Molo ghost insects, omitting any mention of his own existence during the Tang dynasty. Upon hearing his account, the heads of the 9 gates stared in astonishment. How could such a minuscule insect have slaughtered over 50,000 soldiers of the Tang dynasty? What were they to do now, as they could not even touch them, let alone kill them? Among the crowd, Heir Yuehong maintained a clear head. After some contemplation, he inquired, "Mr. Chen, do these Molo ghost insects have any weaknesses?" "Indeed, they do possess weaknesses. These ghost insects are most afraid of snowflakes. Upon contact with snowflakes, they will perish within a quarter of an hour." Perhaps to corroborate Chen Xuan's words, the snowflakes descended upon the Emo Luo Guichong, swiftly transforming into water. Before long, swarms of these creatures perished one after another. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers finally breathed a sigh of relief. After all, the sheer number of Emo Luo Guichong was overwhelming. Had they possessed no weaknesses, the pursuit of the main tomb would have been futile, and survival would have taken precedence. Zhang Qishan gazed upon the pile of insect corpses stretching over 2 or 3 dozen zhang in the clearing of the camp, suddenly pondering aloud. Why have these insects appeared here, and specifically on a snowy day? Could it be that they have come here to commit suicide?
Suicide?
Upon hearing these words, the heads of the 9 clans present were taken aback. While they could fathom the notion of humans, or even primates, resorting to such an act, could it be that insects possessed a similar inclination? Before anyone could unravel this perplexity, Wu Xiaogo abruptly called out, "Buddha, Mr. Chen, come quickly and take a look." The crowd hurried towards Wu Xiaogo's voice. Upon reaching him, they were astonished to see that amidst the heap of insects lay an exquisite jade pendant. Zhang Rishan, noticing this, promptly retrieved a wooden stick and delicately extracted the pendant from the pile. After meticulously cleaning it and ensuring it bore no traces of the Emo Luo Guichong's sinister flames, he presented the pendant to Zhang Qishan. Zhang Qishan examined the jade pendant closely, nodding as he remarked, "There is a character Yang inscribed upon it. It appears Mr. Chen's deduction holds true. The master of this grand tomb is indeed the national master of the Tang dynasty, Yang Yunsong." However, despite this revelation, the group found little solace in the discovery. Yang Junsong is hailed as the last master of the Earth Qi school in China, and his prowess in the art of feng shui is widely acknowledged. As of now, the primary tomb remains elusive, yet they have already encountered the dragon-horned serpent, as well as the grotesque Emo Luo ghost insect before them. Should they venture further, one cannot predict what other eerie entities they may confront. Observing the somber expressions on everyone's faces, Zhang Qishan declared resolutely, "Regardless of the circumstances, we must venture inside for a glimpse. Otherwise, how can we, as the 9 gates, justify our first collaborative endeavor without even laying eyes on the main tomb? How shall we maintain our standing in the martial world?" Upon hearing these words, the heads of the 9 gates found it difficult to refute him. After all, their reputation, forged in the green forest, was of utmost importance. None present could afford to lose face in this matter. Furthermore, even a mere accompanying burial site containing a whistle coffin could yield treasures worth tens of thousands of taels. One can only imagine the wealth contained within the true main tomb. With the golden opportunity so close at hand, few among them were genuinely inclined to abandon it. Upon this realization, Heir Yuehong was the first to express his agreement. Following his lead, Huasanyang also voiced her support. Witnessing this, the remaining members felt compelled to fall in line. Subsequently, the 9 gates assistants remained behind to clear the insect carcasses, though they dared not approach too closely, instead using long poles to sweep the remains away from a distance. Chapter 46. Locking the dragon the following morning, the main contingent assembled early, freshened up briefly, and consumed some provisions in preparation for their departure. The events of the previous night's encounter with the Emo Luo ghost insect still haunted many of the 9 gates assistants, particularly the unfortunate demise of a member from the Jie family, which left a lasting psychological scar on several individuals. A light snowfall had occurred the night before, leaving only a thin layer of snow upon the branches. Soon, 100-strong team trudged along the muddy mountain path, each step a mix of deep and shallow impressions in the earth. Wu Xiaogo, having rarely distanced himself from the Wu family, participated with great excitement in this joint sand-digging expedition. The group now found themselves on the eastern slopes of the Bijia Peak. Though the peak is not particularly tall, reaching only 300 to 400 meters at its highest point, it cannot be deemed low when considering its elevation. The main peak exhibits a terraced shape, characterized by a predominantly granite geological structure. The mountain is sparsely adorned with trees, with only a few pines and cypresses scattered about. The party moved at a leisurely pace, and by the afternoon, they finally reached the mountain's midsection. Sun En, who was responsible for guiding the expedition, explained that the other burial sites, known as Tomb 1 and Tomb 2, were discovered on the western peak, while Tomb 3 was located on the eastern peak. As he spoke, Sun En gestured towards a sheer cliff at the mountain's waist, which served as the entrance to Tomb 3. Following his direction, the group arrived at the base of the cliff and indeed found an artificially excavated cave nestled within it. A few days prior, Sun En had already constructed a rope ladder with the assistance of Zhang's companions. Thus, the team was spared any inconvenience and effortlessly descended into the cave via the ladder. The cave was not spacious. An average adult male had to bow his head to avoid hitting the ceiling. Fortunately, after delving approximately 30 meters in, the cave gradually widened, revealing niches on either side that housed depictions of Buddhist statues. However, these statues were predominantly made of clay and lacked exquisite craftsmanship. Chen Xuan speculated that this was likely due to Yang Junsong's Taoist beliefs, as he did not adhere to Buddhism. Nevertheless, out of respect for his wife's Buddhist faith, he had arranged for these statues, which perhaps explained the lack of meticulous care in their creation. As the group ventured deeper into the cavern, traversing over 50 meters, the passage began to reveal traces of brickwork reminiscent of a tomb. Soon they arrived at the first stone gate, which had already been blasted open by Sun En and his companions. They could only navigate through the remnants, where faintly discernible engravings of the 4 auspicious beasts adorned the door. Beyond this gate lay the true corridor of the burial chamber. Flanking the corridor were rows of maidens sculpted from clay, 18 on each side, standing at about half a man's height, their features exquisite, still faintly displaying the colorful hues reminiscent of the Tang dynasty. However, this passage was not sealed. The pigments had long since oxidized, rendering them almost unrecognizable, akin to the terracotta warriors of later generations. At the end of this corridor, it connected to the main chamber of the third accompanying tomb. The entrance to the main chamber had also been forcefully opened, with the 2 door panels carelessly discarded along the sides of the passage. As Chen Xuan stepped into the main chamber, his gaze fell upon the empty center, clearly indicating that Sun En and his group had extracted the casket from this very spot. A thought crossed Chen Xuan's mind. Could it be that the one responsible for encasing the coffin in molten iron was none other than the husband of the deceased, Yang Junsong himself? He pondered the nature of their relationship, wondering what grievances could have led him to entomb his wife, transforming her into a nest for the dragon and serpent. This fleeting notion was soon eclipsed as his attention was captured by several murals adorning the eastern wall of the chamber. The murals were painted in a pigment whose composition remained a mystery, yet, despite enduring millennia of oxidation, they retained an astonishing vibrancy, allowing the scenes to be discerned clearly. The first mural depicted the officials in attendance, paying homage to the emperor, an image that, at first glance, held no peculiarities. However, in the second mural, a blood-red dragon appears above the palace, instilling panic among the emperor and his officials. Subsequently, in the third mural, the emperor leads his ministers in reverence toward the dragon. Chen Xuan observes meticulously, noting that each scale on the dragon depicted in the mural is vividly lifelike, suggesting it is not merely an illusion crafted from last night's demonic creatures. Indeed, dragons exist in this world. A silver ancient dragon resides in the South Sea's Guishu. In the past, the Hentian Kingdom tribe from the South Sea Guishu presented 4 great bronze talismans, among which the dragon-shaped talisman could control the ancient dragon. Additionally, the fish talisman from the 4 is currently with Chen Xuan. Therefore, the appearance of the dragon in the mural does not astonish him. In fact, it is not just the dragon. In the hazy recesses of his memory from the primordial era, He had even befriended a Qilin. The eastern side of the tomb chamber contains only 4 murals, and in the final one, the dragon seems to have encountered some calamity, becoming imprisoned in a mysterious space. This space is shrouded in a gray mist, with everything suspended in mid-air, including mountains and rivers. The dragon is ensnared within, bound by 4 bronze chains as thick as water buckets, connecting it to the surrounding mountains. Witnessing this, Qi Tiezu and the others are also captivated by the mural's content. If they were unaware that the true master of the Niu Tu Mountain Tomb is Yang Yunsong, whose tomb is located in the so-called Jinglongju, they would not associate this mural with the main tomb's location. Yet, at this moment, upon seeing the mural, Qi Tiezu and others exclaim, "Could it be that Jinglongju refers to the mysterious space that confines this dragon?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Qishan pondered for a moment and replied, "Indeed, there exists such a possibility. 2nd Master, 6th Master, 8th Master, 9th Master, please search diligently in the vicinity to see if we can uncover any additional clues." Over the past few years, the Zhang family's men had meticulously scoured the entirety of Nutushan, even excavating numerous caves. They had searched every inch, yet were still unable to locate the primary tomb of Yang Yunsong. Otherwise, with the Zhang family's capabilities, they would not find themselves so helpless. Hearing Zhang Qishan's words, everyone promptly began to scrutinize the tomb chamber. However, after a prolonged search, apart from the murals on the eastern wall of the chamber and several stone pillars supporting the central coffin, no other mechanisms or traps were discovered. Qi Tizui, skeptical of the situation, took out an iron pestle and began to strike the surroundings in an effort to uncover any hidden chambers. This indicated that the tomb chamber was embedded within the mountain, lacking any interconnected secret rooms. Just as the group began to feel disheartened, Chen Xuan suddenly spoke up, "If we are discussing mysterious spaces, I happen to know of a unique type of tomb." A unique type of tomb? The crowd turned to Chen Xuan in surprise. Indeed, I once had an acquaintance who could be considered a semi-expert in this field. His skills in feng shui and geomancy were commendable. He once told me that there exists a type of tomb in this world, known as a phantom tomb. Phantom tomb? Upon hearing this term, the heads of the 9 gates were momentarily taken aback. They considered themselves well-traveled and knowledgeable, yet this was the first time they had ever heard of such a thing as a phantom tomb. The so-called ghost tomb, akin to the phantom ship, is a peculiar entity that exists between the realms of illusion and reality. Upon hearing this, Qi Tiezu suddenly experienced an epiphany. Chen Xuan nodded and continued to elucidate. Just as there are ghost ships, so too must there be ghost tombs. These ghostly sepulchres possess self-awareness and traverse the interstitial spaces between the tangible and the ethereal. An entrance only manifests under specific conditions. With that, Chen Xuan turned his gaze once more towards the last mural among the 4 on the eastern wall of the tomb chamber. After a moment of contemplation, he exclaimed, "Wait, I comprehend." Qi Tiezu, taken aback by his words, wore an expression of astonishment, utterly perplexed as to how Mr. Chen could grasp it so swiftly. Noticing the curious gazes directed at him, Chen Xuan merely smiled, offering no explanation, and instead instructed Bai Ji to remove the 5 stone pillars situated in the center of the tomb chamber. Complying with the command, Bai Ji approached silently, wrapped his arms around one of the pillars, which stood approximately half a person's height, and exerted his strength. In an instant, a resounding rumble echoed, causing the entire tomb chamber to tremble. Qi Tiezu's eyes widened in disbelief as he watched Bai Ji. This pillar was indeed taller than a man, comparable in size to a stone millstone found in the countryside. Its weight was at least several hundred, if not 1,000 pounds. Remarkably, Bai Ji required no assistance from others, effortlessly uprooting it. Apart from Qi Tiezu, the other heads of the 9 families were equally dumbfounded, their apprehension towards Bai Ji escalating to an entirely new level. Meanwhile, Hebei Laolu felt a mix of emotions, realizing that he might never possess the courage to challenge such prowess in his lifetime. If it is said that the formidable Hebei Laolu represents the pinnacle of human martial prowess, then Mr. Chen's attendant is nothing short of a devil emerging from the depths of hell. As the tremors within the tomb grew increasingly intense, Chen Xuan quickly declared, "Enough, there is no need to pull them out. These 5 stone pillars connect to the earth's energy. They must be the key to entering the mysterious realm." Upon hearing this, Zhang Qishan respectfully inquired, Mr. Chen, what shall we do now? Contemplating for a moment, Chen Xuan instructed, these are the 5-element pillars. They must be pulled simultaneously to yield any effect. Here's what we shall do. Summon more people and prepare at the other 4 pillars. When I say pull, we shall all pull together. The crowd nodded in agreement. Subsequently, with a firm command from Zhang Qishan, the members of the 9 gates positioned themselves before the stone pillars. This time, he had brought only a handful of men into the tomb, totaling just over 20, including 7 family heads. Fortunately, everyone was ready to engage, with 4 or 5 individuals stationed before each of the 4 pillars. Once all were prepared, Chen Xuan waved his hand. In the next moment, Bai Ji pulled a single pillar, while the rest joined forces. With a collective shout, the 5 pillars were simultaneously uprooted. Amidst the resounding echoes, Qi Tizui, standing beside Chen Xuan, suddenly pointed at the mural on the eastern wall of the tomb, exclaiming in delight, "It has changed. The mural has truly transformed." Chapter 47. The 4th accompanying tomb before their eyes, the last mural on the eastern side of the tomb gradually began to swirl, resembling a passage to another world. The family heads of the 9 gates displayed expressions of astonishment. None had anticipated that this tomb was, in fact, a tomb within a tomb. Qt Zhu chuckled heartily, exclaiming, "It is accomplished. I never anticipated that the main tomb chamber would be located here." Even on ZHNQSHN's face, a hint of amusement surfaced. Discovering the main tomb chamber signified that this collaborative endeavor had already achieved half of its success. The GMN Association could now make a significant debut after its establishment. Xiaojiu, brimming with eagerness, was abruptly restrained by the cautious Qt Zhu, who admonished, "What is the rush? The W family depends on you now. Do not recklessly charge ahead." Although Xiaojiu pouted in displeasure, he ultimately halted his advance. In contrast, the other family heads, particularly Ru Hing and Hu Snin, exhibited a far greater composure. ZHNQSHN turned to Chen Xuan and inquired, "Mr. Chen." Chen Xuan nodded slightly before taking the lead. Approaching the mural, he extended his hand, and his arm vanished into the mural, soon followed by a powerful suction that drew him entirely into another realm. Observing this, Bizh and the others promptly followed him into the mural. ZHNQSHN, being cautious, instructed Zheng RSHN to remain with several companions inside the tomb chamber to guard the mural. Upon entering the mural space, Chen Xuan was greeted by a hazy world of indeterminate size, with 4 towering peaks visible in every direction. At the very center lay the decaying corpse of a dragon, stretching dozens of feet in length. The dragon was ensnared at the heart of this realm, bound by 4 stout chains connecting it to the surrounding mountains. This spectacle not only astonished Chen Xuan but left the family heads of the GMN, who followed suit, utterly speechless in awe. After a considerable time, Qi Tiezu could hardly contain his astonishment, exclaiming, "My goodness, there truly is a dragon. What place is this?" Long Maxiang, placing a hand over his chest, expressed disbelief. If the outside world were to learn of a flying dragon being confined here, they would surely be left in utter shock. Having moved past her initial amazement, Miss Hua, exhibiting a unique perspective from a merchant's viewpoint, arrived at a striking conclusion. In this world, there is likely no treasure of equal value to that of this colossal dragon. Indeed, Qi Tiezu chimed in, if we were to sell it, the price would be astronomical. It was no wonder that the head of the 9 gates was so exhilarated. This was a genuine dragon, the very totem of China for millennia. The sight of such a creature would astonish not only the Chinese populace but also leave foreign visitors utterly speechless. Contemplating this, Qi Tiezu furrowed his brow and pondered. Could it be that the startling dragon mentioned by Yang Jun is referring to the tomb of this dragon? A dragon tomb. The extravagance of crafting a burial chamber in a separate dimension could only be attributed to this dragon. Qi Tiezu could think of no one else deserving such an honor. Though countless emperors and dignitaries of ancient times existed, it seemed that only this dragon was genuine. Even the typically reticent Hebei Lao Lu found his hands, clutching the Guanshan knife, trembling slightly. After all, what lay before him was an authentic dragon corpse. However, to Qi Tiezu's surprise, Chen Xuan beside him shook his head and made a startling declaration. It seems this may not even be the main tomb, but rather the fourth accompanying burial site. Upon hearing this, an unexpected gasp echoed through the air. What? Is this not the main tomb? Mr. Chen, are you jesting? This dragon corpse, this mystical realm, is merely a companion burial? Even Wu Xiaogo, who holds Mr. Chen in the highest esteem, turned to him, seemingly unable to comprehend who in this world could warrant a dragon's burial beside them. Mr. Chen chuckled softly, gesturing towards the dragon corpse below. Although the mural did not depict it, there actually lies a low mountain beneath this dragon corpse. Is there a problem with that? Zhang Qishan, perplexed, hastily looked towards Mr. Chen. My lady, do not blame me. The startled dragon's imbalance of yin and yang necessitates the presence of a woman of the utmost yin attributes for burial. Relay my command. Not a single soul shall remain alive in the startled dragon's realm. The Xuanjia army shall self-terminate on the spot. The national master has decreed that those who trespass into the startled dragon's realm shall face death. The national master has decreed that those who trespass into the startled dragon's realm shall face death. After Qi Tiezu spoke these three statements, he pondered thoughtfully and uncertainly inquired, Mr. Chen, do you mean to suggest that these companion burials are related to the principles of yin and yang and the five elements? Indeed, Mr. Chen nodded, then raised his gaze towards the grand dragon corpse in the distance, a hint of nostalgia in his tone. I had not considered this aspect earlier, but upon seeing the five-element stone pillars within the tomb, a memory resurfaced. Are you familiar with the ancestral celestial master? Ancestral master Zhang Daoling, the preeminent figure of Taoism during the Eastern Han Dynasty, established the way of the five pecks of rice, which had a profound influence. Subsequent dynasties, from Tang to Song, Yuan, Ming, and Qing, have all conferred titles upon the ancestral master. If we consider Guan Yu as an ordinary mortal, who was subsequently exalted to the status of the Holy Emperor Guan by successive dynasties, then the elevation of Master Zhu Tian is even more remarkable, as his title escalated to the infinite and supreme master of the six realms. In the early Eastern Han period, when Emperor Guangwu unified the realm, he secretly dispatched envoys to locate Master Zhu Tian, issuing a confidential edict. The contents of this edict remain a mystery, but it is known that upon receiving it, Master Zhu Tian vanished for 3 years, accompanied by an army of 30,000. After the passage of 3 years, he re-emerged with merely a remnant of over 30 soldiers. The fate of the others remains unknown. Whether they perished or survived is a matter of speculation. All that is known is that Master Zhu Tian chose to remain silent regarding those years, and the surviving soldiers chose to utter not a single word for the rest of their lives, not due to muteness, but rather a solemn oath to forever remain silent. Why is it that Chen Xuan possesses knowledge of this? The answer is simple. He shared a bond of both mentorship and friendship with Zhang Daoling. He once received a letter from Zhang Daoling, who had already ascended to immortality, and given that Emperor Guangwu had long since passed away, Chen Xuan felt emboldened to reveal some truths. In the letter, Zhang Daoling mentioned that the emperor's secret edict tasked him with leading an army to capture an ancient dragon. Unable to refuse, he reluctantly accepted the command. However, this ancient dragon was immensely powerful, rendering mortals mere ants in its presence. Zhang Daoling, left with no other choice, devoted 3 arduous years to entangling with the dragon while devising a formidable formation known as the Yin-Yang 5 Elements 8 Trigrams Dragon-Binding Formation, ultimately paying the price of 30,000 lives to successfully capture the ancient dragon. The whereabouts of the dragon remain unknown to Chen Xuan, yet the intricate details of the Yin-Yang 5 Elements 8 Trigrams Dragon-Binding Formation, which Zhang Daoling did not pass down to future generations, were inscribed in the letter he left for Chen Xuan. Zhang Daoling refrained from transmitting this array of formations due to its profound capability not only to imprison dragons but also to ensnare the dragon vein, thereby achieving an unparalleled dominion over both heaven and earth, effectively severing the essence of the world's dragon veins. As a legitimate practitioner of Taoism, Zhang Daoling naturally abhorred the thought of such a formation being wielded against fellow cultivators. Chen Xuan had initially presumed that this formidable dragon suppression array had vanished into the annals of history following Zhang Daoling's ascension. However, to his astonishment, he encountered this very formation once more today, not merely inscribed in correspondence but manifestly arranged in reality. Chapter 48. The Yang family steal, although no one knew where the ancestral celestial master spent those 3 years. It was during that time that he devised a remarkable array capable of confining and capturing dragons, known as the Yin-Yang 5 Elements Bagua Dragon Suppression Array. Upon hearing Chen Xuan's account, Qi Tizui and others were left in utter astonishment. Could it be that the ancestral celestial master had such extraordinary experiences? Mr. Chen, do you imply that these 4 accompanying burial mounds constitute this array? Indeed. Chen Xuan nodded, his gaze drawn to the dragon corpse suspended in the air. Yang Junshun had previously articulated that the imbalance of yin and yang in the startled dragon's essence led to the burial of his wife, whose fate was of the utmost yin. Yet where there exists great yin, there also exists great yang. If I am not mistaken, the other 2 tombs discovered by President Zhang should include a male tomb, which contains array patterns related to the Bagua. Upon hearing this, Zhang Qishan nodded in agreement and solemnly elucidated. That is indeed the case. The first accompanying burial mound houses a male corpse, and the murals within depict Bagua motifs. Additionally, behind the tomb lies a secret chamber, which corresponds to the second accompanying burial mound. Qi Tiezhua suddenly realized, exclaiming in astonishment. So it follows that both tombs are nested within one another, one representing the utmost yang containing the 8 trigrams, while the other embodies the utmost yin, encompassing the 5 elements. These dual-nested tombs maintain the yin-yang equilibrium of the astonishing dragon's lair. At this point, Qi Tiezhua could not help but marvel inwardly. He pondered the nature of the astonishing dragon's lair mentioned by Yang Yunsong, which could orchestrate such a complex formation, accompanied by this enormous dragon corpse in burial. Chen Xuan nodded, stating, "Regardless, we should first proceed to the base of that low hill and see if we can uncover any clues." The low hill was approximately 20 to 30 kilometers from the entrance of this realm. It was not an excessively long distance, yet not particularly short either. Zhang Qishan contemplated for a moment, deciding to leave Wu Xiaogou behind to guard the exit of this space. Although the exit appeared intact at present, there was no telling what changes might occur. Furthermore, this dragon tomb was shrouded in mystery, with unknown dangers lurking within. Zhang Qishan was reluctant to see the only Wu Xiaogou of the Wu family perish in such a place. Thus, he had been particularly attentive to Wu Xiaogou throughout their journey. Wu Xiaogou felt somewhat discontented, yearning to accompany the others to witness the true dragon. Yet he understood that someone had to remain to safeguard their return route, and thus he reluctantly acquiesced. Subsequently, the main party continued onward, advancing towards the central area of this space. It seemed this realm was devoid of the distinction between day and night. Above was a void, while beneath lay a desolate expanse devoid of any vegetation. Even the surrounding 4 towering mountains, including the low hill beneath the dragon corpse, were stark and barren, their slopes exhibiting a grim, ashen hue. In summary, this is a desolate expanse, devoid of vitality and brimming with a sense of lifelessness. The head of the Juman family, accompanied by Chen Xuan and Bai Ji, traverses the rugged mountain path in silence. Although the dragon carcass and the low hills seem within reach, the journey proves to be a relentless endeavor. They have walked for over an hour, yet a considerable distance still lies ahead. Qi Tizui, feeling fatigued, bends down to massage his aching thighs. Alas, this is excessively far. I wonder how much further we must go. Before he could finish his lament, Huasanyang suddenly exclaimed, "Come quickly, there are tombstones here." Upon hearing her words, the group hastily turned their gazes toward her, following the direction she indicated. In the distance, about 100 meters away, they beheld a valley where tombstones had indeed been erected, standing in rows. As they surveyed the scene, it became evident that the valley, stretching 2 kilometers, was densely populated with these markers. "Let us go and take a closer look," Zhang Qishan declared, leading the way towards the valley. Upon entering, they discovered that these burial mounds were quite rudimentary, lacking coffins and constructed solely from piles of black stones. In front of each mound stood a black stone bearing the names of the deceased. Lu Zhuang, a native of Taiyuan, born in the 2nd year of Zhenwu, passed away in the 24th year of Zhenwu. Zhao Mei, a resident of Chuzhou, born in the 1st year of Zhenwu, departed in the 24th year of Zhenwu. Lin Chen, hailing from Suiyang, born in the 3rd year of Yuanshi, died. And though these tombstones were simple, They meticulously recorded the birth and death years as well as the origins of the deceased. From the years inscribed, it can be inferred that these individuals hailed from various regions, yet the majority met their end in the 24th year of Jinwu. The era of Jinwu refers to the reign title of Lu Xiu, the Guangwu Emperor of the Eastern Han Dynasty, spanning from 25 AD until his passing in 56 AD, totaling 32 years. Upon reflecting on this, Chen Xuan felt a stirring in his heart, silently pondering. Could it be that the dragon once sealed by Zhang Daoling is the very one that hovers over the hill? This revelation lends credence to the notion that the intricate yin-yang, 5 elements, and 8 trigrams formations of the absolute dragon array were not established by Yang Yunsong during the Tang dynasty, but rather set in place by Zhang Daoling to capture this celestial dragon. By the time of the Tang dynasty, it is likely that Yang Yunsong stumbled upon this space, or learned about it from other sources, leading him to select this site for the tomb. Naturally, these are merely conjectures by Chen Xuan. The true circumstances may only be revealed through the discovery of further clues. Meanwhile, Qi Tizui gazed upon the valley teeming with countless tombstones, extending as far as the eye could see, and he felt a prickling sensation at the nape of his neck. Mr. Chen, Buddha, there are far too many tombs here. There must be no fewer than 20 or 30,000. Zhang Qishan remained silent, crouching down to scrutinize the inscriptions on the gravestones. After a considerable time, he finally concluded, what lies buried here appears to be an ancient army. If I am not mistaken, this dragon's remains are those captured by the ancients. However, it remains a mystery why, despite having captured the dragon, it was not taken away, but instead left in this realm. Upon hearing Zhang Qishan's words, the group could not help but reflect. In contemporary times, with firearms and cannons at their disposal, one might stand a chance against mythical creatures such as dragons and phoenixes. Yet in ancient times, the situation was starkly different. It was indeed a matter of life and death. One wonders what sacrifices this army made to imprison the dragon, and why they sought to slay it in the first place. As the group traversed the forest of tombs, their pace slowed considerably. However, after walking approximately a kilometer, Yuehong suddenly exclaimed, "Wait, something is amiss. There's a gravestone that stands apart." Upon hearing her words, the others turned their gazes in that direction. Indeed, amidst the myriad of graves, there was a stone tomb that distinctly differed from the rest. Before this tombstone, offerings were laid out as tributes. Qi Tizui was taken aback and hurried over. The others followed suit, arriving at the gravestone. There, inscribed upon it were the words, Yang Yafu, a native of Chang'an, born in the 3rd year of Jinwu, passed away in the 18th year of Yongping. Chapter 49. Another familiar face, the 18th year of Yongping? Qi Tizui furrowed his brow, unable to restrain himself. Yongping was the era name of Lu Xiu's son, Emperor Ming of Han Luyang. Over 30 years have elapsed since the 24th year of Jinwu. Thus, it follows that this Yang Yafu differs from the other interred, having died more than 30 years later? Asked Zhuiyuan Long Huasanyang with sharp insight, suddenly pointed to the lower part of the gravestone, saying, "Look closely. There's more beneath." Quickly, Qi Tizui and the others set to work, removing the dark stone. Though the wording was archaic, the essence conveyed that this Yang Yafu was a renowned general of the Guangwu Emperor, leading the illustrious Yuzhou cavalry. Once, a contingent of 30,000 elite cavalry received the daunting task of slaying the dragon, and under the command of the venerable Grand Master Zhang Daoling, they ventured to Nutushan, entering this mysterious realm. Ultimately, the Yuzhou cavalry paid an almost catastrophic price, coming perilously close to annihilation, to finally capture the malevolent dragon. The battle was profoundly devastating, so much so that the few survivors from Yuzhou's cavalry were reluctant to speak of it. Among them was Yang Yafu who, after surviving, became a mere shell of a man, feigning silence and numbness. It was only after the demise of Emperor Guangwu, Lu Xiu, and the ascendance of his son, Emperor Ming of Han, that Yang Yafu, now aging, would occasionally reminisce about his fallen comrades. Meanwhile, Chen Xuan, gazing at the epitaph, finally unraveled the intricate narrative of events. The national master of the Tang dynasty, Yang Yunsong, was a descendant of Yang Yafu from the early Eastern Han. His family likely retained Yang Yafu's last words or ancestral teachings, possessing knowledge about this enigmatic space and the dragon's tomb. Upon becoming the national master, Yang Yunsong mobilized vast resources and manpower, ultimately locating the formidable dragon suppression array at Nyoto Mountain. Furthermore, he went so far as to sacrifice his wife's life to perfect the array. As for his true intentions, Chen Xuan had yet to fully discern. Nevertheless, the dragon suppression array was not only capable of ensnaring dragons, but also of extracting the vital energies of the dragon veins. Whatever Yang Yunsong's objectives might be, they were intrinsically linked to the energies of this place. Upon reflecting on this, Heir Yuehong sighed softly, remarking on the unexpected twists and turns of this space. An army of 30,000 was assembled solely to hunt this dragon. One could only wonder if the emperor of that time ever felt remorse. Emperor Guangwu, Lu Xiu, often referred to as the son of the dimension. His life story is nothing short of legendary. To what extent is it legendary? Lu Xiu lost his father at a young age and was raised by his uncle and elder brother. In his youth, his brother was slain by the rebel leader, Emperor Gongshi, plunging Lu Xiu into deep sorrow. Yet he had no choice but to visit Emperor Gongshi and express his contrition. Due to his lack of influence and unwillingness to endure humiliation, he would merely follow in the footsteps of his elder brother. Lu Xiu, however, practiced restraint and cultivated his strength. Within a mere 2 years, he assembled an army of 100,000 copper steeds, significantly enhancing his power and surpassing Emperor Gongshi. Additionally, he led a few thousand troops to achieve an astonishing victory against a formidable force of 400,000, exemplifying the principle of overcoming the odds. While historical instances of smaller forces triumphing over larger ones are rare, they are not entirely absent. Yet, the battles Lu Xiu participated in can only be described with one word: remarkable. His adversaries did not merely succumb to Lu Xiu, they were vanquished by an unprecedented meteor shower. Who could have anticipated that a grand army of 400,000 would disintegrate before the battle even commenced? Overwhelmed by a celestial calamity? Consequently, Lu Xiu seized the opportunity, rising to fame in a single encounter. Of course, Lu Xiu's ascent from an ordinary commoner to the founding emperor at the age of 30 cannot solely be attributed to mere fortune. In truth, Lu Xiu's comprehensive abilities rank among the finest of all founding emperors throughout history. Returning to the narrative, the head of the 9 gates stood before the gravestone, reflecting on the tens of thousands of Yuzhou cavalry who had perished in this valley. He then set forth, continuing onward toward the central dragon's corpse. After approximately half an hour, they finally traversed the rugged mountain path and arrived at the base of a small hill. However, upon reaching the hill, they discerned that it was not merely a small hill but rather a mound of earth, a larger grave. A gravestone stood before it, inscribed with the words, "Tomb of General Fei Xiao, the cavalry commander." Fei Xiao? Upon seeing this name, Chen Xuan couldn't help but pause in astonishment. However, beside him, Qi Tizui expressed his confusion, stating, "I recall that among the 28 generals under Emperor Guangwu, there was no one named Fei Xiao." Before the two could finish their conversation, Chen Xuan let out a gentle sigh and remarked, "I have come to understand the reason, and I know what the stunning dragon truly signifies." Upon hearing this, the heads of the 9 families became intrigued, simultaneously directing their gaze towards Chen Xuan. Throughout their journey, whether it was the demonic creatures witnessed at the foot of the mountain or the dragon tomb within this enigmatic realm, their understanding had been thoroughly upended. They were irresistibly curious as to why, during the early Eastern Han period, Emperor Lu Xiu had dispatched troops to slay dragons, and why Yang Yunsong of the Tang dynasty endeavored to restore the absolute dragon formation. What, indeed, was this stunning dragon he spoke of? Noticing the eager expressions on their faces, Chen Xuan sighed deeply within and began to narrate slowly. All of this, it seemed, was somehow connected to this individual. As he spoke, Chen Xuan pointed towards the name Fei Xiao inscribed on the tombstone. Fei Xiao was born to a humble farming family outside Luoyang. From a young age, he faced poverty, and when he was but a child, his father was taken away for forced labor and perished en route. At the age of 17, when Chen Xuan awakened from his long slumber, the first sight to greet him was that of Fei Xiao. Perhaps it was fate, for Chen Xuan took him on as a disciple, imparting knowledge of military strategy and martial arts, hoping he would safeguard the peace of the common folk. Fei Xiao was quick-witted and learned rapidly, achieving mastery in both combat and strategy within a year. In truth, he did not disappoint Chen Xuan's expectations. After joining the military, He participated in 27 battles of varying scales, emerging victorious each time, and soon attained the rank of general during the late Western Han period. At that time, Wang Mang had usurped the Han throne, and Chen Xuan was on the verge of transforming into a timeless cicada. Thus, in the end, I encountered Fei Xiao once in the military. Little did I know that this singular meeting would irrevocably alter the trajectory of his life. Chapter 50. Is eternal life attainable? Is this man connected to it? Zhang Qishan and the others displayed expressions of astonishment as they turned their gazes towards the immense tomb before them. Historically, Fei Xiao's renown was rather obscure, to the extent that he was not even mentioned in the orthodox historical texts of the Han dynasty. In comparison to the illustrious 28 generals of the Cloud Terrace under Emperor Guangwu, Fei Xiao was merely an unremarkable figure. Yet, the fact that he commanded 30,000 cavalry from Yuzhou and was honored with the title of general on his gravestone indicates the profound trust Emperor Guangwu placed in him. In a certain sense, his standing may even surpass that of the 28 generals. Who, then, is this Fei Xiao? Mr. Chen, are you aware of his exploits? Chen Xuan nodded slightly, and with a sudden sigh remarked, he was merely a pitiable soul. That encounter irrevocably changed the course of Fei Xiao's life. It was during the twilight years of the Western Han dynasty that Chen Xuan visited the military camp to see Fei Xiao, who, at the time, held the position of a junior officer, commanding 1,000 troops to quell a rebellion. Unfortunately, due to erroneous intelligence, Fei Xiao found himself besieged by tens of thousands of insurgents. In a bid to rescue his disciple, Chen Xuan grasped his long spear and, with an indomitable spirit, charged through the encirclement alongside Fei Xiao. While Chen Xuan was immortal, sustaining a fatal wound would hasten his descent into slumber. Originally, he had 3 months remaining, but in an extraordinary display of valor, he single-handedly cleaved through the ranks of the rebel army, which numbered in the tens of thousands. He endured over 100 arrows and blades, with half of his skull severed. Yet he continued to advance, ultimately confronting the leader of the insurgents and delivering a fatal blow. Chen Xuan's actions shattered the psychological defenses of the rebel forces and enabled Fei Xiao's small contingent to achieve a remarkable turnaround. Simultaneously, it unveiled to Fei Xiao the profound secret of Chen Xuan's immortality, revealing the existence of immortals, dragons, ancient deities, and countless mystical realms in this world. Unbeknownst to Chen Xuan, the subsequent fate of Fei Xiao seemed dim, as suggested by the name etched on the tombstone and Fei Xiao's later obscurity. It appeared that following that fateful encounter, his aspirations had shifted from becoming a revered general, akin to Huizubing, to becoming a fervent seeker of immortality. The pursuit of eternal life is a universal desire, one that even emperors throughout history, including the likes of Li Shimin and Zhu Yuanzhang, could not evade. They too discreetly dispatched emissaries in search of immortals and elixirs of longevity. However, unlike the first emperor, they did not embark on grandiose quests that would etch their names into the annals of history. Gazing upon the tombstone before him, Chen Xuan let out a soft sigh, contemplating the possibility that he had indeed erred in intervening in Fei Xiao's destiny. Perhaps, had he abstained, the world would not have gained another madman obsessed with immortality, nor would 30,000 innocents have perished in the name of such a pursuit. With these thoughts in mind, Chen Xuan stepped forward slowly and brushed away the dust from the tombstone, revealing the inscription. The tomb of General Fei Xiao, who passed away in the 24th year of Jinwu. Last words. Can one attain immortality? The phrase "can one attain immortality" pricked at Chen Xuan's eyes like a needle. Just as he was about to turn away, he heard Zhang Qishan beside him frown and say, "Mr. Chen, the handwriting appears to be inconsistent." Zhang Qishan promptly nodded and hastened to the gravestone, pointing to the 2 characters for longevity in the final inscription, explaining, "Mr. Chen, observe these characters for longevity. Their strokes are distinctly different from those of the other inscriptions on the gravestone." Ordinarily, Chen Xuan should have been the first to notice such an anomaly, yet his mind was in turmoil, causing him to overlook the irregularities in the gravestone's writing. At that moment, Zhang Qishan's reminder allowed Chen Xuan to perceive the discordance. The inscriptions preceding this were predominantly penned by the revered master Zhang Daoling. Indeed, most of the gravestones they had encountered in the valley were also written in his own hand. Chen Xuan had spent 2 years in secluded study with Zhang Daoling on Mount Baiman, engaging in daily discussions of the Taoist scriptures Thus he was thoroughly familiar with the master's handwriting. However, the characters for longevity were not inscribed by Zhang Daoling but rather by the hand of Fei Xiao. Xiao's handwriting. Chen Xuan delicately traced the characters on the gravestone, momentarily lost in thought. He had imparted both literary and martial knowledge to Fei Xiao, making it impossible for him not to recognize it. Taking a deep breath, Chen Xuan extended his palm and gently pressed it between the characters for longevity. In that instant, the small hill trembled violently. Subsequently, the hill split apart, revealing a passageway leading underground. At that moment, everyone felt a surge of excitement. Jie Xuanlong could not help but exclaim, with such a grand tomb, there must be numerous treasures within. However, the cautious Zhu Yuehong advised, let us proceed with caution. Among them, only Chen Xuan wore a look of astonishment, still in a daze. It was likely a rare occasion for a master to enter the tomb of a disciple. Although Bai Ji had once learned martial arts under his tutelage, in Chen Xuan's eyes, he could not truly be considered a disciple, merely a subordinate. Taking a deep breath, Chen Xuan composed himself and entered the Fei Xiao tomb alongside the head of the 9 gates. He was curious to understand how Fei Xiao had transformed from a passionate youth into a deluded seeker of eternal life. He pondered whether his own display of superhuman prowess had precipitated this drastic change in Fei Xiao's character. Within the fissure of the low mountain, a staircase led down into the depths. The underground was dimly lit, but fortunately, Yuehong and the others had brought oil lamps for illumination. After traversing approximately 10 meters, they arrived at the tomb passage. However, in stark contrast to the grand sepulchres of kings and nobles, this tomb of Fei Xiao appeared exceedingly meager. It contained no burial treasures, only an empty, desolate passage. Continuing along the passage for another 10 meters, they encountered an ajar tomb door. Judging by the violent marks on the entrance, it seemed that someone had already gained access long before them. Jie Yuanlong expressed his frustration, stating, "We have arrived too late. This tomb has already been rifled through." Zhang Qishan contemplated for a moment and remarked, "It is likely that the one who previously scavenged here was none other than that national master, Yang Yunsong. Yang Yunsong's presence in this realm can be traced back to his ancestor, who was a member of the 30,000 cavalry from Yuzhou. Naturally, he would be aware of General Fei Xiao's tomb." Hailu Laolu cast a glance at Jie Yuanlong, remaining silent as he stepped into the tomb chamber. Similar to the earlier passage, this tomb chamber was dismally bare, devoid of any accompanying artifacts. The sole object of note was a black coffin positioned at its center, crafted from the local black stone hewn from the nearby low mountain. In a rare moment of candor, he remarked, "There are no treasures within." However, what surprised the ever-composed Mr. Chen, who seemed impervious to the tumult of life, was the subtle melancholy reflected in his eyes. Blackback Lao Lu, momentarily taken aback, instinctively inquired, "Mr. Chen, are you all right?" Chapter 51. Wrath. I'm fine. Chen Xuan waved his hand dismissively. Regardless of whether Fei Xiao had strayed from the right path, he felt compelled to take a glimpse within. Having uttered those words, Chen Xuan stepped towards the coffin. As anticipated, all that remained inside was a mere skeleton. Chen Xuan closed his eyes, carefully attuning himself to the surroundings, yet he sensed no lingering souls. The spirit had dissipated. This indicated that even though Chen Xuan was an unprecedented ghost doctor, capable of healing the remnants of souls, he remained powerless in this regard. Reflecting on the disciple Fei Xiao, who had once filled him with pride 2 millennia ago, he let out a profound sigh. At that moment, however, the sharp-eyed heir Yuehong furrowed his brows and suddenly exclaimed, "Mr. Chen, there is a mechanism within the coffin." Following the direction of his gaze, Chen Xuan noticed a raised section beneath the bones of Fei Xiao. He nodded and softly instructed, "Bai Ji, go take a look." Bai Ji nimbly leaped onto the edge of the coffin, exploring with her hands to activate the mechanism. In an instant, a deep rumble echoed as the coffin, hewn from black stone, began to shift aside. Moments later, a recessed compartment was revealed beneath the coffin, within which lay a slab inscribed with numerous characters. Yet, upon merely glancing at the first line, Chen Xuan found himself frozen in place. The 9 heads of the families, including Zhang Qishan, were momentarily taken aback, swiftly gathering to inspect the stone tablet. Upon closer examination, it appeared that the black stone tablet bore the inscription of a letter. The opening line read, "To my esteemed master, greetings. In the autumn of the 8th year of Jingjue, I ventured deep into the imperial palace of the previous dynasty, scouring ancient texts and archives, ultimately uncovering the records of the demon dragon. After 12 arduous years of search, I located the lair of the demon dragon. It is said that the inner elixir of the demon dragon can cure myriad poisons, heal countless ailments, and grant immortality. I, being foolish, cannot ascertain whether this elixir can alleviate your affliction, master, but even if there exists but a 1 in 10,000 chance, I am willing to try. However, the crime of deceiving the sovereign weighs heavily upon me, with the souls of countless comrades tethered to my fate. My death would offer no redemption. Alas, the poison of the demon dragon has already seeped into my very soul. All sins shall rest solely upon my shoulders." In the autumn of the 24th year of Jingjue, Fei Xiao penned these final words. Upon reading this, Chen Xuan stood there, a deep sorrow suddenly washing over him. For the first time, he tasted the bitterness of reality. He had long sought immortality, believing himself capable of discerning the essence of humanity. Yet, the human heart remains an unfathomable enigma. Meanwhile, the heads of the 9 families exchanged glances upon reading the inscription. The inner elixir of the demon dragon could grant immortality? Throughout history, whether among common folk or nobles, none have escaped the allure of such a promise. If a chance at eternal life were indeed possible, who would dare overlook it? In an instant, each family head's gaze shifted, for this was an opportunity for immortality, and none could claim indifference. As the atmosphere in the tomb grew increasingly ominous, Zhang Qishan furrowed his brow and remarked, "In this world, where can one find true immortality? If it truly existed, why would there be 30,000 graves in this valley?" The Buddha was right. Immortality is not so simple. If the inner alchemy of the demon dragon could grant immortality, then why did the esteemed Grand Master and the illustrious Emperor Guangwu not achieve everlasting life? It seems this inscription lacks credibility. I do not believe in immortality. I trust only in the blade I wield. The old 6 of the Black Back succinctly expressed a lack of obsession with eternal life. Indeed, the most absurd pursuit in this world is to seek immortality within a tomb. Among the other clan leaders, Heir Yuehong appears to possess the most open-minded perspective. He stepped forward and gently lifted a corner of the black stone tablet. Beneath it lay a small brocade box, approximately the size of a palm. The material of the box was unknown, neither gold, jade, nor stone, radiating a fiery red hue. The moment the box was revealed, despite their verbal skepticism, the breathing of the clan leaders grew noticeably heavier. Each gaze instinctively fixated on the brocade box held by Heir Yuehong. Unfazed, he boldly opened the box in front of everyone. Yet, how could it be empty? Jie Yuanlong widened his eyes, involuntarily exclaiming in shock. However, he quickly grasped the situation. I understand now. It was Yang Yunsong. He must have acquired the inner alchemy of the demon dragon, seeking immortality for himself. Upon this revelation, the clan leaders of the 9 gates nodded in agreement. Everything fell into place. What could compel a grand national master to go as far as to sacrifice his wife to balance the yin and yang formation? The answer is singular: immortality. No human can resist the allure of eternal life. The leaders of the 9 gates comprehended this, and Chen Xiantong also pieced everything together. No wonder Zhang Daoling left him such a letter before his passing. Zhang Daoling, though aware of the entirety of the truth, found himself in a quandary, uncertain whether to divulge the reality to Chen Xian. He understood that if indeed there existed an immortal deity in this world, it would only incite chaos, leading countless emperors to fall one after another, slaughtering each other in torrents of blood, all in pursuit of true immortality. However, if it were merely a fleeting existence like the ephemeral 1,000-year cicada, akin to a pebble cast upon the water that stirs not a ripple, the repercussions would be significantly diminished. Thus, Zhang Daoling ultimately chose to conceal a portion of the truth, leaving only the intricate formations of the yin-yang 5 elements and the 8 trigrams in his letter. Yet, none could have anticipated that before Chen Xian could enter this realm and claim the inner elixir left by Fei Xiao, everything would be intercepted by Yang Yunsong, the national master of the Tang dynasty. As Chen Xuan gazed into the empty brocade box, he slowly closed his eyes. Memories of Fei Xiao began to crystallize within his mind. When he opened his eyes again, it was as if he had transformed entirely, resembling a volcano on the verge of eruption. Baiji. Chen Xuan uttered those two syllables, his voice as frigid as ice. In an instant, it felt as though every head of the gathered families had been struck by a heavy hammer, causing them to tremble involuntarily. Qi Tizui instinctively glanced at Chen Xuan, only to avert his gaze almost immediately, overwhelmed by a sense of dread, as if he had encountered a primordial beast of terror. Baiji's emotions, however, were starkly different. Upon hearing his name, he felt as if he had once again laid eyes upon the legendary god of slaughter from the state of Chu. I am but a humble soldier. I am at your command. After issuing his orders, Chen Xuan turned his attention to Er Yuehong, renowned in Changsha City as a formidable figure. Years prior, in the pursuit of territory and prestige, he had claimed the lives of not merely 100 but dozens. Upon first encountering Chen Xuan's gaze, his heart involuntarily contracted. Er Yuehong was certain that throughout the entirety of the 9 gates, nay, even across the whole of the Green Forest, he had never encountered an individual exuding such an intense aura of murderous intent. At that moment, the palpable killing intent emanating from Chen Xuan was nearly tangible, causing all present to struggle for breath. How many lives had he taken to harbor such a profound aura of death? Why was it that, in his usual demeanor, there was not even a trace of this lethal presence? Er Yuehong was ensnared in his thoughts when he heard Chen Xuan's voice, hoarse yet commanding. The brocade box. Er Yuehong was taken aback for a moment, only to see Chen Xuan approaching and retrieving the brocade box from his grasp. Subsequently, Chen Xuan cradled the box in one hand while extracting a divination plate from his sleeve with the other. He manipulated the plate, which began to whirl rapidly, ultimately revealing a divination sign. Yang Jun Song, you shall meet your demise. Chapter 52. The Corpse Immortal and the Shattering Dragon Sutra. As they observed Chen Xuan's departing figure, within the tomb, the head of the 9 gates resembled a drowning man who had finally found salvation, gasping for air in relief. After a considerable pause, Qi Tizui, still shaken, remarked, "Goodness, what has come over Mr. Chen?" Er Yuehong furrowed his brow, unable to contain his concern. How many lives has he taken? Even more perplexingly, it seemed he was entirely uninformed, knowing only that the other party bore the surname Chen. Among the crowd, Baiji remained indifferent. Qi Tizui, upon hearing this, was momentarily stunned and quickly inquired, "Mr. Bai, what do you mean?" Baiji merely shook his head and replied, "Since my master is willing to intervene, you need only await the outcome." No sooner had he spoken than a resounding rumble echoed from above. The heads of the 9 gate masters exchanged glances, deciding to venture forth to uncover the truth. Moments later, Chen Xuan emerged from the dragon's maw, gripping a severed head in his hand. To be precise, it was a peculiar visage adorned with scales and crowned with 2 dragon horns, an entity neither entirely human nor entirely demon. With the head in tow, Chen Xuan leaped gracefully from the towering dragon carcass, landing lightly atop the mountain peak. Zhang Qishan and the others hurried to greet him, while Er Yuehong fixated on the head in his grasp, exclaiming in astonishment, "Is this
Yang Yun Song?"
Indeed," Chen Xuan replied, the aura of menace surrounding him gradually dissipating, returning him to the gentle demeanor of a scholarly instructor. He nonchalantly tossed Yang Yunsong's head to the ground, which emitted a resounding clang akin to metal striking metal. Qi Tizui, intrigued, approached for a closer inspection and discovered that Yang Yunsong's head was harder than steel. He couldn't help but marvel internally at how Chen Xuan had managed to sever it. Glancing at the severed head, Chen Xuan remarked casually, "The inner core of a demon dragon does not confer immortality. Rather, it harbors a multitude of ailments and poisons." Yang Yunsong sought to exploit the deadly toxins within the dragon suppression array and the inner core, but his ambitions ultimately led to failure. He perished after consuming the inner core, yet his corpse underwent a transformation into a demonized state, an unusual kind of demon corpse. In another 200 years or so, it might even ascend to the status of a corpse immortal. Now that Yang Yunsong's head had been severed, a wisp of his lingering soul dissipated into the ether. To claim a rebirth, let alone become a corpse immortal, was now beyond the realm of possibility. The assembly of the 9 gate masters, upon hearing Chen Xuan's words, was left in a state of shock and numbness. As mere mortals, they typically felt their skin crawl at the mere sight of ordinary demon corpses, often opting to steer clear of them, let alone the fact that the monstrous corpse had ingested the inner elixir of the demon dragon. It was on the verge of achieving the status of a corpse immortal, yet this formidable entity was abruptly decapitated. Although the confrontation between Chen Xuan and Yang Junsong remained unseen, the pristine condition of Chen Xuan's attire suggested to the head of the 9 gates that this had been a one-sided massacre. For a moment, everyone, including Zhang Qishan, was rendered speechless, realizing that the figure before them was perhaps more terrifying than a corpse immortal, akin to an ancient ferocious beast. Meanwhile, Bai Ji was employing a straightforward and forceful method to restore the Fei Shao tomb, delivering punch after punch to the burial passage, which ultimately caused the entire tomb to collapse, burying it completely beneath the low hills. Chen Xuan nodded slightly, and as if recalling something, he retrieved an ancient, thread-bound tome from his bosom. This book, having endured a millennium, was still remarkably well preserved. The cover bore the clear inscription of 3 prominent characters, Han Long Jing. Chen Xuan tossed it to Chitai Zue, stating nonchalantly, discovered within the belly of the demon dragon. Chitai Zue fumbled to catch it, his expression a mixture of astonishment and delight. The 9th volume of Han Long Jing, The Surging Dragon's Retreat? That must be it. Upon finishing, Chen Xuan turned to Zhang Qishan and the others, continuing, this is a chain tomb. Yang Junsong's wife's burial site lies outside, while the demon dragon's tomb is within. Yang Junsong's grave is situated inside the belly of the demon dragon, creating a unique feng shui dragon's lair. There are numerous burial treasures inside, sufficient to cover the expenses of this expedition. You may retrieve the treasures yourselves. I only require this dragon talisman. As he spoke, Chen Xuan waved his hand, and Zhang Qishan then noticed that a copper talisman had inexplicably appeared in his grasp. Upon catching sight of the copper talisman, Zhang Qishan's brow furrowed momentarily, instinctively remarking that it bore a striking resemblance to the fish talisman from his past. During the reign of King Mu of Zhou in the pre-Qin period, the Hentian kingdom once minted 4 talismans, representing the fish, dragon, human, and ghost, embodying the merfolk, the ancient dragon of Guishu, the Hentian tribe, and the Hentian ghost cave respectively. Possessing all 4 talismans conferred the authority to command the 4 clans. Following the death of King Mu, the talismans were interred alongside him. Initially, Chen Xuan believed that only the fish talisman had been pilfered by grave robbers. However, it became evident that his old friend King Mu's tomb had long since become a sieve, accessible to any intruder, and it was likely that the 4 talismans had been looted and scattered far and wide. Among them, the dragon talisman eventually found its way into the possession of Yang Junsong during the Tang dynasty. This might explain why Yang Junsong had the audacity to venture deep into the abyssal dragon array, believing himself capable of withstanding the demonic poison of the dragon's inner core. Observing Chen Xuan's reluctance to discuss the matters of the fish and dragon talismans further, Zhang Qishan discreetly fell silent, acutely aware that the dragon talisman's presence in Yang Junsong's tomb, along with Chen Xuan's regard for it, indicated its extraordinary provenance. It was probable that the treasures within Yang Junsong's tomb paled in comparison to this singular dragon talisman. Nevertheless, had it not been for Chen Xuan, they, as heads of families, might not have been a match for the demonic corpse of Yang Junsong. Reflecting on this, Zhang Qishan nodded and declared that their entire endeavor relied upon Chen Xuan's efforts, and it was only fitting that the treasures within the tomb be entrusted to him. There is no need for concern. Simply retrieve what you desire, for I hold no interest in wealth, Chen Xuan responded before turning with Bai Ji to depart. Wu Xiaogo waited for several hours, on the verge of losing his patience, when he finally beheld the appearance of Chen Xuan, likely preoccupied with sifting through sand. Chen Xuan smiled and stepped out of this space. For the next 2 days, the attendants of the 9 gates busied themselves with extracting the burial treasures from the belly of the dragon corpse, creating a bustling atmosphere within the camp. Although Chen Xuan spoke of it casually, the burial goods of Yang Junsong were indeed monumental in their abundance. In the Tang dynasty there were many national masters, such as the monk Shen Xiu, yet none wielded power as great as that of Yang Junsong. The wealth he amassed was, without a doubt, staggering. Besides Chen Xuan, Qi Tiezu remained in the camp within the valley, refraining from joining the commotion. One morning, as was his custom, he ventured into Chen Xuan's tent, shamelessly seeking enlightenment regarding the Han Long Jing. Mr. Chen, what does the phrase "if one wishes to seek the dragon, one must first recognize its aura"? The golden dipper cloud seals the dragon's form. This is the method of immortals to seek the dragon. Stripping the dragon and changing its bones to build the dragon tower signify? He inquired cautiously, his thirst for knowledge palpable. Moreover, the Han Long Jing mentions that there are 9 dragons in the world. Aside from this demon dragon, do other true dragons exist? Upon hearing Qi Tiezu's questions, Chen Xuan slowly set down his teacup, nodding with a hint of sentiment. Although the 9th volume of the Han Long Jing contained numerous inaccuracies regarding true dragons, it was not mistaken in one aspect. Indeed, there are 9 true dragons in this world. The 9 true dragons, aside from the ancient dragon of Guishu, include the Zhulong and a black dragon from the northern desert, among others. However, over the course of several millennia, these 9 true dragons have either concealed themselves or perished, leaving Chen Xuan uncertain as to how many still exist in the world. He only recalls visiting the northern desert during the southern and northern dynasties, where he encountered the black dragon. This dragon possessed intelligence and could articulate human speech. Yet its knowledge of Chen Xuan's origins and the events of the ancient era was equally vague. Thus, Qi Tiezu suddenly comprehended the situation, his mind slightly unsettled. In truth, Qi Tiezu's family, the Qi clan, along with Yang Yunsong and Yuan Tiangang, were all practitioners of geomancy. Simply put, they specialized in relocating graves and consulting on feng shui. Undoubtedly, one should not underestimate this profession, which dates back to the Shang and Zhou dynasties, making it one of humanity's oldest vocations. However, compared to someone like Yang Yunsong, who wielded political power and orchestrated grand formations in a bid for immortality through the dragon's remains, Qi Tiezu's standing was considerably lesser. While the two conversed, a stir arose within the camp. Soon after, the heads of the 9 gates, led by Zhang Qishan, entered the tent, their faces alight with joy. "Mr. Chen, we have struck gold this time. There are no fewer than 1,000 treasures, each a masterpiece," Wu Xiaogo exclaimed as he entered, unable to contain his excitement. Chen Xuan smiled faintly and turned to Zhang Qishan, inquiring, "Have all the treasures been transported?" As time swiftly passed, dusk fell, and a bright moon ascended the mountain ridge. Chen Xuan then departed the camp alone, accompanied by Bai Ji, making his way towards the penholder peak of Nyoto Mountain. Zhang Qishan and the 9 heads of the various clans stood upon the earthen slope before the encampment, gazing up at the bullhead mountain bathed in moonlight. Qi Tiezu, unable to bear the oppressive atmosphere any longer, was the first to break the silence. "Pray tell, what does Mr. Chen intend to do? Is he perhaps planning to take action regarding the dragon's corpse?" Huasan Yang, with a hint of melancholy in her expression, softly remarked, "In truth, the most precious treasure within Bullhead Mountain is not Yang Junsong's invaluable goods, but rather that dragon's corpse. Even without a profound understanding of mystical arts, one can appreciate the extraordinary value of a mythical dragon. If it were to be transported, it would not merely fetch millions of dollars. Rather, could command tens of millions with numerous foreigners eager to acquire it. After all, it is a dragon, a creature capable of soaring through the clouds and flying in the heavens." During the transportation of the treasures, Jia Yuanlong had alluded to this matter, but it was dismissed by Chen Xuan. It now appeared that Chen Xuan deliberately left the dragon's corpse untouched, likely for a purpose of his own. At that moment, Wu Xiaogo suddenly interjected, "I know what Mr. Chen intends to do. Young master, do you truly know?" Qi Tiezu inquired eagerly. "Did Mr. Chen mention what he plans to do with the dragon's corpse?" Wu Xiaogo's expression brimmed with pride as he thought to himself that, in terms of closeness, the Wu family shared a deeper bond with Mr. Chen. He intended to leverage this connection, but Jia Yuanlong, growing impatient, urged him, "Young master, do not keep us in suspense. Please reveal what Mr. Chen intends to do." Seeing that his reticence was provoking the ire of the others, Wu Xiaogo finally relented and divulged all that he knew. Mr. Chen proclaimed that a life taken cannot be redeemed, and all matters stemming from Fei Sha must conclude with Fei Sha. Upon hearing this, the heads of the 9 families exchanged bewildered glances, utterly perplexed by the meaning of his words. Qi Tiezhua eagerly pressed for further explanation. Wu Xiaogo shrugged, expressing with a wave of his hands that that was all Mr. Chen had said that day. Just as his words faded, a thunderous roar erupted from the distant Nyoto mountain, reverberating like a heavy hammer striking the hearts of all present. In the camp behind them, a dozen warhorses broke through their enclosures, restless and agitated. Simultaneously, from within Nyoto mountain, a multitude of wildfowl, hares, wild boars, and even a pack of wolves seemed to go mad as they fled frantically from the mountain. In no time, a wave of beasts surged forth from the forest, a formidable tide racing towards the distance. Zhang Qishan exchanged a grave glance with Er Yuehong, each recognizing the seriousness reflected in the other's eyes. Suddenly, Qi Tiezhua let out a startled cry, his voice trembling as he exclaimed, "Buddha, second master, look, what is that?" A resounding dragon's roar pierced the heavens. The heads of the families turned their gaze towards the Biji peak of Nyoto mountain, where a colossal dragon, dozens of feet long, erupted from the mountain's core. The dragon ascended higher and higher, soon vanishing into the clouds, its form lost to sight. This spectacle left the family heads utterly astonished, their mouths agape in disbelief. It became clear that Mr. Chen's mention of having matters to attend to was, in fact, an endeavor to resurrect the dragon. Not only could he restore life to the dead, but he also possessed the power to revive dragons. After a considerable pause, even the horses in the camp regained their tranquility, yet the clan leaders remained unable to quell the tumult within their hearts. Qi Tizui stammered, This, Mr. Chen is truly unfathomable. Isn't there anything he cannot accomplish?" Upon the utterance of these words, a profound silence enveloped the gathering. However, the disturbances of Nyoto mountain were far from over. Amidst the eerie stillness, Wu Xiaogo suddenly pointed towards Nyoto mountain and exclaimed, "Look, it seems something is emerging again." Qi Tizui and the others turned their gaze towards Bijiang Peak, and collectively widened their eyes in astonishment. There, illuminated by the moonlight, an interminable procession appeared, stretching endlessly, seemingly without an end in sight. The spectral soldiers have crossed the border. Er Yuehong articulated slowly, each word deliberate and heavy. Chapter 54. The figure in the painting on the ridges of Nyoto mountain, waves of cavalry charged downwards. Even from several miles away, the resonant sound of horns and the earth-shaking rhythm of hooves could be distinctly heard. This legion of spectral soldiers stretched endlessly, their ranks extending nearly 10 miles, nearly enveloping the entire ridge. The clan leaders of the 9 gates stood agape, their throats seemingly rendered mute, utterly overwhelmed by the spectacle before them. 30,000 spectral soldiers, boundless and imposing, exuded an oppressive aura of relentless slaughter. Fortunately, the direction these spectral warriors advanced towards was the Xiang River. Otherwise, the sheer force of their presence alone could drive an ordinary person to madness. In a daze, Wu Xiaogo instinctively tightened his clothing and murmured, "It's so cold." "Hush!" The remaining heads of families were thoroughly intimidated, particularly Qi Tizui, who was beside Wu Xiaogo, hastily covering his mouth. At the very moment Wu Xiaogo opened his lips, the formidable legion of spectral soldiers on the ridge abruptly halted. The sonorous horn ceased its blaring, plunging the world into an eerie stillness, enveloped by a peculiar heaviness. Despite the oppressive aura of the underworld and the noticeable drop in temperature, both Zhang Qishan and Er Yuehong found themselves involuntarily breaking into a cold sweat. Should the 30,000 spectral soldiers decide to retreat, no matter how many companions they had, it would scarcely suffice to withstand a single charge from these Yuzhou cavalry. Fortunately, the spectral soldiers merely paused for an instant before resuming their relentless advance towards the Xiang River. After the passage of a fragrant incense stick, this band of Yuzhou cavalry vanished into the mountain forest, leaving no trace behind. Soon after, everyone beheld Chen Xuan and Bai Ji, descending slowly from Nyoto mountain. Zhang Qishan's gaze was laden with complexity as he clasped his hands and inquired, "Mr. Chen, has the matter been resolved?" This address to Mr. Chen was imbued with a multitude of intricate emotions. At the very least, After this night, Zhang Qishan's assessment of Chen Xuan had soared to unprecedented heights. He hailed from the Zhang family in the northeast, with his grandfather being the former patriarch, a person of considerable pride. However, Zhang Qishan understood that even his grandfather, Zhang Ruidong, the previous Zhang Qiling, could never achieve the extraordinary feats that Chen Xuan had demonstrated, possessing an endless array of secret arts and the ability to command tens of thousands of spectral soldiers. This transcended the realm of mortals, verging on the divine. Yet, despite having accomplished such remarkable feats, Chen Xuan's demeanor remained unchanged, exuding the same gentle humility as ever. Having spoken, with no intention of waiting for dawn, they proceeded directly towards Changsha City alongside Baiji. With the swiftness of Chen Xuan and Baiji, a journey of several hundred miles could be traversed in merely a couple of hours, allowing them to reach Changsha before the break of day, rendering any further delay unnecessary. In the Bailey courtyard, the young maid rose before dawn and busied herself with various tasks. Despite Chen Xuan's repeated insistence that she need not concern herself with such chores, the maid remained habitually inclined to act as a servant, diligently tidying up each day. After a while, she prepared breakfast and then leaned against the window sill, engaging in a somewhat aimless soliloquy. Moreover, I have heard that within the city resides a certain Zhang Dafu, who has established the Nine Gates Association, with the Hua family among its ranks. Unperturbed, the maid treated her musings as mere self-conversation to occupy her mind. The Bailey courtyard, nestled within Bailey Alley, held a distinguished position. For instance, the neighboring Mr. Yang, along with his son and daughter-in-law, occasionally bestowed gifts upon them. From these local acquaintances, the maid gleaned fragments of knowledge concerning the illustrious past of Mr. Chen, which transpired 60 years ago. According to the neighbors, Mr. Chen had once sheltered the local populace, possessing both erudition and medical skill, having saved numerous lives, and was consistently revered as the most respected figure within Bailey Alley. Regrettably, Mr. Chen had departed Changsha City after a mere 3 years. The underlying sentiment expressed by the neighbors was a hopeful desire for Mr. Chen's descendants to settle permanently in Changsha and never depart again. Indeed, many of the local matrons even encouraged the maid to ensnare the affections of the young Mr. Chen, leaving her blushing with embarrassment at their suggestions. Contemplating this, the maid could not help but shake her head while perched by the window. Upon hearing the sudden resurgence of Hua Shangyun's voice, the girl exclaimed in surprise, "Sister Shangyun, you have awakened?" A wave of delight washed over her. Following Hua Shangyun's instructions, the girl discovered a key hidden within a secret compartment at the bottom of the wooden box. She used it to unlock the box, revealing a scroll inside. As she unfurled the scroll, she beheld the portrait of a stunning young woman clad in a qipao. The woman appeared to be around 18 or 19, with eyebrows like crescent moons and eyes resembling blossoming peaches. Her delicate, crimson lips seemed ready to burst, harmonizing beautifully with her exquisite figure, creating an image that was simply breathtaking. Even the girl, being a woman herself, found herself momentarily entranced, feeling a twinge of inadequacy. "Sister Shangyun, what is this painting?" Hua Shangyun replied with a gentle smile, her tone tinged with nostalgia. "This was painted by Mr. Chen. Initially, I thought it was merely a playful creation, but I later realized it was a cherished memento he left for me. But let us not dwell on that. My dear sister, my ethereal essence has been nourished sufficiently. I can now manifest within the painting and reveal my true self. Do not be afraid." Upon hearing this, the girl felt a surge of anxiety. Though she had grown accustomed to Hua Shangyun's presence, that had merely been an orb, devoid of any terror. However, the prospect of an actual soul materializing before her was undeniably daunting. "Sister, I am not afraid," she stammered. No sooner had she spoken than the dinging pearl on the windowsill began to levitate. Following this, a wisp of indistinct white smoke rose and swiftly entered the scroll held in the girl's outstretched hands. In the next moment, the woman in the qipao within the painting blinked her eyes and astonishingly stepped out of the canvas. Initially, she appeared as a mere thin sheet of paper, but in a fleeting instant, she expanded to life-size as if inflated like a balloon. The girl gazed at this wondrous scene, her eyes widening in sheer astonishment, momentarily rendered speechless. However, let out a soft laugh, teasingly remarking, "Sister, Do you not recognize me? Sister Xiangyun extended her hand, gently stroking the girl's head. Experiencing a sensation she had not felt in over a decade, the girl felt a surge of joy within her. Those who have not endured such an experience cannot fathom the feeling of being reduced to a mere remnant of a soul, immobile, voiceless, and isolated from the world. The profound solitude, cut off from all existence, is a torment that an ordinary person could scarcely bear. This was audacious gamble, wagering On's return and his ability to awaken her. Fortunately, her gamble proved fruitful. Following her initial shock, the girl's emotions gradually settled. Perhaps due to the early loss of her mother, she felt an unusual closeness to this elder sister, soon dispelling the remnants of her fear. Sister Xiangyun, if Brother Chen knew you could come back to life, he would surely be delighted. Yet I am not truly alive. I am but a lingering soul. Indeed, even after being nurtured within the for an extended period, remained in a state of a fated spirit, lacking a complete soul. However, for her current state is sufficient to accomplish numerous tasks. Halting mid-sentence, Huangyun hesitated momentarily, her eyes reflecting reluctance and attachment. Yet she resolutely continued, "Do not disclose my departure to him. Let him presume I remain within the confines of the visage preservation pearl." Upon hearing this, the maiden's visage betrayed bewilderment, and she instinctively inquired, "Sister Xiangyun, what is the reason for this? I perceive a profound affection between you and Brother Chen. Why maintain this concealment?" Having uttered these words, Huangyun strode away from the villa. In the obscurity of the night, her swaying form swiftly vanished into the dense mist, becoming imperceptible. The maiden remained in a daze for an extended duration before recalling the rice porridge simmering in her pot. In a flurry of haste, she rushed to the kitchen, only to discover that the porridge had congealed into a hardened mess. Overwhelmed with dismay, the maiden could only ingest 2 large bowls with tearful resignation. By this juncture, the external atmosphere had fully brightened, and she was preparing to tidy the utensils and sweep the courtyard when she abruptly detected the sound of footsteps approaching from beyond the gate. "Brother Chen, Brother Bai." The maiden's countenance lit up with delight as she eagerly went to greet them. Chen Xuan responded with a smile and a nod. Just as he was about to speak, his expression suddenly faltered. "Maiden, has the visage preservation pearl, which I entrusted to your care these past few days, encountered any issues?" Upon hearing this query, the maiden's heart sank. Unwilling to deceive Chen Xuan, yet equally unwilling to betray Huangyun's confidence, she found herself in a quandary, unable to articulate a response. Observing her predicament, Chen Xuan refrained from pressing her further, simply waving his hand and remarking, "It is of no consequence. I merely inquired casually. Brother Chen, I have prepared breakfast. Would you care to partake in some?" Having spoken, Chen Xuan and Baizhi proceeded into the study. Scarcely had they entered the chamber when Baizhi slowly inquired, "Master, will you not ascertain the whereabouts of your friend?" "There's no need for that." Chen Xuan waved his hand dismissively, merely stating, "If there is anyone in this world who would never harm me, aside from you, it would be that girl, Huangyun." His words were not without merit. Although he had only known Huangyun for 3 years, their bond had transcended mere friendship. Neither kin nor stranger, but rather akin to family. Remarkably, even before Huangyun was aware of Chen Xuan's immortal nature, she had once shielded him with her own body from a blade. Though such an act may seem foolish, it clearly demonstrated her willingness to sacrifice her life for him. Naturally, what mattered more to Chen Xuan was that he remained indifferent to such gestures. He was undying. Even if reduced to ashes, it would merely mean he would enter a deeper slumber, nothing of significance. 60 years hence, when his enemies had perished, he would still be the same Chen Xuan. Baizhi hesitated momentarily, then voiced his concern, "Yet I still feel that Miss Hua's actions are rather peculiar. Despite having mended her fractured soul and being able to meet her lord, she persistently avoids him. Perhaps avoidance is the wisest course." Chen Xuan shrugged. His feelings for Huangyun were purely familial, devoid of romantic inclination. In the vast expanse of his existence spanning countless millennia, few truly stirred his emotions, and Huangyun was not among them. While it may seem harsh to say, Chen Xuan would prefer that Huangyun forget him entirely and reincarnate without hesitation. Baizhi clasped his hands and silently exited the study. as a being who was neither fully human nor fully dead. He could not fully grasp the intricacies of human love. Nevertheless, he was certain that regardless of the decisions Chen Xuan made, he would always stand by his side. After Bai Ji departed, Chen Xuan produced 2 copper talismans, strikingly similar in form. One bore an intricate fish engraving, while the other was adorned with a dragon motif. These were the fish and dragon talismans, part of the 4 symbols presented to King Mu of Zhou by the Hentian tribe during the Zhou dynasty. When paired with a specific incantation and ritual, they possessed the power to command the merfolk and ancient dragons residing in the South Seas return to the void. The trail began at the Warring States tomb in Biaozi Ridge, pointing toward the grave of Lao Man, followed by the startling revelation at Nyoto Mountain, which also directed attention to Lao Man's tomb. Who could be so cunning as to orchestrate this elaborate scheme, compelling me to visit Lao Man's south resting place? King Mu, whose name was Ji-Man, shared a camaraderie with Chen Xuan, having traversed the world together, even visiting the land of the Western Queen Mother, where they encountered her royal daughter. Yet, Chen Xuan was taken aback to discover that an old friend from 3 millennia past had become embroiled in a plot against him. Lao Man, oh Lao Man, it seems you cannot find peace even in death. But rest assured, I have no intention of seeking you out. With a murmured thought, Chen Xuan tucked away the 2 copper talismans, unwilling to delve into the truth at Ji-Man's tomb. For one such as him, who defied mortality, the truth often bore little significance. After all, no matter who it was, none could outlive him. Any devious scheme, when faced with an almost infinite lifespan, would ultimately dissolve into nothingness. Thus, on the following day, the streets of Changsha once again witnessed the leisurely presence of Chen Xuan and Bai Ji, meandering with a relaxed demeanor. They paused intermittently to converse with the elderly or savor the delectable street food nestled in the alleyways. Meanwhile, at the Ho family residence, that very night, amidst the flurry of activity, Ho Sanyang was diligently occupied. The grand entrance of the Hua family was suddenly thrust open, and a group of elderly individuals, their hair graying and possessing a stature of great respect, emerged. Among them were the 3rd uncle, Granny Tan, and the old manager Lu. Upon seeing this assembly, Hua Sanyang paused momentarily, her brows furrowing in confusion. These individuals were the elders of the Hua family from 30, even 40 years ago. They encompassed not only the senior members of the family but also distant uncles and the old manager from the era of her aunt Hua Shangyun. However, most of these individuals had either been enjoying their twilight years or had established their own enterprises, long since fading from the Hua family's business affairs. Hua Sanyang found herself perplexed by the sudden appearance of these venerable figures. Just as her bewilderment deepened, the elderly group parted to the sides, revealing a woman, her form elegantly cloaked beneath a hood. She approached with measured grace. Sire, it has been a long time. Chapter 56. The Tomb of 10 Absolutes. Hua Sanyang's true name was Hua Jinsi, and since ascending to the position of head of the Hua family, she had not heard this name for many years. In her recollection, only her aunt Hua Shangyun had ever called her Sire, yet Aunt Hua Shangyun had passed away over a decade ago, and Hua Sanyang had witnessed the burial herself. She stood frozen in place. Disbelief etched across her countenance as she gazed at the woman cloaked in the hood. The woman let out a soft laugh, slowly lifting her hood to reveal a face both enchanting and playful. But, upon the instant the woman came into view, Hua Sanyang's pupils involuntarily dilated, and she gasped in astonishment, "Auntie. No, this cannot be. You are not Auntie. Who are you really, and why do you impersonate her?" If Hua Shangyun were still alive, she would be nearing 80 this year. How could this woman appear so youthful, seemingly of the same age as herself? Thus, Hua Sanyang promptly dismissed such a possibility. However, the woman opposite her remained unfazed, continuing to speak. "Sire, you are still just like you were as a child, resembling a little adult." With a charming smile, she clapped her hands. In the next moment, the elder members of the Hua family she had brought forth took command of the Hua family estate, encircling the entire residence and forbidding anyone from entering or leaving. Observing the fury in Hua Jinqia's eyes, Hua Shangyun let out a soft sigh, stepped forward, and gently caressed Hua Jinqia's head. "Do not worry, little Sire. I shall depart soon. I once mentioned that among the younger generation of the Hua family, you resemble me the least. Perhaps you could lead the Hua family down a different path." Hua Jinqia's heart churned, momentarily engulfed in confusion. These words echoed those spoken by Huashangyun when she had taught her martial arts, a secret known only to the two of them. Auntie Huashangyun had expressed that her spirited nature had compelled her to shoulder the burdens of the family during its time of crisis, forcing her into the role of head of the Hua family. Yet, she was ill-suited for the position and for guiding the Hua family forward. Therefore, while Hua Jingjue was still young, Huashangyun gradually entrusted the management of the family business to her. In the blink of an eye, it has been more than a decade since those events unfolded. Hua Jingjue turned to the woman beside her, her expression a mixture of astonishment and uncertainty. "Auntie, foolish child." Huashangyun chuckled softly, then turned her gaze towards the group of elder companions. "Convey my order, we shall convene at the ancestral hall." The Hua family was reopening the ancestral hall, and nearly all the elders of the clan had gathered. However, Hua Jingjue felt disheartened as it appeared these elders were not at all surprised, as if they had known all along that Auntie Huashangyun would return. This realization stirred a sense of defeat within Huashangyun. She had believed that despite her cautious demeanor over the years, and though she might not possess her aunt's wisdom, she had proven herself to be a competent matriarch. Yet, it seemed the Hua family remained firmly under her aunt's control. Inside the ancestral hall, above the incense altar, were the tablets of the Hua family's ancestors from 2 centuries past. At the long table below sat the elder members of the Hua family. Hua's mother gently patted her daughter, offering solace. "Jingjue, do not be disheartened. Your aunt has her reasons for not sharing this matter with you. Mother, even you." The Hua family had long been matriarchal, especially in the main line, where sons-in-law were welcome to carry on the family lineage. The position of head of the family was designated by each generation's leader, who would nurture the successor from a young age. Hua Jingjue had been raised by Huashangyun, who taught her the ways of leadership. Hua's mother shook her head helplessly, simply stating, "This matter has been orchestrated by your aunt since 30 years ago. It is the Hua family's greatest secret." Having revealed a hint, Hua's mother refrained from elaborating further and directed her gaze towards Huashangyun, who now presided over the gathering. At this hour, the ancestral hall was illuminated by the flickering candlelight. Under the flickering glow of the candlelight, Huashangyun's visage appeared strikingly radiant, evoking an almost ethereal sensation within Hua Jingjue. The gathering was summoned due to the Hua family's meticulously orchestrated plan, decades in the making, now poised for execution. This expedition would be led by me, Huashangyun, accompanied by the most elite members of our clan, as we journey to Mount Tai in search of the 10 absolute tombs. This venture is fraught with peril. To mitigate unforeseen dangers, Sierra and the younger generations of our lineage shall not partake. The term 10 absolute tombs momentarily stunned Hua Jingjue, for it was the first instance she had encountered such a concept. Almost instinctively, she inquired, "Aunt, what are the 10 absolute tombs?" "Absolute heaven, absolute earth, absolute life, absolute death, absolute yin, absolute yang, absolute divine, absolute ghostly, absolute nothingness, absolute existence. They are collectively known as the 10 absolutes." Upon hearing this, Hua Jingjue felt a shiver run down her spine and nearly leaped to her feet, exclaiming, "How could such a perilous tomb possibly exist in this world?" Huashangyun chuckled softly, seemingly unfazed by Hua Jingjue's interruption. She simply nodded solemnly and replied, "Not only does it exist, but I have also laid eyes upon it, and touched it with my own hands." That singular encounter had left her soul fragmented. Yet, she bore no regret. Instead, she felt an exhilarating thrill. For Chen Xuan had once revealed to her that the 10 absolute tombs might hold the key to unraveling the mysteries of the eternal cicada. However, even a being as formidable as he could not ascertain the location of the 10 absolute tombs, nor even discern their whereabouts. As for why Huashangyun had been able to see and touch it, this was both a stroke of coincidence and a matter of fate. It was precisely 60 years ago, on the day Chen Xuan transformed into the cicada, that she glimpsed the phantom of a tomb. In that fleeting moment, Huashangyun lost a fragment of her very essence. This encounter proved to be both a calamity and a blessing for Huashangyun. The severing of her soul and spirit by the 10 Absolutes tomb paradoxically granted her the ability to vaguely perceive its location. Subsequently, Huashangyun began to meticulously devise her plans. Chen Xuan had once conveyed to her that the 10 Absolutes tomb was a realm of absolute life and death, absolute divinity and specters, implying that neither the living nor the dead, nor gods nor demons, could enter its confines. After decades of profound contemplation, Huangdi ultimately resolved to infiltrate the Ten Absolutes' tomb in a state that transcended life and death, divinity and ghostliness, as a remnant soul. This led to her plan, crafted over a decade ago, to leave a fragment of her soul attached to the great locust tree. It was a gamble of grand proportions, and the sole endeavor she wished to undertake for Chen Xuan. She could not bear to witness him endure endless torment and sought to enter the Ten Absolutes' tomb, to unearth the truth. As for concealing this from him, it stemmed from her understanding of Chen Xuan's character. She knew he would vehemently oppose her undertaking. Furthermore, it was crucial to note that even Chen Xuan himself remained unaware that the Ten Absolutes' tomb was both a distant enigma and a nearby shadow. Each time he transformed into a cicada, the ethereal silhouette of the tomb would emerge alongside him. Carrying a tomb upon one's back, no one could discern the truth. Perhaps fate intended for her to be the one to break the stalemate. Chapter 57. Seeking aid from the mountains in Changsha City, at a tea house. Have you heard? The Hua family has been unusually active lately. I wonder what grand business they are up to. Oh, it's nothing remarkable. The Hua family's enterprises stretch across 3 provinces and 17 cities. What does a little stir matter? Meanwhile, Chen Xuan and Bai Ji, as usual, were leisurely sipping tea in the tea house, passing the time. Upon overhearing a discussion among several tea patrons nearby, Chen Xuan furrowed his brow slightly. Due to the connection with Huangdi, the Hua family was invariably closer to him than the other prominent clans. However, the young girl from the Hua family held a rather unfavorable opinion of him, and Chen Xuan found it unwise to approach her with undue familiarity. Bai Ji, who neither drank tea nor required it, stood quietly behind Chen Xuan, as still as a statue. Yet, should anyone dare to pose a threat to Chen Xuan, Bai Ji would swiftly demonstrate the ruthlessness of a general from the Warring States period. Suddenly, the sound of hooves resonated from outside the tea house. Bai Ji, who had been meditating with his eyes closed, opened them in an instant. Even without seeing the approaching figure, he could discern from the sound of the footsteps that it belonged to a formidable expert. Indeed, the newcomer was an acquaintance of theirs. As the individual entered the tea house, a faint smile graced Chen Xuan's face as he clasped his hands in greeting. Brother Zhigu Xiao, what a delightful coincidence. Since parting ways in Baihe town, where Chen Xuan had casually mentioned that Zhigu Xiao could visit him at the North Libi Yuan in Changsha City if he had the time, Chen Xuan had not anticipated that merely a month later, Zhigu Xiao would pay him a visit. Not one to dwell on formalities, Chen Xuan gestured for his guests to take a seat and summoned the waiter to serve them hot tea. Mr. Chen, there is no need for such trouble. I have come this time with a request, Zhigu Xiao replied. It turned out that, after their separation in Baihe town, Zhigu Xiao had heard news of a corpse king and a treasure pearl hidden within the depths of the Ping Mountain in Xiangxi. Consequently, he had brought his junior disciples along to venture towards Ping Mountain. There, they encountered Chen Yulo, the leader of the Unloading Ridge, along with the warlord Luo Laowai and their entourage, collaborating to excavate a grand tomb from the Yuan dynasty nestled within the mountain's heart. Who would have imagined that within the heart of Mount Ping lies a subterranean palace, a site where emperors of your practiced alchemy. The atmosphere there is suffused with the essence of medicinal herbs, which over time has given rise to a formidable 6-winged centipede spirit. This 6-winged centipede is immensely powerful, and thus, Zhigu Xiao, adhering to the principle of mutual restraint inherent to Mount Ping, sought out an enraged Qing chicken from the nearby Nuqing County. However, the enraged Qing chicken proved no match for the ferocity of the 6-winged centipede and was swiftly devoured in a single encounter. With the 6-winged centipede present, Zhigu Xiao and his companions could only gaze helplessly, too intimidated to descend into the subterranean palace. In a moment of contemplation, Zhigu Xiao recalled the duo, Chen Xuan and Bai Ji, whom he had encountered in Baihe town. In his mind, Chen Xuan possessed arcane knowledge, a mysterious background, and an understanding of destiny and geomancy, making him an extraordinary polymath. Perhaps Chen Xuan would have a solution to confront the 6-winged centipede. Given that Changsha City was not far from Nuqing County, he requested a swift steed from Chen Yulo and set off alone to seek Chen Xuan's assistance. Upon conveying his intentions, Zhigu Xiao hastily added, Mr. Chen, I seek only the Yaochen pearl from the mountain. I have no interest in the treasures within the tomb. Should you be willing to help resolve the issue with the six-winged centipede? The Chen brothers from the Unloading Ridge and the warlord Luo Laowai have both agreed to grant you 30% of the spoils. Upon hearing the term six-winged centipede, Chen Xuan's expression shifted to one of surprise, prompting him to inquire directly, could it be the Mount Ping located within the Old Bear Ridge? Zhigu Shao's eyes gleamed with recognition as he nodded. Mr. Chen, are you familiar with the legends of the Corpse King of Mount Ping? Given that even the precious Qing chicken could not contend with the six-winged centipede, Zhigu Shao had no further objections. As long as this great trouble could be resolved, allowing him entry into the subterranean palace to search for the Yaochen pearl, all else was negotiable. Upon seeing Zhigu Shao arrive in a state of haste, Chen Xuan inquired if he required a night's respite. However, his thoughts were preoccupied with his junior disciples in Pingshan, and he had no desire to linger even a moment longer. Consequently, Chen Xuan refrained from further persuasion and, together with Bai Ji, procured 2 swift steeds at the horse market, setting forth with Zhigu Shao towards Nuqing County. With regard to Hua Ling and the old foreigner, Zhigu Shao felt a mixture of consolation and helplessness. Nuqing County lies a little over 300 miles from Changsha City, a distance that is not particularly far. The trio pressed on with their horses, reaching the foot of Lao Xiong Ridge at the Zhuangguan within just 2 days. Outside the Zhuangguan, hundreds of tents stretched as far as the eye could see. According to Zhigu Shao, these belonged to the forces under the command of Luo Laowai, numbering around 1,000 men and several hundred firearms. In the region of western Hunan, he was considered a significant military leader, albeit not one by profession. His involvement stemmed from a desire to procure more firearms from the treasures within the tomb, aiming to expand his influence and seize territory. As for Chen Yulo, the newly appointed leader of the Shuling bandits, he had intentions not only to acquire treasures to aid the disaster-stricken, but also to demonstrate his strength and earn the loyalty of the Shuling bandit community. Listening to Zhigu Shao's account, Chen Xuan remained non-committal, his gaze drifting towards the distant, towering peaks of Lao Xiong Ridge, lost in thought. The reason for his reverie was not unfounded. He had visited this place long ago. More specifically, during the reign of Emperor Huizong in the Northern Song dynasty, Chen Xuan, alongside the Taoist priest Lin Lingsu, had personally constructed an alchemical palace within the heart of Pingshan for the purpose of refining elixirs. The geographical positioning of Pingshan was unique, shrouded in the ethereal essence of medicinal herbs, combined with the infusion of dragon energy into the alchemical furnace, rendering the process of refining medicine remarkably efficient. Chen Xuan's original intent was to concoct various elixirs to remedy ailments and save lives. Who knows, as he once again transformed into a cicada, coupled with the passing of Lin Lingsu, the head of the Dan Palace, in a bid to curry favor with Emperor Huizong, deceitfully claimed to possess the ability to concoct an elixir of immortality, utilizing corpse oil as an ingredient to refine toxic pills. Upon awakening, Chen Xuan discovered that the Dan Palace had entirely succumbed to becoming a clandestine alchemical site for the Song dynasty emperor, leaving him devoid of any desire to linger, prompting a silent departure from the Bottle Mountain. As for the six-winged centipede, Chen Xuan encountered it by chance. At that time, the creature measured merely the length of a chopstick. Considering the rarity of ancient species survival, he generously offered a drop of his own blood to nourish the six-winged centipede, which he subsequently kept at the bottom of the deepest well within the Dan Palace, sustaining it with medicinal vapors. What began as a mere act of convenience surprisingly resulted in the six-winged centipede living for over a millennium. This made it, aside from the black dragon of the northern desert, the oldest companion Chen Xuan had ever encountered. While Chen Xuan pondered this, he suddenly heard voices emanating from the gathering hall, prompting a swarm of individuals to emerge. Among them was a man, approximately 27 or 28 years old, clad in a green robe and wearing a white ceremonial hat, with sunglasses perched upon his nose. Following him were 2 men and a woman. The men were unremarkable, but the woman donned a red dress with her hair styled in a braided twist. Though her features were ordinary, her eyes sparkled with vitality, particularly when she beheld the partridge whistle, her gaze radiating a joy so evident that even a fool could perceive it. Additionally, there were others present, all adorned in military attire, At the forefront stood a man with a scruffy beard and a prominent scar that stretched from his brow to his chin, exuding an aura of intimidation without uttering a word. It was evident that this man was the warlord Luo Laowai, known to Chen Yulo, as mentioned by the partridge whistle. Chapter 58. The Blood of Chen Xuan. Indeed, although the partridge whistle had invited Chen Xuan, he primarily introduced Bai Ji to Chen Yulo and the others before setting off. This was because, aside from his expertise in destiny and geomancy, Chen Xuan had not showcased any other remarkable abilities. In contrast, Bai Ji possessed terrifying divine power, capable of making even a millennia-old rice dumpling kneel, a fact that remained vividly etched in the memories of the three siblings of the partridge whistle. This journey was undertaken with the hope that Bai Ji would accompany them. As with the strength of Bai Ji combined with the efforts of the unloading ridge and mountain moving, they might stand a chance against the six-winged centipede. With this thought in mind, the partridge whistle nodded and proceeded to introduce Chen Xuan and Bai Ji. Both of these gentlemen possess extraordinary abilities. Chen Zong, as we previously discussed, if we can resolve the issue of the six-winged centipede, the treasures within the tomb will be divided with both gentlemen receiving 30%. Is this still agreeable? Chen Xuan had stated his disinterest in the treasures of the tomb, yet the partridge whistle felt compelled to offer a reasonable reward for their assistance. The matter of what would happen afterward could be addressed later. Agreed, certainly agreed. Chen Yulo was not foolish. If they failed to deal with the six-winged centipede, he and his thousands of unloading ridge brothers would suffer not only a loss of profits but also substantial expenses. More importantly, he, as the leader of the unloading ridge bandits, aimed to accomplish something monumental, yet was hindered at the very threshold. Such a failure would be a source of mockery from his peers in the Green Forest, undermining his authority as Chen Zong. The mere 30% of the tangible treasures did not hold any significance for him. He was indifferent, but the nearby warlord, Luo Laowai, was displeased and immediately exclaimed, "Chen Bahu, how you choose to divide matters is of no concern to me. In any case, my 4 portions shall not be diminished." Upon hearing this, Chen Yulo's expression darkened. Luo Laowai was a minor warlord supported by the Shuling faction. Yet as his territory expanded, he had gradually distanced himself from their control, no longer regarding Chen Bahu's words with much respect. Although displeased, Chen Yulo concealed his feelings and instead waved his hand graciously. "There is no need for you to contribute any funds, Luo Shuai. The 30% can simply be drawn from my share within Shuling." "Ah, that is satisfactory," he replied. The Shuling faction comprised local rustic men from the south, as well as individuals from the Green Forest, occasionally dabbling in acts of robbery. Under Chen Yulo's leadership, the Shuling faction boasted tens of thousands of supporters throughout Hunan province, far surpassing Luo Laowai's limited forces. Furthermore, with Shuling's expertise in grave excavation, they were undoubtedly more skilled than the warlords in such endeavors, thus warranting a larger share in the upcoming plundering of the ancient tomb at Ping Mountain. "That is indeed favorable," Chen Shendao remarked. Once everyone had gathered, Chen Yulo, the leader of Shuling, called upon them to discuss the expedition to Ping Mountain. Concerned that Chen Shendao and Bai Ji might be unaware of the mountainous terrain, he personally sketched a map of the topography of Ping Mountain. "After all, Mr. Chuan and I share a familial connection. Perhaps our ancestors were kin several centuries ago." Although Chen Yulo was unaware of Chen Shendao and Bai Ji's backgrounds and capabilities, he understood that being esteemed by a prominent figure like Zhigu Shao indicated they were not mere commoners. Consequently, Chen Yulo made a concerted effort to befriend them, sincerely wishing to recruit Chen Shendao and Bai Ji into the Shuling faction, displaying an exceedingly warm demeanor. Chen Xuan offered a faint smile, non-committal, merely stating, "Presumably not," to suggest that Chen Yulo's ancestors were subordinates of Chen Xuan's retinue would be somewhat plausible. Chen Yulo, unperturbed, promptly indicated the entrance to the Pingshan underground palace on the map, proceeding to elaborate, "I must confide in you, esteemed brothers, that we have unearthed a subterranean palace of considerable magnitude beneath the rift valley of Pingshan. Regrettably, our exploration was cut short, as we were driven out by a gargantuan, multi-flying centipede. Unless we neutralize this formidable creature, access to the palace remains unattainable. In recent days we have exhausted numerous strategies, employing firearms and explosives, yet to no avail. The exoskeleton of this flying centipede rivals the resilience of steel. Moreover, its movements are characterized by exceptional agility, and its disposition is markedly cunning. Our attempts to subdue it have proven futile. It merely retreats into the crevices of the mountain rocks, leaving us with no recourse. It is scarcely surprising that the flying, or rather, six-winged centipede, possesses sentience, for it once imbibed a single drop of Chen Xuan's blood. In ancient times, predating even the era of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, Chen Xuan discovered that his blood possessed the remarkable ability to catalyze the evolution of archaic species. Initially, Chen Xuan perceived this as a propitious phenomenon, and embarked on a quest to locate such species, assisting in their advancement. However, by the time of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, these creatures, some of which had endured for centuries, or even millennia, had become humanity's greatest adversaries. Witnessing the precarious existence of the nascent human race, constantly threatened by the predations of these ancient beings, Chen Xuan felt compelled to systematically eliminate them. Since that pivotal event, Chen Xuan has guarded his blood with utmost vigilance, refraining from offering it to any other creature, save for the 6-winged centipede he encountered within the Pingshandan Palace during the Song dynasty. However, the 6-winged centipede, which was merely the length of a chopstick back in the day, has astonishingly grown to nearly 10 zhong over the course of a millennium. It is worth noting that the largest anaconda in the world does not surpass 10 meters, while this 6-winged centipede reaches an astonishing size 3 times that of the anaconda. That is to say, it measures nearly 30 meters, towering as high as a 12-story building. The distance from the gathering place to Mount Ping is still several li of mountainous terrain, but as night has fallen, it is certain that they cannot set out today. Chan Yulo, observing Chen Xuan's confident demeanor, felt a wave of astonishment in his heart, pondering whether he should believe it. Beside him, Zhigu Shao, witnessing the scene, promptly assured him, "There is no need for doubt, Chief Chen. Both of my friends possess remarkable abilities. Since they assert they have a solution, they indeed possess one." Upon hearing these words, Chan Yulo readily acquiesced, declaring, "Very well, let us proceed directly to Mount Ping at dawn tomorrow." The following day, as dawn barely broke, a commotion erupted outside the gathering place. Luo Laowai's troops, the workers from Shelling, and the prominent figures including Chan Yulo and Luo Laowai had all prepared and gathered outside, ready to embark towards Mount Ping. Luo Laowai appeared to be in a state of half-sleep, unable to restrain a yawn. Spotting Chen Xuan and Bai Ji not far away, he couldn't help but curl his lip and mutter, "I wonder where Brother Zhigu Shao found these young fellows. They seem to possess little capability." Yang, the aide trailing closely behind Luo Laowai, promptly stepped forward to incite. "Indeed, in my opinion, it would be better for the chief to abandon Shelling altogether and go solo. Why should we share 60% with them? With the chief's capabilities, conquering Mount Ping should be a mere walk in the park." Old Luo's gaze was fierce as he muttered under his breath, "You fool! Do you really think the Chen family from Yuling is that easy to deal with?" Those within his ranks were well aware of their own affairs. The troops he commanded were proficient in indulgence but lacked true prowess. Relying on a band of chain smokers to spearhead the excavation of the Bottle Mountain was akin to seeking a noose for himself. Such a demise would at least be swift. Chapter 59. A menacing aura Deputy Yang kept his head bowed in deference, yet a flicker of barely concealed malice crossed his eyes. Having served as old Luo's subordinate for years, he had been treated like a mere beast of burden, nursing a grudge for quite some time. A few months prior, he had even conspired with another warlord, planning to seize this opportunity at Bottle Mountain to betray old Luo. Unaware of his deputy's intentions, old Luo turned and hurried to curry favor with Chen Yulo. Meanwhile, Zhigu Shao approached Chen Xuan, hesitating momentarily before speaking softly. "Mr. Chen, back in Baihe town, you mentioned that Hualing and the old foreigner were in grave danger." Before he could finish, Hualing and the old foreigner emerged, fully attired and in high spirits. "Master, you previously forbade me and my junior sister from entering the mountain. Surely this time it will be allowed?" Indeed, Zhigu Shao recalled Chen Xuan's prior directive that forbade his junior disciples from participating in the tomb expedition, which had left Hualing and the old foreigner feeling stifled, eager to assist Zhigu Shao. Zhigu Shao shook his head and looked directly at Chen Xuan. Upon noticing this, Chen Xuan raised his gaze to Hualing and the old foreigner. After a brief pause, he smiled and said, "You may go. It poses no significant issue." Beside them, Bai Ji offered an unexpected explanation. "My husband is well versed in fate and destiny. No calamity, regardless of its magnitude, can pose a challenge as long as he is present. While this statement held some truth, it was not entirely accurate. Chen Xuan's Luren divination had indeed reached a profound level, yet he could not entirely defy the heavens. However, he could intervene in cases of untimely or wrongful deaths, making a difference in 1 or 2 instances. Before long, the main contingent had organized their belongings and was ready to set forth. The journey to Pingshan was a considerable distance of over 10 miles, and the mountainous terrain proved treacherous. Neither horses nor mules could navigate the rugged paths, compelling the troops under Xie Ling and Luo Laowai to carry the arms, ammunition, and heavy weaponry uphill. Fortunately, Xie Ling and Luo Laowai had assembled a substantial force, numbering around 1,000, and according to Chen Yulo, this was merely the vanguard. Should treasures be confirmed within the underground palace, they could summon thousands more at a moment's notice. The journey was marked by silence. At the forefront of the procession, whether it was the leader of Xie Ling, Chen Yulo, the head of the Shan-shifting faction, Zhigu Shao, or even Luo Laowai, none were pampered aristocrats. The arduous mountain trek was of little consequence to them. As for Chen Xuan and Bai Ji, they appeared utterly at ease, as if they were simply enjoying a leisurely excursion through the mountains. During this time, Chen Yulo's aide, Hua Ma Guai, had been closely observing Chen Xuan and Bai Ji. Upon reaching the halfway point of their journey, when the larger group paused to rest, Hua Ma Guai approached Chen Yulo, his face pale and demeanor somewhat anxious. "There is something amiss with Mr. Chen and Mr. Bai," he remarked. "Something amiss?" Chen Yulo responded, momentarily taken aback, as if casually inquiring, "What seems to be the issue?" "They have conducted themselves quite properly throughout the journey. As I observed their journey, I noticed that wherever these 2 individuals ventured, the mosquitoes, snakes, and ants would instinctively retreat. Remarkably, they bore no trace of any repellent substances. Just moments ago, I deliberately lagged behind to scrutinize the retreating insects. The one named Chen Xuan was somewhat tolerable. The insects merely avoided him. However, the other, Bai Ji, left a trail where every insect perished in his wake." Upon mentioning this, Hua Ma Guai couldn't help but tremble slightly. The Miao villages within Xiang province are abundant, being the very cradle of the vast mountains of the south, where the art of goo and insect manipulation is prevalent. In these mountains, a myriad of venomous creatures abounds. In less than 10 miles, several subordinates of Luo Laowai were bitten by poisonous insects. Fortunately, Xie Ling, accustomed to traversing such rugged terrains, was well equipped with antidotes and insect repellents, thus averting any grave consequences. While the Xie family excels in detoxification and pest control, the ability to subdue venomous creatures merely through a menacing aura is a phenomenon he had only witnessed with ancient Zongzi. Chen Yulo, fully aware of Hua Ma Guai's insinuations, glanced up at the blazing sun, feeling somewhat exasperated. He reproached, "Hua Ma Guai, cease this unfounded suspicion. How could Brother Chen and his companions possibly be Zongzi? If they were, they certainly wouldn't manifest in broad daylight. Moreover, did not the brothers of Zhigu Shao mention last night that Mr. Chen possesses extraordinary medical skills? Perhaps it is merely his potent repellent powder at work." Enough of these absurd speculations. Chen Yulo waved his hand with a hint of impatience. Hua Ma Guai, his deputy and also his father, had been sent by the former head of the Shuling clan to protect him. Eager to achieve greatness surpassing that of his father and any past leaders of Shuling, Chen Yulo was naturally reluctant to heed Hua Ma Guai's advice. Hua Ma Guai, feeling somewhat helpless, turned to glance at Chen Xuan and his companion, who were standing several paces away. He noticed that they were also observing him. Chen Xuan seemed unbothered, offering a friendly smile and nodding in acknowledgement. However, beside Chen Xuan, Bai Ji's gaze was as cold as ice, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. When Hua Ma Guai met Bai Ji's eyes, an uncontrollable chill surged within him, piercing to the very marrow of his bones. He couldn't help but silently scoff, thinking that this was no mere 1,000-year-old dumpling. He would believe it if someone claimed it was a 10,000-year-old one. On the other side, the distance of several paces might seem considerable to an ordinary person, yet for Bai Ji, it was akin to face-to-face communication. Every word exchanged between Hua Ma Guai and Chen Yulo reached his ears without omission. Although Bai Ji was indifferent to the potential exposure of his identity, he was concerned about the trouble it might bring to Chen Xuan, prompting his inquiry. After all, if he couldn't resolve the issue of the blood corpse, it would be far simpler and swifter to deal directly with the one who raised the question. Chen Xuan shook his head and casually remarked, "There is no need for concern. You have been residing in the secondary residence these days, and the corpse energy around you has diminished significantly. There is no need to worry about being discovered." Even if the truth were to be uncovered, Chen Xuan did not foresee any significant complications. After all, he had spent thousands of years wandering and migrating, and if trouble arose, he could simply relocate once more. He possesses no home yet is surrounded by the essence of home everywhere he goes. Any city within the country might have been a dwelling of his past. After a brief respite, the main party resumed their journey. This leg of the expedition proved far more favorable, particularly upon entering the domain of the Bottle Mountain, where even venomous creatures were nowhere to be found. According to the explanation provided by the partridge whistle, this was attributed to the accumulation of medicinal vapors within the mountain, causing the poisonous insects to largely congregate in the rift valley below. Before long, the group arrived at the cliff overlooking the Bottle Mountain rift. Standing at the precipice, they peered down into the valley, only to be met with a shroud of mist, obscuring their view of the bottom. Chapter 60. Words fall short, Mr. Chen. This cliff towers over 100 feet, and beneath it lies an endless expanse of subterranean chambers. The six-winged centipede is indeed perilous. Chen Yulo spoke, his brow furrowed with concern, as if wishing to urge Chen Xuan to exercise greater caution. "Fear not, I shall return shortly." Without waiting for a response, Chen Xuan grasped the hemp rope and leaped into the rift. Following closely behind, Bai Ji descended with such swiftness that it seemed as though he plunged directly into the chasm. Observing this, Chen Yulo expressed his astonishment with a click of his tongue, unable to suppress his curiosity. "Brother Partridge Whistle, may I inquire about the true origins of these two gentlemen you have invited? Their prowess appears rather formidable. I am inclined to extend an invitation for them to join the unloading of the ridge." In his heart, Partridge Whistle mused that their abilities were not merely impressive. Having traversed the realms for over a decade and encountered numerous extraordinary individuals, only Bai Ji, by Chen Xuan's side, had managed to earn his admiration to such an extent that it bordered on fear. Zhigu Xiao engaged in introspection, contemplating that with his 30 years of expertise, coupled with the secret art of mountain moving and the prowess of Kueisheng's kick, he might not stand a chance against Bai Ji. Upon this realization, Zhigu Xiao moved his lips but ultimately refrained from divulging too much, instead ambiguously stating, "My two friends possess mysterious backgrounds, and they are unlikely to join Shuling. It would be prudent for you, Director Chen, not to harbor excessive expectations." Before his words had fully dissipated, the old foreigner beside him could not help but interject with a chuckle. "Indeed, I must say, Director Chen, while you share kinship with Mr. Chen, your capabilities fall distinctly short." Before the old foreigner could finish his remark, it incited discontent among the disciples of Shuling, including Hua Maguai, Kunlun, and Hong Gunyang. Hua Maguai shot a furious glare at the old foreigner, exclaiming, "What did you say?" Not far off, Luo Laowai sat upon a large stone, casually using a wild herb to clean his teeth. Observing the burgeoning conflict between the factions of Shuling and the mountain movers, he felt a surge of delight and immediately fanned the flames, declaring, "In my opinion, that Chun fellow is nothing but a charlatan. I suspect the two of them may very well enter the underground palace but never return. And as for you, Brother Zhigu Xiao, in your desperate quest for help, you ought not to seek out a fraud." Silence. Luo Laowai shifted slightly, and both Chen Yulo and Zhigu Xiao immediately discerned his ulterior motives, resolutely refusing to allow his schemes to succeed. In unison, they rebuked Luo Laowai, who turned pale at their response. Yet, upon glancing at the fierce and intimidating disciples of Shuling, as well as Zhigu Xiao's twin pistols at his waist, he prudently chose to silence himself. The partridge nodded at the elderly foreigner, then clasped his hands in a gesture of respect, saying, "Mr. Chen, it is wise to befriend someone of such remarkable lineage as yourself. I have said all that needs to be said." Although Chen Yulo and the partridge had only recently met, their connection ran deep, as they had long been aware of each other's existence. The partridge, having entered the scene early, had forged numerous alliances with various leaders in the realm of Xialing in his quest for information regarding the elusive Yaochen Pearl. Thus, their relationship with Xialing had become quite profound. Chen Yulo sensed the gravity in the partridge's tone and stood momentarily taken aback, pondering why the partridge held such high regard for a mere youth. The gentleman named Chen Xuan appeared to be scarcely in his 20s, and referring to him as younger brother would already be a mark of respect from the leader of Xialing. Nevertheless, these thoughts flitted through Chen Yulo's mind without lingering. He was a man of considerable depth, and although he held Chen Xuan in low esteem, he refrained from voicing his true sentiments, instead responding with full acquiescence. Meanwhile, Chen Xuan was engulfed in a tempestuous wind as he descended the hemp rope, which in reality was akin to leaping from a precipice. Within a mere 7 or 8 breaths, he reached the bottom. With a firm grip on the rope, he halted his descent. However, the true terror lay not with him, but with the figure following closely behind, Bai Ji, who required no deceleration, leaping directly from the towering cliff to the palace floor below. The glazed tiles of the palace could not withstand this impact, resulting in a substantial breach. Observing this, Chen Xuan felt a tinge of regret for the exquisite tiles and called out towards the opening, "Do be more careful next time. Each fine piece that is damaged is one less in existence." "Understood," came the reply. Beneath the palace roof, the voice of Bai Ji echoed. Chen Xuan held no concern for Bai Ji, for he was a being of both man and corpse, his body having been fortified over millennia. At this moment, Bai Ji's resilience surpassed that of steel by tenfold. He could withstand the bombardment of artillery without issue. As Chen Xuan traversed the palace summit, he soon observed numerous traces of slime left by insects upon the glazed tiles beneath his feet. Below the palace roof, he could even discern the garments abandoned by dozens of disciples from the unloading ridge. These were indeed garments, for the centipedes within this subterranean palace bore lethal venom. Any contact would instantaneously reduce a person to a pool of blood. The partridge whistle had previously warned Chen Xuan and offered him ample insect-repelling powders. Though he found it difficult to decline the other's goodwill, he truly had no use for such powders. "My lord, there is movement," Bai Ji suddenly halted and announced as he emerged from within the hall. Chen Xuan leapt down from the palace apex, landing gracefully upon the plaza of the underground palace. While atop the cliff, Chen Yulo had described the underground as exceedingly vast, filled with innumerable palaces. However, he was unaware that Chen Xuan had not only resided here but was also intimately familiar with the number of palaces. These structures were modeled after the Wanshou Dao Palace from the era of Emperor Huizong of Song, thus presenting a layout of 3 palaces and 9 halls, with 81 quiet chambers dedicated to royal alchemy, a tradition spanning over a century. As Chen Xuan descended from the palace summit, he soon heard the faint sound of scuttling emanating from the crevices of nearby rocks. Shortly thereafter, countless centipedes, each the length of chopsticks, emerged from all directions of the underground palace, encircling Chen Xuan and Bai Ji. However, the malevolent aura emanating from Bai Ji was so formidable that even the highly venomous centipedes dared not confront it. These small centipedes merely encircled the 2 men, hesitating to advance. Observing this, Chen Xuan waved his hand and instructed, "Bai Ji, temper your malevolent energy." Bai Ji promptly bowed and retreated behind Chen Xuan. The moment he subdued his aura, the small centipedes seemed to go mad, suddenly launching themselves toward Chen Xuan. Chen Xuan smiled faintly, slowly extending his palm. In the next instant, a force imbued with Chen Xuan's life essence reverberated throughout the underground palace. The small centipedes, perceiving this energy, became even more frenzied, surging toward Chen Xuan in droves, layering upon one another to form a veritable mound of writhing bodies. Simultaneously, a chilling, mournful cry echoed from the depths of the underground palace. Chapter 61. The 9-winged celestial centipede. Before long, a 6-winged centipede, exceeding 10 zhang in length and nearly overshadowing 2 palaces, emerged from the depths of the underground palace, resembling a colossal dragon. Even Bai Ji, with his extensive experience, was taken aback by this winged behemoth. He had encountered numerous demons and monsters, and only recently had he beheld the remains of a demon dragon. Yet, witnessing a living creature was far more astonishing. Bai Ji furrowed his brow and could not help but say, "My lord, this 6-winged centipede is exceedingly ferocious. Should I His implication was clear. He intended to unleash his accumulated malevolent energy, believing it might intimidate this giant centipede. However, Chen Xuan simply waved his hand, a hint of amusement gracing his features. No, it is not an enemy. Chen Xuan is not concerned about the six-winged centipede, which is actually related to his bloodline. As previously mentioned, Chen Xuan's blood possesses the unique ability to facilitate the evolution of ancient creatures. Any ancient being nourished by his blood will, without exception, regard him as their master. During the era of the ancient tribes, it was this extraordinary ability that enabled him to manage those colossal ancient beings, often measuring dozens of zhang in length, gathering them together and leading them to migrate into another realm. Unfortunately, his memories of that ancient period are fragmented, and he cannot recall the location of that mysterious illusionary realm. As soon as Chen Xuan's words faded, the six-winged centipede climbing the walls of the underground palace let out a long, resonant cry, swiftly rushing to stand before him. It cautiously lowered its head, nuzzling against Chen Xuan's palm. This 10-zhang-long giant centipede, once perceived as a monstrous entity by bandits and warlords alike, now resembled a playful child, emitting cheerful chirps. Chen Xuan smiled gently at the six-winged centipede and spoke, "Little centipede, it has been quite a while since we last met. Indeed, it has not merely been a short time. A millennium has passed in the blink of an eye." In those days, Chen Xuan had nurtured the little centipede within the most potent medicinal aura of the underground palace's elixir well. Just as he did now, he would gently stroke the little centipede's head while feeding it golden elixirs reserved for emperors. Alas, such bliss was fleeting. After Chen Xuan fell into a deep slumber, the underground palace fell into the hands of unscrupulous Taoists, who used corpse oil to concoct medicines, vainly attempting to create an elixir of immortality for the emperor. The little centipede narrowly escaped becoming a medicinal catalyst. Fortunately, it had already developed a semblance of intelligence and, sensing the impending danger, concealed itself in the crevices of the rock wall. The Taoist of the Dan Palace, unable to capture the small centipede, gradually relegated it to the recesses of his mind. It was not until the complete demise of the Song dynasty that the Dan Palace fell into ruin, subsequently being claimed as a tomb by a general of the Yuan dynasty. Since then, it has grown by a foot every 100 years, and today it has reached a size of over 10 feet. Moreover, it has sprouted 9 pairs of wings. Indeed, the term six-winged centipede is merely a nomenclature employed by Chen Yulo and his companions. In truth, the small centipede possesses 9 pairs of wings, marking it as one of the ancient relics. However, due to its insufficient cultivation, the remaining 3 pairs of wings have yet to fully develop. Upon observing the incompletely formed wings on the back of the six-winged centipede, Bai Zhi suddenly remarked, "My lord, in my previous life, I encountered a tome from the ancient Zhou period, which chronicled numerous rare and extraordinary beasts, including a creature known as the nine-winged celestial centipede. Could it be that within this bottle-shaped mountain's underground palace? Indeed, the small centipede is the nine-winged celestial centipede." Chen Xuan gently patted the centipede's head and said with a smile, "Enough of that. I understand your hardships. I have come to provide you with a new abode." Before arriving, Chen Xuan had already arranged a new residence for the small centipede. Inside the Bullhead Mountain within the realm of the dragon spirit, the spirit of the dragon had already been dispatched by Chen Xuan, yet the dragon's carcass remained. This was fortuitous as the small centipede was reaching a critical juncture for its final 3 wings. Relying solely on the medicinal vapors within the bottle-shaped mountain's underground palace would likely prove insufficient. With the assistance of the several dozen feet of dragon carcass, it would not be long before it could ascend to become the 9-winged celestial centipede. Furthermore, that space is far more expansive than the underground palace of the bottle-shaped mountain, providing ample room for the small centipede to dwell. Contemplating this, Chen Xuan succinctly conveyed the matter of the dragon carcass. As anticipated, upon hearing of the dragon's corpse, the little centipede became instantly exhilarated, twisting and writhing along the stone wall. Ultimately, it obediently lowered its head, cautiously nudging its way against Chen Xuan's palm while emitting 2 cheerful chirps. Time was of the essence. They must embark without delay. No sooner had he spoken than the little centipede promptly descended to the ground, its body hunched, evidently eager to carry Chen Xuan away. Chen Xuan leaped onto the back of the nine-winged celestial centipede, and after a moment of contemplation, turned to Bai Ji, instructing, "The centipedes within the underground palace pose no threat. The little centipede has already driven them all away. Stay close to Hua Ling and the others, and ensure their protection." "As you command, my lord." Bai Ji nodded in agreement, watching as Chen Xuan mounted the celestial centipede and soared into the sky. Meanwhile, at the summit of the cliff, Chen Yulo and the others gazed vacantly into the abyssal chasm below. Regrettably, no matter how intently they stared, they could not penetrate the thick mist that obscured their view of the situation beneath. At that moment, Hua Ling was busily organizing the medicinal herbs in her basket. Observing this, Luo Laowai's eyes glinted mischievously as he suddenly spoke. "I say, little Taoist maiden, with your beauty, why endure the hardships of traveling with your senior brother? Why not become my concubine? I assure you, life would be quite splendid." Before Luo Laowai could finish his enticing proposition, he found himself staring down the barrel of a gun, aimed squarely at his forehead by the nearby partridge whistle. Hey, brother, don't be impulsive." In an instant, the ranks under Luo Laowai erupted into a frenzy, each appearing fiercely loyal to their master. Yet none dared to step forward, merely brandishing their firearms in a standoff. Faced with the encirclement of a 1,000-strong battalion, Zhigu Xiao exhibited no sign of trepidation. His voice remained placid as he commanded, "Apologize to my junior sister." Luo Laowai's countenance shifted through shades of green and white. Yet, confronted by the ominous barrels of firearms, he chose to acquiesce. "My dear girl, I, Luo Laowai, am but a rough man. I beg your pardon." With that, he theatrically slapped his own face twice. Witnessing this spectacle, coupled with Chen Yulo's intervention, Zhigu Xiao finally lowered his weapon. Not far away, Hong Gunyang observed the unfolding events, her eyes shimmering with intrigue. Unbeknownst to her, Zhigu Xiao and his two siblings were not only fellow disciples but also kin, bound by a shared curse. This curse, originating from the serpent god of the abyssal ghost cave, condemned those afflicted to an untimely demise before reaching the age of 40. The only means to mitigate the curse's potency was to maintain a considerable distance from the abyssal ghost cave in the Zagralama Mountains. Yet long ago, members of their clan had discerned this grim reality. Even migrating to the far side of Earth merely extended their lifespans by a decade or so, ultimately succumbing to the curse regardless. Chapter 62. Foreboding and deference. Zhigu Xiao cast a cold glance at Luo Laowai before diverting his gaze. The latter felt a surge of discontent. Yet with the formidable Chen Yulo clearly aligned with Zhigu Xiao, he refrained from provoking conflict. As Luo Laowai pondered an excuse to retreat gracefully, his aide, Yang, suddenly exclaimed, "Commander, look at the cliff. There's something." The crowd turned in unison, following Yang's pointed direction. Beneath the swirling mists of the rift, something had been disturbed, as if an unseen force was stirring within. Just as bewilderment enveloped the onlookers, a colossal centipede, adorned with 6 pairs of wings and measuring an impressive 10 zhong in length, suddenly emerged from the fog. "The 6-winged centipede has appeared. Quick, fire!" Old Luo, who had nearly been devoured by the 6-winged centipede during his previous expedition with Chen Yulo and others into the underground palace, now found himself gripped by terror at the sight of it, like a startled bird. As Chen Yulo and his companions remained frozen in place, realization dawned upon them. Chen Yulo furrowed his brow slightly, still perplexed by the emergence of the 6-winged centipede. Yet he promptly prepared for battle. He turned to his companion, Zhigu Xiao. "Zhigu Xiao, my brother Chen and brother Bai. Mr. Chen will be unharmed. It appears that the 6-winged centipede is not targeting us. Let us hold for a moment." Upon uttering these words, he swiftly pressed down on the muzzle of Old Luo's gun and commanded in a low voice, "Do not fire yet." Old Luo, hearing this, retorted in fury, "If we do not shoot, we will surely perish." However, just as the two were embroiled in their argument, everyone present heard a familiar male voice emanating from the direction of the 6-winged centipede. "Zhigu Xiao, Mr. Chen, the centipede in the underground palace has retreated. If you wish to enter, you may proceed." At the sound of this voice, all present were momentarily taken aback, particularly Old Luo, who even questioned whether he was experiencing an auditory hallucination. At that moment, Hualing swiftly pointed to the sky, exclaiming with delight, "Brother, look atop the centipede. Mr. Chen is there." Upon hearing Hualing's words, everyone hastily turned their gaze and were astonished to see a figure perched upon the head of the six-winged centipede. It was none other than Chen Xuan, who had recently descended into the underground palace. Witnessing Chen Xuan riding the six-winged centipede, soaring through the wind, left the members of the unloading ridge and the subordinates of the crooked old Luo utterly speechless. Just days prior, they had encountered the formidable nature of the six-winged centipede, which had withstood a barrage of over 1,000 bullets, claiming many lives in the process. Yet now, in the hands of Chen Xuan, the once ferocious six-winged centipede had transformed into a docile companion, willingly carrying him without a trace of aggression. After recovering from his shock, Luo Laowai quickly pondered the implications. If he could enlist Chen Xuan's assistance, it would be tantamount to possessing a six-winged centipede. Not to mention, every warlord within the borders of Xiang province would pale in comparison to him. With this thought, Luo Laowai promptly cupped his hands in salute towards Chen Xuan in the sky, stating, "Ah, Brother Chen, your abilities are truly remarkable. You have tamed the six-winged centipede. Our entry into the underground palace is assured." Not only Luo Laowai, but even Chen Yulo, the leader of the unloading ridge, was taken aback. He shed his previous arrogance, adopting a much more respectful demeanor towards Chen Xuan. Looking up, Chen Yulo exclaimed with a grin, "Indeed, Mr. Chen possesses extraordinary skills. The six-winged centipede." However, before Chen Yulo could finish his sentence, Chen Xuan raised his hand to interrupt. "With matters settled, I had other affairs to attend to, so I took my leave." Without granting the likes of old Luo Wei a chance to respond, I commanded the six-winged centipede to ascend higher and higher, soon vanishing amidst the towering mountains. If this were a future era, with aircraft soaring overhead and satellites orbiting above, such a lengthy centipede would undoubtedly make the headlines. However, in this current period of the Republic of China, there were but a few planes in the sky, let alone satellites. I instructed the six-winged centipede to navigate through the wilderness, unperturbed by the possibility of being spotted. In less than an hour, I directed it to the Pencil Peak of Nuto Mountain. The treasures within Pencil Peak had long been cleared by the 9 gates, and the encampment had been dismantled. Just as well, for I was disinclined to engage with anyone, I proceeded directly to the tomb of Yang Jun's wife. As for the 5 elemental pillars needed to unveil the murals, the six-winged centipede was more than capable of handling that, requiring no assistance from me. Indeed, upon entering the mural space and beholding the dragon corpse, which spanned several tens of feet and was bound by 4 robust chains, I sensed a wave of joyous energy emanating from the six-winged centipede. After all, for the centipede to evolve into the 9-winged celestial variety solely through the medicinal vapors of Ping Mountain would take an eternity. Yet, with the presence of this monstrous dragon's carcass, the timeline for its metamorphosis would be significantly reduced. Perhaps within a few decades, it could fully digest the dragon's remains and transform into the 9-winged celestial centipede. A long cry escaped the 6-winged centipede, as if to convey its understanding. Observing this, I turned and exited the mural space. After a moment of contemplation, I resolved to take an additional precaution. After all, he had been awakened for nearly half a year, with only a little over 2 years until his next slumber. He could not wait for the 6-winged centipede to evolve into the 9-winged celestial centipede. Should someone from the 9 gates or any other individual inadvertently enter the mural space, or if the 6-winged centipede were to emerge from within, only to be besieged by humans, it would contravene his original intention. With this thought in mind, Chen Xuan deliberated extensively and ultimately decided to relocate the 5 elemental pillars from the tomb, replacing them with a 6th divination disc. Within the disc resided 49 stone pillars, corresponding to the dragon veins and earthly energy of Nyoto Mountain. Those lacking an understanding of the 6th divination disc and possessing no feng shui expertise akin to Chen Xuan's would likely remain unable to unlock the mural space for the entirety of their lives. Chen Xuan's ability to effortlessly replace the formation was also thanks to Zhang Daoling, who had passed down the absolute dragon formation. Otherwise, even if he could manage a replacement, mere research alone would consume several months of his time. Once all was accomplished, more than half a day had elapsed. He left Baiji at Bottle Mountain. With Baiji's strength, the so-called Grand General Corpse King was utterly inconsequential, and there was no need to worry about the bloodshed involving Hualing and the old foreigner. Chapter 63. The arrival of Miss Hua in Changsha City, at the northern courtyard. By now, night had completely fallen, and few pedestrians roamed the streets. Upon arriving at the northern courtyard, Chen Xuan noticed 2 attendants of the Hua family stationed at the entrance. These attendants frequently accompanied Miss Hua, one of whom seemed to be a listening servant who had recently come from the New Moon Hotel in the capital. The attendants recognized Chen Xuan, momentarily taken aback before nodding in acknowledgement. Chen Xuan paid them little mind and strode directly into the courtyard. As he approached the small villa, he overheard the voices of Miss Hua and her maid conversing within. Huasanyang, or Huijinxiu, adorned in a white qipao and draped in a luxurious fur collar, exuded elegance as she sat upon the sofa in the parlor. Opposite her, a modestly dressed maid fidgeted with her hands, visibly anxious and filled with self-doubt. Huijinxiu scrutinized the maid, pondering the nature of her relationship with Chen Xuan. After a prolonged silence, the maid, unable to withstand Huijinxiu's penetrating gaze, cautiously ventured, "Sister Hua, Brother Chen is truly not here. He has been away for 2 days. That is quite all right. It is sufficient to visit my sister. Dear sister, I wish to inquire about something." "What is it?" The maid, feeling a surge of tension, averted her gaze and twisted her fingers. "Do you know someone by the name of Huashangyun?" As she uttered these words, Huijinxiu fixed her eyes intently upon the maid, as if seeking to extract a hidden truth from her very soul. I do not know her," the maid stammered, ultimately turning her head away in guilt, too fearful to speak the truth. This was due to Huashangyun's prior admonition to keep her matters confidential. Though their time together had been brief, the maid, having lost her mother at a young age, cherished her bond with Huashangyun. Upon hearing this response, Huijinxiu appeared to have anticipated it. Nevertheless, she was unwilling to relent, pressing forward. "However, my informants report that you have visited the outskirts of the city to seek her former maid and even took away a parcel." Huijinxiu feigned casualness, yet her words were laden with implication, causing the maid to grow even more flustered and her speech to become increasingly disjointed. At that moment, the creaking of the grand door echoed through the hall as it swung open. Following this, Chen Xuan entered with an unhurried demeanor. Observing the formidable presence of Huijinxia seated on the sofa, Chen Xuan offered a faint smile and remarked, "Master Hua, your taste for elegance is commendable. Even at this late hour, you grace us with your presence at the guest residence." In truth, she had chosen this moment, during Chen Xuan's brief absence, to glean more information about her aunt, but she found herself unable to penetrate Chen Xuan's composure. Just as she believed progress was being made, Chen Xuan interrupted the moment. Unfazed by the gravity in Huijinxia's gaze, Chen Xuan gestured gently to the attendant, saying amiably, "It's all right, you may retire for the night." "Very well, Brother Chen," the attendant replied, visibly relieved, having felt the pressure from Huijinxia's previous intensity, fearing she might falter and divulge details about Huashangyun. Once the attendant departed, Chen Xuan disregarded Huijinxia, who remained standing, and settled himself comfortably on the sofa. This scene had played out earlier, but then it was Huijinxia who sat, interrogating the attendant as if a teacher admonishing a student. Now, however, Chen Xuan lounged casually, while Huijinxia appeared as a bewildered pupil, unable to articulate a coherent thought. Casting a casual glance at Huijinxia, Chen Xuan spoke plainly, "I am well aware of the circumstances surrounding your aunt, Huashangyun. Should you have any questions, feel free to ask me directly. There is no need to put the attendant in a difficult position." Taken aback by his words, Huijinxia stared at Chen Xuan in astonishment. After a prolonged moment of hesitation, she finally spoke, "You." Initially, she intended to inquire whether he knew how her aunt Huashangyun had come back to life and what drove her to seek the 10 Absolute Tomb. Yet, as the words hovered on her lips, Huijinxia reconsidered her approach. The matters concerning her great-aunt, Huashangyun, are nothing short of earth-shattering. Whether it be her miraculous resurrection, her newfound youth, or the infamous tomb of 10 absolutes, each revelation is bound to astonish the world. Contemplating this, Huijinxia let out a quiet sigh in her heart and shifted the conversation. "You are a descendant of Master Chen, possessing extensive knowledge of formidable secret arts. I wish to inquire, what happens to a person who loses their soul?" At this, Chen Xuan was momentarily taken aback. Hua Jinxin's question struck a chord. For no one possesses greater understanding of the soul than he. Having dedicated thousands of years to the study of souls from the Zhou dynasty to the present, Chen Xuan considered for a moment and endeavored to explain succinctly. A human comprises 3 souls and 7 spirits. The 3 souls are the life soul, the celestial soul, and the earthly soul, while the 7 spirits encompass emotions such as joy, anger, sorrow, and fear. If the life soul is absent, death ensues. Without the celestial soul, one becomes foolish, and lacking the earthly soul leads to obscurity. Should one lose the celestial or earthly soul, survival is still possible, but the absence of the life soul guarantees demise. As for the 7 spirits, while the average person possesses them, some may inherently be deficient in spirits, which is not as critical. Upon hearing this, Hua Jinxin realized, so, as long as the principal soul remains intact, it is of little consequence. Chen Xuan shook his head. The significance of the 3 souls and 7 spirits cannot be overstated. The absence of any soul or spirit renders one incomplete. For instance, lacking the celestial soul may result in mild foolishness or profound unconsciousness, leading to a complete loss of sensation. Furthermore, those who are missing a soul must endure the torment of their spirit, a suffering that can only be truly understood by themselves. At this revelation, Hua Jinxin furrowed her brows, feeling a pang of sympathy for her great-aunt, Hua Shangyun. According to Chen Xuan's words, it can be inferred that her great-aunt, Hua Shangyun, has been in a state of torment for decades, perpetually missing a soul and a spirit. Remarkably, she has never revealed her suffering, shouldering the immense burdens of the entire Hua family with grace. Hua Jinxi sighed softly in her heart, then turned her gaze back to Chen Xuan. Her emotions remained complex. She had initially believed that Chen Xuan's elder, the once esteemed Mr. Chen of Changsha, was a heartless scoundrel. However, now that her great-aunt Hua Shangyun had returned from the dead, such accusations of infidelity seemed utterly unfounded. Contemplating this, Hua Jinxi silently sighed again and addressed Chen Xuan. I apologize, Mr. Chen. My previous demeanor towards you was less than cordial, solely due to the ties between my great-aunt and your family's elder. But that is all in the past. Chen Xuan shook his head, having used his soul-reviving technique to awaken Hua Shangyun. Though he could not truly resurrect her, he could at least ensure that she could extend her spectral existence for another 50 years. As long as she did not recklessly expose herself to the sun, she could sustain her existence akin to Miss Lu, living as a spirit. However, as he observed Hua Jinxi's departing figure, Chen Xuan suddenly recalled that when he had gathered souls for Hua Shangyun, she too seemed to be missing a soul and a spirit. Startled, he pondered for a moment before retrieving the 6 rites divination board from his sleeve. He gently set the board in motion, watching it spin, eager to discern the whereabouts of the soul and spirit that Hua Shangyun lacked. Just as the divining plate was on the verge of ceasing its rotation. Chapter 64. The Orb of Mukin Crack. A subtle, sharp sound emanated from the plate, and a fissure materialized on its surface. The plate then stilled, the sound of fracturing fading into silence. Could it be that a divination was impossible? Ever since Tang Chu and Yuan Li had elevated the art of the 6th divination to its zenith, successful readings had been virtually guaranteed. The only enigma that defied calculation, even to the point of shattering the divining plate, was a singular entity, the Tomb of 10 Absolutes. Was a fragment of Shangyun's soul residing within the Tomb of 10 Absolutes? He had relentlessly pursued the Tomb of 10 Absolutes for countless years, yet it had remained elusive, its whereabouts unknown. But Chen Xuan shook his head, a helpless expression washing over his face. Having lived for an immeasurable span, and having borne witness to countless events, it was inconceivable that he would be unprepared. The vast expanse of millennia had afforded him ample time to lay the groundwork. Yet, unexpectedly, Shangyun had preempted him in this endeavor. The Tomb of 10 Absolutes, a realm of utter desolation. Even the absorption of a fragment of the soul would be but a drop in the ocean, incapable of disturbing its existence. Fortunately, Chen Xuan had anticipated such a contingency, and had prepared a safeguard for Shangyun. This orb of ageless beauty served not only as a vessel for Shangyun's remnant soul, but also as her very lifeblood. As long as the orb of ageless beauty remained intact, a trace of Shangyun's soul would endure. The girl, accustomed to her own way, would do well to endure some hardship. All of Shangyun's schemes and stratagems, in Chen Xuan's eyes, remained endearingly naive. Chen Xuan pressed his lips together, carefully placing the Dingyan pearl and the cracked Lu Ren divination plate into the exquisite brocade box he had brought from the Hua family. He then picked up a ring from within the box. The ring, fashioned from sheep-fat white jade, bore an intricate relief carving of an ancient and rustic character, Xian. This was the Xian character ring, a symbol of the most formidable organization under Chen Xuan's command, the Xian sect. Founded in the early Shang dynasty, the sect fell into obscurity during the Warring States period. Over the course of nearly 1,200 years, Chen Xuan had gathered countless extraordinary individuals, establishing a vast and powerful force. The members of the Xian sect ranged from the royal families of the Shang and Zhou dynasties to humble merchants and preaching alchemists, their numbers countless and their operations shrouded in secrecy. It would not be an exaggeration to say that had he wished, he could have unified the feudal states in an instant, rendering the likes of the Qin and Zhou insignificant. Yet, Chen Xuan refrained from such actions, for the Xian sect was his greatest support in confronting the tomb of the Ten Absolutes. His sole purpose in establishing the sect was to aid him in capturing the fabled tomb and unveiling its mysteries. However, upon discovering that Hua Shangyun's soul had been consumed by the tomb of the Ten Absolutes, he felt little inclination to wait any longer and resolved to awaken his former subordinates in the Xian sect. As Chen Xuan held the smooth, warm jade ring in his hand, his expression grew solemn. From the early Shang dynasty to the present day, he had meticulously planned for 3,600 years. It was time to conclude this chapter. The following day, Chen Xuan lounged beneath the grapevines in the garden, basking lazily in the sunlight. Outside the courtyard, footsteps approached. Soon after, the three disciples of the Zhigu Shao, along with Bai Ji, entered through the door. Upon seeing Chen Xuan, Zhigu Shao hastily clasped his hands in gratitude. Chen Xuan waved his hand, signaling to a nearby maid to bring over additional chairs. After a few individuals settled down, the old foreign gentleman eagerly recounted the events that transpired following Chen Xuan's departure. Indeed, they discovered numerous treasures within the subterranean palace, along with the corpse of a fellow tomb raider known as Guanshan Taibao. During this time, Chen Yulo inadvertently fell victim to poison, becoming delirious and intent on violence, only to be subdued by Bai Ji with a single strike that rendered him unconscious. The group also traversed the peaks of Ping Mountain, where they unearthed the tomb of a great general from the Yuan dynasty and encountered the king of the dead from Ping Mountain. However, in terms of ferocity, the king of the dead paled in comparison to Bai Ji. In mere moments, Bai Ji dispatched the king of the dead with ease. The Zhigu Shao and his companions scoured the tomb but failed to locate the elusive Miaochen pearl, ultimately bidding farewell to Chen Yulo. At this juncture, even a forthright man like Zhigu Shao found it difficult to voice his thoughts. Observing this, Chen Xuan chuckled and interjected, "So, you wish to take me as your master to learn the art of locating dragons and their hidden treasures?" Zhigu Shao's eyes lit up, and he eagerly nodded, "Precisely." Chen Xuan's geomantic practices diverged significantly from those of the renowned tomb raiders, yet in terms of efficacy, even the ancestors of these tomb raiders would not measure up to Chen Xuan's prowess. After all, he had likely encountered more tombs than these individuals had ever heard of, many of which he had personally overseen the construction of. However, in the hopeful gazes of Zhigu Shao and his companions, Chen Xuan shook his head. "I ceased taking disciples long ago. Not to mention Zhigu Shao, even Hua Shangyun, who was so fervently devoted, did not receive my consent to become a disciple. I merely imparted to her certain esoteric techniques related to the soul. Otherwise, she would not have been capable of binding the remnant soul to the large locust tree at the alley's end." Zhi Chao, feeling somewhat disheartened, had discerned through their two encounters that Chen Xuan possessed extraordinary secret arts, excelling in both geomancy and the art of locating hidden treasures. If only he could have Chen Xuan's geomantic skills to assist him, the quest for the Yaochen Pearl would undoubtedly be significantly more efficient. Regrettably, Chen Xuan was unwilling to teach him. Fortunately, Zhi Chao was a man of easy disposition. Having been rebuffed, he did not dwell on the matter, merely clasping his hands in a gesture of respect, stating, "I have been presumptuous. However, Mr. Chen, your repeated assistance is deeply appreciated by us disciples. Should there ever be a moment when we can be of service to you, we shall not hesitate to oblige. Upon hearing these words, Chen Xuan pondered for a moment before abruptly halting the departing trio. Though I do not intend to accept disciples, I do possess some leads regarding the Yaochen pearl you seek. At this revelation, the 3 disciples of Zhichao stopped in their tracks, their faces alight with surprise as they turned to face Chen Xuan. Hualing eagerly interjected, "Brother Chen, do you know where the Yaochen pearl is located?" "I have some information, though it is not complete," Chen Xuan replied after careful consideration, and he began to elucidate. "As far as I know, the Yaochen pearl is a jadeite shaped like an eye, acquired by King Wu Ding during the Shang dynasty, and named the Yaochen pearl. Some say it is the gall of a phoenix, while others claim it was left behind by the Yellow Emperor upon his ascension to immortality. Yet, all these assertions are erroneous. The true Yaochen pearl is, in fact, the third eye of the serpent deity residing within the depths of the Zaglamar Mountain's bottomless abyss. Possessing the Yaochen pearl enables one to commune with the serpent deity and harness its formidable powers. All things in this world adhere to the principle of equivalent exchange. To gain, one must also sacrifice. The Yaochen pearl serves as both a source of power and a wellspring of curses. For a brief elucidation on the chronological distinctions within this narrative. The primordial era spans millions to hundreds of thousands of years ago. The ancient era extends from 100,000 to 10,000 years ago, characterized by primitive tribes. The era of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors ranges from 10,000 to 3,600 years ago. The Shang dynasty to the Republic of China covers 3,600 years ago until the 13th year of the Republic. The protagonist has lost memories from the primordial era, possesses incomplete recollections from the ancient times, yet retains complete memories starting from the era of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. Chapter 65. The demon dragon of the northern desert Chen Xuan's remarks left the senior disciples of the Zhigu Shao in a state of utter astonishment. The Green Forest Associates were aware that the Ban Mountain clan sought the Yaochen pearl, yet they remained oblivious to the deeper reasons behind this quest. Chen Xuan, however, unveiled the clan's most profound secret. The Ban Mountain clan originates from the Zagralama mountain dwellers of the western regions. Thousands of years ago, the Zagralama tribe, in their curiosity, probed into the ghost cave, but without the Yaochen pearl to avert the curse of the serpent god. They faced the death of their prophet and unleashed a multitude of black serpents from the cave. The surviving members of the Zagralama tribe, left with no choice, migrated to the central plains. However, they bore a curse that condemned each member to a lifespan not exceeding 40 years. Only by locating the Yaochen pearl and conducting a sacrificial rite could they hope to lift this curse. Thus, every generation, the most exceptional youth of the Zagralama clan would disguise themselves as a Taoist and traverse the vast lands of the Central Plains in search of the Yaochen pearl. Alas, the Yaochen pearl had been lost since the reign of King Wu Ding of the Shang dynasty, leaving no trace for thousands of years. The mountain-moving clan has searched countless grand tombs, yet remains unable to uncover the trace of the elusive Yaochen pearl. After a considerable time, the voice of Zhigu Shao became somewhat hoarse and tinged with bitterness as he regarded Chen Xuan. "Mr. Chen, indeed your knowledge is profound. To speak frankly, we, the disciples, are cursed by the abyssal ghost cave." As he spoke, Zhigu Shao instructed the old foreigner to turn away, lifting the garment of his junior disciple. To their astonishment, upon the old foreigner's back lay a swirling mark, reminiscent of an eye. This chilling curse, though imperceptible to the untrained eye, did not escape the notice of Chen Xuan and Bai Ji. Back in Baihe town, the two had already sensed the curse afflicting Zhigu Shao and his companions. However, Chen Xuan, adhering to the principle of avoiding unnecessary trouble, had chosen not to intervene. Now that he had resolved to take action, the curse upon Zhigu Shao and the others had become an asset. With this thought, Chen Xuan nodded calmly and then spoke astonishingly. To lift the curse, it is not necessarily required to seek the Yaochen pearl. Upon hearing this, Zhigu Shao and his fellow disciples were left utterly stunned. After a considerable pause, the old foreigner foolishly inquired, "If we do not need the Yaochen pearl, how shall we break the curse?" Chen Xuan smiled gently and replied, "It is quite simple. You must confront the source of your curse. Venture to the abyssal ghost cave and face the serpent deity." At this proclamation, the trio of disciples stood in bewilderment. Subsequently, A spark ignited in Zhigu Shao's eyes, as if a thunderclap had suddenly resonated within his mind. Indeed, if they were cursed by the serpent deity, why should they seek the Miaochen pearl when they could confront the serpent deity directly? If one cannot resolve the issue, one must confront the one who posed it. However, after a moment of contemplation, Zhigu Shao extinguished this notion. With a bitter smile, he remarked, Mr. Chen, if the mountain-moving clan could contend with the abyssal ghost cave, would we have to bear a curse for thousands of years? You may not grasp the terrors of the abyssal ghost cave, but our clan preserves records left by our ancestors. The depth of the abyssal ghost cave is unknown, as is its destination, but merely the black serpents within are entities that common folk cannot confront. Not to mention the mother serpent, and the elusive serpent deity whose existence is shrouded in mystery. Though Zhigu Shao possesses formidable strength, he is ultimately just a mortal and does not harbor the arrogance to believe he can face the serpent deity spoken of by Chen Xuan. Whether the serpent deity is indeed a divine being remains uncertain, yet the power to curse an entire clan for millennia surpasses mortal capabilities. Even if not a deity, it is certainly akin to one. Chen Xuan waved his hand dismissively, stating, You need not worry about that. In the past, I may have been powerless against the serpent deity, but this time, there may be hope. Upon hearing this, Zhigu Shao and his companions were filled with skepticism. After all, in the education they received throughout their lives, the abyssal ghost cave of Mount Zagalama was known to be the dwelling of deities, and their clan was cursed as a consequence of their curiosity towards these divine beings. Could a mere mortal truly confront a deity? However, after a lengthy internal struggle, Zhigu Shao suddenly exhaled deeply. He then raised his head and spoke earnestly, Mr. Chen, I shall accompany you. At this point, Zhigu Shao cast a glance at his disciples beside him. He was nearing 30, with only a decade left to live, while his younger disciples had even less than 20 years remaining. With so little time left, he thought it better to take a bold step forward. He could no longer bear to witness his kin burdened by a curse, with the younger generation doomed to a fate of not surpassing 40 years. Upon hearing the words of the partridge whistle, both Hua Ling and the old foreigner did not hesitate and declared, Senior brother, we shall accompany you. Chen Xuan nodded and allowed the three of them to settle in the northern Biyuan. After locating the demon dragon, they would then seek the bottomless ghost cave within the ancient city of Jingjue. Moreover, it was time to awaken Wu Channa, who had slumbered within the Kunlun divine wood for 2 millennia. When the kingdom of Jingjue fell, every inhabitant, including Queen Wu Channa, was petrified by the serpent deity, Heitong. After awakening, Chen Xuan beheld the statue of Wu Channa in her stone form. He devoted 3 years to journeying to Kunlun Mountain, procuring the Kunlun divine wood, and inscribing a soul-nurturing secret technique upon the coffin wall within the Kunlun tomb. 2,000 years had passed. It should be sufficient for Wu Channa to awaken. However, due to the serpent deity's corrupting influence, even Chen Xuan's secret methods could not fully revive her. Should she awaken, she would exist as a mere half-human, half-corpse, constrained by the limits of her shadowed lifespan. In the following days, Chen Xuan busied himself with preparations for departure. It was not until 3 days later that he, along with Bai Ji and the 3 from the partridge whistle, embarked on their journey northward by train. The clattering of the old-fashioned train echoed loudly, yet the cacophony within the carriage remained undiminished. Chen Xuan remained indifferent, engrossed in a newspaper. At that moment, the person sitting opposite him, Zhigu Shao, suddenly narrowed his eyes and spoke in a hushed tone. Mr. Chen. Chen Xuan looked up at the sound and noticed a new passenger had entered the carriage. The newcomer appeared to be in his 40s, clad in a long gown and wearing a gentleman's hat, seemingly no different from a wandering merchant. However, both Zhigu Shao and Chen Xuan instantly discerned that he was not a genuine merchant. Instead, he exuded an earthy aroma. Zhigu Shao murmured, He seems like a fellow practitioner. Should I probe him a little? Chen Xuan's gaze fell upon the talisman hanging from the man's neck, and he furrowed his brow, then calculated with his fingers. It turned out he was a disciple of an acquaintance. No wonder this scent felt so familiar. Chen Xuan shook his head and replied, There is no need for probing. Simply invite him over for a conversation. Upon hearing this, Zhigu Shao immediately stood up and approached the middle-aged man. After a brief exchange, they returned together to sit beside Chen Xuan. The middle-aged man frowned slightly, his expression revealing a hint of the shrewdness characteristic of merchants. He glanced at Zhigu Xiao with a wary heart and then turned to Chen Xuan, asking, "Young brother, my friend mentioned you were looking for me?" Chen Xuan nodded, opting to forego any pretense, and directly inquired, "Are you a disciple of Zhang Xiaobian?" Upon hearing the name Zhang Xiaobian, the man was momentarily taken aback, for it was his master's nickname. Yet, as Zhang Xiaobian's reputation in the underworld grew, no one dared to mention it anymore. When others mention his master, they often respectfully refer to him as Old Master Zhang or Zhang Laotu. In his youth, he apprenticed under a remarkable figure and acquired the art of beast taming. Subsequently, he spent several years in military service and unearthed the dragon-seeking technique along with 3 gold-seeking talismans from an ancient tomb. This young man, known as Zhang Xiaobian, possessed an extraordinary talent for the art of locating dragons and points of interest, mastering the dragon-seeking technique of the gold-seeking sect in a matter of years. With 3 gold-seeking talismans at his disposal, he ventured forth alone, achieving remarkable success in his endeavors. His only failure occurred when he crossed paths with Chen Xuan. At that time, Chen Xuan was traveling north with Huangyun to engage in commerce, teaching her the intricacies of trade routes to save her family's faltering legacy. By coincidence, they encountered Zhang Xiaobian as he attempted to plunder the tomb of King Wen of Zhou, Ji Chong. As a close friend of Ji Chong, Chen Xuan could not stand idly by while his friend's tomb was desecrated. Thus, he playfully toyed with Zhang Xiaobian and, after consulting Ji Chong, gifted him the primordial 16 hexagrams. Upon receiving the primordial 16 hexagrams, Zhang Xiaobian's expertise in dragon-seeking and geomancy flourished, leading him to integrate the hexagrams with the dragon-seeking technique, ultimately penning a tome on the 16-character Yin-Yang Feng Shui secrets, after which he retired from the martial world. However, he later took on several disciples. The middle-aged man before us is the second disciple of Zhang Xiaobian, nicknamed Golden Abacus. Hailing from a family of merchants, Golden Abacus is seldom seen without his cherished abacus, which he uses not for arithmetic, but to deduce the positions of the 5 elements and the heavenly stems and earthly branches. Furthermore, he closely resembles his master Zhang Sanlian, exhibiting a rather proud demeanor and a disdain for the ways of the green forest. Yet he harbored a sense of benevolence. Even though his actions revolved around the illicit excavation of ancient tombs, the treasures he acquired were primarily utilized to provide relief for the needy, embodying the principle of plundering the past to aid the present. Chen Xuan observed the expression of Jin Xuanpan, who seemed skeptical, yet his bright eyes remained clear and unpretentious, nodding slightly as he remarked, "Zhang Xiaobian possesses only average skills, yet the few disciples he has taken under his wing are commendable." From a young age, Zhang Xiaobian had strayed from convention, yet in the matter of accepting disciples, he adhered to ancient principles, placing paramount importance on their character. Whether it was his eldest disciple, Liao Chun, the second disciple, Jin Xuanpan, the third, Tai Mo2, or the youngest and most favored disciple, Sun Guofu, all were individuals of commendable integrity. Notably, the youngest disciple, Sun Guofu, had acquired the secret art of the 16-character Yin-Yang Feng Shui, blessed with an innate pair of yin-yang eyes that enabled him to perceive the dualities of existence. However, he refrained from exploiting these mystical abilities for deceit or personal gain, instead leading a remarkably modest life. Before Jin Xuanpan could respond, Chen Xuan's gaze fell upon a talisman of treasure-seeking adorning his neck, and he continued, "Has your master not conveyed to you that the treasure-seeking talisman signifies life when unified and death when divided?" Jin Xuanpan, taken aback, queried in astonishment, "Do you know my master?" Indeed, Zhang Xiaobian had imparted this wisdom to Jin Xuanpan and others, yet in their earlier years, Liao Chun and Jin Xuanpan, being exceptionally skilled and somewhat arrogant, had not fully embraced the concept of fate, believing themselves to be exceptional among men, capable of altering their destinies. Consequently, the three had parted ways early on, and over the years, as Jin Xuanpan pursued solitary endeavors, he had gradually forgotten Zhang Xiaobian's previous admonitions. Not merely acquainted. Chen Xuan smiled enigmatically, only stating, "Your master's techniques with cats are rather unremarkable, and his feng shui expertise is merely passable." The sole defeat of Zhang Xiaobian was at the hands of Chen Xuan, an incident that he considers a source of embarrassment. In their past, the two engaged in a contest of esoteric arts involving yin and yang, during which Zhang Xiaobian found himself utterly outmaneuvered, coming to the realization that there are indeed realms beyond his own. Subsequently, after taking on 4 disciples, he chose to refrain from mentioning this embarrassing episode. However, a spark of inspiration flashed through Jin Xuanpan's mind as a name suddenly emerged. His eyes widened in astonishment, and he almost exclaimed, "You are Chen Xuan?" Indeed, Zhang Xiaobian had never disclosed his defeat to Chen Xuan, yet he had warned his 4 disciples that if they ever encountered an old demon named Chen Xuan, they should steer clear. When Jin Xuanpan and the others pressed for the reason behind this caution, Zhang Xiaobian remained reticent, merely informing them that Chen Xuan's mastery of yin and yang was on par with his own. While they might escape with their lives should they cross paths, they were likely to be toyed with instead. Chen Xuan offered a faint smile and nodded, acknowledging their discernment. Though Jin Xuanpan was internally astonished, he maintained a composed demeanor, striving to uphold the dignity of the Moking sect. He respectfully clasped his hands and addressed Chen Xuan. "I am Jin Tingsong, a junior disciple, and I have come to pay my respects to you, esteemed elder. There is no need for excessive formalities. I share a past acquaintance with your master. In light of our old connection, allow me to impart a word of caution. This journey is fraught with peril. Do not act recklessly." "Are you implying that the tomb of the Tang in Lantian County?" Jin Xuanpan ventured. Chen Xuan nodded in affirmation. "That tomb contains the secret arts of Li Chunfeng, and with your current abilities, you are not yet capable of deciphering it." Jin Xuanpan was aware of the Tang tomb that Chen Xuan referred to. Years ago, Li Chunfeng had received a clandestine edict from Emperor Taizong, prompting him to seek out the Dragon Bone heavenly scriptures across various locales. Although he had discovered the Dragon Bone heavenly book, he was reluctant to present it to Emperor Taizong. After all, throughout history, emperors seeking immortality have often provoked the wrath of heaven and the resentment of the people, and Li Chunfeng harbored concerns for the nation and its citizens, naturally unwilling to witness Taizong tread the same perilous path. Thus, he cleverly concealed the Dragon Bone heavenly book within a Grand Western Zhou tomb located outside Lantian County, employing numerous secret techniques of the 5 elements for protection. Furthermore, his countenance was shrouded in darkness, foreboding bloodshed. Upon hearing this, Jin Xuanpan nodded appreciatively, expressing, "Thank you, esteemed elder, for your guidance. I comprehend now." After a moment of contemplation, he proposed, "Since you and my master share a history, why not pay him a visit? Alas, should your master lay eyes upon me, it may only serve to displease him further." Chen Xuan chuckled heartily, deftly steering the conversation away from that topic. Inwardly, Jin Xuanpan mused that while his master had painted Chen Xuan in such a fearsome light, the elder appeared quite amiable. He was taken aback by the elder's youthful demeanor, pondering his true age. As for why Jin Xuanpan found no peculiarity in Chen Xuan's age, it stemmed from his activities in the north over a decade ago. He had encountered members of the Zhang family and gleaned some insights into their secrets of longevity. Thus, he assumed that Chen Xuan, much like the Zhang clan, was an extraordinary individual capable of living for 2 or 3 centuries. Indeed, even beyond Chen Xuan and the Zhang family, his own master, Zhang Sanlian, shared a similar fate. His master was born during the Daoguang era of the late Qing dynasty, having served in the military during the Xianfeng years to quell the Taiping rebellion, and later followed Zongtong in the Tongji era to pacify the Nian army. Subsequently, he unexpectedly acquired the legacy of the Tomb Robber's legacy along with 3 talismans, leading him to forsake military life and wander the green woods. Achieving prominence, he became known as Zhang Sanlianzi. After Zhang Daba's departure, his master finally washed his hands of the trade and took on disciples. Now, in his advanced age of over 80, his master, with a head full of black hair, appears to have mastered the art of youthful preservation, looking no older than 50. Chapter 67. The Hundred-Eyed Cave of the Grasslands. Jin Xuanpan and Chen Xuan's party sat on the train for half a day, ultimately disembarking near Lantian County. Chen Xuan was uncertain if his words had truly resonated, yet given their superficial acquaintance, merely offering a reminder felt like a commendable gesture. Should Jin Xuanpan still wish to venture to the ghostly tomb arranged by Li Chunfeng, any misfortune that befalls him would be of his own making. Chen Xuan chose not to dwell on it, and they continued their journey by train to Chang'an. From there, they transferred to horses and, accompanied by Zhigu Xiao and 2 others, headed straight for the northern grasslands. The grasslands stretched endlessly, spanning thousands of kilometers. However, the steeds beneath them, purchased at a high price from the black market, were battle-hardened, possessing remarkable endurance and speed. In just 2 short days, they reached the borders of the northern expanse. Zhigu Xiao gazed at the desolate landscape, a blend of half-desert and half-grassland, and a look of surprise crossed his face. Unable to contain his curiosity, he finally inquired, "Mr. Chen, are we not bound for Zagalama to explore the bottomless ghost cave?" Chen Xuan understood Zhigu Xiao's curiosity about their journey to the north. The entrance to the bottomless ghost cave was not easily accessible, and with their current group, they were somewhat lacking. Thus, I seek to find additional assistance. Assistance? Upon hearing this, the elderly foreigner paused momentarily and instinctively replied, "Brother Chen, why didn't you keep Jin Suanpan on the train back then? My senior brother mentioned that the Tomb Raiders also have a storied lineage, and in terms of abilities, they are not inferior to our own." Zhigu Xiao indeed held the Tomb Raiders in high regard. Originally, he intended that if he could not persuade Chen Xuan, he would take his junior disciples to seek out the descendants of the Tomb Raiders, hoping to enlist their assistance in locating the dragon's lair and jointly excavating the Black Water City. However, after hearing Chen Xuan's discourse, Zhigu Xiao altered his decision and refrained from searching for the descendants of the Tomb Raiders. When Chen Xuan heard the old foreigner's words, he shook his head and said, "The Tomb Raiders are insufficient. The allies I seek are no ordinary beings." Indeed, Chen Xuan aimed to initiate a plan that had been in the making for over 3 millennia, to capture the Tomb of 10 Absolutes, with a crucial element being the Serpent Deity. If the Serpent Deity were willing to meet and lend Chen Xuan a hand, the likelihood of success for this endeavor would be 30%. Otherwise, the success rate would plummet to below 10%. One must not underestimate this 10% chance, for it represents the culmination of over 3,600 years of meticulous planning and effort that Chen Xuan painstakingly orchestrated. In contrast, someone like Huangdi, relying solely on a connection of soul and spirit, would find the odds of opening the Tomb of 10 Absolutes to be less than 1 in a million. Not ordinary beings. The old foreigner and Hua Ling were momentarily taken aback, while the senior and junior disciples exchanged glances, recalling the 6-winged centipede within the Bottle Mountain. After a moment of contemplation, Hua Ling inquired, "So, Brother Chen, are the allies you seek, perhaps mountain spirits or demons?" That would be one way to interpret it. Chen Xuan's first destination in his quest was the Black Dragon of the Northern Desert. As mentioned earlier, this period dates back approximately 1,500 years during the Southern and Northern dynasties. Upon receiving news of the Black Dragon, Chen Xuan made a personal journey to the Northern Desert. Unlike the Serpent Deity within the Abyssal Cave, the Black Dragon did not shun Chen Xuan. However, when it came to matters of the ancient era, the Black Dragon was rather evasive, though it did share considerable information regarding the true dragon, including its own past with the Hentian tribe. The Black Dragon, originally a thunder dragon, was properly known as the Nanhai Thunder Dragon, rather than the Beimal Black Dragon. According to the Black Dragon itself, it had once dominated the Nanhai Guishu in ancient times. 100,000 years ago, a fierce firestorm suddenly erupted within the Guishu Ci, causing the Black Dragon's intellect to weaken under its influence. At that opportune moment, its adversary, a demon dragon from the western regions, sought to exploit this vulnerability. The ensuing battle was cataclysmic, darkening the skies and churning the South Sea, submerging countless islands. Amidst this chaos, a savior emerged from the primitive tribal inhabitants of the South Sea Islands, one named Hentian, skilled in archery. Ultimately, he aided the Black Dragon in slaying the demon dragon from the west. In gratitude, the Black Dragon relinquished its lair at Nanhai Guishu to the Hentian tribe, and even left behind a silver dragon imbued with its bloodline. Yet, the Black Dragon was not one to easily show gratitude. Its departure from Guishu stemmed from the fierce firestorm that continuously threatened its sanity. It feared that remaining there would lead to its complete madness. Moreover, despite leaving Guishu, the Black Dragon was loath to part with the immense dragon aura of the Guishu Ci. Thus, ensuring that the Hentian people controlled the silver dragon to preserve the dragon aura was among its objectives. However, After 100,000 years of expelling the firestorm from its being within the 100-Eye Cave, the black dragon still had not restored itself to its former glory. The ferocity of the southern sea's scorching winds is indeed remarkable. On the vast grasslands, Chen Xuan and his companions, the Zhigu Shao siblings, engaged in conversation as they traversed the terrain, swiftly locating a nomadic household to seek shelter before nightfall. The patriarch of this family, Batu, epitomized the archetypal traditional herder of the steppe. His visage bore the marks of harsh weather, cracked and sunburned, yet his towering stature was a testament to a diet rich in meat and dairy. While Zhigu Shao, possessing a lineage from the western regions, was already considered tall, he still fell short of Batu's impressive height. Within Batu's household resided not only the father but also his wife, Wu Ying, along with 2 sons and a young daughter. The eldest son, Hulin, was around 15 or 16 years of age, regarded as an adult by the standards of the nomadic people, poised to leave his family and establish his own independence. Initially, Batu's family harbored a degree of wariness towards Chen Xuan and his companions. However, their disposition transformed significantly after Hualing presented them with some healing ointment for festering wounds. In the vastness of the grasslands, medical assistance was scarce, and injuries often necessitated enduring hardship without proper care. The absence of medicine inevitably led to a dire prognosis. While the healing ointment that Hualing provided may not have been considered precious in the Central Plains, it was undoubtedly a life-saving remedy on the steppe. That evening, Batu's family graciously invited the group to partake in a meal, though they could not prepare beef or mutton. During the gathering, Chen Xuan pondered for a moment before inquiring, "Batu, are you familiar with the legend of the 100-Eyed Cave in the northern desert?" Upon hearing the mention of the 100-Eyed Cave, Batu abruptly halted, his demeanor shifting to one of gravity. "How do you know of the 100-Eyed Cave?" he asked. While Batu's command of the Han language was not particularly fluent, occasionally faltering, he was at least comprehensible. His wife and children, however, were unable to understand a word of it. Chen Xuan shook his head and casually explained, "I have merely heard others mention that the 100-Eyed Cave is suitable for exploration, which piqued my curiosity to venture inside. Thus I sought a guide." However, before he could finish his statement, Batu abruptly shook his head, gesturing emphatically, No, the 100-Eyed Cave is far too perilous." At that moment, Hualing turned to Chen Xuan, her curiosity evident as she inquired, "Brother Chen, did you not say you have been to the 100-Eyed Cave?" "Indeed, I have, but that was a long time ago," Chen Xuan replied. In truth, the last time he visited the 100-Eyed Cave was 1,500 years prior. For those unfamiliar with the grasslands, it is difficult to fathom the rapid environmental changes that can occur. A vast lake may exist one year, only to transform into pasture the next. A flourishing grassland may quickly devolve into barren desert within a mere year. Even slight changes over a year or two can drastically alter the terrain. How much more so over a millennium and a half? It is exceedingly challenging for outsiders to navigate the landscape, and at times, even the locals can find themselves lost. Otherwise, Li Guang of the Han Dynasty would not have been dubbed the Lost General. Chapter 68. The burning wind. Batu's expression was one of deep concern as he earnestly implored Chen Xuan and his companions. "The 100-Eyed Cave is exceedingly dangerous. Countless herders have perished within its depths over the centuries. 30 years ago, when I was still young, I accompanied my father to the vicinity of the 100-Eyed Cave, where we encountered the legendary demon dragon of the northern desert." "The demon dragon of the northern desert?" Upon hearing this, Hualing and the old foreigner perked up their ears with intrigue. The partridge furrowed her brow and could not help but inquire, "Do dragons truly exist in this world?" "Indeed," replied Batu. "The demon dragon of the northern desert stretches over 100 feet in length, accompanied by a monstrous wind. This wind engulfs everything in its path. Whether it be cattle, sheep, or even herdsmen, none can survive once caught within its grasp." As he spoke, Batu sighed, seemingly reluctant to delve into the past. "Years ago, one of my uncles vanished within the 100-Eyed Cave, leaving us in ignorance of his fate." Chen Xuan refrained from expressing any opinion, merely asking, "If the 100-Eyed Cave is so perilous, why did you venture there?" Batu's expression faltered, taken aback that Chen Xuan had discerned the secret he wished to conceal. However, glancing at his wife and child, who were equally oblivious to the matter, He hesitated for a moment before revealing the entire truth. He began to murmur a folk song. In the 100-eyed cave, there lies a demon dragon. The wind travels 1,000 miles, treasures worth millions. Although perilous, the winds summoned by the demon dragon are infrequent, perhaps occurring once every few years or even a decade or two. The herdsmen of the northern desert have heard this ballad since childhood, and they are also familiar with the legends of treasures hidden within the 100-eyed cave. That year, an expedition from abroad arrived at the northern desert grasslands, eager to explore the 100-eyed cave. My uncle, wishing to seek treasure, became a guide for the foreign explorers. Yet, to our dismay, the entire expedition, including my uncle, mysteriously disappeared. My father, in desperation, ventured into the cave to search for him. However, he found no trace of my uncle but encountered the demon dragon of the northern desert, a sight rarely seen in over a decade. The mere mention of the demon dragon instilled a lingering fear upon Batu's countenance. After contemplating for a moment, Chen Xuan suggested, "How about this? You lead us to the vicinity of the 100 Eyes cave, and we shall enter it on our own." Subsequently, Chen Xuan raised the price for the guide. The fee for Batu's guidance was equivalent to the income from raising cattle and sheep for 3 to 5 years. During the Republican era, the country was engulfed in warlord conflicts, and the situation on the grasslands was hardly any better, leaving the herders in dire straits. Their living conditions were particularly harsh, especially concerning healthcare, as there were almost no doctors in the vast expanse of the grasslands. When illness struck, one could only endure the suffering. With such a sum of money, Batu could send his youngest son to school in the urban center of the grasslands to acquire advanced Western knowledge, instead of following in his father's footsteps as an ignorant herder. After much hesitation, Batu ultimately agreed. "I will accompany you, but I absolutely refuse to enter the 100 Eyes cave." "That is of no consequence," Chen Xuan replied with a calm smile. In fact, even if Batu had declined, he could have utilized divination to ascertain the location of the 100 Eyes cave, albeit it would be a more cumbersome process and would require additional time. Furthermore, if he encountered the black dragon within, that creature would undoubtedly voice its grievances. The black dragon residing in the 100 Eyes cave possessed a narrow-minded disposition and was of the thunder attribute. It could sense any divination or calculations pertaining to it. Chen Xuan was not inclined to listen to its complaints. Matters that could be resolved with money were not worth courting unnecessary troubles. Thus, the group rested for the night at Batu's home. The following day, they set off directly towards the 100 Eyes cave. According to Batu, the cave was over 400 miles from his pasture, necessitating approximately 2 days of horseback travel to reach it. Considering the return journey and the time spent at the cave, the party adequately prepared provisions for a week. There is no need to prepare water, for Batu is well acquainted with this vast grassland and knows where to replenish their supply. The journey was marked by silence. After hastening their pace, they finally reached the outskirts of the 100-eyed cave by midday on the 3rd day. The 100-eyed cave is, in fact, a region of red sandstone plateau hills on the grassland, resembling a slender belt stretching over 30 kilometers in length. Amidst the expansive, flat grassland, numerous red sandstone plateaus, none exceeding 50 meters in height, rise abruptly, creating a striking contrast. Furthermore, this plateau is home to several man-made caves, each housing various deities. According to Batu, these caves were gradually carved out by shamans and craftsmen over thousands of years. From the vantage point outside the 100-eyed cave, this elongated region indeed resembles a colossal dragon lying across the grassland, with each cave appearing as an eye, giving rise to the name 100-eyed cave. Batu hesitated for a moment before turning to Chen Xuan and the others. "None can predict whether malevolent winds lurk within the cave, nor can we ascertain when they might arise. Are you certain you wish to enter?" Chen Xuan smiled, casually tossing a bag of silver dollars to Batu. Understanding that Chen Xuan and his companions were resolute in their decision to explore the 100-eyed cave, Batu ceased his attempts at persuasion and nodded, saying, "There is an abandoned shaman temple outside the 100-eyed cave. I shall wait for your return there." Once Batu departed with the horses, Chen Xuan turned to the trio of Partridge Call. "Let us not delay. We must find the demon dragon of the northern desert and venture into the abyssal ghost cave without hesitation." Having spoken, the group of 5 ventured deeper into the 100 Eyes cave. They traversed the red sandstone plateau, their gaze extending over the boundless grasslands, where only this narrow strip bore other colors. Along the way, they explored the stone caves nestled in the mountainside. However, the sculptures within these caves were the ruggedly beautiful creations of the grassland people, shaped over centuries. After approximately half a day's journey, they reached the innermost depths of the Hundred Eyes Cave. Surrounded by flat-topped mountains and towering stone columns, the old foreigner, observing the monotonous landscape, remarked, "Brother, this place is desolate. Even the birds wouldn't want to roost here. At least the grasslands have water and pasture, while here it is nothing but barren red sandstone, as if walking in a lifeless wasteland." Yet, before he could finish, Hualing suddenly exclaimed, "Brother, Chandaji, a storm is brewing." The group turned their eyes skyward, realizing that the sky had darkened unbeknownst to them. Suddenly, a black line appeared on the horizon. Initially, they were uncertain of its nature, but as the black line surged towards them like a tide, they discovered it was an array of tornadoes. The oppressive winds nearly engulfed the entire Hundred Eyes Cave. Zhigu Xiao's expression shifted dramatically as he looked gravely at Chen Xuan, saying, "Mr. Chen, it's a malevolent wind, not merely a malevolent wind, but a scorching wind." Chen Xuan explained, observing the infernal wind advancing towards the cave. The scorching wind is the third type of divine wind in existence, capable of scattering the souls of living beings. Be cautious. Do not allow yourselves to be caught in it, lest your souls be immediately shattered. Upon hearing these words, the old foreigner and Hualing immediately felt a surge of anxiety. Without further ado, they hastily sought refuge in a relatively spacious stone cave to escape the burning wind. It was only at this moment that they comprehended the multitude of caves within the Hundred Eyes Cave. They were indeed designed as sanctuaries from the searing winds. However, inside the cave, after kindling a fire, Zhigu Xiao, perplexed, inquired, "Mr. Chen, to my knowledge, the burning winds are born solely within the Dragon Vein Sea Eyes. This Hundred Eyes Cave is neither by the sea nor situated on a dragon vein. How can the burning winds exist here?" Chapter 69. Holding the Sun and Moon. Plucking the stars. There is none like me in this world. The burning wind persisted until nightfall, gradually subsiding. The group exited the cave, continuing their journey deeper into the Hundred Eyes Cave. As darkness enveloped the sky, the heavens above sparkled with resplendent stars. A full moon hung low, appearing almost within reach. This was Hualing and the old foreigner's inaugural visit to the grassland, and everything seemed marvelously novel to them. The troop traversed several miles along the red sandstone plateau when suddenly, a thunderous clap resonated overhead. Startled, the old foreigner instinctively glanced upward towards the plateau, only to behold an enormous dragon, over 100 feet long and pitch black, coiled upon it. The scales of this dragon glimmered distinctly, and its head was as vast as a house. Its eyes were as large as water tanks, fixed unwaveringly upon their group. "Senior brother," the old foreigner stammered in fright, instinctively retreating a few steps. Meanwhile, Bai Ji, with a resolute gaze, instinctively positioned himself protectively in front of Chen Xuan. Even the partridge whistle could not help but swallow hard at this moment, for the imposing black dragon atop the mountain exuded a disquieting aura. More significantly, for centuries, dragons have been revered as totems among the people of the Central Plains, with countless legends woven around them. Regardless of the tales told, a true dragon is said to command the winds and rains, possessing boundless divine power. The partridge whistle harbored no doubt that should this black dragon take umbrage, their trio would be left helpless, mere prey to its wrath. Fortunately, just as their hearts raced perilously close to the brink of cessation, Chen Xuan spoke up in a calm tone. "Old Black, there's no need to resort to such theatrics to intimidate us after all these years." To the astonishment of the partridge whistle and his companions, the black dragon, upon hearing Chen Xuan's words, did not react with fury. Instead, its enormous dragon eyes revealed a hint of human-like disdain. The dragon emitted a thunderous snort, releasing a burst of purple lightning from its nostrils. To their further surprise, it spoke, "TSK, I wondered why I felt so unsettled today. It turns out this pestilence has come to visit." How unfortunate. Chen Xuan remained unfazed, merely turning to reassure the partridge whistle and his companions, "Do not worry. Old Black's true form is not quite so colossal." With that, He boldly led the way towards the summit of the flat-topped mountain. The partridge whistle and his fellow disciples followed suit, ascending to the peak. Upon witnessing the black dragon up close, old Yongren felt an even greater shock resonate within him. The black dragon was far more terrifying than he had imagined, its body shimmering with a brilliance akin to purple lightning, each flash crackling like the fabled dragon capable of wielding thunder. Particularly, when the colossal dragon head swayed closer to the old foreigner, he felt an overwhelming tension, as if his heart might leap from his chest. Upon witnessing this, Chen Xuan let out a hearty laugh and boldly approached, delivering a resounding slap to the dragon's head. In the next instant, the trio of the Zhigu Shao disciples beheld in disbelief as the dragon, spanning over 100 feet and casting a shadow over the entire red sandstone flat-topped mountain, was effortlessly dispersed like mere grains of sand by Chen Xuan's hand. Their eyes widened, filled with incredulity. "Mr. Chen, relax. This is merely an illusion conjured by the old black to intimidate." With that, Chen Xuan led the way towards the very center of the mountaintop. There stood a cave, distinct from others by its grand double stone doors. Chen Xuan approached and pushed the doors open, beckoning the Zhigu Shao group to follow. As they entered the cave, they discovered its interior was surprisingly spacious, resembling a small plaza. The ceiling was open to the sky, allowing the moonlight to cascade down, illuminating the cave's interior. In the central position of the cave, a platform was erected. Upon this platform rested a miniature black dragon, scarcely half a meter long, facing away from them as it gazed up at the full moon above. Senior brother Hua Ling and the old foreigner stared at the small black dragon on the platform, momentarily rendered speechless by astonishment. The awe-inspiring presence of the black dragon, stretching 100 zhang and obscuring the sky, had yet to fade when you remarked that it was no more significant than a mere puppy. This stark contrast nearly caused the partridge whistle to lose composure. At that moment, the three disciples stood frozen, at a loss for words. On the high platform, gazing at the moon, the black dragon spoke once more. It extended a delicate claw, seemingly grasping the full moon in the sky, and with a tone steeped in melancholy, declared, "With the sun and moon in my grasp, plucking the stars, there exists no dragon like me in this world. Chen Xuan, you ought not to have come." Chen Xuan, with a resigned smile, recognized that the black dragon was merely indulging in theatrics again. Perhaps having been trapped in this place for countless millennia, the dragon had not changed much, save for its eccentricity and incessant chattiness. Chen Xuan had always believed that during his first visit to the Hundred-Eyed Cave in the southern and northern dynasties, the dragon's willingness to reveal itself stemmed not from any other reason, but rather from an overwhelming desire to speak after such a prolonged silence. "Enough of this performance. I have a matter of importance to discuss with you." Only then did the partridge whistle trio clearly perceive that the black dragon indeed resembled the ethereal image they had previously witnessed. However, reduced from 100 zhang to merely 3 feet, its once formidable presence vanished, leaving only a sense of absurdity, even a hint of endearment. Flower Spirit's eyes sparkled with curiosity, and she could not resist the urge to reach out and stroke the dragon's small head. Unbeknownst to the black dragon of Flower Spirit's intentions, it would surely have reacted with indignation had it known. After all, in its own eyes, it was the one and only, the noblest of thunder dragons. With a leap, the black dragon soared from the high platform, landing before the group. It cast a casual glance at the three disciples of Partridge Whistle and at Bai Ji, who stood beside Chen Xuan. With a mere glance, the black dragon discerned the true nature of the trio known as the Partridge Whistle. These three insignificant creatures had fallen victim to the serpent god's curse of the, "And you have come here for the serpent god? And as for this large insect, it cannot truly be considered a corpse, for it still possesses a semblance of a lingering soul, rendering it a half-human, half-corpse entity. You intend to provoke the serpent god with merely this half-being? I advise you to abandon such thoughts at once." Before Chen Xuan could utter a word, the black dragon began to chatter incessantly, deriding the partridge whistle and Bai Ji in the process. Chen Xuan remained non-committal, simply responding, "What of you? Do not be deceived by the black dragon's diminutive stature. It pales in comparison to the monstrous dragon dwelling within the Bullhead Mountain." Yet, Chen Xuan understood that the black dragon's prowess far surpassed that of the demon dragon. Even a 6-winged centipede evolved to the level of a 9-winged celestial centipede might not stand a chance against the black dragon. It not only wielded the power of thunder, but had also endured years of torment from the burning wind, mastering this primordial divine gale. Indeed, should the black dragon be placed within various mythologies, it would undoubtedly hold a position among the most formidable entities. Hey, I'm not foolish. Since you have lost your memory and do not even know who you are, why should I heed your words? The black dragon boasted, soaring around Chen Xuan with great delight. Moreover, this dragon was severely injured and would be unable to escape the 100-eyed cave until it resolved its issues with the burning wind. Seeking me out would be fruitless. Within the black dragon resided an inexhaustible presence of burning wind, which necessitated periodic expulsion to alleviate its suffering. Thus, it had chosen the remote 100-eyed cave, aiming to spare living beings from the harm of the burning wind. Do not be deceived by the seemingly nonsensical words of the black dragon. In reality, it is an anomaly among dragons and maintains a rather cordial relationship with humanity. As for those who were swept away by the fiery winds, in the black dragon's own words, I have hidden so far away. Who can they blame for their own demise? Chen Xuan remained unfazed, merely retrieving a copper talisman from his bosom. This talisman, engraved with a dragon motif, appeared unremarkable, having lost its metallic luster through the ravages of time. Yet, upon catching sight of this talisman, the black dragon gasped in astonishment. The dragon talisman of the heavenly hatred sect, it exclaimed, its eyes gleaming with fervor as it instinctively reached for the talisman. However, Chen Xuan deftly clasped the talisman away, a sly smile gracing his lips as he remarked, I rather enjoyed your previous reckless demeanor. Why not revert to that? Chapter 70. A tremor that shakes the heavens and the earth. Boss, you know me. I am your most loyal little black. The black dragon clung to Chen Xuan's pant leg, gazing longingly at the talisman in his grasp. The trio of Jingjue and his companions exchanged alarmed glances, realizing that a treasure of such significance, held in esteem even by a true dragon, must possess an extraordinary origin. Familiar with the black dragon's temperament, Chen Xuan did not press the matter further and casually tossed the talisman to it. Upon receiving the talisman, the black dragon erupted with joy, unable to suppress a hearty laugh that resonated through the skies. 100,000 years. A full 100,000 years. At long last, I am liberated from this desolate place. Hee, my dragon talisman, my precious, I have awaited you far too long. Upon hearing the words of the black dragon, Zhigu Xiao could not suppress his curiosity and inquired softly, Mr. Chen, what on earth is this dragon talisman, and why does the dragon hold it in such high regard? Initially intending to refer to it as a demon dragon, Zhigu Xiao hesitated upon witnessing the little black dragon articulate human speech, exhibiting intelligence that even surpassed that of his own disciple, and promptly rephrased his question. Why does Mr. Dragon value it so highly? Meanwhile, the old foreigner, having recovered from his initial astonishment, gradually regained his composure and eagerly added, Indeed, this dragon talisman appears rather unremarkable. It seems to be crafted from brass. Such copper talismans can be produced in the hundreds for just a few pieces of silver. As soon as the old foreigner finished speaking, the black dragon emitted a displeased snort. Do not regard it with your ant-like perspective. This is not mere brass, but rather the Earth Mother's exquisite gold, forged from the very essence of the heavens and the earth. 100,000 years ago, the black dragon established a pact with the Hentian tribe, granting them the dragon nest of the return to ruins, while bestowing upon the tribe the ability to breathe underwater. In return, the Hentian tribe was tasked with collecting the Earth Mother's gold from the depths of the South China Sea to craft a dragon talisman capable of countering the fiery wind. However, the Earth Mother's gold is arduous to procure and exceedingly rare. 1 million pounds of it yields merely 1 gram of exquisite gold. To forge 4 bronze talismans, the entire Hentian tribe expended several millennia, achieving complete success only during the Zhou dynasty, several thousand years ago. For the Hentian tribe, this was an interminable stretch across countless generations, long enough for the essence of that pact to fade into obscurity. Despite the fact that the Hate Heaven clan still adheres to the tradition of gathering mother gold and refining dragon talismans, upon completion of the crafting, they did not present them to the 100 Eyes Cave, but instead offered them to the reigning Zhou emperor. The black dragon cast a sidelong glance at Zhigu Xiao and his companions, casually remarking, "Today, I am in a good mood. Allow me to demonstrate the power of the dragon talisman." With that, it grasped the talisman in its claws and suddenly soared into the night sky from the high platform. Observing the dragon's movement, Chen Xuan furrowed his brow and hurriedly instructed, "Bai Ji, take Zhigu Xiao and the others away." Before they could react, he seized Hua Ling and swiftly leaped out of the stone cave. Chen Xuan moved with remarkable speed, vanishing from the red sandstone plateau in a matter of bounds. The old foreigner, still bewildered, questioned, "What has come over Mr. Chen? Why the sudden urgency?" Before he could finish, Bai Ji had already grabbed him and Zhigu Xiao, propelling them forward. The old foreigner felt the fierce wind rushing past his ears, the scenery blurring rapidly before him. With each stride Bai Ji took, they covered several zhang, his speed rivaling that of Chen Xuan. In no time, they had traversed the rugged red sandstone plateau and reached the periphery of the Hundred Eyes Cave. At this point, Chen Xuan and Hua Ling had been waiting for some time. As the old foreigner set foot on solid ground and opened his mouth to speak, he could not help but bend over and retch. Beside him, Zhigu Xiao's complexion turned pale, yet he managed to hold himself together. Taking a deep breath, he looked up to see that the night sky above the Hundred Eyes Cave had become obscured by ominous dark clouds. The ominous clouds billowed, as if heralding the apocalypse, creating an awe-inspiring spectacle. Meanwhile, a series of towering black tornadoes, seemingly reaching the heavens, manifested within the Hundred-Eyed Cave. These tornadoes wreaked havoc, far surpassing the previously observed burning winds in both quantity and size, increasing tenfold. In an instant, the cave was engulfed in swirling sands and stones, with countless boulders the size of grinding wheels being hurled into the sky. Moreover, this was not the end. A thunderous roar reverberated, shaking the very foundations of the earth. The ominous clouds above the cave churned violently, and a bolt of purple lightning, as thick as a barrel, cleaved the night sky as if it were a colossal sword. The resounding thunder struck the flat-topped mountain of the cave, each bolt potent enough to shatter a red sandstone peak dozens of meters high. Amidst the booming thunder, a black dragon surged with the wind, its form gradually expanding from 3 feet to a staggering 100 feet. It glided through the boundless tempest of thunder and lightning, its entire being illuminated by the radiant flashes. The night sky raged with tumultuous storms, while the Hundred-Eyed Cave was besieged by relentless burning winds. For a moment, the cave appeared as a scene from the apocalypse, leaving the trio of Partridge Whistle brothers and sisters utterly speechless. After a prolonged silence, the elder foreigner finally murmured, "Goodness, is all this the work of Mr. Dragon?" No sooner had the words left his lips than the 100-foot-long black dragon suddenly expelled a dragon talisman from its maw. Though small, the talisman radiated a blinding white light. Under its luminous glow, all the burning winds within the Hundred-Eyed Cave were effortlessly drawn into the talisman, while the surrounding purple lightning gradually subsided. After a brief moment, the night sky regained its tranquility, and the black dragon's form gradually diminished to less than a foot in size, alighting upon Chen Xuan's shoulder from the Hundred-Eyed Cave. The old foreigner, observing the now smaller black dragon, couldn't help but express his astonishment, inquiring, "Mr. Dragon, why have you shrunk again?" The black dragon, unfazed, responded with a sense of pride, "What do you know, little one? I belong to the noble lineage of the Thunder Dragon. The smaller the body, the greater the power. If I could shrink to the size of a grain of rice, I would truly be the king among dragons, unlike mountain spirits, ghosts, or the remnants of fierce beasts, which typically grow stronger with size. The black dragon was an anomaly, gaining strength as it diminished. Ultimately, it could reach a state akin to the mustard seed in the realm of the sublime, where a mere grain could house an entire world within. After uttering these words, the black dragon sneezed, releasing a gust of dark wind, and continued in a buoyant tone, "I have been stifled by the burning winds for 100,000 years. At last, I have restrained myself, and it feels much more comfortable. In light of the dragon talisman, I shall accompany you to the bottomless ghost cave. However, I must forewarn you, the serpent god is not one to be trifled with, and even with my presence, it may not yield. Fear not, I still seek some companions." Chen Xuan replied noncommittally, his gaze drifting towards the expanse of the central plains. While the members of the Shen sect may not individually rival the Black Dragon's formidable lineage, collectively, they constituted a force that could easily match its power. The forthcoming endeavor to locate the Serpent God and capture the 10 Absolute Tomb would necessitate the involvement of the Shen sect members. Chapter 71. The 9 elders of the Shen sect in the vastness of the world. Chen Xuan and his companions galloped across the grasslands. Their first destination was the ancient capital, Chang'an. The partridge gazed at the towering walls of Chang'an, his mind filled with wonder, uncertain of what assistance Chen Xuan was truly seeking. However, observing the black dragon nestled in Chen Xuan's embrace, with only its head visible, he grasped that this enigmatic Mr. Chen could not be judged by ordinary standards. In contrast, Hua Ling was not burdened by such intricate thoughts. She simply found everything in the bustling ancient city of Chang'an to be refreshingly novel. "Brother, look, there are sugar figurines," Hua Ling exclaimed, skipping along the street, stopping intermittently. The old foreigner looked at her with affectionate indulgence, readily purchasing whatever her heart desired. Along the way, he made sure to flatter the black dragon. "Mr. Dragon, is there anything you wish to eat? I shall fetch it for you." The black dragon cast a disdainful glance at the old foreigner, nodding slightly as he remarked, "Now that is more like it. You are far more agreeable than your wooden brother. Just bring me some primordial relics such as Taiyin golden centipedes, vermilion birds, or phoenixes. Remember, I only consume the living. I have no interest in the deceased." Ah! The old foreigner stood in shock, realizing that if he possessed such abilities, he would not be desperately searching for the Miaochen pearl. He would have already ventured into the abyssal ghost cave and dispatched the serpent deity with a single blow. Nearby, Hua Ling overheard their exchange and giggled, casually offering a skewer of fried cicadas. "Mr. Dragon, please do not make things difficult for my brother. We do not have vermilion birds or phoenixes, but here is this." The black dragon accepted the skewer, sampled it, and then smacked his lips in satisfaction, proclaiming, "Not bad at all." Not far from a stall selling fried cicadas, the vendor was taken aback upon noticing the half-visible head of the black dragon peering from Chen Xuan's embrace. "My dear customer, your lizard even indulges in skewers. How peculiar!" exclaimed the vendor. In response, the black dragon swiftly emerged, exclaiming, "You are the lizard. Your entire family consists of lizards." The vendor, startled by the articulate words of the black lizard, fell to the ground in shock. Fortunately, Chen Xuan and his companions departed swiftly, avoiding any commotion. However, the vendor thereafter recounted his encounter with a talking black lizard to anyone who would listen, only to be ridiculed for having lost his sanity. Within the inn, after leaving the bustling street, Chen Xuan and his companions found lodging, reserving several rooms to rest for the night in the city. The following day they set out early, making their way to Phoenix Mountain in Qishan County. Phoenix Mountain was neither lofty nor renowned, overshadowed by the fame of nearby Huashan and Zhongnanshan. After all, Huashan stood as the western peak among the 5 great mountains, while Zhongnanshan held a distinguished place in Taoist tradition. Phoenix Mountain, modest in stature with its bare ridge rising a mere 100 meters, lacked any notable attractions. Were it not for the nearby Phoenix village, few would remember the existence of Phoenix Mountain. Shigu, gazing at the mountains before him, inquired with a hint of confusion, "Mr. Chen, are you not in search of allies? Why have we come here?" Chen Xuan, with a faint smile, answered enigmatically, "Do you know what the totem of the Zhou dynasty was? A dragon. It is a dragon, yet not merely a dragon." Chen Xuan gazed towards the distant peaks of Phoenix Mountain and elucidated. "There is a saying, 'The phoenix cries at Shiqi.' When King Wen of Zhou was born, a phoenix descended upon Qishan, and people proclaimed that the phoenix's arrival heralded the emergence of a sage. However, King Wen never rebelled against the Shang dynasty until his passing, and it was only after his demise that King Wu of Zhou ascended to the throne, initiating the downfall of the Shang. The phoenix's cry at Shiqi symbolizes King Wen.
Yi-chan.
As for the dragon totem, it was established after King Wu consolidated the Central Plains. Upon hearing this, the crowd appeared enlightened. However, the straightforward old foreigner quickly interjected, "Does Mr. Chen imply that King Wen, Jichong, is buried within Phoenix Mountain?" In a sense, Chen Xuan nodded. The first ally he sought was none other than Jichong. Besides being the western prince of Chong and an innate sage, He was also the creator of the innate 16 hexagrams. When Chen Xuan embarked on the path of I Ching and Feng Shui, he received guidance from Jichong. Yet, the partridge whistle had roamed the rivers and lakes for over a decade and was well acquainted with many grand tombs in the Central Plains. After listening to Chen Xuan's account, he shook his head and remarked, "Mr. Chan, the tomb of Jichong, King One, is merely a legend associated with Phoenix Mountain. Over the years, countless companions in the Green Forest have scoured every inch of Phoenix Mountain, yet they have only discovered a ceremonial grave and a few shattered steels. There is no evidence of King Wen's tomb." As soon as he finished speaking, the old foreigner chimed in, "Indeed, just the other day, while chatting with brothers from the Xieling, I heard them mention that tombs from the Shang and Zhou eras have mostly been plundered by those before us. Aside from some hidden deep in the mountains and forests, there are hardly any tombs left in accessible places like this." Chen Xuan blinked, a smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "But I never claimed that Shi Huangdi has passed away." Upon hearing this, the group, including Bai Ji, was momentarily taken aback. Bai Ji, a native of the Zhou dynasty during the late Eastern Zhou period, had grown up in an era where King Wen of Zhou was almost deified. He could hardly fathom that such an ancestor from the Zhou dynasty was still alive. A wave of complex emotions washed over him. He was accustomed to addressing everyone as juniors, all of whom were over 2 millennia his junior. Yet here he was, encountering an ancestor who was 5 centuries his senior. The old foreigner's eyes widened in disbelief, astonished beyond measure. One could accept the notion of the Black Dragon having lived for tens of thousands of years, for it was not human but rather a legendary dragon, fitting the myths of ancient lore. However, King Wen of Zhou was a documented sovereign in history, a veritable human being. Could it truly be possible that there existed a human who had lived for nearly 3,000 years? As the three of them exchanged incredulous glances, Chen Xuan produced a ring from within his robe. The ring was a soft milky white, with a carved character Xian adorning its jade top. He slipped the ring onto his left index finger, gently caressing the character before turning and saying, "Let us proceed." After waiting for nearly 3,000 years, Shi Huangdi must be quite anxious. Shi Huangdi, Jichong, was not only the first remarkable individual to study the innate 16 trigrams but also one of the 9 elders of the Shen teachings. Throughout Chen Xuan's extensive life, he had orchestrated a plan over 3,600 years, and few had caught his eye, yet Shi Huangdi was undoubtedly one of them. After speaking, Chen Xuan took the lead and headed towards Phoenix Mountain. Shigu Xiao took a deep breath, shook his head, and decided to disregard the peculiarities for the time being, choosing instead to accompany Chen Xuan on this journey, come what may. At the very least, the more extraordinary the experiences they encountered, the greater the likelihood that Chen Xuan could lift the curse of the ghost cave. For the sake of his kin, he was willing to risk his life for a chance. Chapter 72. Severing 300 years of young life atop Phoenix Mountain, there lies a spring known as the Wenwang Spring. Legend has it that this was the resting place where King Wen of Zhou, during his visit to Jiang Taigong, paused to rest. The water of the spring is crystal clear, and after tasting it, King Wen praised its sweetness, prompting him to command the construction of a well. This well not only benefited weary travelers but also served the local populace and hunters ascending the mountain. The Wenwang Spring has endured for thousands of years without drying up, continuously nourishing the nearby residents. Hua Ling cupped her hands to gather some water, took a sip, and exclaimed, "How sweet! Brother Shi, Chen, you should try it too." The old foreigner was the first to respond. After one sip, he was not satisfied and filled his water flask twice more. Shigu Xiao gazed at the entirety of Phoenix Mountain, still filled with confusion. He turned to Chen Xuan, hesitated momentarily, and finally voiced his doubts. "Mr. Chen, it's been 3,000 years since King Wen of Zhou. Is he truly still alive? If he were, why would he have passed the throne to King Wu of Zhou? Wouldn't it be preferable to be a long-lived sovereign? Throughout history, countless emperors and generals have sought eternal life and absolute power. King Wen possessed both yet chose to relinquish them. In ancient times, the Marquis of Shibua demonstrated the 16 hexagrams of the primordial principles, attaining the divine virtues of the heavens, which would have granted him a lifespan of 397 years. However, had he enjoyed this lifespan, the fortunes of the Zhou dynasty would have been limited to a mere 397 years. The Marquis, calculating the celestial and terrestrial forces with immense resolve, willingly severed 300 years from his life, thus allowing the Zhou dynasty to flourish for nearly 800 years. The notion of voluntarily sacrificing 300 years of life, though expressed plainly by Chen Xuan, stirred the hearts of all present, including Baiji. Throughout history, countless emperors and ministers have succumbed to madness in their pursuit of longevity. Yet, to think that King Wen of Zhou would renounce 300 years of his own lifespan, such fortitude is truly unparalleled in both ancient and modern times. Seated by the spring of King Wen, Hua Ling became entranced by Chen Xuan's narrative. As he paused, she eagerly inquired, "What happened next?" With a serene smile, Chen Xuan gazed at the spring of King Wen and calmly remarked, "The loss of a horse may indeed be a blessing in disguise." Although the Marquis of Shibua forfeited his lifespan, he subsequently enjoyed an astonishing 8,000 years of posthumous life, becoming a veritable sovereign of the underworld. In truth, the posthumous life frequently mentioned by Chen Xuan does not refer to the lifespan of a wandering spirit. To illustrate, it bears a resemblance to the distinction between illegal immigrants and citizens of a nation. Those spirits endowed with posthumous life possess formal standing in the underworld, allowing them to select celestial abodes as sanctuaries and partake in the offerings of the living. Once their posthumous life expires, however, even with continued offerings from the mortal realm, they can no longer partake in such blessings, relegated instead to the fate of lost souls or being scattered to the winds. The source of posthumous life is none other than Chen Xuan himself. Since the era of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, he discovered his ability to manifest posthumous life for the deceased. In the primordial age preceding this, death was absolute. One would merely transform into a wandering spirit or be lost entirely. Certainly, Chen Xuan cannot arbitrarily extend or diminish one's lifespan in the realm of shadows. It necessitates the individual's own merits for him to assist in manifesting such longevity. Among them, the enduring lifespan of King Wen of Zhou, coupled with his profound virtues, ranks among the top 3 even within the esoteric teachings. The term Yin Tianzi startled Zhi Gushao, for in popular mythology, this figure is the sovereign of the underworld, presiding over the 10 halls of Yanluo. He pondered, could it be that the Black Dragon is not the most formidable ally of Mr. Chen? Would he summon deities such as Erlang Shin or the Jade Emperor merely to confront the Serpent God? Seemingly reading Zhi Gushou's thoughts, Chen Xuan chuckled and shook his head, clarifying, "It is not the mythical Yin Tianzi, but rather a small space. Within it resides a multitude of souls from the Zhou dynasty, forming their own realm. When darkness falls, you shall comprehend." Although the prospect of an extended lifespan sounds appealing, being reduced to a mere shade pales in comparison to the vibrancy of life. Take Huangdi, for instance. Having faced death once, she is left with a mere 50 years of shadowy existence. Once those 50 years elapse, even Chen Xuan would be powerless, forced to witness her complete dissolution. As long as one breathes, hope remains. Thus, most of Chen Xuan's many esteemed female acquaintances, unless rendered utterly helpless, strive to preserve a flicker of life, whether by slumber or by being suspended in that small space. Time swiftly passes. In the blink of an eye, the skies above Phoenix Mountain darkened. Before nightfall, the old foreigner kindled a bonfire, its flickering flames illuminating the faces of Chen Xuan and his companions. Yet, observing the somewhat restless Baiji, Chen Xuan jested, "Baiji, you are usually so stoic. What has made you fearful today?" Baiji, feeling helpless, forced a stiff smile at the corners of his mouth. "My lord, after all, he is the Duke of Shibo, King Wen of Zhou." He refrained from voicing his subsequent thoughts, yet the implication was unmistakable. He was, after all, a subject of the Zhou dynasty, and the mere prospect of encountering his ancestral figure rendered him anxious. To illustrate, it would be akin to a commoner in the late Tang dynasty preparing to meet Emperor Taizong, Li Shimin. One might instinctively kneel and bow, fervently beseeching Li Shimin to restore order and rescue the populace from calamity. To support the faltering Great Xia, "I understand your apprehension. However, there is no need to be overly anxious. The Duke of Shibo is quite amiable." Hua Ling, taken aback, hastily inquired, "Brother Chen, are you well acquainted with King Wen of Zhou?" "Not particularly well. We have crossed paths a couple of times, yet he owes me a significant favor." "Indeed,
Acceptance el favor.
The blade he used to sever 300 young lifespans was borrowed from Chen Xuan. Reflecting on that formidable sword capable of severing both yang and yin lifespans, Chen Xuan cast his gaze towards the north. As the group gathered around the campfire, engaging in light-hearted conversation, the tension in Bai Ji and the others remained palpable. In contrast, the black dragon, blissfully unaware, nestled in Chen Xuan's embrace, peacefully slumbering. They persevered through the night until midnight, at which point Chen Xuan rose under the watchful eyes of the others. He brushed the hem of his long gown and nodded, stating, "The time has come. We must proceed to knock." "Knock? How do we knock?" The old foreigner was momentarily taken aback, instinctively glancing around. Besides the spring of King One, there was nothing in sight. Where was the door? Chen Xuan, unhurried, retrieved a ring from his sleeve. The ring is crafted from sheep's fat jade, characterized by its exquisite texture, and features an engraving of the character on its surface. With this thought in mind, Chen Xuan grasped the ring and approached the Wungong spring. Upon reaching the edge of the spring, he casually tossed the ring into the crystalline waters. In an instant, the clear mountain spring enveloped the character inscribed on the ring. Yet, the very next moment, Zhigu Xiao and the others beheld a mysterious green light emanating from the spring. Moments later, the waters surged, coalescing into a swirling vortex. Chapter 73. The small underworld let us proceed, Chen Xuan called out, leaping into the vortex at the heart of the Wungong spring. Bai Ji, without uttering a word, faithfully followed behind him. The remaining three, Zhigu Xiao and his companions, exchanged incredulous glances, grappling with disbelief. After a prolonged silence, the old foreigner hesitantly inquired, "Senior brother, are we truly to enter?" Zhigu Xiao sighed softly, casting his gaze towards the northwest, where the mountain-moving clan resided. Thousands of years ago, the mountain-moving clan migrated from the Zagralama Mountains to the Central Plains, and their numbers have dwindled to fewer than 100 due to the relentless passage of time. If they fail to liberate their kin from the curse of the Ghost Cave, the clan may face extinction within a century. For the sake of his kin, as well as for his junior brothers and for himself, Zhigu Xiao understood that he had no alternative but to follow this path to its bitter end. With this realization, he spoke solemnly, "Given the circumstances, we must place our trust in Mr. Chen." Hearing this, Hualing chimed in, "You two are overthinking it. Mr. Chen is so formidable. If he truly harbored malevolent intentions towards us, there would be no need for such elaborate schemes. He could effortlessly crush us with a mere flick of his wrist." Upon hearing the words of the junior sister, Hualing, Zhigu Xiao and the old foreigner exchanged glances, both unable to suppress a wry smile. The junior sister spoke the truth. "Our efforts in moving mountains have been relentlessly tormented by the curse of the ghostly cave, leaving nothing of significance for Mr. Chen to scheme against. Come, let us also venture forth to behold the so-called Intianzi, Zhou Wenwang, and discover what manner of being he truly is." With that declaration, Zhigu Xiao took the lead and leapt into the whirlpool of Wenwang Spring. As he descended, he noticed the surrounding scenery shifting rapidly, as though he had entered an entirely different realm. Zhigu Xiao paused momentarily and turned to see that the old foreigner and Hualing had also landed on the ground. The three of them gazed into the distance, realizing the vastness of the plain stretched infinitely, with no discernible end. Yet, peculiarly, the sky above them was shrouded in a dreary mist. Moreover, an unsettling chill permeated the plain, prompting the trio to instinctively furrow their brows. Just as Zhigu Xiao was still processing this surreal environment, the voice of Chen Xuan resonated behind him. "This place is known as the Little Underworld, its origins shrouded in mystery, with only its existence traceable back to ancient times. It is said that when the Western Prince attained mastery over the 16 hexagrams, he deduced the existence of this spatial realm. To conceal its presence, a Wenwang spring was constructed at the entrance of the Little Underworld. The city walls alone towered 10 zhang high, majestically looming over this endless expanse of plain. The Little Underworld? The old foreigner rubbed his arms and joked. "No wonder I feel so cold. It is hardly surprising. This place is filled with the essence of the dead, a gathering of countless sinister energies. A common person who lingers here for merely an hour would find themselves eroded by this dark aura, ultimately transformed into one of the undead." "Undead? The flower spirit was perplexed by this unfamiliar term. However, the partridge, well versed in knowledge, pondered aloud. Could the undead you speak of be what is recorded in the book of the underworld, where the dead become ghosts and ghosts become the undead? Indeed, Chen Xuan replied, turning his gaze toward the distant grand city, nodding thoughtfully. In the past, this small underworld city of Feng was bustling with life. Countless souls from the Zhou kingdom gathered here, thriving as vibrantly as in the realm of the living. Alas! He trailed off, shaking his head, a hint of nostalgia in his heart. In those days, he and Ji Chong had poured immense effort into nurturing this small underworld, constructing this magnificent city, and accommodating numerous lost souls of the Zhou dynasty. Yet, fortune is as fickle as it is bountiful. As the Zhou dynasty's 800 years of fortune dwindled, the protective shield of destiny faded, and the lonely souls within the underworld gradually withered away. Even the combined strength of Chen Xuan and Ji Chong proved insufficient. Now, apart from the Western Marquis Ji Chong, what remains? What a pity! The old foreigner inquired with curiosity. Regrettably, the way of heaven is merciless, treating all beings as mere fodder. Chen Xuan stated casually, suddenly pointing toward the distant plain and exclaiming, "Look!" The crowd was momentarily stunned, then turned to follow his gesture, witnessing a luxurious carriage, drawn by 6 horses, racing forth from the grand city at the edge of the plain. The carriage moved with remarkable swiftness, reaching the gathered crowd in mere moments. "Get on board," Chen Xuan beckoned as he ascended the vehicle. The onlookers, though curious as to why the carriage lacked a driver yet came to a precise halt before them, attributed the peculiarity to the otherworldly nature of their surroundings. However, the aged foreigner at the back, unable to quell his curiosity, reached out to touch one of the war horses pulling the carriage. He observed that these steeds were extraordinarily majestic, yet devoid of the lively spirit typical of ordinary horses, resembling lifeless statues instead. To his astonishment, his finger did not make contact with the horse's body but passed through it effortlessly. At that moment, one of the war horses turned its head, its deep black eyes fixating on the old man. The vacant stare of its pupils startled him, prompting him to hastily leap onto the carriage. Once aboard, he noticed the previously chilling atmosphere had vanished, replaced by a comforting warmth. However, the sharp-eyed partridge, having witnessed his earlier antics, shot him a fierce glare. The old man quickly bowed his head in contrition, scratching his head and murmuring, "Senior brother, I acknowledge my fault." Chen Xuan, observing the exchange, paid it little mind and explained, "These war horses have long since become specters, devoid of soul and consciousness. In another century, they may well become phantoms. Humans die and become ghosts, ghosts die and become specters, and specters die and become phantoms. Specters lack both soul and awareness, yet retain form and sound. We still hear the sound of hooves. However, once they become phantoms, even their sounds will cease." Silence enveloped the surroundings, rendering everything an absolute void. The partridge nodded slightly, his gaze falling upon the opulent embellishments within the carriage and the intricate phoenix patterns adorning the carriage's edge. After a brief moment, he suddenly inquired, "Sir, if my knowledge serves me right, in ancient times, a scholar rode with 3 horses, a feudal lord with 5, and the sovereign with 6. Could this possibly be the carriage of King Wan of Zhou?" "Indeed," came the reply. "Although the Marquis of Shibua never ascended the throne and remained merely a feudal lord until his death, he was posthumously honored as King Wan by King Wu. Thus, his carriage is of imperial standards." As the conversation unfolded, the carriage abruptly came to a halt. Despite the sudden stop, the occupants felt no jolt. At that moment, a voice, resonant and tinged with an ancient melancholy, echoed in their ears. "Young Master Xian, you have arrived upon hearing this voice?" Chen Xuan promptly responded, "The host has come to receive us. Let us proceed and behold this grand city." With that, he lifted the carriage curtain and gracefully descended from the vehicle. Bai Ji followed closely behind, dutifully fulfilling his role as an attendant. The remaining 3 from the partridge, filled with both trepidation and curiosity, disembarked as well. Upon stepping down, they were greeted by an extraordinarily wide thoroughfare, spacious enough for 8 horses to ride side by side. Flanking the road were the citizens of Feng City, prostrating themselves in reverence. No, they were better described as the Liao. Though they bore human-like forms and donned coarse linen garments, each resembled a statue, their faces devoid of any vitality. What astonished the trio even more was the sheer vastness of Feng City, surpassing their expectations. The throng of Liao stretched endlessly along the sides of the road, a sight so expansive that it seemed to fade into infinity. A rough estimate suggested at least 100,000 souls populated this formidable city. Yet, despite the overwhelming presence of people, the entire city of Feng remained eerily silent. Apart from the voices of a few, the only sound came from an old man clad in dark royal garb at the end of the Grand Avenue, before the royal city. Upon hearing his voice, Chen Xuan promptly announced, "The master has come to welcome guests. Let us proceed and behold this magnificent city." Chapter 74. The Azure Luan Jichong, the Marquis of Shibua, the architect of the Zhou dynasty that thrived for 8 centuries. However, at this moment, in the eyes of the few gathered, Jichong appeared merely as a frail old man, teetering on the brink of death. They could even discern a palpable aura of demise in his gaze. Chen Xuan stood quietly before the grand gates of the royal city, gazing across at Jichong from a distance. After a prolonged silence, the Marquis finally spoke with a hint of resignation. "Master, I trust you are well." This revelation left the 3 brothers of the Zhigu Shao utterly astonished. The foreigner glanced at Chen Xuan, then at the elderly figure in splendid robes, the illustrious Jichong. "Master?" A singular thought echoed in their minds. Who exactly is Mr. Chen? Who is acquainted not only with the legendary dragon clan but is also addressed as master by a figure as renowned as the King of Zhou? If he possesses such extraordinary prowess, why is there no mention of him in historical records? Undoubtedly, the foremost question that plagued their minds was the age of Chen Xuan. A black dragon of 100,000 years called him a friend, and the legendary King One, who laid the foundation of the Zhou dynasty 3 millennia ago, acknowledged him as a mentor. The Zhigu Shao dared not contemplate further, yet a flicker of hope ignited within their hearts. As Chen Xuan's enigmatic strength grew, so too did the hope of resolving the curse of the ghost cave. Chen Xuan sighed softly and turned to the Duke of Shibua, inquiring, "Do you now believe my words from the past?" The Duke smiled faintly, his expression a tapestry of complexity, woven with threads of resignation and relief. After a prolonged silence, he nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, I have come to believe. Since the age of 3, when I first met my master, it seems he has never erred. What does it matter if my lifespan extends to 4,800 years? It appears that under the heavens, no one escapes fate but my master. If Jichong so desired, he could still enjoy an additional 1,800 years of life, continuing to exist in the lesser realm. Yet, gazing upon the 100,000 citizens of Fengcheng, witnessing his former subjects and their kin, one by one succumbing to oblivion, erasing their very essence from existence, he truly grasped the anguish of immortality. Chen Xuan, delicately toying with the mysterious ring upon his finger, refrained from offering solace to Jichong, for Jichong had long anticipated this day. He had aspired to harness his innate wisdom of the 16 hexagrams to forge a realm where souls could endure eternally. Regrettably, he had failed, and after 3 millennia, he could not prevent the souls within Fengcheng from descending into despair.
Yicheng spoke succinctly,
offering no inquiries regarding the companions accompanying Chen Xuan. To him, Chen Xuan was akin to a beloved kin. Without Chen Xuan, he would never have been able to establish the primordial 16 hexagrams, nor secure the Zhou dynasty's 8 centuries of fortune. Perhaps, had it not been for the king of Shang's capture, he might have perished in the capital long ago. Leading the way, Jichong forged ahead, while the 3 followers of Zhigu Shao felt increasingly apprehensive with each step taken. The trio of disciples discovered that the royal city within this realm was astonishingly vast. At its very heart stood a towering platform that seemed to pierce the heavens. This platform, entirely cast in bronze, resembled a divine pillar of immense grandeur. They ascended step by step along the wooden ladder constructed around the bronze column, taking a full half of an hour to reach the pinnacle of this sacred column. It was said that one could gauge the heavenly principles, albeit only a whisper of them. Yet, even a mere whisper was sufficient for Chen Xuan to perceive the aura when the 10 absolute tomb manifested. I had initially thought it would take several hundred more years to deduce the 10th hexagram, but it appears that this moment has arrived sooner than I anticipated. The innate 16 hexagrams are naturally formed. Although Ji Chong pioneered these 16 hexagrams, he did not grasp their essence. To illustrate, it is akin to discovering that water boils when heated, yet lacking understanding of the underlying principles. Over the past 3 millennia, Ji Chong devoted himself to exploring the foundational principles of the innate 16 hexagrams. However, each hexagram proved more challenging than the last. After 3,000 years, he had only unraveled the first 10 hexagrams. The remaining 6 hexagrams required exponentially more time, often several times or even tenfold, particularly the 16th hexagram, which Chen Xuan estimated would demand at least 1,000,000 years to decipher, if it could be unraveled at all. Ji Chong smiled gently and shook his head, saying, "This achievement is not the merit of my disciple, but rather due to the visit of Lord Qingyuan." "Qinger has come?" "Yes, 800 years ago. Lord Qingyuan visited the lesser underworld and bestowed upon me a Kunlun jade embryo. It was through this jade embryo that I was able to deduce the 10th hexagram." As this was said, Ji Chang's eyelids fluttered slightly, his tone betraying a hint of fluctuation for the first time, tinged with a trace of mischief and playful teasing. Before departing, Lord Qingyuan inquired about the teacher's whereabouts. Could it be that the teacher truly intends to sever all ties with Lord Qingyuan until death? Chen Xuan shot him a glance, and after a moment's contemplation, replied with a sigh, "Qinger is stubborn by nature. It is not that I wish to avoid her, but rather I fear she may act foolishly." Qingyuan was, after all, the phoenix that had fallen upon Mount Qishan. Historical records state that a phoenix descended upon Qishan, heralding the birth of the sage Ji Chong. In truth, Qingyuan's appearance at Qishan was solely due to Chen Xuan's presence there at that time. Moreover, it did not unfold as history would have it, with the phoenix singing at Qishan. To be precise, Qingyuan was merely an egg, an ancient phoenix egg, buried for countless millennia. It was Chen Xuan's journey to Qishan that led to the discovery of this egg, which he nurtured with his essence, resulting in Qingyuan's fiery rebirth. It was not until 5 centuries later that Qingyuan could transform into human form, a milestone signifying maturity for the phoenix lineage. However, Chen Xuan opposed this transformation vehemently, knowing well that the power of the phoenix was essential to Qingyuan's very existence. Without it, not only would she be unable to undergo rebirth through fire, but she would also gradually wither, living no longer than 1,000 years. Henceforth, Qingyuan and Chen Xuan found themselves at odds, and she chose to dwell in solitude upon Mount Kunlun. It has been over 2 millennia since their last meeting. Nevertheless, Chen Xuan shook his head and remarked softly, "After 3,600 years of meticulous planning, it is time to make my move. I shall visit Qinger now."
Yi Chang.
Being both Chen Xuan's disciple and one of the 9 elders of the Shen sect, was well aware of Chen Xuan's grand designs. He immediately clasped his hands together and earnestly declared, "Disciple understands. Master need not worry. I shall risk my life to intercept even a trace of the aura from the 10 absolute tomb. There is no need for such extremes. If this time proves futile, there will be another opportunity. Time is abundant, and safety is paramount." Chen Xuan possessed many things, yet time seemed to be an inexhaustible resource for him. Chapter 75. The Kingdom of Zhuangmu in the western region of the Qaidam Basin. Chen Xuan and his companions departed from the small underworld of Qishan and journeyed westward for nearly a month before finally arriving at the borders of the Western Territories. This area would later become known as the junction between Qinghai and the plateau, the origin of the Kunlun Mountains, and a crucial passage to the western regions. Chen Xuan's visit to this place was twofold: to seek the Qingyuan at the ancestral veins of Kunlun, and to find 2 other members of the Shen sect at the palace of Zhuangmu. One is named Heng Yi, and the other bears the surname Zhang. Both individuals were born over 3,600 years ago, during the early Shang dynasty. One was the founding queen of the kingdom of Zhuangmu, while the other was the progenitor of the Zhang family. Both were extraordinarily gifted, possessing unparalleled wisdom. In a world where the Tao of heaven could not grant eternal life, they ingeniously created a limited form of longevity through the use of fallen copper and jade, as well as the method of symbiosis. However, their longevity bore significant flaws. They remained in a perpetual slumber, perhaps even less aware than Chen Xuan's 1,000-year cicada. The Qaidam Basin stretched for thousands of miles, presenting a landscape dominated by endless yellow sands of the Gobi Desert. As Chen Xuan and his party rode forth, the fierce winds and sands rendered them unable to speak. It was the black dragon in Chen Xuan's embrace that emerged to chatter incessantly. Its words sent chills through the hearts of the 3 disciples of Zhigu Shao, who were taken aback at the mention of blood sacrifices of countless living beings. Despite its modest size, the black dragon harbored a terrifying propensity for violence. Do you believe, should a blood sacrifice be required, that the heavens would strike you down with a divine thunderbolt? Ah, but I am a noble thunder dragon. Lightning cannot vanquish me. Upon hearing this, the black dragon puffed out its chest, seemingly unperturbed by the impending divine retribution. Nevertheless, after a moment of contemplation, it inclined its head and conceded, "It is indeed inappropriate. While I fear not the lightning, I do fear the wind. Should the heavens unleash the primordial gale, I would be powerless to withstand it. Thus, it is prudent for you to remain merely human. I cannot bear it alone, but you are invulnerable. If divine punishment were to descend, you shall bear the brunt. 60 years hence we shall reunite as brothers. If this plan succeeds, the 8 ancient deities shall be swept away with a mere wave of our hands. However, that is certainly a fanciful notion. The tomb of 10 absolutes is." Suddenly, the black dragon fell silent, shaking its head. "Old Chen, do not inquire further. This matter cannot be spoken of. After all these years of acquaintance, I assure you that I would divulge what I can. However, some truths are not merely unspoken. They are unspeakable." Chen Xuan's gaze darkened as he inquired solemnly, "What would happen if it were spoken?" "I do not know, but my innate spiritual awareness warns me that should the truth be revealed, something dreadful would transpire. Could it be more terrifying than enduring the agonies of myriad burning winds?" Chen Xuan was somewhat taken aback. From as early as the era of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, he had delved into the mysteries of the tomb of 10 absolutes, aware of the immense dread it instilled. Yet, the true extent of its terror eluded him, for with each endeavor to uncover the truth, he found that the tomb was far more formidable than he had ever imagined. The black dragon exhaled a sigh, its eyes shimmering with a semblance of human-like resignation. What significance does the mere burning wind hold? The consequences of the tomb of the 10 absolutes are 1,000-fold more terrifying. Moreover, it glanced at the group of partridge call not far away, instinctively lowering its voice. "Yet my knowledge is limited. The 8 ancient gods undoubtedly possess far more insight than I do." Long before, Chen Xuan had been aware of the existence of these 8 ancient gods. For instance, the serpent god residing within the abyssal ghost cave is one of them. There are several other ancient deities whose concealment surpasses even that of the serpent god. In fact, during the Tang dynasty, Chen Xuan had the rare fortune of encountering one such ancient entity. Regrettably, this ancient god's innate powers resembled the phoenix's rebirth through flame. It had already undergone resurrection, forsaking all memories of its former self. Even when Chen Xuan inquired, no useful information could be gleaned. The origins of these 8 ancient gods are shrouded in profound mystery, with most having descended upon this world over 1,000,000 years ago. These deities have either perished, hidden away, or established secluded realms to escape the world. Each one is an existence beyond the comprehension of mere mortals. At times, Chen Xuan even questioned whether he might be one of the 8 ancient gods. However, the only ancient beings he was familiar with were either the serpent god or a worm capable of devouring space, and none resembled him, a mere human. Well, perhaps mere is not entirely accurate, for no other human could transform into a cicada. After 2 days of travel, the group ventured deeper into the basin. The further they progressed, the lower the terrain descended, revealing an increasing abundance of greenery. Particularly upon reaching a precipice several hundred meters high, they beheld a valley below, where lush trees flourished, starkly contrasting the arid expanse of the Gobi, resembling instead the verdant jungles of Southeast Asia. To one's astonishment, in this remote and frigid land, there exists a place abundant in lush vegetation. The foreigner gazed in wonder at the valley beneath the precipice, exclaiming in admiration. Zigusho let out a gentle sigh and remarked, "This region once belonged to the realm of the 36 kingdoms of the western regions in ancient times, and the environment then was no less favorable than that of the Central Plains. However, since the Han Dynasty, the climate of the western regions has gradually deteriorated, with deserts encroaching upon the grasslands. and it has long since lost the splendor of the bygone 36 kingdoms, once renowned for its treasures of gold and jade. It is indeed ironic that the Mountain Mover clan, to which the foreigners belong, are descendants of the Western tribes from millennia ago. Yet, having been stranded in the Central Plains for such an extended period, they have been thoroughly assimilated by the Huaxia culture, leaving behind little more than faint traces of their ancestral language and legends. Hualing, intrigued, inquired, with such favorable climatic conditions in this valley, which appears to receive ample rainfall, why is it that no one resides here? Chen Xuan shook his head and gestured towards the valley below the cliff, saying, "The tale is lengthy and takes us back to the ancient kingdom of Xuangmu." Xuangmu? The name was familiar to all. Since ancient times, the myths of Huaxia have recounted the legends of Xuangmu and Dongwangong, revered as the foremost deities among female and male immortals, respectively. The siblings of Zagusho were astonished to discover that the kingdom of Xuangmu truly existed. 3,600 years ago, a woman named Hangyi established the kingdom of Xuangmu in this very basin, and at the height of its power, its influence spread across much of the western regions. Unlike the Central Plains, each ruler of the kingdom of Xuangmu was a woman. It was only during the late Zhou dynasty that the kingdom met its demise. The old foreigner blinked and jested. This is somewhat reminiscent of the kingdom of women in Journey to the West. Could it be that the author was inspired by the legends of the Western Queen Mother? Chen Xuan shrugged and casually replied, "There is certainly a possibility." At this point, he paused before continuing, "This valley indeed boasts a pleasant climate. Yet it is fraught with peril. While ordinary people may enter, they may not necessarily emerge unscathed." Chapter 76. The Might of the Dragon and the Mother of Serpents. Upon hearing Chen Xuan's words, the mood of Zhigu Xiao and the others turned tense. After all, if someone as esteemed as Mr. Chen spoke of danger, one could only imagine the extent of the threats lurking within. Zhigu Xiao hesitated for a moment, glancing at his junior brother, the old foreigner, and his junior sister, Hua Ling. "Mr. Chen, perhaps I should leave my junior brother and sister outside while I accompany you inside?" "That won't be necessary." Chen Xuan waved his hand and indicated the black dragon nestled in his arms. "With the black dragon here, minor dangers are of little concern." Upon hearing this, the black dragon proudly soared from Chen Xuan's embrace. In recent days, to maintain a low profile and avoid startling ordinary folk, it had largely remained hidden. Now, in this desolate and seldom trodden area, it could finally soar freely in the air. The black dragon, akin to a swimming fish, circled above Chen Xuan's head and proclaimed with a haughty tone, "I relish hearing that, old Chen. Rest assured, with me around, your safety is guaranteed." Hua Ling, intrigued by the dragon's words, quickly inquired, "Brother Dragon, what dangers truly lie within this valley?" "Oh, it's nothing much, just a small snake," the dragon replied nonchalantly. Though possessing a trace of true dragon lineage, it is so feeble that it is hardly worth mentioning. The flower spirit did not refuse. In recent days, she has been creatively preparing medicinal dishes for the black dragon, which has consequently led the black dragon to regard her with newfound respect, often taking pleasure in offering her guidance. The small serpent referred to by the black dragon is a coxcomb snake, nurtured by the monarch Hangyi of the Western Mother Kingdom 3,600 years ago. This species of snake is also known as the wild chicken neck. A mere bite from it can prove fatal to an ordinary person in an instant. Even more terrifying is the fact that these snakes possess the ability to mimic speech, displaying a level of intelligence akin to that of dragon horn snakes. The wild chicken neck, nurtured by Hangyi, after 3 millennia, has grown into a colossal creature over 10 zhang long and as thick as a water barrel. To draw a comparison, the power of the wild chicken neck snake mother surpasses that of the 6-winged centipede. While it may not rival the monstrous dragons within the realm of the startling dragon, its strength is not substantially inferior. This can be gleaned from the subsequent wars between the Western Mother Kingdom and the Zhou dynasty. During the reign of King Mu of Zhou, a time when the Western Mother Kingdom was on the brink of collapse, beset by internal strife and external threats, King Mu sent troops to attack. The two sides engaged in numerous fierce battles, with the Western Mother Kingdom suffering repeated defeats. In this moment of peril, the ruler of the Western Mother Kingdom, Wu Yi, sought the assistance of the Snake Mother by entering the subterranean palace of the Western Mother. With the arrival of numerous wild chicken necks and the Snake Mother joining the fray, the tide of battle began to turn in favor of the Western Mother Kingdom's forces. Following this conflict, Wu Yi presented the corpse-toad elixir and fallen jade to King Mu of Zhou. It was during this time that Chen Xuan accompanied King Mu to the Western Mother Kingdom, where he encountered the Princess Wanzhan, who was distinctly different in character from Wu Chan Na. If Wuzana embodies a daring and passionate woman, then Wanjin represents a selfless individual devoted to her country and its people, placing the needs of others above her own. At that time, the kingdom of the West Queen Mother had just endured a devastating war, leaving it weakened and beset by internal and external turmoil. The long-standing oppressive reign over the western regions by successive rulers of the West Queen Mother's kingdom had bred discontent among numerous smaller states. The attacks from the Zhou dynasty served as a harbinger, heralding the uprising of these smaller nations against the West Queen Mother's authority. In the face of peril, the coalition of states advanced upon the capital of the West Queen Mother's kingdom. During this existential crisis, several princesses scattered in flight. The throne they once vied for had transformed into a hot potato, with no one daring to claim it. Ultimately, it was the unambitious Wanjin who resolutely stepped forward to assume the throne of the West Queen Mother's kingdom. She opened the city gates and, standing alone outside, sought to pacify the rebels with solemn promises. After alleviating the siege on the capital, Wanjin focused on conciliating the internal factions and mending the rifts among the various tribes, while also retracting external influences. Through her diligent efforts, although she could not restore the kingdom to its former glory, she managed to extend its existence for an additional 60 years. Reflecting on the past, Chen Xuan let out a sigh. This was not his first visit to the kingdom of the West Queen Mother. Over the span of 3 millennia, he had journeyed there thrice. Such a lengthy passage of time made encountering Wanjin feel almost more tragic than the legendary tale of the cowherd and the weaver girl. With a self-deprecating smile, Chen Xuan urged his horse forward, setting off towards the distance. After a lengthy detour, the group finally discovered the entrance to the precipice. Descending from the entrance into the valley revealed a true wilderness. The horses could advance no further, prompting the group to dismount and continue on foot. After traversing approximately 30 miles, Chen Xuan raised his hand and declared, "We have arrived. This is the site of the West Queen Mother's kingdom." Upon hearing Chen Xuan's words, the members of Zhigu Shao immediately glanced around. Amidst the myriad of entwined vines and trees, it seemed there were indeed numerous remnants of ancient architecture. The old foreigner inspected the surroundings and suddenly shouted, "Senior brother, come quickly, I have found a steal." Zhigu Shao and Hua Ling hurried over, only to see the old foreigner vigorously swinging his machete, severing layers of vines and weeds, and indeed uncovering a partially buried stele. The stele was adorned with numerous relief carvings and inscriptions in the Western region's script from the pre-Qin era. While the characters were indecipherable, the illustrations were quite comprehensible. Essentially, they depicted the conflicts between the kingdom of the Western Queen Mother and another nation. After a brief examination, Zhigu Shao nodded and remarked, "Mr. Chen, this must be the site of the kingdom of the Western Queen Mother. What shall we do next?" Chen Xuan smiled faintly and gestured towards Bai Ji, instructing, "Stay here and do not wander. Without your dragon might to suppress them, they would not withstand the wild chicken neck." The true potency of the wild chicken neck lay not in its venom, but in its ability to mimic human speech and its cunning intellect. Although Bai Ji harbored no fear of the wild chicken neck, Zhigu Shao and the others, particularly Hua Ling and the old foreigner, would not fare well if bitten. Naturally, he was not foolish enough to bring along a liability. Chen Xuan briefly twirled the mysterious ring on his finger, glancing at Bai Ji. The latter understood and promptly nodded, saying, "My lord, your subordinate comprehends." After issuing his orders, Chen Xuan turned and entered the thicket, his figure gradually vanishing amidst the dense foliage. Chapter 77. Dragon Spine Black Gold. The Mausoleum of the Western Queen Mother. Chen Xuan strolled through the dimly lit underground palace, surrounded by the incessant hissing sounds of numerous wild chicken necks. Strangely, no matter how many there were, they paid Chen Xuan no heed, parting to create a path as if welcoming his arrival. After a brief moment, Chen Xuan reached the end of the corridor. A colossal serpent, its head alone the size of a grinding wheel, slowly raised itself from the passage. The serpent's head bore a cluster of crimson appendages, reminiscent of a coxcomb, while its body radiated a lustrous black sheen, its tail obscured from sight. It was the ancestral serpent of the wild chicken necks, nurtured by the Queen Mother of the West, Huangdi. The serpent's vertical pupils regarded Chen Xuan with a gaze as unyielding as ancient ice, imbued with a hint of chill. In the serpent's extensive memory, this man before it bore an adversarial relationship with its master, decidedly an enemy rather than a friend. However, upon noticing the mysterious ring that Chen Xuan raised, the coldness in the serpent's eyes diminished. After a moment of hesitation, it lowered its head and glided slowly towards him. Chen Xuan leaped onto the serpent's head, remaining silent as it guided him deeper into the recesses of the underground palace, leading him to the meteorite cave. Upon entering the cave, one could immediately sense a pervasive, extraordinary power. This was the power belonging to the ancient gods, the very essence that allowed the Queen Mother of the West and the ancestors of the Zhang family to attain longevity, albeit a form of eternal, stagnant existence. The serpent delivered Chen Xuan to the entrance of the meteorite cave before gradually retreating. Chen Xuan then stepped forward into the cave, which was exceedingly narrow at its entrance, allowing passage only in a bent posture. In truth, the cave was not vast, its main body measuring less than 3 zhang. Yet the internal space resembled a small underworld. It could expand to whatever size one desired. Chen Xuan stepped into the plaza before the palace and beheld, in the distance, countless shadowy figures flickering within the palace chambers. These individuals were the subordinates of Huangdi and the ancestral founder of the Zhang family, numbering at least 20 or 30, all once the most formidable beings at the pinnacle of humanity. In pursuit of a fleeting possibility of immortality, they found themselves trapped within the meteorite cavern, compelled to endure 9 protracted periods of slumber and metamorphosis. They remained oblivious to whether true immortality awaited them after 9 transformations. Yet even the faintest glimmer of hope was enough to keep them from relinquishing their aspirations. Humph! With a heavy, dismissive huff, the shadowy figures within the palace vanished without a trace. In their stead emerged a middle-aged woman clad in a resplendent crimson robe, her countenance both solemn and divine, as she gracefully exited the palace chamber. The robe she donned was exquisitely crafted, infused with hints of exotic flair, though her visage bore the marks of age. With pronounced wrinkles, traces of her former beauty still lingered in her features. However, her complexion left much to be desired, and her cold, piercing gaze fixated intently upon the mysterious ring adorning Chen Xuan's hand. "You have arrived too early." After a prolonged silence, the middle-aged woman spoke with a tone that betrayed a hint of discontent. Chen Xuan, unfazed, replied casually, "The moment has ripened. A mere 60 years difference bears no consequence." The moment he referred to was the collective endeavor to capture the 10 absolute tomb. The imposing and divine figure before him, whose eyes radiated pride, was none other than Huangdi, the founding monarch of the Western Queen Motheress realm. Chang'e is 600 years older than King Wen of Zhou, Jichong, and this year she has reached the remarkable age of 3,600. Her origins can be traced back to the early Shang dynasty, contemporaneous with the illustrious Shang Tang. Despite being a woman, her ambitions surpassed those of many men. She not only established the preeminent nation of the Western regions, the kingdom of the Queen Mother of the West, but also aspired to achieve what even the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors could not: immortality. The extraordinary alchemical experiments involving the elixir of life and the symbiosis of humans and serpents were orchestrated under her guidance. Alongside the progenitor of the Zhang family, she devised a grand scheme spanning millennia, all for the chance to reign once more after 9 cycles of shedding her skin. At that time, she would transcend her earthly identity as the Queen Mother of the West, ascending to become a true divinity that surpasses imperial authority. Moreover, unlike Jichong, who was a disciple of Chen Xuan and learned from him from a young age, Chang'e has always been an adversary of Chen Xuan. On several occasions, she even allied with the progenitor of the Zhang family in attempts to capture him. However, due to Chen Xuan's elusive nature, her efforts were thwarted. By the time Chen Xuan arrived in the kingdom of the Queen Mother of the West, it had already fallen into decline, lacking the strength to aid her in apprehending him. It could even be said that King Mu of Zhou's military campaign against the kingdom of the Queen Mother of the West was partially motivated by a desire for vengeance on behalf of a friend. Consequently, the Queen Mother of the West and the progenitor of the Zhang family, left with no alternative, agreed to join Chen Xuan in the Shen sect to plot the capture of the Tomb of the Ten Absolutes. Their quest for immortality was fraught with significant flaws. For nearly 3,590 years of her life, she had been in slumber, confined to the meteorite pit, only shedding her skin once every 500 years. After enduring 9 such transformations, whether the outcome would be perfect immortality or a fatal demise remained an enigma that no one could foresee. In contrast, these individuals are more inclined to believe that the 10 Absolute Tomb carried by Chen Xuan is the true key to unlocking immortality. The members of the Shen sect are not all loyal to Chen Xuan. At least the Queen Mother of the West and the founder of the Zhang family share only a cooperative relationship. Furthermore, Chen Xuan is acutely aware that if consuming him could grant them eternal life, they would undoubtedly sever their collaboration and pursue him relentlessly. Chang'e gazed with a complex expression at the youthful figure of Chen Xuan before her, reminiscent of the man from over 3 millennia ago, her eyes betraying a flicker of apprehension. After a lengthy pause, she finally inquired, "When shall we take action?" "This year," was the response. "Very well. The meteorite cave has been prepared. Should the 10 Absolute Tomb manifest in the world, Zhang and I shall join forces to secure a fragment." As Chang'e spoke, a middle-aged man, appearing to be in his 40s with a stern countenance, silently emerged from the palace, taking his position behind her. He bore a dragon-shaped hilt knife upon his back, known as the dragon spine. This blade, also referred to as the dragon spine black gold knife, is said to be forged from the bones of a true dragon, infused with the remnants of an ancient deity, capable of cleaving through all malevolent spirits and undefeated in battle. The subsequent black gold ancient knives of the Zhang family are mere imitations of the dragon spine black gold, yet their efficacy pales in comparison to the one wielded by the founder of the Zhang lineage. Once their discussion concluded, the Queen Mother of the West finally stepped aside, though her gaze remained fixated on the Shen character ring in Chen Xuan's possession. This ring not only symbolizes the Shen sect and represents Chen Xuan himself, but it is also an unparalleled treasure, serving as a key to numerous secret realms and containing the potency of millennia's worth of medicinal essence. If she were to receive this medicinal vapor, she could potentially shorten the duration of her 9 transformations, perhaps enabling her to escape this abyss of darkness. Yet, due to various reservations, the Queen Mother of the West ultimately refrained from taking action. Her voice tinged with shadows as she pondered. After millennia of wandering, is it truly worth it for merely 3 days of reunion? Many matters cannot be quantified by worth. They are defined solely by willingness. Chapter 78. Transience of deep affection. Chen Xuan was resolute in his intentions. Regardless of the innumerable hardships, he would pursue his desires without hesitation. There were few women who could inspire such willingness in him, and Wan Zhen happened to be one of them. 3,000 years ago, Wan Zhen ascended as the sovereign of the Queen Mother of the West. Exhausted by the burdens of governance, she succumbed to her labors within the palace. At that time, Chen Xuan was ensnared in slumber, yet he had long established a pact with the Queen Mother of the West residing in the Forbidden Chamber. Should Wan Zhen encounter peril or pass away, the Queen Mother would dispatch the Mother of Serpents to guide her into the abyss, preserving her final vestige of vitality. In return, Chen Xuan would share the clues to the 10 Absolute Tomb, embarking on a quest to capture this enigmatic site, regarded as the most profound of the 10 Absolute Tombs. Although Wan Zhen's essence was preserved, she was, in truth, already deceased. Chen Xuan could not reverse the cycle of life and death. However, through a millennium of relentless pursuit, he forged the mystic ring. Yet, the cycle of life and death remained insurmountable, and even the elixir of 1,000 years could only awaken Wan Zhen for 3 fleeting days. Deep within the palace complex of the abyss, there stood a pavilion named Wan Zhen, encircled by a protective array. For millennia, this place had been enveloped in silence, as if ensnared in eternal solitude. Creak. Chen Xuan positioned himself at the entrance of the palace, gently pushing open the heavy stone door behind him. Beyond lay a vast hall, illuminated by countless perpetual lamps, casting a radiant glow throughout the entire palace. As soon as one enters the palace, a subtle scent of sandalwood wafts through the air. At the very heart of the palace stands a towering bronze cauldron, nearly the height of a person, with a sandalwood stick, as thick as an arm, inserted within it. The fragrant tendrils of smoke rise gracefully, having burned for countless years yet never fully consumed. he strides past the soul-soothing incense, delving deeper into the palace's interior. Beyond the grand hall lies the sleeping chambers, meticulously replicated to mirror the Western Queen Mother's palace from 3,000 years ago, down to the last detail. The interiors exude opulence, crafted from the rarest woods. However, the most striking sight is the woman reclining upon the phoenix bed within the chamber. Appearing to be in her 30s, she bears the faint traces of time around her eyes. Yet, these imperfections only serve to enhance her extraordinary beauty, imbuing her with an alluring charm. This woman is none other than the 38th sovereign of the Western Queen Mother Kingdom, Wanjin. It is important to note that the inheritance system of the Western Queen Mother Kingdom diverges from the bloodline succession seen in the Shang and Zhou dynasties. Instead, it follows a system of abdication reminiscent of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors era, intertwined with elements of hereditary succession. Upon ascending the throne, the monarch would seek out 12 eligible, wise, and beautiful young girls from across the realm. These girls would be welcomed into the Western Queen Mother Palace, raised as princesses. Before the passing of the reigning queen, she would select the next ruler from among these 12. This practice endured for over 8 centuries, ceasing only with the kingdom's demise. Furthermore, each chosen girl would be bestowed a new name, comprising 2 characters, both bearing the radical for female. This tradition has persisted since the founding sovereign, Chang'e. Chen Xuan gazes tenderly, unable to resist the urge to caress Wanjin's delicate features. He sighed, retrieving the Xuanzi ring, and pressed it against Wanjin's forehead. In the next moment, the ring emitted a soft white light, illuminating the entire chamber and gradually infusing vitality into Wanjin's once lifeless body. After a while, the millennia of medicinal power stored within the ring was wholly transferred into her, slowly awakening her from 1,000 years of slumber. Coming, I require a change of attire. Quickly summon the ministers for a discussion, Wanjin murmured, her brow furrowing even before she fully regained consciousness. After a brief pause without the appearance of a maid, she sensed something amiss. Slowly, she opened her eyes, her expression revealing a hint of displeasure as she prepared to reprimand the palace maid. However, upon finally seeing Chen Xuan seated before the bed and the tenderness in his eyes, she was instantly filled with joy. "Brother Chen Xuan?" she exclaimed instinctively, rising to embrace him, her strength seemingly intent on melding herself into his very being. "Brother Chen Xuan, for these past years, I have thought of you day and night." When Chen Xuan and Wanjin first met, she was a vibrant maiden just turning 16. They shared a profound bond over their extended interactions. Yet their closeness did not escape the watchful eye of the reigning monarch, Wu Yi. Ultimately, Wu Yi selected Wanjin to succeed him, harboring a simple intention: to leverage the affection between Wanjin and Chen Xuan to bind Chen Xuan's loyalties and compel him to serve the troubled nation of the West Queen Mother. Chen Xuan initially intended to take Wanjin away, yet he ultimately could not prevail over the stubbornness of the young maiden. "Brother Chen Xuan, you have been absent for over a decade. At last, I have managed to stabilize the court's affairs," Wanjin murmured as she nestled in Chen Xuan's embrace, recounting the myriad events of the past several years. These tales were laced with bitterness, injustice, and her unwavering longing for Chen Xuan throughout the years. However, as she spoke, Wanjin suddenly lifted her head, revealing a rare shyness on her breathtakingly beautiful face. "Moreover, I have already selected the next sovereign. Once the court is thoroughly stabilized next year, I shall abdicate. At that time, I will depart with you, Brother Chen Xuan." "Very well," Chen Xuan replied with a smile, his eyes filled with affection as he gently tousled Wanjin's hair. She murmured softly, her body remaining closely pressed against Chen Xuan's, reluctant to part. However, the matter of governance lingered. Upon hearing Wanjin's words, Chen Xuan felt a sense of helplessness. In truth, this scenario and Wanjin's sentiments were not unfamiliar to him. It was the 3rd time he had witnessed and heard them. For each time Wanjin awoke over these 3 days, she could only recall memories from before her death. Chen Xuan took a deep breath and shook his head. "Wanjin, there will be no court session today. I have already arranged for you and several ministers to manage state affairs over these 3 days. You must take the time to rest." "But, there is no but. It is merely 3 days. Nothing significant will be amiss." Chen Xuan's tone was gentle, ultimately persuading Wanjin to acquiesce. In her eyes, Having been separated from her beloved for over 10 years, she yearned to be inseparable, unable to bear even a moment apart. However, she relaxed and lay in Chen Xuan's embrace, gradually drifting back into slumber. Chen Xuan understood that this was due to the precariousness that Wanzhan had faced over the past decade since her ascension. Before her reign, the kingdom of the Western Queen had just suffered a significant defeat. Externally, the 36 nations of the Western regions eyed them covetously, while internally, the ministers vied for power, and the common folk endured years of famine and natural disasters. It could almost be said that the kingdom of the Western Queen was teetering on the brink of annihilation. Chen Xuan did not awaken Wanzhan. Instead, he held her close, ensuring her comfort as she slept peacefully beside him. 3 days passed in a fleeting moment. In the inner palace, Wanzhan sat before her vanity, while Chen Xuan stood behind her, tending to her cascading hair. As he finished arranging her hair, Wanzhan leaned against Chen Xuan, slowly lowering her head, once again succumbing to sleep. Subsequently, he resolutely departed from the palace. In this world, extreme wisdom may lead to harm, and deep affection may not endure. Even if not for himself, for the sake of Wanzhan, Wu Channa, and Qing'er, these beautiful women, he sought to unravel the secrets of the 10 ultimate tombs. Chapter 79. The Ancient City of Jingjue. In the dimly lit palace of the fallen cave, shadows flickered. Hang Yi and the ancestral figure of the Zhang family regarded Chen Xuan as he emerged from the depths, a trace of mockery gracing their faces. I had already advised you to have her consume the corpse frog pill. Chen Xuan cast a glance at Hang Yi and the ancestral figure of the Zhang family, replying coolly, I refuse to let Wanzhan become a creature that is neither human nor ghost like you. Moreover, after all these years, are you still yourselves? The consumption of corpse toad pills harbors significant flaws. Those individuals afflicted with the corpse toad king in their minds find their memories devoured, rendering it arduous to ascertain whether they remain the same person or if they have become a confluence of multiple identities, tainted by foreign recollections. Chang'e furrowed her brow in silence, her eyes shimmering with a fierce resentment. Meanwhile, the ancestral figure of the Zhang family, unable to contain himself, unsheathed his blade and struck. With a thunderous crash, Chen Xuan extended his hand to deflect the sharp edge of the dragon spine black gold blade wielded by the ancestral Zhang, sending it careening away. He regarded the ancestor with an icy gaze and spoke, There is no need for further testing. Your dragon spine black gold can cleave through phantoms and malevolence, yet it cannot sever me. Moreover, you presently embody malevolence yourself. How much of the blade's true power can you wield now? After delivering this proclamation, Chen Xuan paid no heed to the chill emanating from the Zhang ancestor's eyes and gracefully exited the meteorite cave. Outside, the mother serpent awaited him. Having lingered for some time, Chen Xuan ascended onto the crest of the mother serpent, retracing his steps from the realm of the Western Queen Mother. Within the cave, the Zhang ancestor, his voice strained, finally spoke, Are we truly to collaborate with Chen Xuan? Chang'e let out a wistful sigh and shook her head. We are short on time, and there are no alternative courses of action. The corpse toad pills cannot grant eternal life, and even now, not even the fallen jade can suppress our corruption 3,600 years ago. Chang'e founded the matriarchal kingdom of the Western Queen Mother, pursuing the elusive goal of immortality. Born under extraordinary omens, she grasped the tongue of serpents from a young age, capable of commanding wild fowl, and even nurtured a mother serpent. Thus, she embarked on her experiments with longevity, intertwining the lives of humans and serpents, giving rise to the corpse toad pills, her magnum opus. During this period, she crossed paths with the Zhang ancestor and discovered several fragments of celestial meteorite copper. Utilizing the peculiar properties of meteorite copper, the two sacrificed countless lives, ultimately discovering that meteorite jade could restrain the affliction caused by the corpse toad pill, achieving an imperfect form of immortality. Though flawed, immortality is still immortality. With the strength of mere mortals, they defied the heavens, a true miracle in itself. Outside the subterranean palace, amidst the jungle, dappled sunlight cascaded upon him. In a nearby clearing, for members of the Zhigu Zhao awaited, having spent 3 full days in anticipation. Upon seeing Chen Xuan emerge, they hurried to greet him. Brother Chen. Hua Ling curiously glanced towards the jungle behind him. During their stay in the camp, although the oppressive aura of the black dragon kept the wild fowl at bay, They had glimpsed from afar how a mere wild chicken, as thin as a finger, had decimated a large herd of wild goats. Chen Xuan nodded, explaining, "This matter is concluded. We shall set forth for Mount Zagralama." Upon hearing this, the three siblings of the Zhigu Zhao brightened with excitement. They belonged to the mountain-moving clan, descendants of the Zagralama tribe, yet had never set foot upon Mount Zagralama, nor beheld the sacred grounds passed down through generations. This was due to the curse of the ghostly eyes that intensified the closer they drew to the abyssal ghost cave. Only by distancing themselves from it could the curse's power diminish. For instance, the later Zhigu Zhao, having failed to locate the Miaochen pearl, lost an arm in the Blackwater city of the Western Xia and was forced to traverse the ocean to America. Little did he know that this journey would bring unforeseen fortune, breaking the curse that condemned the mountain-moving clan to a lifespan of less than 40 years, allowing him to live until his granddaughter, Shelley Yang, reached adulthood, ultimately passing away at nearly 70. Certainly, there may be an influence from the inner elixir of the six-winged centipede. Yet it is evident that distancing oneself from the abyssal ghost cave is also a means to mitigate the curse. The call of the partridge carried a sense of melancholy, and he sighed silently within. He had resolved that if he could not lift the curse afflicting his kin this time, he would not persist. He yearned to rest eternally in the sacred grounds of his tribe. For him, Mount Zagralama was not only a sacred site from millennia past, but also a place imbued with profound sorrow for the mountain-moving clan. After a brief preparation, the group set forth from the basin, journeying westward towards the vast expanse of the Ramagan Desert. The path ahead was fraught with difficulties, requiring them to traverse treacherous snow-capped mountains and icy plains, which considerably slowed their progress. It was not until nearly half a month later that they finally reached the fringes of the Ramagan Desert. Here lay a nameless settlement, known locally as Peacock Town. It is said that a millennium ago, it was part of the ancient Peacock River of the western regions and once boasted picturesque oases. However, at present, all that greeted the eye was an expanse of yellow sand, with only the ancient wells in Peacock Town providing a meager assurance of water. In Peacock Town, there was a camel trader named Imadi who was around 40 years of age, with a beautiful young wife and a son who had just turned 5. When Chen Xuan and his companions arrived at the camel business, Imadi was engaged in a playful game of horseback riding with his son. "Boss, we have been sent by Duoji." Duoji was an experienced guide from a nearby county, whom Chen Xuan's party had originally intended to hire. However, upon learning that they sought to enter the Ramagan Desert and delve into the depths of the Black Desert to find the ruins of the ancient city of Jingjue, Duoji immediately declined. According to Duoji, the depths of the Black Desert in Ramagan represent an absolute land of death, where even the drought-resistant camels cannot endure. Not to mention, there are legends of the desert that devours men and various quicksand traps. Even if offered a fortune, Chen Xuan and his companions would not venture there, for one can earn a living but cannot spend it if they are not alive. However, observing the generosity displayed by Chen Xuan and the others, Duoji introduced them to a man, Imadi from Peacock Town. Imadi had accompanied caravans into the desert for many years and was the only person from hundreds of miles around who had entered the Black Desert and returned unscathed. If anyone could lead them into the Black Desert, it would undoubtedly be Imadi. Upon hearing Chen Xuan's words, Imadi's expression momentarily froze. He gently set down his son, patted the child's cheek, and instructed Anlaman, "Go find your mother." His gaze swept over the group before he inquired, "Are you gentlemen looking to purchase camels?" As he spoke, Chen Xuan glanced at the enclosure not far away, where nearly 20 camels were housed. Without hesitation, he stated, "We will take all these camels, and please provide the cost for the guide as well, boss." Upon realizing the potential for a substantial deal, Imadi's demeanor grew more serious. Having come from a poor background in his youth, he followed caravans through the desert, risking his life to build a modest fortune. Eventually, he managed to acquire a camel herd, marry, and have a son. Even for the sake of his wife and child, Imadi yearned to earn more money and improve their lives. However, he did not hastily agree but instead asked, "Where do the guests wish to go?" Chapter 80 Friends. All our friends, in the heart of the Black Desert lies the ancient ruins of the Jingjue city. Without a moment's hesitation, the old foreigner promptly provided his answer. However, upon hearing the words Black Desert, Imate's expression shifted notably. Instead of outright refusing, He appeared troubled and remarked, "That is indeed unfortunate. A sandstorm has arisen in the desert over the past few days. While one can manage to linger nearby, venturing deeper is quite impossible." Hearing this, Zhigu Shao furrowed his brow. When would the sandstorm cease? The answer is uncertain. Sometimes it lasts for 3 to 5 days, while at other times it can extend to 3 to 5 months. It is entirely at the discretion of Huda. How could I possibly know? The inhabitants near the Ramagan Desert have, throughout history, revered Huda, believing him to be the deity of the desert, the one who governs all. However, Chen Xuan harbored doubts about Imate's words, perceiving him as sly as a fox. If a sandstorm truly raged within the desert, he would not have inquired about their destination in the first place. It was likely that upon learning the destination was the Black Desert, he sought an excuse to decline. With this thought in mind, Chen Xuan refrained from further discourse and directly retrieved a banknote of $200 from his sleeve. This sum was ample enough to procure over 100 camels. I understand your trepidation regarding the Black Desert. I do not require you to venture deep within. Merely guide us to the ancient Peacock riverbed. Indeed, upon seeing the banknote in Chen Xuan's hand and hearing that there was no need to plunge into the depths of the Black Desert, Imate hesitated noticeably. Observing his demeanor, the old foreigner and his companions quickly realized that he had been fabricating excuses. After a considerable pause, Imate finally nodded slowly. Venturing into the desert is indeed possible. However, I must express my firm stance. I shall never traverse the treacherous Black Desert. As outsiders, you remain unaware of its terrifying nature. Over the years, it has become a grim reality that lives are claimed within its depths annually. Upon uttering these words, he observed Chen Xuan nodding in agreement, which prompted him to eagerly accept the currency notes, inspecting them thoroughly for authenticity. With a faint smile, Chen Xuan reassured him, stating, "Rest assured, these are valid notes from the Crescent Money Bank, which holds reciprocal agreements with several major banks. Even in your region, there are places where they can be exchanged." Amati responded affirmatively, his demeanor noticeably more enthusiastic. His child had recently turned 5, and the opportunities for expenditures would only increase. If he could earn $200 from this journey, it would provide a foundation for his son's future, enough for constructing a home and securing a bride. An old foreigner, visibly agitated, could not contain his displeasure and retorted, "What? Is there no dust storm anymore?" Imati, unperturbed, cheerfully explained, "Please, do not hold it against me. It is not my reluctance to guide you into the Black Desert, but rather the inherent dangers it harbors. Just the other day, a group of Germans sought a guide in our area, offering over $50 for the service. I dared not accept, and they resorted to recruiting a few reckless youths. Unfortunately, they have been missing for more than a month now, and I fear they may have met a dire fate." Germans? The group exchanged glances, immediately recalling the fabled ancient city of Jingjue. Perhaps sensing their confusion, Imati candidly elaborated, "Indeed, they claim to be in search of the ruins of the legendary Jingjue ancient city. In my view, it is merely a matter of idleness after having had one's fill. The tales of the ancient city of Jingjue are relics from millennia past, and the very existence of such a place is debatable." Observing Imati's incessant chatter, Chen Xuan felt compelled to interject, "Enough, Imati. Prepare yourself. Let us see when we can embark. That will likely be tomorrow," he continued, "so gather provisions and water. However, rest assured, the funds are ample. There is no need for any additional contributions, as we are all friends here." As he regarded Imati's shrewd smile, the old foreigner could not help but feel a twinge of resentment. It was then that Zhigu Shao intervened, offering a respectful nod to Imati. "We shall trouble you, dear brother. We will rendezvous here at dawn." In Kongke town, there existed but a solitary inn, its business rather lackluster and desolate. Likely due to the scarcity of guests, the proprietor displayed an unusual warmth upon the arrival of visitors. Yet, upon learning of Chen Xuan's party's intention to venture into the desert, his enthusiasm waned considerably. Zhigu Shao, with a glint of curiosity in his eye, turned to the innkeeper seated at the counter and inquired softly, "How many members were there in the previous German expedition?" "There were quite a few, around 20 or 30, the innkeeper replied. "However, once inside the desert, numbers provide little solace. It ultimately depends on the will of Huda. If Huda wishes for one to survive, then one may traverse safely. Yet, should he become wrathful, even a multitude may find their demise within the sands. Upon hearing the innkeeper's words, Zhigu Xiao and the others exchanged glances, astonished by the revelation. So many? Pondered the old foreigner, then quietly asked, Brother, do you suppose the German's objective is the abyssal pit as well? Zhigu Xiao contemplated for a moment before slowly shaking his head. It is highly improbable. Apart from the mountain-moving clan, few in the world are aware of the unfathomable abyss. Conversely, the ancient city of Jingjue is well documented in history, and its descendants have preserved a considerable amount of Jingjue culture. Their aspirations may lie with the ancient city of Jingjue or perhaps with other ancient nations concealed within the desert. Within the arid expanse of the Ramagan Desert, numerous ancient Western kingdoms are interred, with Jingjue merely being one among them. Kingdoms such as Lulan and the Kingdom of the Peacock once thrived in the depths of the Ramagan Desert as formidable powers of the West. However, as time progresses, the once bountiful oases of the western regions have become increasingly inhospitable to human existence due to desertification, compounded by natural disasters and human calamities, causing many ancient realms to vanish overnight. The innkeeper cast a glance at Chen Xuan and his companions. Upon seeing the Taoist-clad trio of the partridge call, he felt a twinge of compassion and could not refrain from advising, You may venture into the desert, but I implore you, do not enter the Black Desert. It is a realm where the divine spirit of Huda manifests, fraught with peril. Few emerge unscathed from the Black Desert. Tread carefully lest you lose your life within its grasp. The old foreigner raised an eyebrow at the warning, responding defiantly, Innkeeper, I must express my discontent with your statement. My senior brother has traversed far and wide. What treacherous places has he not encountered? Can the dangers of the Black Desert truly surpass those of the venomous creatures lurking in the southern mountains? The innkeeper, known for his fiery temperament, retorted sharply upon sensing the foreigner's skepticism, What do the southern mountains amount to? Merely a haven for venomous insects. But do you grasp what lurks within the Black Desert? What lies there? The curious Huailing inquired. Humph, in my youth, I once journeyed with a caravan and encountered countless red ants, piled high, towering above the mountains. Upon hearing the innkeeper's words, the old foreigner frowned, clearly skeptical. Ants as high as a hill, surely it must be more than just thousands. It could easily number in the hundreds of millions. Well, if you don't believe it, so be it. I shan't waste my breath. The innkeeper shot a glare at the old foreigner, dismissively tossing a string of keys, thereafter ignoring Chen Xuan and his companions. In his mind, he likely regarded them as naive foreigners, perhaps thinking this meeting would be their last. Chapter 81. An encounter with the sunglasses man. The following morning, Chen Xuan and his group arrived at Amat's camel caravan, where they immediately spotted Amat readying the supplies and the caravan. The caravan was modest, comprising only 8 camels, yet each was laden with water bags and provisions. Meanwhile, Amat's wife and children were bidding him a heartfelt farewell. The old foreigner approached, patting the tall but gentle camel, and remarked, Well done, my friend. Your preparations are quite ample. After all, we are all friends. He then gestured towards the supplies on the camels, stating, To traverse the Black Desert, we shall require at least 3 days' worth of provisions, and within the desert we will need additional supplies for several more days. 3 days of water? Zhigu Xiao furrowed his brow and quietly inquired, That may not suffice, might it? Before entering the Black Desert, we will pass through an oasis and the ancient Peacock River's subterranean channel, where water sources can be replenished. However, once we enter the Black Desert, we shall have to rely on our own ingenuity. MIT spoke candidly, adding at the end, If you have not emerged from the Black Desert in 10 days, then. He did not complete his thought, yet the implication was unmistakable. Should Chen Xuan and his companions fail to escape the Black Desert within that time frame, it would signify their demise within its confines, and he would not concern himself with their fate. Upon hearing these words, the old foreigner was displeased, his brows knitting in anger as he retorted, How can you speak like that? Are you cursing us? No, we are friends. I would never wish you ill. MIT replied, seeking to placate him. He then turned his attention to Zhigu Xiao and Chen Xuan. After 2 days of interaction, He had discerned that these two were the backbone of the group. Gentlemen, when do you plan to set off? Chen Xuan responded with a decisive wave of his hand. We depart now. With that, each member of the party selected a camel, and amidst the melodic chime of the camel bells, they left Peacock Town, gradually venturing into the depths of the desert. The Ramagan Desert spans over 100,000 square kilometers. After half a day's journey, Peacock Town had diminished to an insignificant black speck on the horizon. Surrounding them was an unchanging expanse of yellow sand. However, it was primarily Zhigu Xiao and his companions who needed water. Throughout the day, Chen Xuan and Bai Ji had not consumed a single drop, yet appeared utterly unfazed by the conditions. This sight left Zhigu Xiao and the others astounded. After all, while a person can endure 10 days without food, the absence of water for even a day or two leads to the rapid deterioration of bodily functions. Particularly in such intensely high temperatures of the desert, the body loses moisture at an alarming rate, and the symptoms of dehydration manifest swiftly. Amidst the swirling sands, the caravan paused to rest behind a wind-sheltered dune. The guide, MIT, regarded Chen Xuan and Bai Ji with increasing awe, bordering on fear. Having lived in the Ramakan Desert for decades, it was his first encounter with individuals who required no water. Although Zhigu Xiao was curious, he adhered to the code of the martial world and refrained from inquiring. However, Hua Ling, unversed in such matters, boldly asked, Brother Chen, don't you and Brother Bai feel thirsty without drinking water? Upon hearing this, Chen Xuan smiled and shook his head, saying, We are human, and naturally, we require water. However, our method of hydration differs from that of ordinary people. This revelation piqued the interest of MIT and the others, who leaned in to listen intently to the dialogue between Chen Xuan and Hua Ling. The latter, perplexed, questioned, different from ordinary people. Indeed, Chen Xuan affirmed, gesturing for Hua Ling to pass him the water pouch. As he caught it, he pulled out the wooden stopper and began to explain. During the Pre-Qin period, there existed a group known as the Pre-Qin Qi refiners. These individuals lived in seclusion within the mountains, nourishing themselves on the essence of heaven and earth, the elements of nature, and the cycles of day and night. As he spoke, Chen Xuan poured a small amount of water into the palm of his hand. In the next moment, the water inexplicably seeped into his palm, vanishing without a trace. This spectacle left Hua Ling and the others wide-eyed in disbelief. MIT, the elderly man, fell to his knees, exclaiming fervently, "O great Hu!" Zhigu Xiao, visibly astonished, remarked, Are Mr. Chen and Mr. Bai descended from the lineage of the Pre-Qin Qi refiners? Indeed, they are, Chen Xuan confirmed. Chen Xuan nodded with a calm demeanor, choosing not to correct the inaccuracies in Zhigu Xiao's words. This was because he did not originate from the lineage of Pre-Qin Qi refiners. Rather, it was the Pre-Qin Qi refiners that derived from him. Moreover, to partake in the morning's dew and cultivate to a profound extent, allowing one to actively absorb the moisture from the heavens and the earth, is not something every Qi refiner can achieve. Even Bai Ji could only reach this stage with Chen Xuan's assistance in restoring his consciousness, augmented by the power of the blood corpse. Truly an extraordinary individual. Imadi, having witnessed such a remarkable scene, felt an increasing sense of reverence towards Chen Xuan. Simultaneously, he believed that their journey through the Black Desert might not result in calamity. Although the Black Desert is fraught with peril, where survival is a slim chance, there still exists a glimmer of hope. After uttering these words, he turned to observe the sun gradually descending on the horizon, and after a moment of contemplation, remarked, Mr. Chen, nightfall approaches. We must hasten our journey. Ahead lies an abandoned earthen city where we can temporarily rest. Given the current sky, it seems likely that a strong wind will arise this evening. As soon as Imadi finished speaking, the old foreigner curiously glanced at the sky. However, all he saw was the blazing sun. There were no signs indicating an impending storm. My friend, are you perhaps jesting with us? With such a bright sun, how can you predict a strong wind? Upon hearing this, Imadi cast a disdainful glance at the old foreigner. Dear guest, though I do not possess the abilities of Mr. Chen, I have lived in the desert for many years. I can certainly discern when a strong wind or sandstorm is approaching. The old foreigner was about to argue further, but was promptly interrupted by his senior brother, Zhigu Xiao. Every profession has its own expertise. Since Brother AI has spoken, let us hasten our journey. Zhigu Xiao, having traversed the land far and wide, possesses a wealth of experience and a quick mind. His understanding of the power of firearms, as evidenced by his abandonment of bows and arrows in favor of dual pistols, speaks volumes of his character. After hearing his senior brother's words, the old foreigner merely pursed his lips but chose to assist in the preparations for their departure once more. However, as the journey progressed for yet another half a day, the sun dipped below the horizon. Each time they inquired, AI Mighty would insist they were nearly there. The old foreigner, increasingly frustrated, muttered, "How much farther can it be? You mentioned we were close half an hour ago, and now it is dark." No sooner had he finished speaking than the group crested a sand dune, revealing several crumbling earth walls standing amidst the swirling sands. The team hurriedly made their way towards the walls, but upon reaching the edge, they heard Hua Ling exclaim in surprise, "Senior brother, come quickly, there is a person lying here." Upon hearing Hua Ling's words, Zhigu Xiao and the others were momentarily taken aback. They quickly circled around the earth wall and, indeed, discovered a man lying on his back behind the broken wall. To be precise, he appeared to be in his 20s, dressed in a jacket, and wearing a pair of dark sunglasses. "Is he dead?" the old foreigner inquired cautiously as he moved closer. He reached out to check the area near the sunglasses, and then the man's neck, turning to Zhigu Xiao and Chen Xuan with a shake of his head. There was no breath, no pulse. It seemed he had been deceased for some time. Yet who could have foreseen that immediately after the old foreigner uttered those words, the man behind the crumbling wall, wearing dark glasses, suddenly let out a loud gasp and sprang upright from the ground. The old foreigner was startled, retreating several steps and drawing the dagger from his waist, exclaiming, "Is this a resurrection?" As he spoke, he raised his dagger, ready to strike. However, at that moment, Chen Xuan's gaze hardened, and he halted the old foreigner. "Do not act hastily. This man is not deceased." No sooner had he spoken than the man in the dark glasses, after gasping for breath, astonishingly opened his eyes and lethargically scanned Chen Xuan and the others. "Is there any water?" Chen Xuan signaled to Bai Ji, who promptly understood and retrieved the water pouch from the camel's back, tossing it to the man in dark glasses. At that moment, the man's lips were parched and cracked, revealing an evident thirst that suggested he had not drunk water in a considerable time. Upon receiving the water pouch, he eagerly gulped it down. In no time, he drained the entire pouch of clear water, even savoring the remnants by licking his lips. After quenching his thirst, the man in dark glasses appeared considerably revitalized, rising from the ground with a swift motion. "Ah, I have finally come back to life." After uttering these words, he raised his gaze to scrutinize Chen Xuan and the others. Upon seeing the trio from the Partridge Flute sect, his expression shifted slightly, and he spoke in a hushed tone, "The mountain-moving Taoist?" The Partridge Flute disciple smiled faintly, not concealing his identity, and nodded in affirmation. "You possess keen insight, my friend. The mountain-moving sect does not move the constant Victory Mountain. My junior siblings and I indeed belong to the mountain-moving lineage. May I inquire which path you traverse?" Upon hearing this, the man in dark glasses appeared somewhat bashful, a hint of shyness gracing his countenance. "Greetings. I am but a wanderer of the world, lacking the illustrious lineage of the Montanist sect. By the way, regarding these two," as the man in dark glasses spoke, his gaze shifted to Bai Ji and Chen Xuan. However, upon merely catching a glimpse, terror manifested upon his countenance, prompting him to cry out in fright and collapse onto the ground. He pointed a trembling finger at Bai Ji, stammering the word "evil" thrice. "Evil of what sort?" The old foreigner scratched his head, pondering that indeed, Mr. Bai possesses an aura of the uncanny. Yet aside from his reticence, he is not malevolent. Why then such fear? Before the old foreigner could further contemplate, the man in dark glasses abruptly sealed his lips, averted his gaze from Bai Ji, and, bowing his head, expressed his gratitude. "I appreciate the water provided by all. I shall repay your kindness in the future. I must hasten my departure from the desert, so I bid you farewell." With that, he hurriedly attempted to leave. At that moment, however, Bai Ji suddenly darted forward, positioning himself before the man in dark glasses. Chen Xuan, with a faint smile, slowly remarked, It seems your keen eyes have discerned Baiji's origins at a mere glance. I gather your vision bears significance. As far as I am aware, within the Ewenki nobility of Changbai Mountain, there exists a solitary lineage known as the Seers. This branch of Ewenki nobility is naturally endowed with celestial sight, enabling them to perceive the illusory realms that elude ordinary vision. Moreover, Seers enjoy remarkably prolonged lifespans, living no less than 150 years, often exceeding 2 centuries, retaining youthful appearances until their final breath. Might you be? With each word that Chen Xuan uttered, the terror etched upon the face of the man in dark glasses deepened, because Chen Xuan spoke the absolute truth. He indeed was the seer among the Oran nobility, now in his late 30s, yet he appeared hardly older than 23 or 24. Even a century hence, he would still retain his youthful visage, albeit at the cost of needing to wear dark glasses to perceive the world. Without them, he was rendered blind. Most terrifying for the man in dark glasses was the revelation of his secret to longevity, laid bare by the other. Therefore, without waiting for Chen Xuan to finish, the man in dark glasses hastily interrupted. As he spoke, he attempted to circumvent Baiji and leave. However, Baiji was resolute in obstructing his path, swiftly positioning himself before him. Suppressing the tremors within, the man in dark glasses wore a helpless expression and said, "Brothers, what is it that you desire? I am truly grateful for your assistance, but I currently have no funds." Chen Xuan chuckled softly, casually finding a clean spot to sit, and with a half-smile, regarded the man in dark glasses. "Who asked you for money? Come, let us converse. Perhaps if our discussion goes well, I shall allow you to depart." The man in dark glasses cast a glance at Baiji. His hidden seeress eyes revealed not merely a person but a mountain exuding an aura of malevolence. The boundless wickedness threatened to eclipse the howling winds and sands beyond the crumbling walls. After a moment's hesitation, he ultimately chose to yield. With a reluctant shuffle, he cautiously distanced himself from Baiji, then took a seat opposite Chen Xuan, cautiously inquiring, "Elder brother, please ask your questions. I shall speak freely and without reservation. What should I call you? In the world of martial arts, I am known as the man in dark glasses. You may simply call me Xiao He." Not far away, the partridge listened intently upon hearing the moniker Black Glasses, and with a slight frown inquired, "Could it be you are the esteemed Mr. Black, renowned as the universal scholar in the green woods of the 3 eastern provinces?" Curiosity tinged his voice as he continued, "What brings you to the Ramagan Desert? I have heard from fellow wanderers that you typically confine your endeavors to the 3 eastern provinces." When this matter was broached, Mr. Black felt a twinge of reluctance. Observing his hesitance, Chen Xuan chose to bypass the topic altogether, stating directly, "So, you were previously employed by a German expedition? Are you certain it was a legitimate scientific endeavor?" At this inquiry, Mr. Black couldn't help but chuckle heartily, promptly shaking his head. "My dear friend, your insight is astute. That expedition was nothing more than a band of brigands, intent on plundering our homeland's treasures. They claimed to be searching for the ancient city of Lulan and had even offered a handsome sum for a guide. I thought to myself, why not take their money? I planned merely to lead them on a wild goose chase, claiming that we could not find it. But who would have guessed?" Here Mr. Black paused, suddenly turning his gaze towards the depths of the desert. After a considerable silence, he resumed, "But who would have imagined that shortly after we entered the Black Desert, before I even had the chance to lead them, those Germans actually discovered the city of Lulan?" Upon hearing this, the crowd's interest peaked in unison. In truth, there are several ancient cities of Lulan. Not far from Peacock Town, there lies another ancient city of Lulan. This is due to the fact that the Lulan dynasty experienced several epochs, yet the only one devoid of any remnants is that of the ancient Peacock River period. It is said that during the ancient Peacock River era, the ruler of the Lulan dynasty was known as the Peacock King, who possessed wings that allowed him to traverse 1,000 miles in a single day. At the zenith of its power, the dynasty exerted control over the 12 kingdoms of the western regions. However, this dynasty endured for merely 8 years, vanishing without a trace overnight. Neither textual records nor remnants of its sites, nor the descendants of its people remained. All had inexplicably disappeared in the span of a single night. For centuries, scholars have debated the existence of the Peacock King's Lulan dynasty. Chapter 83. A favorable exchange found it. Yet, The man in the dark glasses hesitated. His countenance darkened to an extreme. Gulping down another mouthful of water, he regained some composure. The ancient city lay tantalizingly close yet felt as distant as the horizon. Surrounding him were desolate sands and marshes, having consumed 9/10 of the water supply. Then, amidst the yellow sands, countless sand warriors emerged, undeterred even by the firearms carried by foreign devils. Fortunately, he had fled swiftly. Had he been a moment slower, the consequences would have been dire. So, were there numerous traps? Yet, if that were the case, the old foreigner mumbled to himself, refusing to be entirely helpless. The Germans were caught off guard, unprepared for the assault, but Chen Xuan, Bai Ji, and the partridge call were present. Not to mention Chen Xuan's almost supernatural prowess. Merely with Bai Ji, dealing with the sand warriors shouldn't pose an insurmountable challenge. No, it wasn't merely traps. If it were just that, it wouldn't hinder those men. It was. The man in dark glasses sighed. The Germans were fully equipped with their foreign firearms. The sand warriors and the yellow marshes were not to be underestimated. The most terrifying aspect was the black storm that appeared on the horizon after the emergence of the sand warriors. The storm followed closely, consuming all in its path. Recalling all of this, the corners of the black glasses man's mouth twitched incessantly. It must be a special formation created by leveraging the terrain, compounded by an unusual fragrant mist. Unless one could shatter the formation in one fell swoop, or possess an overwhelmingly terrifying power that exceeds the desert's limits, success would be unattainable. Chen Xuan spoke with a calm demeanor. Then what specifically should we do? Zhigu Xiao, observing Chen Xuan's attitude, grew somewhat anxious. You know more than just this. I need you to enter with me and share the information your Tianyan practitioners have gathered over the years. Chen Xuan disregarded Zhigu Xiao and turned his gaze towards the black glasses man, presenting his own conditions. Despite having meticulously plotted for a long time and surrounded by numerous talented individuals, certain secrets remain elusive. The Tianyan practitioners are shrouded in mystery, born of the natural order, and encountering them compels one to inquire further. This, perhaps. No, who are you? The black glasses man struggled to rise, suddenly transformed, exuding an air of heightened vigilance towards Chen Xuan. Chen Xuan whispered the remainder of his terms to the black glasses man. After a moment of stunned silence, the black glasses man finally nodded. Mr. Chen. Zhigu Xiao wished to inquire further but hesitated to press on. The transaction between Chen Xuan and the black glasses man was of no concern to him. Entering the ancient city was of paramount importance. Ladies and gentlemen, the convergence of timing, geography, and human effort is indispensable. By utilizing the terrain, solutions will naturally present themselves. Let us first rest and come nightfall. Chen Xuan reassured the group, signaling to Bai Ji to prepare for the impending endeavor. At this moment, Chen Xuan had his own calculations in mind. In this world, nothing is devoid of flaws. Grasping the method allows one to unravel them. Bai Ji nodded, having surmised Chen Xuan's intentions. Two matters while the others took their respite. Zhigu Xiao contemplated Chen Xuan, reflecting on the words spoken by the man in dark glasses. Chen Xuan's assistance with these two tasks equated to two commitments. With Chen Xuan's prowess, toppling the world would likely be but a mere flick of his hand. Meanwhile, the man in dark glasses felt a twinge of anxiety. For him, Chen Xuan's terms were beyond refusal, utterly indispensable. The seers had remained dormant for so many years. Could it be that they were to re-emerge now? I cannot discern his identity. It appears that the ancient prophecies of the clan are not mere fabrications. Beneath the calm exterior of the man in dark glasses, turbulent waves surged within his heart. He was utterly unable to penetrate Chen Xuan's identity, and the proposition he put forth left him astounded. Beyond astonishment, only confusion remained. Chen Xuan's arrival signified that many secrets could no longer be concealed. For the seer clan, this was an enigma, an opportunity or a peril, truly difficult to ascertain. At the stroke of midnight, under Chen Xuan's direction, a rather intricate sand table was meticulously crafted by Bai Ji throughout the afternoon. As she caressed the mysterious ring on her hand, a hint of contemplation flickered in her gaze. At the cardinal points of the sand table, Bai Ji ignited 4 piles of bonfires. However, these flames bore a peculiar blue hue, exuding an eerie aura. The desert sands stirred as the westerly winds rose swiftly. Chen Xuan muttered under his breath. In an instant, the surrounding bonfires transformed into a violet hue. What is this? Hua Ling, intrigued, wished to inquire further. Hush, trust Mr. Chen. Zhigu Xiao gently shook his head, restraining Hua Ling. In the heart of Zhigu Xiao, curiosity stirred deeply, yet he placed his trust in Chen Xuan. Chen Xuan began to arrange a formation, clearly intent on entering swiftly, which boded well for the Zagralama tribe. Regardless of the manner of entry into this tomb, securing the Miaochen pearl was paramount. As Chen Xuan recited his incantation, a gust of wind suddenly surged forth. The surrounding yellow sand was swiftly swept up, transforming the scene of crumbling walls and ruins dramatically. Chapter 84. Preaching Sorcery, Summoning Wind and Lightning. This ritual, rooted in the Preaching era, was designed to manipulate wind and rain for heavenly offerings. The illustrious Prime Minister Zhuge Liang of Shuhan had once invoked the eastern wind through such a ceremony, and it was astonishing to witness someone so adept in this art. The figure behind the dark glasses murmured in awe, "How impressive!" Hua Ling expressed her admiration, while Zhigu Xiao and the old foreigner regarded Chen Xuan with heightened reverence. An ancient city, buried beneath yellow sand, began to reveal its true form under the forceful winds conjured by Chen Xuan. The outer walls rose 5 zhang high, radiating flickering red light. The incessant flashes of red signaled the presence of the yellow sand warriors, their eyes glowing ominously. The tempest formed a protective shield, momentarily suppressing the crimson glow. Yet, how long could such a fierce wind endure? Everyone sensed the wind's might, yet it lacked lasting power. The heavens were indifferent, the tempest leading the way. As the gale struggled to contain the red light, Chen Xuan resumed his murmurs. The surrounding storm seemed to gain strength. With a resounding roar, the tempest was now interspersed with terrifying thunder. Each bolt of lightning that struck caused a fragment of red light to dissipate. As the thunderous winds cleared the crimson glow, they gradually began to guide the crowd into the ancient city. In the past, the secret art of summoning water had been employed to confront the Qin army. In the aftermath, borrowing the eastern wind from Zhuge Liang, harnessing the forces of heaven and earth, reversing the cosmic order, and facing retribution. In the distance, the scholarly discourse of the bespectacled man reached Chen Xuan's ears. Before the sand table, Chen Xuan wore a heavy expression. He was well acquainted with Zhuge Liang, a figure who originally aligned with the will of heaven, becoming the master of the mysterious art of Qi Men Dun Jia, a luminary destined for eternal fame. Zhuge Liang's fortune was not inferior to that of Ji Chong, perhaps even surpassing it. Before the age of 30, he could engage in the study of the 5 elements magic with me. Alas, he devoted everything for the sake of the Han dynasty. Past events replayed in Chen Xuan's mind like a revolving lantern. This particular art was familiar to Chen Xuan, yet it always harbored flaws. Zhuge Liang's collaboration with Chen Xuan would ensure a more refined practice. In Chen Xuan's strategy, Zhuge Liang's assistance would significantly elevate the probability of success. Previously, when Zhuge Liang borrowed the eastern wind to aid Liu Bei, Chen Xuan had intervened. At that time, as Cao Wei unified the realm, the heavenly order shifted, and the Han dynasty's reign was undeniably doomed. In a bid to restore the Han, Zhuge Liang forcibly altered the heavenly mandate at Chibi, resulting in Cao Cao's defeat and the subsequent inability to unify the land. The techniques employed were not entirely matured, and I had offered my assistance then. However, the vengeful spirits of the 800,000 Cao troops, compounded by the massacre wrought by the burning of the southern barbarians' vine-armored soldiers, fell squarely on his shoulders. This ultimately led to a significant decline in Zhuge Liang's fortune, with the 7 stars lamp being denied by the heavenly order. Ultimately, Zhuge Liang's demise was also a consequence of heavenly punishment, a truth Chen Xuan had sought for many years without resolution. Understanding all this, it seemed there were indeed many matters worth sharing with him. The bespectacled man gazed at the thunderous sky, contemplating these reflections within. By the way, what is that shadow? While the one in dark glasses was lost in thought, Zhigu Sha suddenly gazed at the sky and inquired. Above, dark clouds gathered ominously, striking fear into the hearts of onlookers and evoking a sense of impending annihilation. Even at this moment, the thunder and wind summoned by Chen Xuan were sufficient to contend with the yellow sand warriors, Yet the ominous clouds above continued to instill panic. "It is a black storm, a tempest of darkness. Hurry, hurry!" exclaimed Imedi as he prepared to flee in desperation. Chen Xuan's recent actions had left Imedi in awe, causing him to overlook the increasingly dense cloud overhead. Upon sighting this ominous mass, a sense of being overwhelmed enveloped everyone. A mere glance rendered them immobile, as though a colossal mountain bore down upon their shoulders. "Summon the power of the heavens, break the laws of the earth." Just as Zhuge Sha and the others were about to caution Chen Xuan, his voice resonated, and the entire desert fell into an eerie silence. A profound stillness prevailed, as if all living things had been rendered mute. The thunder struck without a sound, and the howling winds came to a complete halt. In the next moment, a resounding rumble erupted. The dark cloud coalesced into a storm, descending directly upon the ancient city. The black storm and the yellow sand warriors were merely components of the terrain, yet I have forcibly summoned this tempest to see which is truly formidable. Chen Xuan remained unhurried, having devised a meticulous plan to use their strengths against their weaknesses. It was indeed challenging for a single individual's power to alter the terrain. Although Chen Xuan stood as the foremost in the world, the immense forces of nature were boundless, compelling him to adapt to the circumstances. Floods and heavenly fire are forces beyond human resistance. Chen Xuan's plan was to utilize the tempest of this region to combat the encroaching sands. With a whoosh, figures glimmering with crimson light soared into the sky. The sand warriors within the ancient city began to converge, seeking to shield the city from the impending storm. An extraordinary phenomenon unfolded, threatening to annihilate all. The terrifying thunder rumbled as the storm continued to gather strength. "Enough!" A voice echoed. "You may enter. There is no need for such grand gestures. You and I, my master, are not adversaries. After years of guarding this place, all must eventually come to an end." The woman's sigh resonated from the distant ancient city. Chapter 85. Arrival at the tomb chamber. In a secret chamber, a breathtakingly beautiful woman gazed at the fissured crystal orb before her, her expression shifting with uncertainty. She murmured softly towards a specific direction. Her gentle words swiftly coalesced the yellow sands into an envelope, which vanished from sight. A mysterious visitor, a member of a unique clan that seeks to unearth all secrets, a peculiar figure burdened by a curse, was destined to meet her. This was inevitable. The exquisite woman found herself at a crossroads, yet the opportunity for choice had slipped away. The heavy doors were shut tight, denying entry to any guests. However, the visitor forcefully breached the door, leaving her with little recourse. Avoidance had proven to be an ineffective strategy. In an instant, the raging winds and thunder dissipated, giving way to the silvery moonlight. Aside from Chen Xuan and Bai Ji, the others experienced a moment of dizziness. After a brief interlude, they awakened and surveyed their surroundings. "Were we just dreaming?" they murmured amongst themselves, as the remnants of shattered walls and ruins persisted, seemingly unchanged. The tempest, the thunder, and the crimson-glowing sand warriors felt as though they were a collective dream shared by all. If this were a dream, it would be excessively realistic. How could everyone possibly share the same dream? Is that the path to enter? Zhuge Xiao surveyed his surroundings, sensing something amiss. A winding path led deep into the desert. What had just transpired did not seem like a mere dream, as the sensations were overwhelmingly vivid. Within the yellow sands, there lay a hint of purple powder. Under the night sky, illuminated by moonlight, this shade of purple appeared particularly peculiar. If all dreams were indeed real, could Chen Xuan truly summon thunder? Command the winds? That would not be a dream, but rather an illusion. Upon entering the desert, the swirling sands and winds carried a mysterious powder, the powder of dream flower. Upon contact with the dream flower, all individuals would converge into the same realm. Chen Xuan briefly elucidated that the unique powder of the desert, the dream flower, entangled everyone not in a dream, but in an illusion. Everything was, in fact, real, yet simultaneously false. Once inside the illusion, any injury could prove fatal. Even upon exit, one would still be beset by dark storms. Chen Xuan had shattered this illusion with the summoned winds and thunder. The dream flower, astonishingly, was indeed the dream flower. I had heard of it from the elders, known in our region as brain-eating flower. It was said to be extinct, yet here it flourished abundantly. Ai Mighty shivered, trembling as he spoke of it. The name, brain-eating flower, alone attested to the extraordinary nature of this dream flower. This powder was a one-time remedy. As long as one could awaken, there would be no peril. Let us proceed along the path devoid of flower powder. The ancient city we glimpsed earlier was indeed the ancient city of yore. Chen Xuan sighed, signaling for everyone to follow. Indeed, as the crowd contemplated the recent events, they hastily followed Chen Xuan, anxious that any delay might lead to further troubles. The group ventured deeper into the desert, traversing what was once a parched riverbed. The once vibrant Peacock River had now transformed into the ancient course of the Peacock River. Chen Xuan remarked with a hint of nostalgia that this place had been bustling in the past. However, he was not overly sentimental at this moment, for a rustling sound emerged from the shadows. Countless ants appeared suddenly around them. Army ants. The corner of the black glasses wearer's mouth twitched as he recognized their nature. Army ants are among the most formidable of their kind. The recent black storm paled in comparison to the terror posed by these relentless creatures. "Let me stretch my limbs," roared the black dragon, confronting the seemingly endless swarm of army ants. With a powerful strike of his fiery breath, the surrounding army ants were swiftly annihilated. In stark contrast, the vast multitude of army ants retreated as if faced with the most fearsome of foes. After some time, a magnificent sea of purple flowers in a deep pit revealed itself before the group. A gentle breeze swept through, causing the dream flowers to sway, leaving only their branches and petals scattered on the ground. This place had endured an incredibly terrifying storm. Deep within the dream flowers lay a grand door, marked by streaks of black smoke. It appeared to have been struck by lightning. The black glasses wearer, with keen perception, identified these as signs of a lightning strike. It seemed this door had long been buried underground, explaining why it had been elusive. Amat sighed ruefully, recognizing that while the people were intent on treasure hunting, they were, in fact, pursuing the wrong direction. In the event that the overarching direction is flawed, how could one possibly ascertain the whereabouts of this ancient city? Chen Xuan, accompanied by his companions, arrived here and immediately uncovered a multitude of secrets. Let us proceed. Chen Xuan swiftly traversed the sea of flowers, the surrounding scenery failing to capture his attention in the slightest. Creak, creak. The great door slowly opened, revealing a dark, unfathomable passageway. Click, click. Chen Xuan had just shattered numerous barriers with his might, and this path turned out to be a straightforward route devoid of any traps or peril. Amat's mind was occupied with these thoughts, yet he felt an overwhelming sense of exhilaration. There were no significant risks on this journey. While dangers existed, they were minimal. Chen Xuan's decisive actions allowed Amat to feel utterly unburdened. After half an hour of descent, a colossal iron door emerged before them. An imprint of a peacock in flight was etched onto the iron door, indicating that they had reached their destination. Chapter 86. Two directions. This mark signifies the ancient city. They had arrived. Upon gazing at the imprint, Black Glass was instantly elated. The three, Partridge Whistle, the Old Foreigner, and Flower Spirit, exchanged glances, their joy palpable. Clack, clack, clack. The sound of mechanisms in motion resonated, and the iron door swiftly opened. What unfolded before their eyes was the resplendent main tomb chamber, shimmering with golden light. This, Amat and Black Glass swallowed hard. Although the two had just emerged from danger, the allure of the gold and silver was immense. "You!" Baiji attempted to caution the duo, but Chen Xuan signaled with his eyes for Baiji to refrain from further comment. The gold and silver here, in truth, were not particularly precious treasures. With both having entered, it was inconceivable for them to leave empty-handed. "My dear friends, I am truly grateful to you. The rewards you offer me are unnecessary. You shall remain my eternal companions." Observing that Chen Xuan did not intervene, Ai Mai Tai felt a surge of joy, albeit only taking the most basic gold and silver. They gathered as much as they could, yet were cautioned not to take too much, for their access was limited to this space. As the two began to fill their garments with gold, Chen Xuan reminded them, "I shall await you here, Mr. Chen." The man in the black glasses nodded, understanding that there was no need to venture further. Whether the situation was perilous or not seemed of little consequence. The primary goal was to acquire these precious yellow and white objects. Aware that the treasures within could not be taken out, the man in black glasses acknowledged this reality. I too, Ai Maitai nodded in agreement, recognizing that this was sufficient. One must not be overly greedy or insatiable. You shall remain here, Chen Xuan instructed Bai Ji, handing him a note, indicating that Bai Ji need not follow them inside. The true main tomb chamber lay further ahead, and Chen Xuan retained Bai Ji as a precaution in case negotiations faltered, allowing him to provide support from the outside. Understood. Bai Ji accepted the note without hesitation, standing like a statue in place. Chen Xuan then entered with the partridge whistle, old foreigner, and flower spirit. Upon entering, I felt the curse's grip weakening. As we traversed this path, the partridge whistle murmured softly, casting an eager glance at Chen Xuan. He sensed that within the main tomb chamber, there lay something capable of suppressing the curse. If all went well, the years-long curse might indeed be swiftly resolved. It is uncertain whether one can attain their desires, yet this curse. Chen Xuan intended to articulate something, but his thoughts trailed off. The Ban Mountain lineage is ensnared by this curse, yet their unique abilities stem from it as well. Once the curse is lifted, whether it will bring fortune or calamity to the Ban Mountain lineage remains a mystery to Chen Xuan. You may enter, he beckoned, for the hot springs outside can temporarily suppress the grip of the curse. However, as for completely dispelling it, the Miao Chen Pearl merely offers a means of restraint. True liberation from the curse is a far more daunting task. In the shadowy crypt, a gentle voice resonated once more. The passageway diverged, one path leading to an underground hot spring, exuding steam, while the other meandered towards an elevated coffin. The voice emanated from within the coffin. Proceed. Chen Xuan remained composed, urging the trio to immerse themselves in the springs to alleviate the curse's weight. This spring serves as the source that mitigates their affliction, granting them some respite. Yet, even this spring cannot eradicate the curse entirely. As for the Miao Chen Pearl, its efficacy is rather limited. Mr. Chen, you were aware all along. Zhigu Xiao stood frozen, appearing considerably aged. The light in Hua Ling's eyes dimmed significantly as well. Throughout their journey, they had harbored hopes of fully lifting the curse. Yet who could have anticipated that the Miao Chen Pearl, pursued for countless years, would fail to achieve such an end? The nature of the curse is indeed extraordinary. You recognize that while the Miao Chen Pearl cannot dispel the curse, it does possess the ability to prolong life. Moreover, the spring in this place is derived from the same root and source as the elusive Pearl of Mist, which has departed, yet the water remains valuable. Achieving this is indeed possible. After a moment of contemplation, Zhigu Xiao comprehended Chen Xuan's meaning. The Pearl of Mist cannot entirely lift the curse, but alleviating suffering and prolonging life is still feasible. Yes, let us continue our search. The old foreigner and the flower spirit echoed in unison. Meals must be savored bite by bite, and journeys taken step by step. The three of them ventured to the hot springs to mitigate their impact. Chen Xuan, however, ascended the steps and soon arrived near the crimson coffin. A flicker of blue light heralded the appearance of a figure before Chen Xuan. Mysterious visitor, you have finally arrived. This is a false main tomb, and the mechanism has been activated for you. A gentle voice resonated, followed by a click, revealing yet another dark passageway. Only the black dragon remained, exchanging a glance with Chen Xuan. Though Chen Xuan harbored no anger, the black dragon clearly struggled to contain itself. This is the tomb of Prince Guemo, and this woman is not a queen. Descending from here leads to the final royal mausoleum of the kingdom of Jingjue. Chen Xuan was indeed well-versed in all matters concerning Jingjue, having previously visited this place. Thus, regardless of what lay within, he was not particularly astonished. However, there were many aspects of this tomb that he did not comprehend, such as the abrupt voice of the woman. Its emergence was puzzling. The last time Chen Xuan visited, there had been no such voice, indicating that there were secrets here unknown to him. Chapter 87. The Unexpected Boom. With a wave of his hand, the coffin before him was opened. Within this place lies but a solitary skeleton. Nothing more remains. Did you know this beforehand? Indeed, if you were unaware of the circumstances, you would not have taken such a reckless risk. The black dragon spoke little, following Chen Xuan deeper into the shadows. Yet, an unsettling feeling lingered within him. Something was amiss. Chen Xuan appeared composed, yet his emotions were undoubtedly tumultuous, a result of the unforeseen changes surrounding them. But who, with the capability to disrupt Chen Xuan? Could it possibly be? Surely, there remained many matters beyond my understanding. Having known Chen Xuan for many years, this was the first time the Black Dragon sensed such a significant fluctuation in his emotions. As they ventured to the innermost depths, the Black Dragon and Chen Xuan beheld a pitch-black coffin. The markings upon it were familiar to Chen Xuan. It bore the peacock insignia of an ancient royal lineage, indicating that Wu Channa was undoubtedly contained within. However, Chen Xuan found it peculiar that he could not sense Wu Channa's aura at that moment. It seemed that, as of today, even her lingering soul had vanished. Utilizing the secret arts of the Dragon Clan, I discerned that all the souls present appeared to be concentrated within the coffin. The Black Dragon, taken aback, understood Chen Xuan's history with Wu Channa but failed to perceive the multitude of souls in this place. A mere inspection would reveal the truth. Chen Xuan was not surprised. On the contrary, it was only upon arriving here that everything fell within his grasp. There undoubtedly existed other forces intervening in Chen Xuan's plans. However, as long as the opposing party did not establish a firm presence here, Chen Xuan felt little concern over potential troubles. Most importantly, through this insignia, he could surmise who might occasionally visit this site. Chen Xuan commenced a rapid series of hand seals, and the coffin began to tremble ever so slightly. A low hum resonated through the air. The coffin opened of its own accord, revealing a faint azure glow that enveloped the corpse within. The visage of Wu Channa, an ethereal being of an alien race, remained as breathtaking as it had been a millennium ago, untouched by the passage of time. Meanwhile, Chen Xuan's handprint continued to shift, the blue radiance gradually dissipating. Is it truly you? After all these years, you have changed little. A gentle call echoed, stirring the previously impassive countenance of Chen Xuan. The azure light began to coalesce into a spectral form. This was the soul of Wu Channa. Over the years, she had not withered nor succumbed to madness. Instead, under the protective embrace of the surrounding azure glow, Wu Channa radiated vitality. This place was not a prison. I have come. This time I shall take you away. Suppressing his exhilaration, Chen Xuan produced a piece of black stone from his grasp. Adorned with intricate patterns, it appeared to have been shaped by relentless gales over the years. The stone gently descended upon Wu Channa's body, only to vanish in an instant. Its appearance caused the previously unstable specter to begin to coalesce. The nearby azure light swirled around the apparition, flickering as if in a dreamlike reverie. Is this the wind-stabilizing stone? It can only be found in this desert after centuries of accumulation. You must have acquired it recently. No wonder you possess such confidence. With the wind-stabilizing stone in hand, nurturing the soul temporarily is not a daunting task. The Black Dragon, taken aback, had not anticipated that Chen Xuan held such a stone. Yet, recalling the tempest they had encountered, the dragon understood precisely where it came from. Chen Xuan had chosen not to seek an easier route, but insisted on entering through the Sea of Dreamflowers, for he had discovered the presence of the wind-stabilizing stone. This is an unexpected gain. I sensed something amiss, prompting me to forcefully intrude into this place. As for the wind-stabilizing stone, my initial thought was to take her out for the time being and later search for similar items. I never anticipated that it would be found within the Black Storm. Now, Chen Xuan certainly speculates about who might be acting covertly. However, during the earlier confrontation with the Black Storm, Chen Xuan did not dwell on it too much. He merely wished to arrive here as swiftly as possible. The situations of Wu Channa and Bai Ji differ significantly. Bai Ji has transcended fate, no longer merely human, akin to the most formidable weapon. In contrast, Wu Channa is someone whom Chen Xuan sought to ensure could be resurrected, akin to an ordinary person. For Wu Channa to come back to life, a special treasure is required as a vessel, such as the wind-stabilizing stone currently in Chen Xuan's possession. It seems you are aware of who has come here and is assisting you. The Black Dragon nodded, refraining from further inquiries, merely standing by and awaiting Chen Xuan's revival of Wu Channa. For the Black Dragon at this moment, who is aiding Chen Xuan is of little consequence. Over countless years, Chen Xuan has forged numerous friendships and connections. It is not surprising that some lend their support silently. Rather, It is the individuals who may seek to disrupt Chen Xuan that warrant the Black Dragon's attention. There are some clues. If all goes as expected. Chen Xuan did not elaborate further, merely hinting at the matter. Shortly thereafter, he produced some nitrate and sulfur, arranging them into a formation nearby. Once preparations were nearly complete, Chen Xuan began to slice his finger, reciting incantations near the coffin. Tian Master Chen Xuan, the spirit returns. Come back. As Chen Xuan's voice resonated, the ethereal figure gradually descended into the corporeal form. After countless years of waiting, Chen Xuan could finally resurrect Wu Channa. Chapter 88. An unexpected reunion in a vast ocean. An ancient ship sailed slowly. A young man clad in a crimson and yellow robe, with flowing white hair, sat at the edge of the deck, fishing. Your Majesty, there is movement over there. The individual has arrived. An exceedingly aged voice emanated from behind the young man. An old man, seemingly trembling, nevertheless harbored a glimmer of vitality in his eyes. Is that so? My years of toil have not been in vain. The young man sighed, as memories of the past began to surface. The events of yesteryears gradually unfolded before him, yet those who had departed were now lost to time. Zhu Lu, venture westward and see. It is said that the foreign devils have introduced a plethora of new curiosities. After a brief moment, the young man regained his composure and softly commanded, I. A robust voice echoed from within the cabin. I shall faithfully execute your Majesty's will. In the desert, 7 days slipped by unnoticed. Mr. Chen, the partridge whistle, the old foreigner, and the flower spirit stood at a crossroads, caught in a dilemma. 3 days prior, the trio had departed from the hot springs, realizing that lingering any longer would yield no benefit. The springs merely provided a temporary reprieve. Boom! A thunderous sound reverberated, prompting the partridge whistle to instinctively retreat. There is no need for alarm, we have emerged. Chen Xuan's voice rang out, with the black dragon steadfastly by his side. Yet, beside Chen Xuan stood an individual clad in black robes, adorned with a wide-brimmed hat, their entire form meticulously concealed. The flower spirit wished to inquire about something but was halted by the gaze of the man in black. Regardless of his identity, he was not someone the trio could comprehend. The waters of the hot spring significantly enhanced their fertility. Chen Xuan observed the three of them, quietly articulating these thoughts. The efficacy of the spring water was substantial. For the elderly, it merely suppressed the curse, while for the youth, it was potent enough to restore their reproductive capabilities and ensure the continuation of their lineage. Upon returning to the small town, Chen Xuan did not hasten to devise the next course of action. Beneath the night sky, he and the cloaked Wu Channa sat by the riverside on the outskirts of the town. For a long while words eluded them. After countless years, two individuals who should have had much to discuss found solace in a shared smile. With his flowing white hair and a fishing rod slung over his shoulder, he appeared remarkably youthful, accompanied by an elderly man and a robust middle-aged individual. Although devoid of your essence, there was an undeniable sense of a deep connection. Wu Channa initiated the conversation, stating, "Yes, I know who he is, a rather familiar character. He has chosen to rest here for a few days." Chen Xuan was aware of the shadowy figure's identity but refrained from divulging too much to Wu Channa. Very well. Wu Channa nestled against Chen Xuan's shoulder, while his thoughts drifted back to the distant past of the Ming dynasty. In those days, in pursuit of peace for the realm, he seized the throne. Yet, due to the dying wishes of the late Emperor Zhu, he spared his life. Unexpectedly, this young man had fortuitously acquired considerable knowledge overseas, even uncovering the ancient city. Chen Xuan's mind lingered on Zhu Yunwan, the second emperor of the Ming dynasty. Certainly, the identity of the second emperor is not without its controversies. For instance, the Yendi, Zhu Di, who shared a close relationship with Chen Xuan, believed himself to be the rightful second emperor. However, in truth, Zhu Yunwan holds that title. In days gone by, Zhu Biao and Zhu Xiong met their untimely demise. Zhu Yunwan earned the approval of Zhu Yuanzhang and, with his consent, was mentored by Chen Xuan for several years. At the time of succession, Chen Xuan ensured Zhu Yunwan's safety. The elder Zhu was aware that Zhu Yunwan posed no inherent threat, yet his impulsive nature and great ambition were evident. I had preserved numerous ancient texts and arranged for Zhu Yunwan's personal eunuch, alongside a martial arts master from the Jingjue Way to safeguard him. Reflecting on the past, Chen Xuan understood that every action had already been predetermined. The elder Zhu wished for Chen Xuan to secure the throne for Zhu Yunwen. However, after Chen Xuan fell into a deep slumber, figures like Feng Xiaoru, Qi Tai, and Huang Zicheng gravitated towards Zhu Yunwen. Zhu Yunwen's hasty reduction of the feudal lords led to the self-immolation of the 13th prince, compelling Zhu Di to choose to eliminate the internal threat. When Chen Xuan awakened, the world had irrevocably changed. Yet he had foreseen such outcomes, training the eunuchs surrounding Zhu Yunwen and secretly preparing a cadre of Jingjue Wei. These individuals safeguarded Zhu Yunwen and fled overseas. Upon their reunion, Zhu Yunwen said little, seemingly contemplating a quiet form of gratitude. Having endured numerous experiences, what once seemed a disappointment to me has ultimately transformed. In truth, Chen Xuan harbored a sense of regret towards Zhu Yunwen. He foresaw Zhu Di's uprising but chose not to intervene, instead subtly facilitating the course of events. This matter, Zhu Yunwen later came to understand, which is why he and Chen Xuan have not crossed paths in these several hundred years. However, Zhu Yunwen's clandestine assistance to Chen Xuan has already indicated that the grievances of the past have been reconciled. After all, Chen Xuan aided Zhu Di in his quest for peace in the realm, and his help in enabling Zhu Yunwen's escape was a fulfillment of a promise. Chapter 89. Astonishing Secrets at Dawn. The first rays of sunlight graced the faces of Chen Xuan and Wu Channa. The two gazed upon this scene with immense satisfaction. Additionally, there is a matter I wish to discuss regarding our future plans. I am aware that you have harbored grand ambitions over the years. Wu Channa suddenly spoke, stating that despite her soul being ensconced in the tomb for so long, she could still hear whispers from the ethereal realm throughout the century. Many ancient secrets have reached her ears, one of which pertains to the blood of the black dragon, which obscures the heavenly path, disturbs the balance of yin and yang, and allows for defiance against fate. Chen Xuan was taken aback, harboring no doubts regarding the veracity of Wu Channa's words. After all, the black dragon, having survived for countless years, possesses an immensely precious bloodline with boundless utility. The very existence of the black dragon symbolizes the will of the heavenly path. To confront and eliminate the black dragon, thereby causing a degree of chaos within the heavenly order, is fundamentally sound in principle. Are you suggesting that the blood of the black dragon could be utilized to obscure the heavenly path, thus allowing me to evade the necessity of slumber? After a long pause, Chen Xuan discerned Wu Channa's intention. Indeed, as one who defies fate, the prospect of remaining in the world is a considerable temptation. What Chen Xuan requires is the concealment of the heavenly path, freeing him from the compulsion of enforced slumber. Indeed, the black dragon is exceptionally unique. Acquiring its blood could lead to a breakthrough from one's restraints. Furthermore, the blood of the black dragon is exceedingly precious. With such a treasure in hand, there would be no need for the serpent god's assistance. Wu Channa